Whatever you're after must be worth it, but I don't understand why you're so quick to put your life on the line when you've already got it made. I don't have it made. Everything I have is balanced on the edge of a knife. Bullshit. You have an entire region of the city uncontested with multiple strong guilds backing your authority, a power that could easily tip the scale of any conflict, as we've so thoroughly seen, and a family that needs you. Yet you're still acting like you have nothing to lose. Uncontested, for the moment, and you seem to be under the impression that passivity is an option. I said coldly. Let me ask you a question. Do you really think the suits are going to just stop at some point? Just sit back and say to themselves, you know what, that's enough power. We can dial back on the atrocities, kidnapping, blackmail, and extortion for a bit. Is that how you think this is going to go? No, but it's not all on you. Like hell it's not, I bit back. I'm not going to sit back in my ivory fucking tower and pretend like things have changed. This is the same dogfight it always has been. The second they took Nick, threatened my family, and killed Ginny, there were two choices. Lay back and let them do what they please, or wipe them out. Say backed off. And I thought I was angry. It's not about revenge or posturing. I turned away. These are people who understand how to take advantage of the flaws in the system. Any system. Elites who soar to untold heights by treading on the heads of those below them. They have no code. And they were killing people by day 3. Day fucking 3, say, when everyone else was trying to figure out what the fuck a feat was and deciding whether they needed to go to a psych ward. I get that they're bad news. And you want them to hurt. Yes, Say said, her agreement troubled. The elevator doors opened on the 3rd floor, and she stepped out. She was clearly exhausted from the previous ordeal, but somehow she seemed lighter than before. Like some burden weighing her down had been lifted. While I was glad for her, I couldn't help the flash of envy at that. She stepped aside to let me pass, and I couldn't tell from her non-directional eyes if she was studying me or staring at the wall. That question answered itself when she grabbed my arm. Did you mean what you said to me, outside the trial? That the suits will pay? Say shook her head. Her voice was uncharacteristically quiet. No. About us. Being friends. Oh. I stopped, mid-thought, struggling to switch gears. I'd said more than I should have outside the trial, when I was convinced she was dead, which put me in something of an awkward position. I wasn't much for oversharing, or sharing, for that matter. Right now Say was adrift, looking for anyone and anything to cling on to. Look, if everything you said was bullshit, if you're just manipulating me, that's fine. Regardless of motivation, you probably saved my life. God, you've done more to help me than my parents ever would. It wasn't bullshit, I said quietly. An expression of relief crossed her face. I don't think we should back down or let them be. Neither of us is capable of that, I think. But there has to be something after the suits. This can't just be about destruction. Eventually we have to stop. I realized what she was getting at. This is about something that happened in the dungeon. You're different than you were. Like you reached some conclusion or shift in perspective. Did it scare you? Say bit her lip. Not exactly. It's difficult to say. And I'm worried what you'll think of me if I tell you. Just say it. Her eyebrows knitted together. I mean, I was mostly playing a support role before, even when there were only 3 of us. I buffed Nick, watched Ginny's back, only fought directly if we were completely outnumbered, so when you told me I'd be taking point to get the majority of the experience, and that you'd only interfere if I was overwhelmed, that was intimidating at first. Then, after the 2nd floor, when those prehistoric humans, or whatever they were, flooded me, I didn't have time to doubt myself. I fell back on my instincts, and after a while... Even as Say trailed off, I understood. All you really had to do was look at our prior companions in comparison. Nick fought like a classic hero. He dispatched his enemies efficiently and without hesitation. But if there was an opportunity to show mercy or talk his way out of a situation, he fell back on that as default. The standoff with the Spider Queen, a prime example. Yet Say had been different in the adaptive dungeon. There was an undercurrent of brutality to the way she fought. If Nick was a knight in shining armor, Say was a Viking donned in chitin face paint, screaming a war cry at the top of her lungs. It was alarming to find something like that in yourself. Was it new? Brought on by your environment and circumstances? Or had it been lurking beneath the surface, hidden in some line of DNA or strand of neurons this entire time, waiting for the opportunity to show itself? It sounds as if the pup has grown into a wolf. A voice called from behind us. Say whirled, claws extended, ready to rip the newcomer to shreds. The tension in her body lessened when she saw Talia, but only slightly. What the fuck is this? You died. Talia approached with a baleful stare, then bowed her head. As a spirit, death is never permanent. I am truly sorry I could not protect you properly. All of you. A war played out over Say's features. Anger struggled against happiness, threatening to snuff it out. Unable to help myself, I came to Talia's aid. Why the fuck didn't you warn us? I pressed, letting a simmering rage into my voice. A short message or warning could have made the difference. You let us walk into a guillotine. Talia kept her head bowed. Say put out a hand and shot me a stern look. Matt, stop it. You're just going to take whatever she says at face value? I asked, feigning exasperation. I get that you're angry, so am I. Say hesitated as she worked through the issues in her head. But text chat was offline. And once the trial had started, that membrane went up, covering the entrance. Even if she shouted, we couldn't have heard her. Not to mention, there were 12 of them. Talia wasn't much stronger than us, and you saw how quickly. Say trailed off, hands curling into fists. Whatever. I walked away, placing my back to a nearby wall. Talia approached Say, nosing a clenched fist with her muzzle until Say relaxed and gently stroked Talia's head. At first, I had my doubts, but you were all so noble and steadfast. You covered for each other and did not leave your wounded. When you invited me to join you, I was flattered. Real grief filtered into Talia's voice. Just as I was horrified when the possibility was torn away. With the last vestiges of my consciousness, I watched you disappear back into the trial and thought you gone forever. Say was quiet. When I regained consciousness, I became aware that you had returned, not unscathed, but unbroken. A huntress through and through. Pardon the indulgence, but I had to speak to you just once, to see you in the flesh, and apologize for my shortcomings. Talia held her head high. I will take my leave now. The story about dying and regaining consciousness, becoming aware of Say, was all manufactured. But it felt like the emotion, and, more surprisingly, regret, that Talia was conveying was genuine. I thought she was just angry. She was a summon, after all. There was only so much she could do. However, this exchange was making me realize that Talia didn't see herself that way. She considered herself elevated and strong, and took the responsibility that came with that estimation seriously. Even now, she'd started to walk away. Say watched her go, wearing a complex expression I couldn't begin to parse. Finally, she called after the wolf. So that's it? Talia stopped. What do you mean? Ginny is dead, Say said coldly. We're all fucked up. Matt didn't see it coming. Nick immediately lost it as soon as her body hit the ground, and I ran away like a coward. You don't get to martyr yourself and take all the blame. You do not have to. I'm not making excuses for you, for any of us. But we all played a part. And if you saw yourself as part of our pack, then why are you running away? Talia studied Say. Her eyes flicked to me. I'm unsure how to respond. This is not how I expected it to go. It made sense now, why Talia had been so insistent on talking to Say. You wanted her to blame you, to help her move forward by offsetting her guilt on someone she might never see again. When Talia didn't answer, I offered the only advice I could think of. We don't know what's going to happen with Illithid, so obviously, best to not make any promises. Just be as honest as you can. Talia processed that, waiting a long moment before she spoke again. Though my death was not permanent, it was not without cost. There are challenges before me. It is uncertain if I will be able to return to you as I was. Say strode over and crouched down in front of her. Talia's tail wagged as she waited attentively. Say reached out, placing a hand on the wolf's chest, and shoved her gently. Then hurry and do what you need to do so you can come back. Say stuck a thumb at me. Knowing this guy, things will go to shit soon enough. He might not be willing to admit it, but we need all the help we can get. And when you're back, we'll get you that armor we promised you. With that, Say turned to go, leaving Talia behind. I nodded to Talia and followed. Even if I can't return, know this. I will be watching over you, Talia called after us. After Kinsley used her power to door Say back to the penthouse, I made my final preparations for the 5th floor of the adaptive dungeon. It was a long time coming. Chapter 139. Iris sat across from me at a diner down the street from the adaptive dungeon. She'd sent me a message that she was hungry and Mom was MIA. Despite it being well past noon, she kicked both legs out in front of her in excitement as the waiter brought a stack of pancakes slathered in syrup. It was almost nostalgic, like the old days. Only instead of SAT prep, I was perusing Kinsley's store page, racking my brain on how to prepare to fight a creature that might not have any discernible weaknesses. I chased an over-easy egg across my plate, brow permanently furrowed, as Iris prepared to dig in. There's only a fork in here. Give me a knife? I passed my roll of silverware over, dimly aware that my own over-easy eggs were getting cold. Where's Ellison? Iris asked. I responded, trying not to lose focus. The waiter passed by again, topping off our water and leaving without saying a word. Just, his stuff is gone from your place, and he's not with me and Mom. So where is he? She's trying to distract me, Jaded Eye whispered. I huffed in irritation, not at Iris, but the title. It was always so grating when there wasn't a direct threat, which is why I generally leaned back on Born Nihilist. That was odd. I'd intended to make the switch later, minimizing the time I'd have the title chittering in my ear. Had I just altered it subconsciously? Unable to stop myself, I pulled up the title screen and selected Born Nihilist. System notification. Primary title cannot be changed until the cooldown is expended. Time remaining, 5 hours, 34 minutes, 21 seconds. Apparently, I changed it a little over 20 minutes ago. That was concerning. The low-threat dungeon crawling with Say had gone well. I hadn't hesitated or frozen during the brief time we were fighting together, but that didn't mean I was at 100%. Matt? Iris asked. Her dirty blonde hair was in a side ponytail, and her nails were painted. She looked a hell of a lot better than she had a few days ago. Allison is working some stuff out, and we should be patient with him while he does. I glanced up from the store page suspiciously. You already messaged him, haven't you? Just a few times. He's ignoring me, Iris pouted. Yeah, you know how Elle is. The harder you try with him, the more he pulls away. So nothing happened? Iris asked. There was an implication in her tone that hinted she knew there was more to it. I rubbed my eyes blearily. Nothing had shown up on the store page when I searched for divine bows or crossbows. Now I was going through the flavor text of uncommon or rare items in my price range, looking for anything that hinted at divine association. So far, the search was unproductive. He's a kid trying to figure out how to be an adult in a world that somehow makes less sense than it already did. It just needs time. I guess. Iris carved into her pancakes, making content noises as she shoveled them into her mouth. It just worries me. Why? I asked idly, mentally turning the page. Because he's not as together as he acts. He used to cry at night. The words immediately broke my focus. An image of Ellison came to mind. He was so strong, so unflappable most of the time. The day he'd been suspended, he came home and explained it in the same sort of tone a person would use to comment on the weather. For a long time, I just thought he was stoic. But as it turned out, the facade wasn't perfect. I had snuck back into the apartment late one night a few years ago to the sound of sobbing, a sound so unfamiliar it was almost alien. When I snuck a glance around the dividing wall, I saw Ellison there, clutching his chest like his heart might explode, weeping tears that glimmered on his cheeks in the darkness, folded halfway over like the weight of the world was on his shoulders. When I opened the door and closed it, louder the second time, the crying immediately stopped. I walked in, poured 2 cups of water, and sat with him in the dark to spare his dignity. Ellison gave me the typical caddy line about being out so late, but it was clear his heart wasn't in it. I tried to get him to open up. That night and the days that followed, as sure as I was that there had to be something more to it, there didn't seem to be anything specific bothering him. Eventually, I came to the uneasy conclusion that the nights crying alone on the couch were just his way of venting the emotion, which wasn't great, but arguably better than keeping it bottled until it exploded. I gave Iris my full attention. Yeah, he did have episodes. Didn't know you knew. But you don't think it's weird? Iris asked. That the crying got worse the week before the meteor? This isn't an innocent conversation. She has an angle. My jaw worked as I considered that. Things had been worse than usual before the system appeared. Our usual avenues for cash had dried up, which was why I was so dead set on getting the tip sheet from Nick. I dismissed it as stress at the time, refocused my resolve on working my ass off so he didn't have to worry as much. Only now, looking back at the timing, it went a long way to painting Ellison's distress in a new light. Which begged another question. If he'd known what was about to happen, why didn't he tell us? Iris was watching me, waiting for an answer. When I couldn't form one, she rested her head on her hand, sipping her water. The waiter immediately came by and refilled her glass, ignoring mine, which was still filled to the brim. I think I know what happened. Iris's expression turned pensive. You pushed him away, just like you always push everyone away. What? No. That's wrong, Iris. I don't push family away. I bit back, raising my voice slightly before I realized it. Sure you do. Iris twiddled her straw between her fingertips. That's why you pawned me off to that architect rather than helping me yourself. With a small fucking legion of mercenaries watching and reporting your every move, you're literally safer now than you've ever been. I wonder if that's true, Iris responded. As I stared at her, my heart raced. This wasn't happening. I wasn't within a hair's breadth of losing both of my siblings, days away from each other. It was up there with some of the worst things I could possibly imagine. Focus on that. I tried to listen to jaded eye, but it was impossible to focus on anything as Iris flayed me to my very core. It's obvious, Iris said. Her eyes took on a glazed look. Someone as obsessive as you doesn't just suddenly decide to take a hands-off approach. You're probably hoping Kinsley's people get sloppy. She stared me dead in the face. I've always been the weak link, your stupid, overly empathetic little sister, bleeding hard, disabled, and broken. I barely even had the courage to speak before I became a user. We both know you've always wanted to be free of me. My mouth was dry. I've never thought that, ever. If you want me to spend more time with you, I'll make time. Things will be tight for the next few weeks, but after, always an excuse. Iris rolled her eyes. I'm going to the bathroom. As my sister stood to leave, I fought back a storm of emotions. All the while, my title whispered in my ear, slowly eroding the pain. This felt exactly like when Ellison had left. It was almost play for play, point by point, as if it were intentional. An overwhelming sense of déjà vu swept over me. Slowly, Curtains of stone lowered over my tormented mind, shutting out all emotion as I withdrew something from my inventory and placed it on my knee beneath the table. System notification. You have integrated the following title: Born Nihilist. While this title will no longer be available for selection, you will retain a portion of the effects now active, regardless of the current title. Her back was to me as she walked toward the women's room beyond the tables. "Iris!" I called after her. My deaf sister turned to look at me, showing an expression of utter disappointment. I pulled the trigger. The crossbow made an audible twang, and the bolt flew out from beneath the table, striking Iris directly in the chest. She wobbled on her feet, staring down at herself as blood blossomed. Iris fell to her knees, helplessly clawing at the bolt. Someone screamed. Time slowed down as Iris fell backward, and I recounted everything that had led me to this like a mantra. It wasn't necessarily unlikely that I'd invite my sister to lunch while I prepared for something. That was standard, but today was different. I'd intended to go to the adaptive dungeon, and I'd specifically been preparing myself for the Lithid to use my family against me. It was my intention to avoid them until the matter was resolved, leaving early in the morning with Say. So it made far more sense that I'd send her to Kinsley's rather than invite her here. And as much as I was sure Iris was capable of being disappointed with me, maybe rightfully so, she'd never approach it this way. She'd hint at it, or perhaps avoid me entirely. Direct conflict was Ellison's style, not hers. It was possible that a bad title could alter her behavior, but not this drastically. If this was still the earlier days, and Daphne was my only example, perhaps I could have believed that. Yet, the more users I encountered, the less viable that seemed. Astrid and Astria's title reflected a sibling dependency turned literal. Like them, each of my titles reflected a bad part of me that had existed before the system, good or bad. It was clear now that titles weren't absolute. They could augment who you were, exacerbate it, even push you toward extremes you'd usually never consider. But they couldn't change you entirely. The final piece was simple. When I'd called out to Iris, as she'd walked away, she'd heard me. Her back was to me, and she turned when I called. Undoubtedly, it was probably possible for Iris to get her hearing back through some sort of system loophole, healing or a boon or a ward of some kind. But she would have been so excited, everyone with her contact info would have gotten a celebratory message. All of this led to one immutable conclusion. I was already on the 5th floor of the adaptive dungeon, and the Lithid had come to play. Enraged, I loaded another bolt and stalked across the room to my sister's body. I pointed the crossbow at her forehead. "Are you done?" There was no response. Through the peripheral of my vision, I saw people exiting the diner in panic, some of them taking off in cars or on foot, while others crowded around the building in a half-circle. What if I'm wrong? My resolve began to crumble around the fringes. In the distance, I heard the sound of sirens. I repeated myself once more, my entire body so tight it felt as if I could snap at any moment. Are you fucking done? Slowly, as if it was a post-mortem spasm, Iris moved. The movements became less spastic, more guided and intentional. She reached up with one hand and ripped the bolt free, the open wound bleeding freely. Her head rotated slowly until dead eyes stared directly above my head. Her lips parted in a wicked smile. "Oh no, we're just getting started." The world around us fell away, revealing the dungeon beyond. Chapter 140. The body disintegrated into dust before I could react. There was an unearthly shriek as a metal-paneled floor pockmarked with dirt and rust replaced the black-and-white diner tile. The booths and tables aged hundreds of years over the span of seconds, the cushioned seats growing a yellow patina of discoloration before eventually turning brown. A familiar off-white wallpaper, speckled with silhouetted flowers, spanned the entire wall around a 2-storied hall. There was at least double the vertical space than in the diner, maybe triple. This wasn't good. I kept my crossbow and saber at the ready and forced myself to focus. If the diner and preparation memories were false, that meant I was missing time. Everything from escorting Say out of the adaptive dungeon onward was suspect, meaning whatever preparations and plans I'd made before entering were practically useless if I couldn't buy time to piece them together retroactively.
Your own sister, and you didn't even hesitate.
The voice was harsh and throaty, yet simultaneously quiet, like it was being inhaled rather than exhaled. It was a sloppy imitation. You made more than a few simple mistakes that anyone who spent time with Iris would have easily picked up on. While I ran my mouth, I checked everywhere for broken legacy, finding it hanging on my hip. I could sense that Talia was within the blade, but she didn't seem to be responding to suggestion. There was no grappling hook, meaning I'd opted to leave Audrey behind, probably because I was worried the Lithid could easily tamper with her simple mind.
A performer saves their best material for the finale,
the Lithid chortled. This time it came from above and behind me. I whirled, seeing only a dilapidated expanse of stoves and appliances that were arranged as if this was once an oversized kitchen. "Talia," I hissed, trying to wake my summon. Her barely conscious voice rang in my head.
"Barely any meat on the bones. Let them be."
"What the fuck did you do to her?" I said, slowly rotating in place, looking for any sign of the Lithid. The eerie red glow that permeated the room pulsated as the Lithid replied.
"The summon, bitch. Nothing more than what I did to you. She's even weaker now than she was in the cage, helpless, even as I feasted upon her tasteless suffering."
It cackled madly in a mix of pleasure and raw joy, and I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck.
Impotent and mired in a past that never happened, she can't bring herself to move forward. It's so trite, so one-note, so stale.
There. I spotted a round, visual distortion on the stretch of wallpaper. I continued my slow pan of the room, waiting until my crossbow was pointed toward it, and activated Page's quick draw, firing a bolt into the distortion. A scream of agony morphed, modulating slowly into elation. I swapped weapons quickly as I reordered so the crossbow was in my dominant hand as I closed on the distortion. The bolt hit the target, but elicited no reaction. Unsure what else to do, I plunged my saber into the distortion. It passed through easily up to the halfway point of the blade, where it caught.
"She's nothing like you."
A wreathing dark snake with black, oily skin corkscrewed up my blade where it split, lashing around my gauntlet.
"An existence willing to cut away pieces of himself rather than allow the past to have a hold. You are delectable."
A series of images flashed through my mind. Ride-alongs with Dad, asking him questions about his job with obvious interest, begging him for stories when I sat on his oversized recliner at night and listening wide-eyed as he grudgingly regaled me with what I asked for. An audible hissing reached my ears. I glanced down and realized the Lithid was burning. The reaction wasn't as definitive or extreme as with the remains of Region 6, but judging from the bubbling black surface, it was reacting. I waited until the boiling reached a fever pitch, and I felt its grip weakening to act. Releasing the sword and yanking my arm clear, I loaded another bolt, and in one smooth motion pressed the crossbow to the Lithid's flesh. It squealed and unraveled, winding itself back into the wall. Then the wall exploded as a length of darkness the size of a tree trunk emerged from the distortion, slamming into my chest. I flew backward, my body screaming in pain as I tumbled heels over head, springing backward with my fingertips and eventually landing on my feet. A metal clang resounded next to me, and I spotted my saber. The Lithid continued forcing its way into the room in a manner that resembled ground beef from a meat grinder. It groaned loudly.
"No, no, no. The sword is so boring. Give me the knife, Matthias. Give me the knife."
A needle of fear shot through me. Give me the knife, Matthias. Something about those words resonated. More than that, for every pound of matter the Lithid pushed into the room, the less confident I was that I could handle whatever it would become when it reformed. I looked around, searching desperately for an exit. There! Behind the square lineup of dilapidated appliances, in the darkness, I spotted what looked like an opening, a corridor hidden by shadows. It didn't matter whether this was a complete hallucination or not. If I was able to distance myself from the Lithid, regardless of if that was literal or metaphorical, it would buy time to mentally regroup. I reloaded my crossbow and raced into the corridor. At first, everything was dark. Then a single pinprick of light illuminated the hall. It grew larger as I kept up a steady jog until its form became clear. It was a single light bulb, hanging by the cord from the ceiling. Maybe 50 feet down the corridor was another bulb. I followed the line of lights, the only sound my own echoing footprints and heavy breathing. My steps slowed as the final bulb in the row expanded, radiating a large, spotlight-like circle of illumination beneath it. There was a picnic table seated on a bed of grass, and on the picnic table I spotted a younger version of myself. He was wearing a long-sleeved shirt with a hood, round glasses that did little to complement his face. He was sweating as he leafed through a hardback. It was absolutely massive in his small hands. Curious, I stepped around to the side. Crime and Punishment. I was never committed enough to literature to lug a Dostoevsky around in the wild, which meant, if this was the day I thought it was, I picked it out of an immature flair for the dramatic. Like clockwork, someone in flip-flops with an ankle bracelet appeared across from me. Her features were cast in darkness, but seeing as how the ankle bracelet was decked out with gold, there was only so many people it could be. "I'm glad you called. Figured with everything going on, you might not want to see me," Daphne said. Chapter 141. That's probably for the best. Taking some time apart, the younger version of me answered. I did a double take. Was my voice really that subdued and robotic? "What?" Daphne asked, her warm disposition unsettled. There was a notebook in my bedside table. It's gone. Maybe Ellison was being nosy? Daphne tried. He shook his head. Nope. As far as I can tell, it's no longer in the house. Did you take it? I didn't even know you had a journal. I don't. It was mostly a series of half-formed thoughts and plans for the future, some documentation of the trial, and post-therapy notes. Since you didn't answer, I'll ask again. Did you take it? Daphne breathed a heavy sigh. God, you're an ass. We're done. I rose from the table and slid the book into a backpack. Wait, Matt. With all the legal shit, we shouldn't be talking anyway. Different camps and whatnot. Daphne stood to her feet, placing her palms flat on the table. We've been friends for years, during which you've tried to drive wedges between me and my family, followed me around, and repeatedly violated my privacy. I'd say the friendship has run its course. I winced at the harshness of the scene. It wasn't that Daphne was a bad person back then. The good always outweighed the bad. But the bad was too substantial to ignore. She was obsessive. I think if her father had been willing to get her tested, she would have easily been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Our friendship started normally, if a bit awkwardly, with our parents constantly bringing us along for lunches and dinners thinly disguised as business meetings. It was uncommon back then for me to have a friend my age, and as such I thought that our relationship was normal. The irregularities a more social person would have picked out went entirely over my head. Daphne seemed to always be available and never flaked. She was interested in me, and being an adolescent with very little idea of who I was, we shared that interest. There was some friction. She wanted to invest far more time into our relationship than I did, and had trouble identifying social cues or subtle indicators that I was ready for our interactions to come to a close. It was only after a few years that the veneer cracked enough to reveal the reality beneath. In reality, Daphne didn't always have time for me. She just chose to prioritize me over anything else, sometimes to serious detriment. She got angry and standoffish if I didn't spend enough time with her. Some of my personal items, including anything I'd so much as scrawled in, began to disappear sporadically. And it wasn't so much that she had trouble identifying social cues, more accurate that she intentionally ignored them. It's common for people with BPD to develop a strong fixation on an individual. That fixation can be romantic, or, as it was for us, platonic. Occasionally it works out well enough. Often it doesn't. What it came down to was that Daphne had boundary issues, while I had boundaries in bulk. Even if our history hadn't been recently complicated, it was a terrible fit. Matt, stop! Daphne called out to the younger version of myself. In my memory, she'd sounded angrier. Hearing it again, she just sounded sad. Are you going to tell? The inevitable question, and the one thing Daphne cared about more than me. Her secrets. Depends. He shot Daphne a bland look. You planning on making this difficult? No, Daphne said quietly. As long as that's true, I have no idea what you're talking about. Daphne left the younger me standing there by the picnic table. An expression of anger filtered over his features as he watched her go. Slowly he turned to me. How little. Before he uttered a word, I slid, broken legacy beneath his ribcage. He coughed once and fell to the ground, his face white. The last thing I was interested in right now was listening to the lithid puppeteer some twisted version of myself, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the more I let it speak, the more power it would have over me. Still, it was strange, seeing myself like that. Talia. Nothing, not even a half-awake response. For a moment, I considered dismissing and re-summoning Talia, then immediately thought better of it. If the Lithid was capable of reading this deeply into my history, it was absolutely capable of reading my more recent memories of how my powers worked and setting any number of traps. Leaving Talia aside for the moment, I tried to summon Audrey as a test case. Instead of pain, I felt nothing, like attempting to siphon water from stone. That answered that. I took a seat at the picnic table and began to sort through the contents of my inventory. There wasn't much beyond the usual suspects. My bike and weapons still took up the majority of the contents, along with a few healing potions and the rollback charm. The first new additions were a pair of earplugs and what looked like a knockoff Sony recorder. With little reason not to do so, I pressed the play button as I continued sorting through my things. Your name is Matthias. You are 17 years old and a senior at Talmont High School, assuming it ever opens again. In a few minutes, you're about to enter a floor of the adaptive dungeon that contains a creature called a Lithid, capable of creating hallucinations and, if Talia is correct, full-blown delusions. You must keep in mind that nothing you're seeing is real, and any psychological effects or distortions you're experiencing are temporary. The same holds true if you can't remember anything at all. My dictation carried on for some time. While I was careful not to make any direct mention of the Ordinator class, I specifically called out the results of the transposition event, the situation at Region 6, and the recent developments at Region 14, along with my position as Region owner. Mom and Iris are fine. Things aren't great with Ellison, but they're mendable if he comes around. Everyone's alive and safe. I stopped rooting through my inventory when I found the bow. It was made of a dark gray wood, augmented with tarnished silver swirling embellishments. Item: Nycta's Retort. Description: This longbow is enhanced with magical accoutrement in the form of enchanted runes. Some runes reduce the draw weight of the bow, allowing greater range and power regardless of the strength of the user. Others seed the projectile with traces of the divine. Item ability: The first shot fired inflicts an additional 200% damage, with a significant boost to critical damage. This effect resets every hour. Item class: Epic. God damn. It checked both the boxes for long range and burst damage, shoring up weaknesses I'd carried forward since the beginning. It wasn't a perfect solution, necessarily. The cooldown left something to be desired, but it was one hell of a start. Still, I was worried. There was no way the name was a coincidence. By now, you've probably noticed the additional items in your inventory and on your person. The bow is of particular interest. Kinsley had no history of it in her records, and as far as we can tell, the entry appeared minutes before you started searching for a bow. It was too good to pass up, and the price was a steal, but I'm all but certain we'll pay more for it later. At the very least, it shows Nycta has a continued interest in our survival. I hefted the bow, feeling out the weight one more time before replacing it in my inventory. Concerns about Nycta would have to wait until my life wasn't on the line. Now, on to the plan. If you've already put it together, stop this recording. If not, I'll lay out the details now. If the Lithid is as powerful as Talia expects, it will likely already know what we intend. No point in trying to hide— The recording cut out suddenly. I reached over and scanned backward, replaying the last few seconds. It stopped at the same point. Panic welled up, and I crushed it ruthlessly before it could overwhelm me. This was par for the course. If I'd thought far enough ahead to make a recording, I must have also known the lithid screwing with it was a real possibility, which meant if I'd done this right, it should be possible to piece together my plan from the inventory and Talia alone. As I continued cataloging my inventory, the panic slowly faded. That was a good sign. Jaded Eye was far harder to handle before the integration. Still, I hadn't attained the integration until I was already in the dungeon. The decision to use it wasn't the strange part. What seemed off was that I'd waited until entering the dungeon to use it. It served as my first indicator that something was wrong. Maybe that was intentional. Times 10, arrows of aqueous matriarch toxin. Times 5, bolts of aqueous matriarch toxin. Amulet of eldritch resistance. Weak poison of clouded judgment. Goblin comfy. The arrows made perfect sense, a viable way to use the spider matriarch's toxin at range. They were longer than a standard arrow, with a hammerhead glass tip that contained a green liquid. There was flavor text that indicated this was an ideal projectile to use on a slime, meant to be shot in its path rather than directly at it. I was already wearing the amulet, which hopefully stacked with my armor. But the last two acquisitions had me entirely at a loss. What kind of fucking plan was this? Trying the matriarch's toxin on the lithid made sense. It was sourced from a tribal boss, and likely packed significantly more punch than anything you could grab on the open market. Yet the poison of clouded judgment seemed like an utter waste. It specifically denoted that it was only effective on low-level creatures or NPCs unless imbibed voluntarily, and I had no idea how I'd intended to get a psychic monster to willingly drink poison. The goblin comfy was, well, a disturbing introduction to comfy. Supposedly a troll delicacy, it was created by force-feeding goblins an excess of sweet berries for months until they expired from the strain, then slow-cooking them in gilded truffle goat butter. Which, I mean, what the fuck? I sure as hell wasn't going to eat it. Maybe the intention was to trick the lithid into eating the comfy laced with poison. But again, it being able to read my thoughts made that a tall order with questionable returns, considering that the poison's effects lasted less than 10 minutes. A groggy growl reverberated in my mind. Talia? Talia's voice was drowsy, only slightly more lucid than before. What a terrible dream. Where are we? A flash of movement from the corridor caught my eye. I scurried out of the spotlight, unsure if it'd even make a difference. It wasn't a dream. We're on the 5th floor of the adaptive dungeon. The lithid is screwing with our minds. Breaking out of the initial delusion was the first barrier. I'll shred it to pieces, Talia hissed. You'll get your chance. Are you coherent enough to fight? One by one, small shadows emerged from the darkness. Humanoid silhouettes, around half my height. Smiling white teeth glittered in the dark. They all held short blades that looked strangely domestic. More likely something out of a kitchen knife block than a fantasy equivalent. Oh, yes, Talia answered, her voice so raw with spite. I couldn't help but wonder what the lithid had shown her. Then get ready. I drew Broken Legacy and threw it directly into the center of the advancing shadows. Chapter 142. The smiling shadows assailed us on all sides. There were dozens of them, the sole saving grace that they didn't seem to have much in terms of health. I nailed one between the eyes with Paige's quick draw. Talia tore pieces off the first few shadows and took several glancing hits from their knives. Go for the vitals, I shouted back at her. They're coordinating. They'll keep dogpiling if you give them an opportunity. I resent that turn of phrase. Talia's voice was muffled as she ripped a chunk out of a shadow's torso. But she listened to the core of what I said and came up with her solution. Venom dripped freely off her fangs as she snapped at the small cluster of shadows that surrounded her, aiming for their arms and legs. I wasn't certain if poison would work on them, but if it did, they didn't have much body weight to speak of, so the effect would be stronger than normal. A shadow charged at me, its bright knife angled downward toward my chest as it leaped through the air. I grabbed its knife hand and neck, pivoting and slamming its lower half onto the spotlight-illuminated park table. There was a sickening crunch that I belatedly realized was its spine snapping. It went limp, dropping the knife and staring up at me, inverted smile forming an eerie frown.
"Join us,"
the shadow whispered, pointing toward the ground where its knife fell. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw another shadow collapsing to its knees, feebly attempting to remove the bolt I'd fired from the quick crossbow of the frost leech. They're weak to the cold effect, too. The only real advantage they have is numbers. I tried to reach out toward the mass of them with probability cascade, and got no feedback whatsoever, even as my mana drained. Of course, they're not real. More puppets than anything else. I can't direct them because they're already being directed. I fired my crossbow twice more, taking a page from Talia's book and being less selective about where I hit. Mechanical gears ground as it cocked back, and I nearly loaded another bolt before I saw multiple sets of eyes open around ceiling level. "Above!" My warning yell was cut off as perception flared. The shadow above me dropped, its knife a descending spike, as two others attacked from the sides. I threw myself back onto the picnic table, using quick draw to stabilize the first shot, lodging a bolt into the eye of the shadow that dropped from the ceiling. When the others reacted, I rolled off the table and spun, drawing the bow and firing it instinctively as I retreated backward. Eventually, I felt my thigh brush against Talia's fur. "Is this it? The Lithid's just going to throw numbers at us until we crack?" I sneered, wiping a trickle of blood from my mouth.
"Unlikely. This is just the opening blitz. There's a twist somewhere."
"All I'm seeing is mindless shadows. Basic pack behavior. This is not how a pack hunts. Each is opportunistic, trying to position themselves for the best strike at the expense of the others. More than that, the way they fight feels familiar." Talia's voice was wary. "Don't think about it. Wipe them out." Jaded eyes sounded panicked, as if it was attempting to draw my attention away from something. As it had never intentionally led me astray when the chips were down, I let it refocus my attention purely on the combat itself. Still, they were multiplying and pressing in tighter. I needed something close range. When I reached for my inventory, dozens of heads snapped around, eyes conveying hungry anticipation. I averted course at the last moment, drawing my saber instead. Angry cries filled the darkness as they pressed in on me. They want something from me, I realized, conveying the thought to Talia. What was it the Lithid had said? That the saber was boring? "Ignore them," Talia answered in my head. She bowled over several shadows that abandoned her to attack me, pausing for a half-second each to nick them with poison and move on. The shadows fell, one after another, faster than they could replenish. We pushed them back together, out of the spotlight and into the darkness. Nick's saber flashed in my hand, in wide, artful flourishes, as I used their illuminated eyes and daggers as markers, aiming for necks and arms. It wasn't as second nature as Blade of Woe, but what it lacked in familiarity it made up for in range. Talia formed up beside me, snapping at shadows. For the first time, it felt as if we were winning. They're luring us away from the light. Jaded Eye's warning came too late. As I attempted to relay the warning to Talia and retreat, every marker I used to locate the shadows, eyes, teeth, and daggers, disappeared. Countless invisible hands gripped my sword arm, wrenching at it until the sword fell away. Simultaneously, the shadows yanked Talia's feet out from under her. She yelped, sections of her body obscured by darkness. When I tried to help, I found my legs rooted to the floor. "Why are you so afraid of what you are?" A black rage fueled by helplessness rolled over me. I tore my arm free and yanked Blade of Woe out of my inventory. All at once, the human organs of multiple shadows attacking Talia illuminated the darkness. I moved. The blade sang as I ripped through the shadows, eviscerating them. First, the ones that clung to me, feeling a dark thrill as I felt them fall away. My fear dissipating as their incorporeal bodies collapsed to the ground. A sense of cold purpose washed over me, even as I heard them chittering in the darkness, laughing. I hauled one of them off Talia and slit its throat, stabbing another in the eye, another across the belly. Unsparing Fang guided my movements, helped me know where to place my feet and leverage my weight, but the knife work was entirely mine. "Let her go!" I shouted, and the shadows trembled. Talia's eye stared up at me widely. I fired off harrowing anticipation. I wouldn't be able to use it again for the rest of the dungeon, but that was fine if it meant finishing this. The threads that connected the shadows to the Lithid became visible. The beauty of the knife was the efficiency, the brevity of the path from point A to point B. All at once, the gritty desperation of it all fell away. I danced among them, blades stabbing, slashing, twisting, a feeling of unique purpose washed over me. Every neuron and muscle fiber cooperated in perfect union, as if this were what I was meant for. Raucous laughter reached my ears, barely identifiable as my own. The threads from harrowing anticipation led me to the final shadow. It was retreating, casting terrified glances over its shoulder, a gloating smile nowhere to be seen. I flipped the knife into my offhand and drew the crossbow with my dominant, using Page's quick draw to fire a bolt into its thigh. It toppled and fell, dragging itself away. I grabbed its hair and pulled its head back, driving the knife into its back over and over. Something tugged at my pant leg. I whirled, prepared to plunge my knife into the next target.
"The prey has fallen, Matthias."
A wolf I had to concentrate to recognize stood at my side. Her thick eyebrows were pulled together in concern as she stared at the knife in my hand.
"I am not your enemy." "Talia? Are you all right?"
Talia cocked her head. I lowered the knife and ran a hand through my hair, unsettled.
Just lost myself for a second there, Jesus. My head's killing me.
The shadows fell away, a bright light overhead blinding us. Birds sang, and my eyes adjusted. Perfectly manicured lawns came into focus. A damning feeling washed over me as I realized not only where, but when this was.
"What is this place?"
Talia asked. It was all exactly as I remembered it. The rock yard with weeds that never stopped cropping up, no matter how often it was sprayed. A waist-high iron gate that squealed loudly when it swung open, and a small alcove where I sat to read on weekdays after I'd finished my schoolwork, waiting for Dad to return.
"The last home I ever had,"
I answered quietly. I turned slowly toward the end of the road. Identical to the memory I replayed infinitely in my mind, my father's police cruiser was parked at the end of the road. A few neighbors stood at a safe distance from the house, several on their cell phones, either recording or chattering into them. And I remembered everything. Chapter 143. Kafka's Metamorphosis lay open on my lap, unattended, as I watched Dad's parked squad car at the end of the street. He'd been inside the paint-chipped house for a while now. Ellison was kicking his legs out in Mom's antique rocking chair, the chair emitting a rhythmic squeak as it reached its apex, leaning so far back it threatened to topple at any moment.
"I'm starving,"
Ellison complained. "You're not starving, you're hungry," I corrected absent-mindedly, still focused on the flurry of unusual activity at the end of the street.
"It's almost 6:30,
Ellison said. "Dad's work is important, keeps the city safe. Being off schedule goes with the territory." The same couldn't be said for every cop. You had to either be blind or blatantly ignore the news to believe that. But Dad was old school, all about listening and protecting the community, putting people first. He talked about them like they were individuals, not some faceless conglomerate. And even if I found him naive at times, it was hard not to respect how much he cared. A muffled pop reached us. It could have been anything. Car backfire, or an unfortunate squirrel that scurried its way into a power converter. Then a cluster of 5 muffled bangs followed, identical to the first. I slipped from the alcove, placing my back against it. "Get down," I snapped at Ellison. He flopped wide-eyed from the chair to the ground, both of us flinching from the clatter as it fell, one corner banging against the wall.
"Gunshots?"
Ellison whispered, his face pale. "Where's Iris?" I hissed.
"Napping with Mom."
We waited in tense silence for a follow-up. When none came, I peeked over the flowered cushions, exposing as little of myself as possible. A few of the neighbors had emerged from their homes, gawking at the house at the end of the street. My heart hammered in my chest. It was impossible to tell exactly where the sound had come from, but it was undoubtedly from the direction of the end of the street. Doubt and fear gnawed at me, along with the screaming need to do something, anything. "Check on Mom and Iris, then call 911, I told Ellison.
"What are you going to do?"
Ellison asked, alarmed. "Keep watch. Stay low and get moving." Ellison jolted into action, retreating toward our parents' room in a low crouch. It's hard to explain what happened next. Put it into words. The best I can describe it is as a scene that materialized in my mind. An image of my father bleeding out on the floor, frightened and alone. It was so visceral and real that I had to confirm it. Time bled together as I walked out the front door and through the gate in a daze, leaving it open behind me. Asphalt burned my bare feet as I walked numbly toward the house, my pulse vibrating in my neck, vision shuddering with every heartbeat. Dad had taught me about the bystander effect early on, given me a slightly sanitized rundown of the murder of Kitty Genovese, a woman who was stalked and murdered over the course of half an hour, even as she screamed for help and dozens of witnesses watched from their windows. The records are spotty, but it was probably more than an hour before the first call came in. Our so-called neighbors were just standing around, trying to peer through the door at a distance for a better look. I hated them for their inaction, hated them with every fiber of my being. No one even tried to stop me as I walked past. I'm not sure what I was thinking. Apart from if Dad was hurt, I wanted to help him, slow the bleeding and buy time until the ambulance got there. As I stepped through the front door, the scent of mildew and stale cigarettes washed over me, followed by a metallic scent I'd identify far later as methamphetamine. The walls were bare and undecorated. Soiled carpet stuck to my bare feet. A woman lay unconscious on the floor, battered and bruised, her face and upper body littered with dark and purple bruises everywhere her tank top didn't cover. Numbly, on autopilot, I stooped down and pressed 2 fingers to her neck as my father had shown me. There was a weak, rhythmic pulse beneath my fingertips. I left her and moved on. Dad was laid out on the floor next to the couch. He'd fallen backward, likely due to the 6 gunshot wounds in his chest. His once vibrant blue eyes were almost colorless, expression locked in a permanent rictus of surprise, as if he couldn't believe someone had actually shot him. I pressed my fingers against his neck, though there was no need. He was gone. A wave of grief washed over me and then disappeared, as if it had crossed an invisible threshold and was suddenly snuffed out. Something cold and foreign took its place. "Who the fuck are you?" For the first time, I noticed the skinhead on the couch. He was rubbing his head with both hands, the cylinder of a light metal revolver clinking against his temple. When I didn't answer, he unraveled further. "It doesn't matter. God damn it. Look what that bitch made me do." "The woman you beat to hell made you kill a cop?" As the words left my lips, it felt like someone else was saying them. The utter lack of accusation in my voice was probably what saved me. I sounded genuinely curious. "Fuck. I'm fucked." He rubbed his head vigorously, the revolver leaving red marks on his skin. My gaze strayed from the man to the surrounding scene. There were dozens of burned-down cigarette butts in the ashtray and a Bowie knife on the table next to a glass pipe. It called to me. This had happened before. Allison's oblivious bully sitting on the overpass, practically begging to be pushed, was the most recent example, but there had been others. Many others. I'd always managed to talk myself out of it. Therapy had helped. Talks with my father had helped. Now my father was gone, and the therapy couldn't help me here. There was no disproportionality to focus on, no unevenness in the scales, and with my father dead, the cops wouldn't look twice before labeling it self-defense, no consequences to speak of. Still, he outweighed me by 50 to 70 pounds. "You have to wash your hands. Get the GSR off." The man stared up at me. "What?" "Gunshot residue. You're coated in it at this point. You have to wash your hands." I was twisting advice Dad gave me on how to speak to someone in a crisis. Let the slightest doubt into your voice, and they'll latch onto it. But if you speak with confidence and authority, they'll cling to your words like a lifeline. The man stared at me. At first, I thought he might call out my bullshit. On his long list of issues, the GSR was near the bottom. The murder weapon and empty shells were toward the top, along with many witnesses who had heard the shots. And if Stockholm Syndrome hadn't set in too deeply, the unconscious woman could easily turn on him. The man stood to his feet, dropping the gun. "Fuck!" He rushed to the bathroom. Using a filthy rag from the table as a buffer, I picked up the gun by the trigger guard and popped the cylinder open to confirm he hadn't reloaded. The casings were empty. Good. With that sorted, I took the knife from the table. The hilt fit snugly in my hand as if it had always been there. Everything blurred together after I followed him into the bathroom. The next thing I remember was my mother's face, hovering above me. "It's okay, baby, it's okay." Tears streamed down her cheeks, ruining day-old mascara. "Give me the knife, baby." I handed it to her. Sirens drew closer.
It's a rare thing to lose your husband and son in the same evening. Does she think of that night when she drinks, I wonder?
Talia's growl of alarm came too late. A sharp, stinging pain sunk deep into my back. I screamed, whirling to face the threat and coming face to face with a mirror.
No one would have blamed you for it. The sentence would have been light, the situation laden with mitigating circumstances, even if they knew the truth of how it all went down. Why, then, did you run from it? Lock it away so deeply that even I can only show you this much.
The Lithid had leaped back several feet after the surprise attack. It had also taken my form, clad in the eldritch armor, a twisted mongrel at its side, dagger in one hand, crossbow in the other. "Bastard," Talia said through gritted teeth. "That might be the actual Lithid." "It looks far more real than the shadows did," Talia said. "Matthias, can you fight?" I swooned on my feet, unable to answer her. Harrowing anticipation was fading, but from the remnants, this form didn't have threads as the others had. I withdrew a health potion and chugged it, then wiped the residue from my mouth. "Pretty sure you're on the money," I panted. "We need to end this quickly." Chapter 144. How could I forget something so important? More than that, I had other memories that directly conflicted with it. Recent memories. I remembered Googling the killer's name less than a year ago to confirm he was still in prison. And Mom was there. She knew. She'd known for years, and we'd never talked about it. And despite the many opportunities she had to throw my shortcomings in my face, she'd never mentioned it, or even hinted at it. The only times I'd ever been to court was during her hearings. Another memory bubbled to the surface. Cold water plunging down over me as I clung to myself and shivered, words repeated over and over. "You're a good boy, Matthias. Listen to me. You did nothing. You wandered in here looking for your father, and that monster threatened you. Dragged you to the bathroom and tried to drown you. Everything else is a blur. You understand?" Had she taken my place? I wanted to believe it wasn't true, that the Lithid's power was just that all-encompassing. But the dull chill, coupled with the constant pounding in my head, said otherwise. "Move!" Talia roared, slamming into the back of my knees and dead-legging me. The near-silent whisper of a crossbow bolt sailed over me, directly where my head was. Talia left me to pick myself up as she raced to intercept the mongrel racing toward us, more monstrous mutt than dog. They collided in a horrible blur of claws and teeth and yelps. Nearly 20 feet away, the Lithid advanced toward the clashing dogs, holding its aim and looking for an opening. It likely had little concern for friendly fire. The thought stirred me out of my daze, throwing me into action. I loaded the first of the poison bolts and spiked it with probability cascade, pulling the trigger and firing it at the Lithid. The bolt spiraled through the air and, caught by an errant breeze, struck the Lithid dead center as it dodged away. It hissed and immediately switched targets, its attention entirely on me.
You hid it away because of how you felt. For the first time, that emptiness within you was filled. The knife brought you joy, unfiltered happiness, and contentment. Things you'd never felt before. Things you swore to never feel again.
"Shut up!" I shouted, firing another cascade bolt at the Lithid. It was ready this time. Not bothering to dodge, it raised a hand and swatted the bolt away. Ordinator's emulation ticked in the back of my mind, recognizing the ability as probability cascade. On my left, Talia was losing her clash with a mongrel. I juked an incoming bolt using awareness to guide me and rushed toward her. "Give me an opening, Talia." Talia reacted perfectly, pressing a paw against her attacker's chin and shoving its head up. The Lithid's smug voice whispered in my mind,
"You've spent so long trying to suppress the monster you've always been, because society puts people like you in one of two places, prison or institution. But the world has changed now. You don't have to pretend anymore."
I drove my dagger into the mongrel's side and twisted the blade immediately, withdrawing as it yelped and snapped at me. Talia sunk her teeth into its neck, pressing her advantage. Awareness screamed, and I flung myself backward to narrowly dodge a bolt, catching my weight with one hand and pushing hard against the ground. A ring of fiery pain blazed through my body, expanding from a second bolt that plunged deep into the nerve cluster between my collarbone and neck. The Lithid advanced, 2 crossbows in either hand, explaining how the second bolt had come out so fast. It inventoried a hand crossbow, one I recognized as the shoddy, sightless, repurposed piece of plywood that had been my first weapon, and reloaded the second. A wave of cold, deeper than the frozen wasteland of the 4th floor, washed over me. It copied my face, my abilities and gear I've owned, including the poisoned bolts. I slugged an antidote quickly, noticing with irritation as the Lithid raised an identical potion to its lips. Then, bracing myself, I tore the arrow out before the heat drain effect could do any more damage. My vision narrowed to a pinprick.
"You know the truth. You've always known. The reaction to the system proves it. We've always been teetering on the precipice of savagery, one bad day away from discovering who we really are. But you continue this pointless struggle when you killed those 3 users during the transposition. You didn't even allow yourself to savor it."
Sensing it was near, I struck out recklessly with the knife, my blood aflame as poison and antidote raged war within me. The Lithid countered me easily with unsparing fang, intercepting my rushed attacks and sending me spinning with a savage backhand. Even as stars exploded behind my eyes, my mind raced. How was I supposed to beat this thing if it knew every move I would make? I'd gotten a lucky shot off when it was distracted with Talia, but ever since it started focusing on me, it easily dodged everything I threw at it. At this rate, I'd be finished before my summon put the mongrel down. What was the plan? There must have been one. I had the foresight to make an audio recording in case the Lithid trapped me in a hallucination. I must have had something more, some strategy. I staggered away as the Lithid prattled on, trying to buy time.
"I can free you, Matthias," it whispered. "Give in. Surrender control and bring me to the outside world. Within a day your burdens will be gone, and I will reforge you into what you were always meant to be."
A harrowing realization struck me. Talia had said the Lithid fed on suffering. With the dungeon being adaptive, I'd assumed that suffering would be my own. But that wasn't necessarily true. If I lost here and the Lithid invaded my mind and took over as it implied, everyone around me would be in danger. Focus. Though our motivations were entirely different, the parallels were significant. Both of us intended to use the other as a weapon in the outside world. But there was a key disparity that had to do with the nature of the adaptive dungeon. The Lithid had been generated exclusively as a monster for me to fight. She'd hinted that Talia's pups had always been dead. Had I entered the 5th floor with someone else, it would have been entirely different. If the Lithid died without dropping a core, my life would continue on as it had. If I died, however, the Lithid would cease to exist. And it was possibly the only monster in existence with enough self-awareness and external knowledge to piece that together. It made a critical mistake, telegraphing its intentions. The Lithid didn't want to kill me. It wanted to break me. I took a split second to review my inventory. ×10 arrows of aqueous matriarch toxin. ×2 bolts of aqueous matriarch toxin. Amulet of eldritch resistance. Weak poison of clouded judgment. Goblin confit. I snorted. The goblin confit wasn't meant to be used as bait. It wasn't meant for anything at all. The randomness of the item was a hint. There was no plan. I'd come to the conclusion that if the Lithid could read my mind, there was no way to prepare for it ahead of time, that any concrete strategy could easily be used against me if I stuck to it while the enemy was aware. The poison of clouded judgment wasn't for the Lithid. It was for me, intended to create an opening the Lithid couldn't predict, once I'd gathered enough information within the dungeon to generate a strategy on the fly. My vision, more or less, returned, save the corona of violet pulsing around the fringes. I wiped the blood from my mouth and grinned at the Lithid. It was standing a few feet away from me, a strange expression on its face that looked almost wounded. Behind her, Talia was chasing the mongrel. It darted between parked cars and trash cans, beating a pointless retreat. She'd have it in a matter of moments. "You can read my mind, right?" I leered. "Then you know that this isn't a bluff, because I'll do whatever's necessary to win."
"Wait!"
The Lithid reached out a hand and rushed toward me. But it was too late. I swallowed the poison of clouded judgment, and Quick Drew nicked his retort, loading it with 3 cascade-infused arrows, and fired them straight up in the air. It's impossible to fire a projectile perfectly upward, no matter how precise you are. The most minuscule shift will inevitably alter trajectory. I laughed maniacally as the 3 poisoned arrows reached their apex and, following the directive of probability cascade, plunged directly toward me. Chapter 145. There was a bone-jarring impact. My skull collided against the sidewalk as the Lithid tackled me to the ground. It outweighed me significantly, and as my lungs compressed, it became nearly impossible to breathe. Strong arms grabbed me and began to yank. It's trying to get us both out of the way. I locked an arm around its neck and kicked its knees out from under it, forcing it into a grapple. I was slower than normal because of the poison of clouded judgment, but that worked to my advantage. The Lithid reacted to my intentions rather than my actions, and I was able to secure it in a clinch. Its body juddered violently twice as 2 of the arrows pierced its upper back. I shouted in pain as the 3rd pierced my forearm. The Lithid roared, its version of my mouth opening inhumanly wide as it shrieked. That's the 2nd dose of the same poison. If I don't get another round of antidote soon, this is over. My survival instinct kicked into overdrive. I needed to do whatever I could to end this quickly. I sunk my teeth into its throat. Bilious liquid ran into my mouth and eyes as the Lithid squirmed. A chunk of flesh came free, and I spit it out, blindly plunging my dagger into its side, over and over. It swatted at my wrist, and I felt something break. All at once, it slumped, and I rolled over on top of it, both hands gripping its neck tightly even as pain radiated up my fractured forearm. "Fucking die already," I growled, shifting my grip and bearing down harder. "Matt, it hurts," Ginny said. She stared up at me with terrified eyes, hemorrhaging crimson from the wound in her neck. "You don't have to do this. Anyone can change." My grip loosened for a fraction of a second. 3 spears of darkness pierced me. Subconsciously, I could feel the Lithid attacking my mind. I tried to push it back. The street from my childhood was overtaken with the crimson flesh from Region 6. Ginny's body was still there, lifeless on the ground, as Nick sat beside her, watching impassively as I struggled. "Hey, man, you have to know I'm probably donezo. I'm not you. Never been good at biding my time." Nick rubbed his head sheepishly. "Probably did something stupid already, and it's not like the suits would ever let that pass." "And even if he's not you, you have me to worry about." Ellison walked in front of me, hands stuffed in his hoodie. He studied me impassively as I writhed on the ground. "It wasn't chance that I ended up with a special class that could also disguise itself. They're going to use me against you. And sure, maybe you'll win, but do you really want to deal with that aftermath of killing your brother?" I felt the Lithid's grip on my mind grow tighter. Miles crouched next to me, peering down. "Sure, you're clever, and you've grown accustomed to being a big fish in a small pond. We're in the ocean now. I'm more experienced than you. Eventually you'll make a mistake, and I'll be there waiting." Estrada rocked slowly back and forth in a rocking chair to my left. "You must know where this is going, Matthias. The body count from the first event was astronomical. They speak of correction, but their intent is clear, whittling us down until only the strongest remain." She peered at me through her glasses. "And the list of people you mean to protect grows ever longer. Perhaps it would be wise to stop while you are ahead. The task before you is impossible. You are alone, and you will always be alone." Next to Estrada, my father's killer idly spun the revolver. He grinned at me, even as he leaked from a half-dozen stab wounds. "You know, I never planned to kill a cop. It just sort of happened. One day I was fine, the next, boom. He placed the gun on the scarlet ground, barrel pointed at the others. Guess you can relate. It's only a matter of time before you snap with someone innocent in the crosshairs. The last of the struggle faded from me as I closed my eyes. No, another voice whispered, low and angry. You said it yourself. The enemy needs Nicholas. Even if he rebelled, they would not cull him so thoughtlessly. Who will save him if you surrender now? But, Ellison, I whispered, you know neither his mission nor his intent. The wretch is preying on your fear, your tendency to assume the worst. He is an errant pup. Patience and understanding will bring him back to you. I barely heard her. It was as if the lithid had eroded my mental barriers entirely, and the weight of every burden crashed down on me at once. A mental shock jolted me, kept me from being swallowed in the flood. Your responsibilities are many. That is true. I watched as you took them upon yourself one after another. And if we were not here, in this crucible, you would not hesitate, because that is who you are. That is your resolve. It is why I cannot bring myself to hate you, though there are many reasons I should. And if I become a monster? You offered me a choice before we entered this accursed place. I have chosen. This is my vow. I will remain at your side until the end, and if in that time you lose to the darkness, I will stop you. Now fight! The hallucinations of my friends and enemies disappeared. I awoke to the clear blue sky. Talia standing over me protectively, and an exquisite pain as gray matter oozed out of my chest. There was a glowing red light in the center of the mass. I spit blood and stared at it until I realized what was happening. At some point in my unconscious state, I'd grabbed Blade of Woe. In its haste to overtake me, the lithid had shown me its back. The red mass was a weak spot. I drove the knife home, then immediately fell back, curling up in agony as the gray matter boiled, retreating out of my body and reforming in the shape of a woman. The first form I'd seen it take, what felt like ages ago, in the elevator. No, no, no! I've claimed you! The lithid shouted in rage. Another dark spear lanced from its side toward my chest. There was a blur of motion as Talia leapt in front of me, grunting as the lance struck her. She wobbled on her paws, unsettled but still standing. Her voice was a pained whisper, quiet and resolute. He is mine, wretch. You will not take him from me. Another spear pierced Talia. I tried to stand, forcing my way to my hands and knees, struggling to stand. It's funny. So fucking funny, the lithid seethed. Those memories you cherish so deeply, of the pups that suckled on your teats in the dead of winter as you all huddled in a cave for warmth. None of them are real. You're just like me, a construct of mana that exists solely because this human drew breath. I wanted to reveal that, eventually, once I'd run you dry of every drop you had to give, as a parting gift. Those children you mourned were never real in the first place. They were always lifeless corpses in the snow. Talia roared. Her body exploded, awash in silver flame. The influx of heat was so intense I had to shield my face with my hands. When I lowered them, the spears of darkness were gone, and Talia had changed. At first I thought she'd reverted to her original form. She stood nearly a foot taller than before. The navy in her coat was gone, giving her a stark resemblance to the winter wolf I'd found on the 4th floor. Only her eyes were golden instead of red, and the reflectiveness of her fur was different. It wasn't white. It was silver. You... the lithid started. Talia tackled it in the center of its dark, formless mass, driving it to the ground. White flames engulfed the lithid, and it shrieked in pain, squirming beneath Talia's paws. Talia spoke directly to the squirming mass. It will be some time before I can hold my creator accountable for their cruelty. In the interim, I will settle for you. I winced as the flames consumed the lithid, and it writhed desperately. The display went on for a good minute, the lithid shrinking rapidly to the size of a beach ball, before Talia stopped to regain her strength, exhausted and panting.
"Why?"
Even the lithid's voice sounded small.
"I needed the power, only wanted to be free."
"Even if they never existed, they were real to me," Talia shouted, pressing down on the lithid and burning it around the edges. "Talia," I called to her weakly. She spun toward me, her expression a rictus of grief and anger. "What?" I tried to stand and fell back to one knee. "It's your prey. Your prerogative. The lithid needs to die, that much is obvious. But I think if our roles were reversed, you would advise a clean kill." Talia bared her teeth. For a moment her fire burned brighter. Then her face relaxed, expression growing stoic. "Revenge is a distraction. We have to stay focused on the whole." "Yes." She turned her stoic gaze down on the lithid. She reached out with a paw, placing it on the center of the dark mass. "Be at peace." What was left of the lithid burned away in seconds. Chapter 146. Slowly, the expanse of sky and street below me eroded, leaving a simple gray-paneled room with visible support beams. Even the original dungeon floor was gone. The lithid hadn't left anything behind. I tested my arm carefully and was surprised to find it in working order. Out of curiosity, I checked my inventory and found that none of the arrows or bolts had been spent. Anything that happened within the lithid's thrall was undone. Physically, anyway. Mentally? That was another story. My hands shook violently until I clasped them together, and I could still feel the tremors. When the shaking subsided, I pulled up my UI and looked at the time. Only 5 minutes had expanded over the course of what felt like a lifetime. It was hard to be disappointed with a lack of a core, considering what we'd just been through. There was too much to unpack and process here. I needed to keep myself distracted for the moment, and the sudden influx of notifications presented a perfect means to that end. Adaptive Dungeon, 5th floor, has been cleared. XP reward, L. Congratulations, you are the first to clear this floor of the Adaptive Dungeon. You are currently ranked first on the leaderboard. Reward, unspecified boon, Eldritch Favor. Bonus reward, +2 to companionship. I tensed, waited for a wave of pain from the stat increase. Nothing happened. What, was I expecting my companionship muscles to hurt? Feeling foolish, I pulled up the details on the boon. Eldritch Favor. Despite their cruel nature, lithids are surprisingly good sports that delight in finally finding an entity capable of beating them at their own game. Most eldritch creatures you encounter will remain passive unless attacked. Eldritch conjurations or summons will bond more quickly. This effect will be magnified exponentially if the conjuration or summon is a lithid. Too bad it didn't drop a monster core. The boon's only half a reward without it. What are the chances of running into another lithid anytime soon? With jaded eyes, negativity annoying the hell out of me, I navigated to my title screen. Born Nihilist was grayed out. During the initial clash with the lithid, I'd received a notification that the title had been integrated. I now understood the basic premise of title integration and could appreciate the potential benefits. Most titles had a specific use case, but the cooldown kept me from swapping between them freely. If I continued to integrate them, I'd eventually reap the benefits of all my titles simultaneously, with a minor loss of effectiveness. But losing Born Nihilist first was irritating, as it had become something of a crutch. I reviewed the others briefly. Cruel Lens would be terrible to lean on for any extended period of time. Insightful as it was, and useful for digging up secrets, it twisted my perspective far more drastically than the other titles, and I wasn't sure I could stop it from leaking into my personality. That left Jaded Eye, and I blinked. There was a fourth title, one I hadn't possessed before completing the dungeon floor. Key conditions met. A new title has been unlocked. Scathing Shell. When most would crumble, you push on. Augments the user's existing ability to fight back and retain willpower despite overwhelming odds and significant physical or mental damage. Effectiveness of health and mana regeneration increases the closer the user is to death, at an inverse cost to rationality and awareness. May exacerbate delusions of grandeur. Interesting. Dangerous as hell if I used it wrong, but the title's potential as an oh shit button was undeniable. And that wasn't even factoring in the synergy with Vindictive, which would keep me conscious and on my feet even with severe injuries and major blood loss. I considered nixing that feat with the charm the old crafter from my region gifted me. There were situations where it was simply better to lose consciousness. Now I wasn't so sure. I added it to the ever-growing list of abilities in need of further testing, and returned to the deluge of notifications. Quest complete. Quest, the Kinsley Accords. Primary objective complete. Gain loot and levels as you fulfill your contractual obligations. Extended primary objective complete. Explore the dungeon, venturing at least to the 5th floor. Experience gain, M. Reward, increased relationship with Kinsley, merchant. Reward, progression toward vocation, Anima Seer. Accept vocation? Yes or no? Fantastic. I'd finally uncovered a vocation. Just, what the hell was it? I'd read Jung at some point, recently enough that I knew anima represented the part of the psyche that focused inward on the subconscious, but the concept was heady and borderline overly complicated on its own. Tack seer on at the end, and who the fuck even knew anymore? And how was it a vocation, exactly? Far too many questions for me to just blindly accept it, even though I'd been waiting for a vocation for some time. I focused past the Y and N text on the vocation name, hoping in vain for a tooltip. To my surprise, another window appeared. Advisor and advocate, an anima seer forms a connection with a person's soul via brief physical contact. With naturally keen insights, virtuous or profiteering anima seers frequently levy their talents to guide users toward ideal paths of advancement. Less scrupulous members of this vocation may use their ability to act as information brokers, utilizing their connection with contacted users to spy through their eyes. I immediately confirmed the prompt without bothering to read the description twice. While it was possible I was screwing myself out of a potentially more lucrative vocation further down the line, the ability to guide my allies toward ideal progression was tantalizing enough, throw in the advantage of being able to widen my perspective to whomever I touched. Granted, there were obviously limits, there had to be. Otherwise, I could just walk around the city for a few days, accidentally bumping into everyone I met, and gain a borderline omniscient perspective. But there was no way in hell I was turning this down. Level up. Ordinator has reached level 13. I swiped the level notification away for the moment, too tired to even consider dealing with it. System notification. Bond with Eidolon Wolf Talia has increased to 9. A giant jump from where we were before. Curiously, I looked over to Talia. She was deep in her thoughts, head resting on her paws. I said the obvious. That was hell. It was. It had me for a moment, dead to rights. If you hadn't pulled me out. Talia breathed out in irritation at the praise. With a minor eternity spent locked in the clutches of that wretch, I had considerably more practice than you. Thank you, Talia. We have plenty of time for the 6th floor. I turned my head and stared. Did you just make a joke? Talia looked away, and I couldn't help but chuckle at how simultaneously awkward and regal she looked. The silver and gold form was striking. So your new form. Part of the change you mentioned? I believe it is. Any changes to your thought patterns? Your instincts? Talia turned a baleful eye on me. Apart from the overwhelming desire to slaughter anything that remotely resembles a lithid, no. Though I feel a profound distaste for Vernon and his necromancy, I'm reasonably certain wasn't there before. There's also part of me that feels drawn to those poor creatures in Region 6. To what purpose? I asked. Absolution. Huh. I cocked my head. That sounded almost Templarish. So that flame wasn't just fire. It's probably most effective against both eldritch monsters and the undead. There's something else. Talia's brows furrowed as she focused. All at once, she began to shrink, her color darkening, eventually turning black with streaks of brown around her chest. Her chest jutted out, and her pointed ears grew round and floppy. When the change was complete, Talia looked nothing like a wolf. Rather, she resembled the meanest Rottweiler I'd ever seen. I believe the power read my intent, or your nature. You can change at will, mana permitting. Not having to hide her regardless of what role I was playing made things a hell of a lot easier. But there was still a long road ahead of us, and one more question I couldn't leave unanswered. "What made up your mind?" I asked. Talia looked away. "Is the answer important to you?" "Yes." The summon took a seat in front of me. "From the beginning, there is much about you that has given me pause. One moment you seem capable of great kindness and benevolence, the next you are brutal and cruel. You take great effort to hide these extremes, your kindness, your cruelty. I have spent much of our time together attempting to ascertain which side is the act." Her expression was indecipherable. "But during our battle with the Lithid, I saw much of your memories, your life, your nature, and I believe I finally have my answer." "You don't have to say it," I cut in, dark shame clouding my mind. If she'd seen the same memories I had, there was no point in dancing around it. She knew what I was. Only after did I realize I was asking the wrong question. You are not one or the other, Matthias. You're both. And that is not such a bad thing for an ally to be," Talia finished. Was that even possible? I wasn't certain. Still, I knew one thing for certain. "I'm glad to have you with me, Talia. As an ally." I held a palm straight out, and she pressed her head against it. "And given the fact that it is bad form to start an alliance with a secret," Talia reached toward her shoulder and withdrew something. I stared in shock, not at the fact that her new form apparently included an inventory, but at the small black sphere in her mouth. "You killed the Lithid." "The core dropped for you," I realized. Talia placed the monster core on the ground before me. All relief I felt at never ever having to deal with or think about the Lithid again faded away. She lowered her head and let the sphere drop the last inch. It clinked to the ground, rolling in my direction before it stalled at my feet. "You intended to use it as a summon, and while I'm certain this experience dampened your enthusiasm somewhat, our circumstances remain the same. So the question is—" Talia gave me a serious look. "What do we do with it?" Chapter 147. It always came down to the same question. What exactly was I willing to risk for power? My path through the system seemed expertly designed to constantly push me to the brink of what I was willing to tolerate, tossing out little tidbits to rein me back if I ever drifted beyond that point. Eldritch favor was a particularly egregious example. Without it, I had zero interest in the Lithid. None. Nada. The psychological trauma I could dole out on a lark simply wasn't worth the risk. Even the idea of being in the same room as Iris made me uncomfortable after what it put me through. And then there was my mother. If she'd buried what happened in my childhood for this long, this was absolutely, undoubtedly the worst possible time for me to bring it up to her while she was on the road to recovery. Which meant the poignant mix of horror and curiosity would remain nestled in the back of my mind, positioned to make me doubt myself at the worst possible time. Putting that aside for a moment, the Lithid's potential for collateral damage was astronomical. Far greater than any summon I'd held thus far. If the Lithid rebelled, even in a small way, around my friends and family, the harm done from even a brief encounter could be catastrophic. I could avoid using it around them at all costs, but some crossover was inevitable. And if I couldn't control it perfectly and it decided it was hungry? No. Not worth it. Enter Eldritch Favor. The fact that I was stuck with it, regardless of if I selected the Lithid as a summon, felt as if the system was blatantly waggling sunk-cost fallacy in my face, mocking me for even considering the possibility of disposing of it. Even the description itself felt tailored to me. Despite their cruel nature, lithids are surprisingly good sports that delight in finally finding an entity capable of beating them at their own game. Most eldritch creatures you encounter will remain passive unless attacked. Eldritch conjurations or summons will gain bond more quickly. This effect will be magnified exponentially if the conjuration or summon is a lithid. It emphasized that the boon wouldn't mind-wipe the lithid or perfectly enslave it to my will, rather that the experience had marked me to other eldritch creatures, and that lithids were powerful enough that they appreciated being bested in battle and would intrinsically know that I'd managed such a feat. It was a fucking mess, and I was no closer to a decision than I had been 15 minutes ago when Talia gave me the core. "It is rare to see you this indecisive," Talia observed. "I can't. It's like bringing a loaded gun into my life that I can only store on the kitchen table. Will it help me defend myself? Yes. Is it powerful? Definitely. Does it have the potential to bite me in the ass? Abso-fucking-lutely." "It's difficult to believe I am about to say this, but—" Talia hesitated. "When you summoned me for the first time, it was clear you were perfectly willing to dismiss me if necessary. You were exceedingly careful, and had I not given you the correct responses, I have no doubt you would have followed through." "That's different." I extended a hand out to her in frustration. Smart as you were also pissed, which made it far easier to read your intentions and motivations. I'm not certain how I'm supposed to feel out a monster with a capacity to read my every goddamn thought and potentially edit my memories. "It might not be as all-powerful as you're giving it credit for," Talia countered. "Both times it manipulated me. I was pulled into a dream state almost immediately. Same for you, if I understand correctly." When I nodded, Talia continued. "Then it's possible its abilities may be drastically reduced when we are not in its thrall, or that they may be entirely different from the creature we encountered. My mind was unaltered, but my abilities in both forms I've inhabited have been drastically different from those of my original body." Right. I considered that. The summoning process tailors the summon to the user. Now that I consider it, that might make it more threatening rather than less, Talia hedged. She wasn't wrong, but I gave her a sour look anyway. "Changing your mind?" Talia shook her head. "I simply wish to avoid making an instinctual reaction based by stirred-up strife from the experience we just had." I hated the idea of it, but Talia was right. The situation was as personal as it got. Any attempt to say otherwise was just lying to myself. Okay. I picked up the core and held it out in her direction. The lithid got us both with its initial hallucination and memory edit, but I imagine it had quite a bit of time to prepare. Once we broke out of it, it more or less focused on me. Talia's eyes lit up. "Yes, it only attempted to assail me directly after you'd fought it off, and I presented the larger threat." It made a few choice comments about preferring me as a victim, but I can't imagine a being with this thing's capabilities getting tunnel vision. If it were able to, it would have targeted us both, separated us like it did at the beginning. I think it's more likely that once we actively engaged it, it could only focus its mindfuckery on one of us. Then... We're doing this. I squeezed the core tightly, a deep knot of anxiety tightening as I came to the decision, but there are conditions. We both get a veto before I make a final decision, and we proceed with caution. Both of us. Talia scowled. "This isn't what you wanted, I get that. But I don't see another way." I shrugged. "If it's too much, you still have that veto." No. Talia lowered her head between her paws in a pout. "If we are going to rely on each other, I cannot shirk the parts of that responsibility purely on the basis of finding it dreadful and unpleasant, and disgusting, and macabre." "Any more adjectives to throw out?" I asked, hiding a smile. My summon showed a flash of teeth. "I'd prefer to get this over with. When are we going to do it?" I looked around. Though the room was ordinary and bare, I didn't like the idea of summoning the lithid in its own territory, even if it was mostly inconspicuous. "Let's head down to the second floor. I need to make some adjustments beforehand." Matt, Level 13 Ordinator. Identity: Mirden, Level 13. Question mark? Strength, 6. Toughness, 6. Agility, 19 plus. Intelligence, 17 plus. Perception, 8. Will, 21. Companionship, 3. Active title, Born Nihilist. Feats, Double-blind. Ordinator's Guile, 1. Ordinator's Emulation. Stealth, 1. Awareness, 1. Harrowing Anticipation. Page's Quick Draw. Vindictive. Squelch. Acclamation. Skills, Probability Cascade, level 3. Suggestion, level 18. One-handed, level 16. Negotiation, level 11. Unsparing Fang, emulated, level 10. Bow Adept, level 3. Boons, Nycta's Veil. Eldritch Favor. Ordinator's Implements. Summons, Audrey, Flowerfang Hybrid, Bond, level 5. Talia, Eidolon Wolf, Bond, level 9. Selve, 50,329, minus 100 per week. Skill points available, 0. Feat points available, 2. Not even the tranquility of the lakeside greenery on the second floor was enough to calm my nerves. It didn't help that I was once again dumping my points into willpower, a stat of highly specific usefulness at best. And I still couldn't find anything in the feat list that would allow me to get around the suit's mandatory gauge. The gauge presented a serious problem, as it prohibited me from reporting my findings to anyone, and more importantly, lying to their leadership. If I couldn't find a way to circumvent that limitation, the goose was cooked, and any chance of getting Nick out went clear out the window. After I read through the available feats for the 5th time, Jaded Eye cackled. There's nothing here, same as the last 4 times. At this point, it's just stalling. There were a few mages I could go to for help. Astrid and Astria ranked at the top of the list, or maybe an alchemist if I could find one. That was an issue for later, however. Before I could talk myself out of it, I withdrew the monster core from my inventory and pulled, feeling the sphere grow smaller as I absorbed the soul within. Chapter 148. Imagine for a moment the darkest secret you have, something that haunts you, lingers in the forefront of your mind like an incomplete shadow. It should be something you are desperately afraid of, something you've managed to live with by shoving it as far down and deep as possible. You know the one. Now imagine that your hand has been forced, and you're now required to reveal that secret in front of everyone you care for, despite knowing how their opinion will change, imagining the looks on their faces. That was how it felt summoning the Lithid, like fighting through a wave of never-ending shame, reaching the bottom and somehow finding more. Summon slots available. 3 of 3. Congratulations, you have successfully called a summon. As an aspect of your class, this creature is a unique variant crafted with a combination of your traits and its original abilities. It will level when you level, share a portion of experience earned, and its allocations will reflect yours. Summon added. Abrogated Lithid, bond level, 20. A swirling gray mass of orange and black exploded before me, wind pressure pounding against my armor and knocking me to the ground. The second floor's serene blue sky filled with clouds. A spiraling wind funnel descended to the summon's point of origin. It shouldn't be able to attack, Talia shouted in my mind. I don't think it is. Doesn't make sense with how high its bond started. I responded in the same manner, our surrounding environment far too tumultuous for anything more than telekinetic communication. As if to directly contradict me, the wind picked up speed, rampant gusts competing to lift me off the ground. I looped my arm around an upraised root, anchoring myself to a nearby tree. Release it before it's too late, Talia said, her panic ringing clear. If it gets worse, just hold on a little longer. When I looked back toward Talia, I saw her clinging to the tree beside me vertically like a squirrel, shooting daggers in my direction. Her claws were dug deeply into the tree, but she was clearly slipping. The wind grew even more intense, and one paw came free. I mentally prepared to release the summon. Then the wind died. An eerie silence fell over the clearing. A shadow fell over me, and I looked up. Less than a foot away, a silhouetted figure towered over me. Where it had once reminded me of viscous motor oil before, its skin was tinted dark blue, its reflective aspect of now bringing to mind a dark ocean or a moonlit night Slowly, it raised a hand and waved.
Hi.
Hi? The panic in my mind slowly eased as I shifted to my feet, studying the summoned version of the lithid carefully. It had no facial features to speak of, and the silhouette didn't register as female as it had before. It read more androgynous than anything else. Its voice, equally in between. Strangely enough, it sounded nervous. "Talia," I called back, refusing to look away from the lithid for even a moment. "You good?" "Apart from the several nails I left behind in the tree, yes." Talia sounded genuinely annoyed at the loss. "I'll resummon you later." Subconsciously, I straightened my back. As petty as it sounds, I didn't like that the lithid was taller than me. Suddenly it shifted form, legs and torso shortening until it stood half a head below me. My eyes narrowed. Not that I was looking for it. I could feel a subtle vibration from Ordinator's emulation.
You are welcome to try. It would take you a long time to learn in your current state and require significantly more mana than you possess.
The lithid statement was oddly candid, stating the reality without rubbing it in. I waved it off. That's not... I stopped. I should have known that wasn't what I was trying to achieve. "You stopped reading my mind."
I sensed you didn't like it.
The lithid inclined its head toward Talia.
She doesn't either, but as she's also fantasizing about eating me, turnabout is fair play.
"That's a lie," Talia snarled. Still, this level of cooperation wasn't what I expected. "Can you isolate how deeply you look?" I asked.
"Yes,"
the lithid confirmed. "Read my thoughts again." I braced myself and turned my focus inward. Now that I was looking for it, the intrusion felt like a whisper. A tiny spectator lodged in the depths of my mind. When I felt confident I could detect it again, I told the lithid to sever its connection with Talia and me, and the feeling of being watched receded. There was an underlying sense of anticipation as it leaned closer. "Well, you already know why we're here." I leaned slightly away. The tiny spectator popped into the back of my mind again. "No," I scolded. The spectator receded immediately, and the lithid huffed in frustration.
"How am I meant to respond correctly when I don't know someone's motivation?"
it whined.
"The same way as every other being," Talia growled.
She crossed over in front of me, as she had during the battle, acting as a shield.
"You guess."
"Start by explaining why you seem entirely different from before," I added.
"Oh!"
The lithid smiled. Or at least I think it smiled from the way its gelatinous cheeks seemed to stretch.
"Because I'm not hungry anymore. It's very nice. Before I was a summon, I was starving constantly."
Talia and I looked at each other. I studied the lithid warily. "You're not hungry now?"
"No. Well, I could eat, but it isn't remotely the same."
"For suffering," Talia said flatly.
"Not just suffering. Catharsis tastes far better and tends to be better for the host, but it's harder to achieve, and most hosts break long before we can get to that point."
The lithid shifted from side to side and shot me a series of nervous glances. I sighed. "What?"
I'd love to know what you thought of my work."
"Your work?" The lithid nodded vigorously.
"It was more mean-spirited than it needed to be, perhaps, because of the hunger. But I was very proud of it. It was some of my best, I think. Pathos, coupled with self-realization and growth. I really let the muse run wild."
The verbiage and persona suddenly clicked. I felt the vein in my forehead begin to pulse. Jesus Christ.
"What?"
Talia glanced between us, unsure of what she was missing.
"It's an artist."
"Aww!" The lithid approached me. When I held out a hand to stop it, it settled for hugging itself excitedly.
"It means the world hearing that from you."
"I'm lost," Talia said dumbly, unknowingly cutting off my scathing retort. "Explain it to Talia." I stepped aside, not trusting myself to refrain from throttling the creature. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as the lithid crouched down in front of Talia's face, planting its hands on its knees.
"Ah, right. A wolf wouldn't have a lot of experience in that regard. Don't talk down to me, wretch. Art is a living being's attempt to imitate the objects and events of life. The audience, or rather those witnessing the art, can experience a variety of emotions and feelings through the eye of the artist. However, some emotions have to be earned. We cannot, for example, simply be told the protagonist is victorious. We have to see them struggle to attain that victory. Feel empathy for their pain, to truly feel the magnitude of the victory once they overcome it.
A wave of irritation washed over me. What an asshole. It took Talia a second to get it. When she did, her lips pulled back and she unleashed a full-throated growl, taking a threatening step toward the Lithid.
You used my pain, my tragedy as fodder for your art? I did my best, considering the source material.
The Lithid shrugged, oblivious to the growing anger of the wolf. It's difficult to draw water from a stone. The system didn't give you much of a backstory. The mother who outlives her children trope is so cliché. Talia dove forward, claws outstretched, snapping and snarling as the Lithid danced around her, shouting in surprise. It dodged around the clearing, swearing loudly as Talia pursued it. Talia was faster, but the Lithid was more mobile, creating a chase that looked very much like a matador evading a bull. It'd be wise to stop it. And I would. In a moment. It was easy enough to fill in the blanks. Most lithids probably started out similar to this one, more symbiotic guides than parasites, looking to draw from the release that came from a deep emotional revelation. But when the host died, they turned nastier over time, drawing nourishment from suffering instead, gearing their delusions toward it. As much as I wanted to believe the lithid was deceiving us, it wasn't. If it was trying to ingratiate itself, it was doing a terrible job. Of course, it could know that and be playing it against the grain to achieve the same ends, but I suspected that wasn't the case, because I was pretty sure I knew why our bond was so high, why it was so pleased with my recognition and delighted to see me. Even when the hunger was twisting our perceptions, something Talia said echoed in my mind. "Enough! Both of you!" I said, putting plenty of authority in my voice. The two of them stopped next to the lake, still staring each other down. "Lithid," I called. It returned to me, glancing backward at Talia as it walked, nearly stumbling over the same root I'd clung to when I'd summoned it. "She is completely unreasonable," the Lithid huffed. It cocked its head at me. "Have you made your decision?" "Not yet. I still have several questions." "Ask away." It seemed pleased to be interrogated somehow. I held out a finger. "How much of the abilities you displayed have you retained?" "In a realm of Floros, most of them," the Lithid confirmed. "Simple manipulation and cerebral deep dives are easy enough to perform on the fly. I can possess simple minds easily and use the host as a weapon. Sapient minds are more difficult, scaling to a significant degree contingent on the host's intelligence. The more in-depth hallucinations take a significant amount of preparation, as does detailed duplication of a particular being." I raised an eyebrow. I'd expected its abilities to be somewhat nerfed, but this made it an incredible asset within a dungeon or similar analog. "Outside a realm of Floros?" I asked. "This is just my guess, as I've never existed outside a realm, but I should still be able to perform surface-level mind reads and possess less powerful, non-sapient hosts." When I thought of Ellison, my mind ticked over a dangerous possibility. Could you use a duplicate form on the outside? "I'm not certain," the Lithid mused. "It's unlikely I'd be able to retain the form for a significant length of time, slightly longer if the host was willing. Possession will work similarly." After processing as much of that as I could, I saved the more outlandish ideas for when I had time for more detailed theory crafting. I ran a hand through my hair. "Before you said you were a little hungry. I'm concerned about that. It may have been reset for the moment with your death and resurrection, but what's to stop it from getting to the point it affects your personality?" "Totally reasonable," the Lithid said in a schmoozing tone that grated. "I don't remember much from when I was born, but I do remember the hunger. It was far worse than it is now, and if I do get hungry, well... Spit it out, I barked. It put 2 fingers together in an oddly childish gesture. If you could just let me dwell within something or someone you're about to kill, that would satisfy me immensely, the Lithid said shyly. I stared at it in horror. Talia made a gagging noise. If that's too much... Slowly, I put a hand over my face. No, why not? You can eat their suffering, then Audrey can devour the corpse. The buffet is stocked for everyone's dietary needs. I've upset you, the Lithid realized glumly. Leaving that disquieting request alone for a moment, Talia said. The mechanics interest me. You can dwell within someone without possessing them, in the outside world as well? Of course, the Lithid said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. And they would remain unaware of that? Talia pressed. It's very unobtrusive, the Lithid confirmed. Picking up on what Talia was driving at, I felt a small surge of anticipation. And you'd be able to hear what they're saying? The Lithid suddenly clapped its hands together, making us both jump. Oh, yes, I'd be an excellent spy. Are you male or female? I asked suddenly. Talia gave me a questionable look, and I shrugged. It had been rattling around in my head for a while, and referring to a humanesque creature as it felt degrading somehow. Both? Neither? The Lithid placed a hand under its chin. Though I really ought to be male, considering. Considering what? I asked dryly, not sure if I wanted to hear the answer. Well, you already have a female summon. The plant is both, but looks and sounds feminine. Add another female to the roster and people might start getting the wrong impression. She's a wolf, I exclaimed. He's a human, Talia said simultaneously, equally put off. The Lithid shrugged. Doesn't matter, they'll still talk. If anyone knows about all 3 of you at any given time, we'd have far more serious problems, I argued, feeling stupid for how heated I felt. Judging from the memories I looked through, a few gods know already, and while the majority are complete degenerates, they've come a long way from the wild days. Wouldn't want to screw yourself out of a boon or favor due to an optics issue. Jesus, just be whatever you want. Male, the Lithid confirmed. Its form shifted to reflect the change. Its body was slim but muscular, a figure suspiciously similar to my own. Talia? I prompted her. Talia stared at the Lithid with distaste. As much as I'd like to say otherwise, he is too valuable to turn down. The Lithid hopped up and down in excitement. Then, I'm in? Not quite, I studied him, dreading giving the question voice. Our bond is exorbitantly high. Audrey started at 1, Talia at 0. I need to know why our bond in particular is so elevated. Oh, the Lithid shrunk back. I was going to wait and address that when the time was right. I can't tell you later. Now or never, I reiterated. Before I say anything, the Lithid hedged, bear in mind I have a solution for your geisha issue. That got my attention immediately. And? I'll tell you when the time comes. The Lithid bowed his head apologetically. I gritted my teeth. Fine. Keep your leverage. Now answer my question. The system didn't force me to admire you or instill loyalty. In truth, I've been waiting to meet you for a long time. But I am, in some ways, a slave to my nature. You had to run the gauntlet first, even though you... well... you made me. The Lithid was the very picture of anxiety, his arms held close to his body, shuffling from foot to foot as he waited for my response. Foul creatures sustained by hate and regret, formed in the void between worlds when a sapient being commits the unforgivable. There were plenty of things I wanted to ask about, but I wasn't sure I could handle the answers. I breathed out as the small part of me that still argued for banishing the Lithid withered and died. Pick a name. We have shit to do. Chapter 149. The Lithid had chosen azure, 1 degree of separation away from calling itself blue, since it was, blue. I shook my head. Creatives came up with the worst names. Earth to Matt? Kinsley prodded me sternly. You'd give me hell if I was zoning out during prep. Can't plan if I can't think, I countered. Realistically, though, she was right. I was having trouble focusing on anything since the Lithid encounter, and my hands were still shaking. We were back at the warehouse I'd found her in. As a hideout, it seemed as good of a place as any. The windows were all boarded up and high off the ground, difficult to access. Whoever owned it was either outside the city when the dome came down or had abandoned the property, as everything was exactly as we'd left it. Kinsley had been here for nearly a week, and no one had found her. Most importantly, neither Miles nor the suits knew it existed. Think later. Kinsley did a slow circle around the facility. Ditched the computer, shotgun, and everything that could be tied back to me. A few things that probably couldn't, but I got rid of them just in case. Fridge is gone, I noted wryly. Bought it from the store, not worth the risk, and it's not like you'll be spending that much time here. Hopefully. Hopefully, I repeated, barely paying attention. Jesus, Matt, don't sound so confident. I rubbed my eyes, trying to wake myself up. Depends on how many resources they're willing to dedicate to vetting me. We should know in the first 48 hours how difficult this is going to be. It'll be fine, Kinsley insisted. Anyway, I brought in a cooler and a couch I bought from a few different places, enough to make it look lived in. I had to marvel at the difference between the scared little girl I found here and the guild leader she'd transformed into. Even in a pair of sweats and a t-shirt, Kinsley radiated authority. If she survived the next few years and made the leap to adulthood without cracking, she was going to be terrifying. I nudged a medium-sized, pink, polka-dotted dog bed positioned next to the bed with the toe of my shoe, and snorted. Kinsley rolled her eyes. Fuck off. It was the nicest one I could find. The only one I could find. A lot of people picking up dogs these days. Oh? That was either heartwarming or horrifying, depending on how cynically you wanted to look at it. Another merchant was talking about it. What happened with the group that was giving you problems? I asked, though I already knew something had happened in her favor. The quest that tasked me with finding more merchants for the Merchant Guild had been marked completed a few hours ago, despite no action on my part. Got tired of the standoff and had them all assassinated, Kinsley said blandly. I stared at her, my eyes narrowing. Kinsley gave me a flat look. Not sure what's more alarming, that you're out of it enough to take that seriously, or that you think I'm capable of it. Whatever. You were right. They folded like cardboard after I walked away from the table. Started reaching out to me individually, trying to cut a deal for themselves. A situation you used to pressure the holdouts and play them against each other? Of course. Nicely done. I held out a fist, and she bumped it absent-mindedly. I fucking hate this place, Kinsley said, glancing at the vent next to the shelves. Barring some disaster, this is probably the last you'll see of it. I shrugged. Safer that way. You mentioned the door power had changed. You can use it more now? Once an hour, Kinsley winced. I've been trying not to lean on it heavily and save it for emergencies, but I have been using it. Should still be able to get you from here to the apartment and vice versa the majority of the time. I don't expect you to lock yourself out of a key ability for me. I'll try to give you an hour lead time when I'm coming and going. Yeah. Doubt filtered into Kinsley's expression. Matt, are you sure you don't want me to send some people with you tomorrow? I'd use a proxy to hire them so there's no direct connection. The best guys I can find, people who've been doing this a lot longer than either of us. I shook my head. Can't risk it. It doesn't matter how good they are. If they make a single mistake, or there's an ability in play we don't know about, we're blown before we even know their location. Mirrodin needs to look like a solo operator on the run, low on resources, angry, frustrated, with just a hint of desperation. Kinsley nodded slowly. It's weird how you think about him like he's someone else. Just compartmentalizing. I spotted a light patch in my shadow, a passing shimmer of blue before it vanished. Azure wasn't the kind of summon I could just bring in on the spot, or in the city at all for that matter. The Lithid summoning process was flashy and eye-catching, and probably needed to be done in Floros if I wanted to keep it completely concealed. So I was in the unfortunate situation of having to keep him summoned and on me. Azure had suggested staying rooted in my shadow as an alternative to concealing him in an implement, and so far he was mostly invisible. Kinsley bit her lip. I'm worried about my dad. He's not built for this. Even if he's prioritizing saving me, he's got to be running on empty by now. It's only a matter of time before he breaks down. Hey, you've taken care of my family. I'll do everything I can to take care of yours. I squeezed her shoulder, trying to impart a sense of confidence without promising anything. If things went south with the suits at the wrong moment, there was a chance Vernon's fate would be out of my hands entirely. Judging from the sad smile, Kinsley knew the score. Thanks. I hope your friend's okay, too. A grim silence dampened the atmosphere. Everything was up in the air, and despite my predictions and plans, neither of us could be certain how well this would work out. Hell, if the suits had done the math and worked out that Mirrodin was the Ordinator and ended up being a little more short-sighted or less brazen than I predicted, there was a real possibility they might deem me too much of a liability and kill me outright. Oh, I finally got a vocation. Kinsley's eyebrows shot up. About damn time, considering how long the system's been teasing it. What did you snag? Animaseer. The fuck? That's what I said. As I gave Kinsley the rundown, she pulled up her interface and swiped through several windows. No equipment for it in the vocation tab. Figures. I swear every upgrade you get has a sinister twist. Sounds helpful as hell, though, especially when you start leveling it up. And hey, she grinned, even if it's trash, I'll finally have a way to funnel your salve. Can't you use quests to do that? I asked. No, Kinsley said, her expression significantly more grumpy than moments before. It's stupid. I gave you a quest to survive the transposition when you were unconscious, testing a smaller amount first just to see if it worked. It went through, but I received an arbitrage warning for assigning a quest that was too easy and got fucking soft banned from giving quests for 3 days. Another obstruction. I rolled my eyes. The system really doesn't like handouts. Kinsley tapped her foot. Well, come on, you bastard. Show me the goods so I can pay you. There was an awkward silence. I huffed. Okay, fine. I have no idea how to access it. There was nothing new on my interface, and the associated abilities weren't on my character sheet. Did you check your trade screen? Kinsley said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. That was the one place I hadn't checked, as I'd barely used it since the store had come online. Sure enough, there was another icon shaped like an anvil, intersected with an S. I focused on it, and a drop-down appeared. Vocation, Animaseer, Level 1. Vocation Skills, Oracle's Mark, Guiding Vision, Astral Reconnaissance, Contract Generation. Vocation Feats, Not Applicable. I focused on each of the skills in turn. Oracle's Mark, permanently applied to any individual the user touches. Guiding Vision, gives the user key insights into another user's class and potential progression paths, so long as Oracle's Mark has been applied, barring interference from certain uncommon feats. The number of charges available scales with vocation level. Current use is available, -2 of 2. Astral Reconnaissance allows the seer to see through another user's eyes for a variable length of time, so long as the Oracle's Mark has been applied. This skill will place the seer into a deep sleep that will last the duration of the scouting period at a minimum. The number of charges available scales with vocation level. Current use is available, -1 of 1. Contract Generation generates a magical contract for services rendered within a limited scope. My dreams of omniscience were crushed for the moment, but the combination of skills and my new summon gave me a hell of a lot more avenues for information gathering than I had before. I generated a contract for Kinsley, marking Guiding Vision as the service rendered and leaving the salve amount blank. When I attempted to activate the skill, her face popped into my mind easily. When I immediately switched gears and tried to pull up Allison, it drew nothing but a blank. That figured. I squeezed Kinsley's shoulder earlier. Oracle's Mark being retroactive was probably too much to hope for, but I had to try. Setting that aside, I focused on Kinsley again, waiting until her face appeared in my mind, then fell deeper into the trance. The resulting overload of information hit me like a tidal wave. Chapter 150. Thousands of lines of text streamed through my vision. It wasn't the void, but I was so blind it might as well be. I staggered on my feet and attempted to catch myself, flailing wildly as rapidly flowing text obliterated my vision. My hand impacted something solid, and I clung to it. I nearly fell several times as I fought an inevitable sense of rotation until it felt as if I was clinging to the handhold upside down, straining against it to keep my feet planted on the floor. "Matt!" It took me a second to realize. That was Kinsley, sounding as freaked out as I felt. Then, the floor started to shift beneath me. "Can't make anything out," I said through gritted teeth. "It's like it's throwing every merchant ability at me simultaneously. Maybe every ability, period." "Can you filter it?" Kinsley shouted, her voice unnecessarily loud. "Don't know," I panted. Thank Christ I hadn't tried this on the fly. It would present an obvious point of weakness to anyone who was watching. All they'd need to do was wait for me to read someone and plan accordingly. "Try," Kinsley urged. I wanted to, but there was too much white noise to strategize. "What are we even looking for?" Hold on. Let me think." "Think faster." Kinsley fell silent as I experienced the sensation of enduring a roller coaster without a seatbelt. "Oh," she finally said, "I need a way to pad inventory and make it less likely to run out of stock, if that even exists." At least a third of the text I was reading faded out, the entries rapidly disappearing pixel by pixel. There was still an overwhelming number of entries. They scrolled slightly slower than before, but were entirely illegible. "Be more specific," I said, gagging as my breakfast staged an escape attempt. "I think it's narrowing down the options." Something that would appeal to crafters." Nothing changed. "Too vague," I snapped. "An ability that would provide a benefit to crafters that sell through me." The text slowed to a crawl, nearly throwing me off. It was possible to read the options now, though the feats with longer descriptions still slipped past before I could finish them. Still, it was easier to adapt now that my focus wasn't split between reading the options and not falling over. Slowly, the text began to fade, the real world filtering in. I drunkenly clung to a metal trunk across the room from where I'd previously been standing. Determined not to waste the charge, I closed my eyes and honed in on the text. Knock off. A merchant may create duplicated copies of any crafted item. Each copy will erode the quality of the original, along with each cloned copy. Only the original item can be duplicated. Overuse will cause the original item and copies to disappear. This cannot be used on legendary items, artifacts, or currency. Requirements. This feat is visible at level 45 and can be acquired at level 46. No prerequisite feats or stat thresholds. Cost, 14 feat points. Additional information has been revealed through Guiding Vision. Additional information. This feat pairs particularly well with several feats unlocked within a 10-level range. Under no circumstances should this feat be used on health points. If this feat is used on a rune book, only the original copy will retain intrinsic power. I rattled off the information to Kinsley as I read, not trusting myself to commit the description to memory. Gravity seemed to kick back in, and I staggered to the couch, the sense of nausea fading far more slowly than I'd like. Kinsley was still jotting the last of what I said onto a notepad she'd found God knows where. "Absolutely excellent, especially if the decrease in degradation is small. Every merchant is going to take that, but I have one hell of a lead, and any crafter who isn't an idiot will buy in if I'm not too greedy with the split," Kinsley muttered. "Better to offer generous deals and lock down exclusivity while I can, but hot damn, that's expensive." I nodded and immediately regretted doing so as the world nodded with me. It was by far the most expensive feat I'd ever seen. I had to wonder if it was due to the obvious benefit of the feat itself, or if the price of feats at higher levels was significantly inflated. Not to sound like an ungrateful ass, but was that all? Kinsley asked, peering over her notepad. Right. Guiding Vision was supposed to give me a profound insight into the class and ideal progression, not just info on a single feat. I vaguely recalled long blocks of text in the original scroll that were too drawn out to be feat descriptions, but the blocks themselves were utterly indecipherable. Just that, I think. Not sure why it shafted me on the rest. From what I've heard, and my own personal experience, Kinsley jotted down a few more notes, then placed the notebook in her inventory. Vocations are god-fucking awful at the start, and while that might have been somewhat pointless if the feat was cheap, Like, obviously I'm going to take a perk that good. It's anything but. That one level between visibility and being available for purchase would have screwed me if I didn't know it was coming. Could have taken 6 more levels to unlock. I cocked my head. Yeah, I see how that's useful. Is this going to be a Matt thing or a Mirden thing? Kinsley asked. Definitely Matt. It'd be wasted on Mirden. Hoped you'd say that. I'm going to give you 25K for each member of the Merchants Guild you do this for. Some mercenaries, too, if they're willing to extend their exclusivity. Give me a second to recover before you start merchandising me, I grumbled. Kinsley pressed on as if she hadn't heard me. I'll pitch the Adventurers Guild on it as well. The more people we get you in front of, the faster you'll level the vocation, and the better off we'll be. I agreed, though Kinsley was still thinking faster than I could manage at the moment. Your pricing seems overinflated. My ass. It's easily worth that, if not more. You need to streamline the process. Maybe get a Q&A document for people to fill in so you can have a specific target before you go to ear infection land. But almost everyone with the means would pay to get some of the system's many blanks filled in. Kinsley squinted. Hell, tons of people would probably throw money at you just for the additional information section alone on feats they already have. And you should absolutely raise the price of that motherfucker when it levels and you gain more functionality. I said nothing as my thoughts returned to the imminent meeting with the suits. Don't die, Matt, Kinsley said. Seriously. None of this matters if you screw up and croak. These people aren't messing around. Good talk. I staggered to my feet, vision still swimming. I'm gonna go find a bucket. Don't let them get a rise out of you, Kinsley called after me. Yeah. Where the hell is it? I could have sworn there was one around here. Kinsley glanced away. I may have tossed the bucket. Chapter 151. When I'd glanced over the contract, I'd read the number as 20,000, and was more than happy with that number, considering we didn't know what the ability did. Somehow I'd missed the extra 0. Kinsley and I bickered for a while. I accused her of doing the new money thing of throwing money around irresponsibly, while she insisted 200,000 was chump change, and to consider it a retainer. I left the majority of my user cores with Kinsley when we parted ways. It was common sense to leave the majority of them off my person, considering their inherent value to the suits. Back at the apartment, I used my vocational ability once more. Iris had stopped in to visit Say, and I took my sister aside and ran the ability with the foreknowledge that I needed to sit down first. She was pushing level 5 already, and there was an upcoming feat at level 7 called Intrinsic Diagnostic that would grant a more detailed understanding of the underlying mechanics of items and structures she created, helping to ground any overly fantastical designs she came up with. She vented for a while about the sudden entourage of grizzled mercenaries who followed her around. After hearing her main complaint, that they mean-mugged anyone who came too close and intimidated people around her, I tuned out of the conversation and let her vent. Even if Iris didn't like it, it was for the best, and I was glad that Kinsley's personnel were taking the assignment seriously. I knew that everything that happened in the Lithid's clutches wasn't real, but that didn't change the fact that it was hard to look my sister in the eye. After Iris left, I went to the Adventurers Guild headquarters and searched for Tara, the waitress who'd left me her name, on the social interface. There were multiple Tara Stricklands in Dallas, but only one who lived in Region 14. The request pended for less than a minute before it was accepted. I was halfway through writing a meticulously edited introduction message when a notification dinged. Tara had messaged first. Tara. Hi. Heart emoji. I stared at the message log, not entirely sure what to do now that she'd beat me to the punch. Matt. Hey. Tara. How are you? Matt. I'm okay. You? Tara. Fine. Just getting off work. You're up on the penthouse floor, right? It was common knowledge that I lived here now, a new reality that irked me to no end, but it still felt strange confirming my location to a stranger, so I did what I always did when a line of questioning made me uncomfortable. I dodged the question, employing some of Say's earlier advice and keeping it casual. Matt, want to go for coffee this weekend, if you're off? Not sure what your schedule's like. There was a long pause between the messages, and I scowled. Somehow I'd managed to screw this up already. Before I could beat myself up more, another alert dinged. Tara, or, since we're both in the building, We could skip the coffee. Matt, there's always boba or tea if you're not a coffee person. Tara, I do like a little variety. Winky face emoji. What the fuck did being in the same building have to do with coffee? And did liking variety mean boba or tea would be a better option? How was I supposed to read between the lines here? Tara, HBU, do you like to mix it up a little? Matt, I'm pretty flexible. Tara, I'll pop into the gym to shower and get ready, then message you, so you can send the elevator down to the lobby. What the hell? In something of a panic, I left my room and banged on Say's door. Say answered, half awake. What? Christ, what happened in the dungeon? You're white as fuck. I shook my head. The dungeon went fine. I messaged Tara. How'd that go? Say asked, her expression a mix of amusement and irritation. Not great. I read the conversation verbatim. Once I'd finished, Say stared at me in disbelief. Bullshit. I know. How the hell did we get from coffee on the weekend to send the elevator down for me? You being this naive is the bullshit part. Your girl's down bad. Wear a rubber. Guess I'll go to the money-grubbing imps for a bit. Say grabbed her overcoat. I blocked the doorway. That was not the intended outcome here. Say studied me, confused, until her eyes lit with realization. Oh, right. You're a prude. Why did you opt in, then? When the fuck did I opt in? I asked, flabbergasted. I mean, it's kind of obvious. You didn't say anything when she offered to skip the coffee, and when she asked if you were kinky, you said you were flexible. No one was talking about being kinky. Come on, Matt. What did you think mix it up meant in this context? Fuck me. I trailed off as I read through the messages again. Say snorted. She will if you send the elevator down. Not helping. I didn't like feeling this incompetent, and it wasn't like I was bad at reading social cues. If Nick had come to me with the same string of messages, I would have seen it clear as day. It was just harder to read between the lines when I was a part of the equation. There was a pause, and Say's expression softened. Look, relax. It was a miscommunication. Right now, she thinks you're down for a hookup. And yeah, she's been a little aggressive, but we're in the middle of a sustained crisis. There's probably a ton of people looking to relieve stress. Just don't feel pressured to do anything you're not ready for. If you want to salvage this, just tell her you're wiped out, but still down to meet for coffee over the weekend. Also send that message soon. Otherwise, it'll feel like a flake. Okay. I walked away, already working on the reply message. I turned back and looked at Say suspiciously. You won't tell anyone, right? Say rolled her eyes. That your dating game is abysmal? Even if we weren't friends, Helpline, you dragged me kicking and screaming out of the darkest place I've ever been. And I've been to some dark places. Your secrets are safe with me. The contemplative look Say gave me made it clear she wasn't just talking about Tara. And she wasn't wrong. I'd given her a lot of information for the sake of convenience that painted my history in a questionable light. At first, I thought she was too absorbed in her circumstances to take the reveals at anything apart from face value, but she had noticed. She was just waiting for the explanation. Thanks, Say. Just give me some time. I'm spinning countless plates right now, I finally said. Say closed the door, and I returned to my room, deep in thought. I needed to decide. Either deal her in, as I had Kinsley, or come up with another lie for the pile that would better explain the inconsistencies. The main concern, holding me back from the former, was that I didn't know what Say wanted, and there was a good chance, with all the chaos, she didn't either. Kinsley was safe because of her father. That bond was solid. She'd never leave him behind, and the Overseer had emphasized that only one person could escape the game entirely by killing me. As far as I could tell, Say hadn't even contacted her parents, and there were hardly any people left in the city she had a real connection to. For now, it was better to keep the role to myself. Taking Say's advice, I shot Tara another message. Matt, on second thought, I'm pretty wiped out. Full docket for the next few days as well. Still down for coffee this weekend if you are. The resulting message didn't come in until I was already in bed, falling asleep. Tara, no worries. Coffee date sounds nice, to be honest. Saturday? Matt, Saturday. The day of the meeting dawned. Kingsley doored me from the apartment to the hideout as we'd planned, and I'd walked from the hideout to the park. I was initially worried that my mask's effectiveness had taken a hit and people might recognize me from the video, but the All-Father's mask still worked perfectly in that regard. There was no need to scout Lakeside. I knew the park like the back of my hand. It was a perfect place to study. Plenty of space and greenery, and the lack of playground meant no screaming children. I stuck to the rooftops instead, and spent the lead up to the meeting time scouting the surrounding streets, scanning faces and looking for any out-of-place vehicles lingering around the spot. The park was large and winding, with multiple discrete exit points, so if they did intend to ambush me, they'd need more than a few members deployed on the ground. Only nothing stuck out. Not a single person, Escalade, or suspiciously parked van. Every random passerby passed a quick scan, even as my title grew crankier by the minute. An oddly dense section of grass within the park stirred. If Jaded Eye hadn't screamed bloody murder, I might have dismissed it as an animal. I pulled out a pair of binoculars from my inventory, a new acquisition from Kingsley's payday, and kept them centered on the oddly shaped mound. My heart raced as I realized it was breathing. The camouflage was insanely good. I could barely make out a forearm and leg. Everything else was a green blur that blended into the grass perfectly. I spotted several more similarly dense patches of grass behind it, spread out around the park. I circled again, looking for anything out of the ordinary. A thrill of anticipation went through me as I spotted a silver Benz on the top level of the hospital parking garage, one street over from the park, 10 minutes after noon. Clearly out of place, as there was plenty of parking on the lower sections. The lower levels wouldn't provide nearly as good of an overlook. It must have pulled up in the last few minutes, while I was scouting the other side. 2 people, a man and a woman in plain clothes, exited the back seat and discreetly shut the door behind them, descending the stairs and taking the crosswalk across the street, entering the park as a pair. I didn't recognize them. More importantly, they didn't carry themselves with the same air of professionalism as the users in the tunnel had. That, combined with the utter lack of surveillance, told me the suits were treating this like a simple meet, sending lackeys to deliver a message. My focus returned to the Benz. It was still running, front windows cracked slightly open. If there's leadership present, they're behind the tinted windows, calling the shots from a distance. It was time to flex a little. Chapter 152. I kept low and approached the car from the rear and to the right, staying in what should have been a natural blind spot, assuming the rearview mirror wasn't positioned strangely. In case it was oddly positioned, I cast Probability Cascade on the Benz, hearing a resulting click as the car's locks released simultaneously. The gears ground several times as the driver fiddled with the locks. Before the spell wore off, I opened the side door and slipped into the passenger seat. "This my Uber?" I deadpanned. At which point I realized I may have miscalculated, because while I'd expected someone higher placed, this was drastically more than I'd bargained for. Gray hair was sitting in the driver's seat, one hand on the driver's side panel and the other holding a half-eaten sandwich staring at me. A drop of brown mustard dripped from the sandwich and landed on his pleated pants. He slowly lowered the sandwich, placing it on the console, and dabbed the mustard off his pants with a handkerchief, as if I wasn't there. The Benz's front console displayed a screen showing multiple viewpoints from body cameras within the park. My eyes narrowed. They did have people in place. If I'd scouted within the park instead of outside, Jaded Eye would have triggered. Gray hair folded the napkin and dabbed his face, staring straight ahead, stone cold.
"Did you break my car?"
No idea what you're talking about. The application of Probability Cascade had faded by now. Gray hair tested the locks. When they worked, he seemed to thaw a bit, adapting the same casual manner I recognized from the tunnel.
"Good. I like this shirt. Getting blood out is such a pain."
He laughed as if he'd just told the greatest joke in the world. "It'd be hell on your upholstery."
"In part. The carpets, for certain. The leather, though."
He smiled dreamily.
"With a little dish soap and water, it wipes right off. But I'm guessing you've already seen your share of blood. Isn't that right, Ordinator?"
He stared straight at me, waiting for a reaction. So, they had connected the dots. That was unfortunate in some ways, fortunate in others. They were less likely to pull anything if they thought I was capable of leveling an entire region. I ignored him, looking out toward the park. This could have been a straightforward conversation.
"If it was up to me, I would have handled it that way,"
Greyhair said.
"The matter was above my pay grade."
Greyhair wasn't the leader then, or at the very least, not the only one. He reached down toward the console. When I bristled, reaching toward my side, he held eye contact and slowly popped a compartment open. There were 2 bottles in clear view, dark glass craft beers with a golden label. He expected this, or accounted for the possibility. The feeling of being out of my depth returned. Greyhair picked one up and flicked the cap off with his thumbnail and extended it to me. I took it, inspecting the bottle carefully. Jaded eye didn't trigger. I took a precautionary sip, nearly gagging on the unpleasant, acrid flavor. It was like licking a bitter, yeasty oak barrel.
"We can still have that conversation,"
Greyhair observed as he opened his beer in the same manner.
"Main difference being, I hold a far higher opinion of you now than if we'd met on a park bench."
What was going to happen? I asked, noticing the Lithid's blue shimmer in my shadow again, if I went to the park.
"The woman you saw leave my car spent her previous life as an institutional psychologist. We still rely on her talents from time to time."
Greyhair took a deep pull from his beer and let out a satisfied sigh. She was going to evaluate me.
"Yes."
Greyhair inclined his head.
"If you passed, and provided the cores, as you promised, we intended to hash out a deal. Offer to place you under our protection, should you be so inclined."
Not fucking likely. Anything? I sent Azure a mental prompt. Hard to say for sure. I'm getting more emotion than direct thoughts, but nothing to indicate deceit, Azure confirmed. And if I failed? My tone was dangerous. Greyhair looked completely relaxed.
"If she thought you were insane, or a potential liability, our civilian snipers would have filled you with enough tranquilizer darts to knock out a horse. Then we would have interrogated you for the location of the rest of the cores, eventually disposing of you humanely, once we had what we wanted."
A cold chill went through me. Not from the content of the threat, but the matter-of-factness with which he said it. "What happens now?" I said.
"You don't strike me as a maniac, so I see no reason to go to Plan B. Everything else is a matter of negotiation. So tell me," Greyhair shrugged, "what can our humble organization do for the monster that has the entire city jumping at shadows?"
"I don't need your protection," I said, rejecting his earlier notion, "but I can see which way the wind is blowing. Guilds are the future. Unaffiliated users will begin to hit roadblocks as guilds soak up more and more territory. Fees, locked-down dungeons, conscription. Eventually it will be almost impossible to make any progress as a solo operator." Greyhair chuckled.
"Manifest destiny never left our spirits, damned as we are."
"I have a few options, but at the end of the day, I'd rather play for the winning team." I leaned toward him, matching his smile.
"And that's us?"
Greyhair asked. "I've been watching your group for a while. Only seen hints and shadows, though I've been looking. From what I've gathered, your people are clandestine, disciplined, and utterly ruthless in your pursuit of power."
"Many dislike that combination."
Greyhair took another pull and placed his beer aside.
"Some placed highly in our very organization. There are those who believe that power held in secret is no power at all. What do you think?"
Further confirmation that there was some sort of internal strife. This wasn't just about recruiting me. He was being careful, trying to avoid bringing in anyone that would weaken his side. Was that why he'd chosen such an eye-catching vehicle? He'd hoped I would find him so he could evaluate me away from his comrades? I considered Greyhair, what I knew about him, how he'd acted in the tunnel, the way he'd want me to respond. His entire demeanor and presentation could be burned down to a single idea. Walk softly and carry a big stick. Power is power, I finally said, no matter the face of it. The real movers and shakers are always lurking in the dark.
"Aptly put,"
Greyhair said. Then he stirred, seeming to come to a decision.
"You have the cores?"
I withdrew the 7 user cores and placed them in the still-open compartment. Excellent. Greyhair withdrew a manila envelope from the side pocket and handed it to me. When I went to take it, he held on to it for a moment. I assume you prefer your identity remain anonymous? For obvious reasons? It's a necessity. Collecting personal information is a key part of the recruitment process, leverage and whatnot. Fortunately for you, I find this anonymity you've achieved too valuable to throw away. Maintaining it will take some doing on both our parts. I can shield you from that side of things, but there is a cost. Greyhair released the envelope. I opened it and slid the documents out. There was an 8x11 picture of Buzzcut at the top. Suddenly I understood. Greyhair wasn't just aiming to shore up his faction within the suits. Greyhair was cleaning house. I waited to ensure my voice was steady. How do you want it done? His home should provide an ideal staging ground. It's well soundproofed and isolated. I wasn't sure I wanted to know the details behind the soundproofing comment. Anyone else to worry about? I asked. No. He lives alone. Greyhair rubbed his head, a single strand of hair coming free. It's all in the dossier. And this is a selfish request, but if at all possible, don't drag it out. In all honesty, I rather liked him. I should have kept the question to myself, but I couldn't. What did he do? Created unnecessary problems that require a solution. Does it matter? No. You have a week to prepare. We'll meet here the morning after. Sensing the meeting was finished, I pulled the handle and opened the side door. Behind me, I heard the whoosh of a car window rolling down. Greyhair grinned after me, his teeth overly white. I'll tell Vernon you said hello. Chapter 153. I doubled back multiple times on the way to the hideout, alternated moving through both low and high population areas. No sign of a tail. But I'd been wrong before. Emulation hadn't pinged once during the conversation with Greyhair. He probably didn't use a skill on me directly, but that didn't mean someone hadn't. Someone nearby, in one of the cars behind us. After returning to the hideout, I stripped off my armor and combed through it for a tracker, specifically focusing on the armor's back, underarms, and legs. I checked the Oracle's mark list to make sure Greyhair hadn't made subtle physical contact at any point. He hadn't. Subsequently, I dumped the documents on a nearby table and tore open the manila envelope, searching for anything that resembled a tracker. Nothing. Still not satisfied, I changed into civilian clothes and sat down on a bench across from the hideout, Allfather's mask tuned to provide maximum coverage. I was looking for drive-bys, anyone who slowed down a bit too much in proximity of the hideout. Problem was, this was a congested area. Cars slowed down all the time. Some man in a pickup rear-ended a Miata and got out, screaming at the driver who cowered in her seat. Annoyed, I used suggestion to convince him she had a gun in her lap. The screaming driver paled and immediately got back in his car, pickup chugging exhaust as it sped around the Miata and through a nearby stop sign, narrowly swerving around oncoming traffic. Consider the task he gave you. Wouldn't it make more sense if the suit— Talia started. Call him Gray, for simplicity, I said. I was overly tense, even for me. If Gray didn't bother tracking you until you accomplished the task, Talia said. Azure's bright and cheery voice chimed in, grating. Wolf Girl's got a point. He knows where you'll be. Not necessarily when you'll be there, but it's a lot easier to keep tabs on a house than a person. What the fuck happened with the mind reading? I interjected. Can you do it or not? I mean, the surface has a lot of interference, Azure babbled. He sounded genuinely intimidated by the question. I'm sorry. I tried. Trying didn't help me. But I had enough self-awareness to know when I was displacing anger, and managed to avoid directing that thought at the Lithid at the last moment. It wasn't his fault. Not to mention, with the way he revered me, it'd be too disturbingly easy to use him as a punching bag, due to the high bond and the fact neither Talia nor I liked him much. I needed to be especially careful to avoid that. Even though Azure had put me through hell, all of my summons had a rocky start. Talia wanted to kill me for the death of her pups. Audrey had every intention of eating me alive. Azure had done what he was effectively programmed to do. Touch a nerve. More stomped than touched, but whatever. Punching down on him for acting according to his nature would be nothing more than bullying. I rubbed my brow, suddenly tired. It's okay. I appreciate the honesty. I'd much rather know you don't have something than think you do and be wrong. Eventually, I gave up and returned to the hideout. I let out all 3 summons and sat squarely on the couch, lost in thought. Azure invited Audrey onto his lap, and when the plant accepted, started feeding her meat from the cooler and petting the flower fang's head. Out of the corner of my eye, Talia sniffed at the pink dog bed. She looked over at me and the Lithid suspiciously. When neither of us paid her any mind, she rotated in a circle and laid down. There was a new quest in my notification screen. Quest received. Quest: Blood and Intrigue. Primary objective: kill the target. Secondary objective: avoid drawing attention, being tailed, and accomplishing the primary objective in any manner that might blow back on the quest giver. Threat level, ? Experience gain, ? Time limit, 1 week. Reward, possible recruitment into, ? Guild. Why even bother filling in the quest name? I complained loudly. Just put 3 fucking question marks in every field and call it a day. Big meat bad. Audrey scowled and started to say something else before Azure shoved more ground hamburger in her mouth. On one hand, I was relieved the quest wasn't part of a chain. On the other, it was entirely possible it was a chain. Such a simple mind, I heard Azure whisper. So much potential for fun. Hey, Talia barked, fur on the back of her neck standing straight up. Fun? I asked dangerously. The Lithid wilted. I mean, you told me not to read you or the dog's minds. You didn't say anything about this one. Fair enough. He'd gotten both my and Talia's hackles up, but pointed out an oversight in the process. I leaned my face on my hand, staring at the new summon. Do not mind read any of my summons, friends, or family, except for Ellison. Do not attempt to harm any of my summons, friends, or family. Do not manipulate them. Do not feed on them. Azure deflated. What if they're already suffering and I just take a nibble? I spoke slowly. Do not nibble on my summons, friends, or family. But why? That's so wasteful. The Lithid sounded genuinely distraught. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Do you know what a conflict of interest is? Yes. Azure sighed heavily. Then you get it. I don't give 2 shits about our opposition, but I want to avoid putting you in a position where you're incentivized if the people around me are hurting. So, you're looking out for me? Azure asked brightly, bumping his shoulder into mine. Obviously, you're my highest priority. I rolled my eyes. Now scoot over. It's a big couch. The Lithid did as I asked, with no complaint, seeming in oddly high spirits after our talk. After a few minutes, I understood why. There was a bright light as Azure changed forms into Flower Fang, with red coloring instead of Audrey's purple. I opened my mouth, then hesitated. Audrey seemed delighted with the development. She interwove a vine with Azure's, and they gallivanted around the room as a pair, doing an excellent impression of the grouped-up Flower Fangs from the 2nd floor. Azure, this should have gone without saying, but Azure popped back into his human form, sulking. I promise not to imitate you or your summons, friends, or family. Audrey looked equally disappointed. I considered the implications, if there was anything I was missing. The rest, yes, unless I tell you otherwise. But I turned my attention to Audrey. You know Azure isn't a real Flower Fang, right? Audrey tilted her head, deep in thought. Yes, yet it's nice to see another. Maybe Audrey was lonely. I sighed, hoping I didn't regret this decision. You can imitate Audrey. Azure let out a whoop and shifted to Flower Fang form. Azure is welcome to a wolf form as well, Talia said. I twisted in my seat to look at her, shocked. What? If we ever go scouting together, it will be more helpful to have 2 mobile set of eyes. That was shockingly pragmatic, considering what Azure had done to Talia. Fine, but no social use of Talia's form. Don't use her form to talk to anyone besides us. Thank you! Azure sounded delighted. but his interpretation of a Flower Fang's smile looked downright sinister. "Is there a reason you didn't use him to follow Gray?" Talia asked. "Asher could have easily slipped into his shadow." "Gray's high up, and if my read is correct, he's mired in some sort of power struggle. He'll be taking additional precautions." I glanced at Azure, spinning his newly minted vines in something that resembled a dance. "And even with the bond, I'm not certain how much we can trust him yet." "So he's probationary?" "For the moment." "Do you intend to carry out Gray's assignment?" Talia asked aloud. Azure parted from Audrey, wandering over to hear the answer. I began to leaf through the dossier. I'm not going to kill someone just because some asshole snaps his fingers. "But it'd be so satisfying if you did," Azure commented. I put the documents down, studying Talia. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Due diligence is the name of the game here. As tempting as it is to take Buzzcut out, it's entirely possible that might be the worst option, especially if Gray is planning to tie up loose ends after we do the dirty work for him. Talia pointed her nose away with an oddly displeased expression. "Then what do we do?" I returned to the first page of the dossier. Buzzcut's real name was Cameron Reed. He was 34, graduate with honors with a major in economics, but the minor was more interesting. Criminal justice. The combination screamed one of two things: forward-thinking criminal or law enforcement. "Research," I answered. Chapter 154. I went to the local library for a change of scenery. As it turned out, Buzzcut was a little of column A, a little of column B. The dossier covered his career extensively. He was hired by the Austin City Police Department right out of college, climbed through the ranks with many accolades and no black marks except a few excessive force complaints that went nowhere. Eventually, he hit lieutenant, at which point he submitted an application to the FBI. The interview went well. All signs pointed to him getting in. Then, out of nowhere, he was slapped with an internal affairs investigation for murder racketeering and fled to Morocco before he could be brought up on charges. It was easy enough to read between the lines. Say whatever you want about the FBI, background vetting is one area where they do not fuck around. They will comb through social media accounts. They will knock on doors and talk to that one friend who passed you a joint freshman year. If you anonymously put an edgy manifesto on the internet in middle school, they'll track it and connect it to you. And if you happen to be a corrupt local asshole who's grown complacent, operating with minimal oversight while playing God, or taking kickbacks, or fist-fucking the civil forfeiture cookie jar, they won't just tell you to jog on. They'll happily kick everything they uncover to someone who won't hesitate to act on it. I was guessing, but it was a solid leap. Cameron was dirty as hell, and the FBI uncovered skeletons in his closet and passed the smoking gun to internal affairs. The question was, what was he doing back here when the dome came down? There was nothing in the dossier to explain the sudden reappearance stateside. Maybe he ran out of money, but I doubted it. Guys like Cameron always find ways to line their pockets, with or without a badge. Even the concept of a direct confrontation already seemed like a bad idea before I got to the class information. Then it went from bad to suicidal. Because Cameron wasn't a recon specialist, as my encounters in the alley and coffee place had led me to believe. He was a level 19 frenzy tank, with all the capabilities that implied, and more. Health regeneration, armored skin, increased damage as the fight went on. From the stats, he could easily outdamage me to begin with, and the longer a fight went on, the more dangerous he grew. He had a few odd feat choices geared toward reconnaissance. That would help me if it came down to a fight, making the biggest gulf between us a question of stats. But it also meant, if I ended up having to retreat, he had a decent chance of tracking me down. I dropped the documents in disgust, rubbing my eyes. No matter how I decided to go about it, this wasn't going to be easy. Out of the corner of my eye, I clocked 2 people approaching me. No, 2 people and a child. I flipped one of the pages I was taking notes on and waited. The woman cleared her throat. I glanced up as if I'd just noticed them. "Are you Matt?" she asked, smiling a little too wide. "That's me." I leaned back and stretched, keeping my body language open and unguarded. They introduced themselves as residents of Region 14 and thanked me for my intervention. I gave them the humble variation of the "aw shucks, don't worry, I'm not a tyrant" response I'd thoroughly mastered after the first 10 times I'd had this conversation. Subtly alluded to the fact that I was just in the right place at the right time, and that there was a group of people who lived in the region helping me with the decision-making. I was getting better at it. I'd expected the regional populace to resent me as a carpetbagger. That might still happen once the warm fuzzies faded, but for now, they seemed to consider me as more of a novelty than anything else. They chattered on about their previous white-collar jobs for a while. The wife was in talent acquisition, the husband was in real estate. I pretended to listen. In truth, the parents were forgettable. Their kid, on the other hand, was interesting. At first, I thought he was hiding behind his mother, typical kid stuff. But while he was holding her hand, the boy was turned away from her, and his head panned from the northeast to the northwest sides of the library. The same reason I sat here. He's watching the exits. "Who's this?" I asked. "Oh," the mother said, as if she'd forgotten he was there at all. "This is our little warlock, Parker." "Mom," Parker said. He didn't draw it out, just stated it flatly. Then he looked at me. "Hey." "How's it going?" I asked him. "Fine," Parker said. He wasn't being rude, just low energy. I pried gently into the family's circumstances. It was more or less what I'd guessed. The parents had been trapped inside the region, while Parker was stuck outside. The fact that he'd survived the transposition alone implied that he'd seen some shit, even if he hadn't strayed far. It was a hard situation, and I had to imagine that the power dynamic in the family had turned upside down overnight. Still, they hadn't forced him to introduce himself or correct him for being short. They didn't seem afraid of him either. All good signs. In a somewhat awkward transition, I steered the parents toward the topic of vocations, leaving myself an opening to introduce mine. When I offered to give their son a reading, they gladly accepted. I shot Parker a direct message. "Matt, do you like fighting?" The kid's eyes widened. "Parker." "Huh?" "Matt, I can steer this in whatever direction you like. If the combat stuff appealed to you, that's fine. If not, I can find another way for you to advance." The kid bit his lip. "Parker." "Mom and Dad don't have a way to make money right now. Whatever pays the most." "Matt, that's not what I asked." "Parker." "It was awful." "Matt, okay. Let me look." I did Parker's reading as his parents stood by. Now that I'd managed it several times, I could keep a straight face even as my equilibrium did backflips. "So, at level 5, you're going to get access to a feat called Floros Resonance. Dungeon, trials, anything that lets us slip over to the other side is considered a realm of Floros." I made air quotes. "Floros Resonance will highlight those realms within 50 yards. Obviously, you don't want to go in solo, or at all. They're extremely dangerous. But if you're part of a guild—" "We're not," the mother said quickly. I continued on, pretending not to notice the social blunder. "It's the sort of information users would compensate you well for, and they'd help with the scouting process, so you'd be safe in the meantime." "Do you know any guilds that would be interested?" the father asked. "Mind giving me a minute to check?" I asked. The family nodded and stepped a polite distance away. "Matt, got another one." "Kinsley, I've had exactly 3 bites of my macaroni and cheese since the last interruption. 3. Matt, and I've learned that I can't study in a public library anymore unless I want to play small-town celebrity. Just keep eating while we talk." Kinsley, "Fine, give me the details." Matt, real estate developer, HR, and a warlock who can detect dungeons. Kinsley, "Jesus, I was about to tell you to fuck off before I read the last one. Any chance we can lose the other 2? Matt, "Not unless you want to forcefully separate a kid from his parents." I deleted the message and rephrased. Matt, "No. Warlock's a kid. Probably a package deal." Kinsley, Matt, "I don't know what to tell you. I can kick them to the Adventurers Guild if you don't want to deal with it." Kinsley, "I want the kid. And a real estate developer wouldn't be a bad idea, considering our circumstances. But HR? Estrada's already up my ass about swearing." I motioned for the woman, struggling to remember her name. Siobhan? She left her husband and son behind and leaned over the cubicle. "Yes?" When you said talent acquisition, my mind automatically went to HR. Siobhan smiled. There was something in the expression that was slightly predatory. Oh, no. My job was a bit more aggressive than that. Aggressive how? Siobhan looked up at the ceiling innocently. Some might call it poaching. Okay. Thanks. As Siobhan walked away, I replayed the entire encounter in my mind. She'd been exceedingly polite, almost milquetoast, to the point I hadn't bothered learning her name. The kid seemed to be putting up with holding his mother's hand rather than initiating it. She'd been clever to not hold him in front of her, and while I'd found something of value from the reading, there were plenty of other useful feats he had visibility on that Mom probably would have name-dropped if I hadn't taken an interest in the kid. Jesus, I had to pay more attention. These people were sharks. Matt, it's not HR. More like aggressive recruiting. She's a scary motherfucker, and a value add. Kinsley, nice. But you didn't tell her that, did you? You wouldn't believe some of the numbers people from the region are asking for in terms of salary, like I'm a walking bag of Salve or something. Matt, that sounds like asshole CEO talk. Kinsley, I pay well, dickhead. A hell of a lot better than most guilds. They're getting boat money, just not yacht money. Matt, uh-huh. Kinsley, my macaroni is cold, Matt. Cold and sad. Matt, shame you don't have a microwave. I'll send them over. Kinsley was taking the age-old approach of expanding while the iron was hot and figuring out the logistics later. The Merchants Guild still didn't have a building. I waved the family over and gave them instructions to contact Kinsley, then sent them to the hotel lobby. Dad got foggy-eyed. Mom was appreciative, but I could tell she was gloating. Finally, I reached down toward the upside-down note sheet covering the dossier. Why are you looking up non-extradition countries? Miles asked, leaning over the other side of my cubicle and staring at one of the open books with a quizzical look on his face. It's not like we can leave. I jumped, then gave him a death glare. Research. On? I rolled my eyes, keeping my lie as close to the truth as possible. Background on a new hire for Kinsley. Guy claimed to have spent a few years abroad in Morocco. He was evasive about why he'd left in the first place. Seemed shady. Well, Miles popped a mint into his mouth. Morocco is non-extradition, but it also happens to be a favorite for undercovers who need to establish an overseas history on the fly, something to do with the double benefit of their documents being relatively easy to doctor and their government being notoriously difficult when it comes to information inquests. Miles shrugged. Guy's probably shady regardless. Better to steer clear. I grimaced, as Miles once again unknowingly pulled the rug out from under me. Thanks for the tip. Did you want something? Yeah. Got the band together. He stuck his hands in his pockets and grinned. Figured you'd want to meet them. Chapter 155. My first thought as I followed Miles to the Adventurers Guild Hall was how oddly cavalier he was. He'd effectively drawn a target on his own back with the presentation, yet he didn't seem worried. Correction, he appeared not to be worried. Now that I was looking closer, there was a distinct oblong outline under Miles' dress shirt that was probably Kevlar, and he'd mastered that method of looking while not looking, turning and walking backward while he talked, glancing up every so often and being particularly mindful of corners. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw two people keeping pace. No way Miles missed them. We had an entourage. Anything? I asked Azure. No. Azure sounded puzzled. It's like he's a blank. Like there's nothing there. Figured. You get everything you wanted? I asked. His mouth turned downward. More or less. So that's a no, then. Miles pointed to a bulletin board as we passed it. The header read, Missing, with an overstuffed collage of pictures attached to what I assumed to be contact names. The pictures ranged drastically in quality. Some were clearly done by professional photographers for graduations, weddings, while others were low DPI images printed on computer paper. The ages of the missing ranged nearly as much: adults, elders, and children. On this board alone, there were hundreds, maybe posted directly on top of each other. More than a few had emails and phone numbers attached, in case other contact methods came online. I couldn't imagine being that behind the curve. Creepy overlords did us a favor in some ways, getting rid of the bodies after they made us run the gauntlet. Morgues would be overloaded, streets lined with body bags, And you'd still probably stumble across one every so often. Problem being, now we don't know who lived or who died. He cocked his head and looked back. Abandoned, died in the chaos, or was taken. There's not a database? I asked, surprised. It felt so odd that Kinsley's Market was still the only site on the intranet. Turns out, not all of us have a genius for a mother. Miles delivered the line smoothly, with a nonchalant shrug. I felt the world grind to a halt. I'd almost forgotten this happened with jaded eyes sometimes when I was on the verge of a panic attack. Only this time, we'd skipped the panic completely. I stared at the back of Miles' head and screamed. My voice didn't echo. I panted, waiting for the emotion to subside. Then took a deep breath. Okay, no one knows who set up the site except me, Kinsley, Iris, Ellison, and my mother herself. Ellison doesn't like me, but he hates authority more. All 3 kids know how to keep their mouths shut, which means Miles talked to my mother. Or he pulled up her record and did the math. The first would be bad. The second is recoverable. Either way, he wants me to know that he talked to her and that she slipped up and gave him information, whether or not that actually happened. It's what I immediately jumped to, and considering her state, she's the point of weakness. Miles is looking for a reaction. If he did talk to her, this gets complicated. We briefly covered what she needed to keep to herself, but Miles is too fucking good at this. It's better to assume she spilled everything, meaning he knows that the Merchants Guild started far smaller than Kinsley and I have been leading the public to believe. That's not necessarily an admission of guilt, but it doesn't look good. Have to assume he's aware of the fact that we only brought my family in 4 days before the transposition. Factoring it all together, he's narrowed the original members down to me, Kinsley, and Mirden. Or just me and Kinsley. Which is damning. It's obviously me if he's gotten that far. So what's stopping him? Kinsley. He'd have to burn a lot of political capital to take me off the board right now, but my popularity is nothing compared to hers. She's a saint. If he's right, Kinsley is either an accomplice or an idiot, and no one who's talked to her for longer than 5 minutes will think she's an idiot. If he had eyes, he's also probably noticed that she's snapping up every mercenary available on the open market. Miles can't know that Kinsley would never take it that far, but he's likely worried about open war. He could just kill me. No. It's Miles. Everyone was angry and scared at the emergency meeting. He could have whipped them into a murderous frenzy, but he didn't. Advised catch and capture. But we stacked the deck too much between the Region 14 Adventurers Guild Alliance and our joint popularity. If he did things the proper way, there'd be too many gaps for us to slip through. Following that philosophy, he's probably waiting for an opportunity to disappear me in the middle of the night and interrogate me off-site away from external interference. I won't break, but that might not matter. Those comments about doubting himself were real. This is personal for him. Cop guilt displacement. He feels like he evaluated Mirden and failed, and now it's his responsibility to make it right. No way of knowing whether he'll cross that line, but I can't let it get to that point. But why hasn't he taken me already? Assuming he talked to Mom yesterday, why not wait to throw this in my face until he has me secured? Oh, Miles. If you just trusted yourself, you'd have me hook, line, and sinker. Yet you can't do it. You can't risk the possibility that I'm not who you think I am. This was a gambit, from the very beginning. If I'm stupid enough to attack you in broad daylight, you brought Kevlar and backup. Simultaneously, you're making a show of parading me around, knowing that if Mirden is alive, he'll be keeping an eye on his old guildmates. If it really was just the 3 of us, and we did have a rocky relationship, he won't be happy that I'm helping your task force. You're using me as bait, planning to grab him if he comes after me. And if I do nothing, not wanting the timing to seem suspicious, and Mirden doesn't show, you'll have the final push you need to tighten the rope. Now, how do I react? He was watching me. I could see his eyes in the reflection of a nearby mirror. If feds were waiting in the Adventurers Guild Hall, I was walking into a tribunal disguised as a strategy meeting. I needed to hit him with something completely unexpected. I needed to get dirty. Slowly, I stopped, allowing the massive influx of anxiety to erupt. It was difficult at first, taking the lid off for the first time in a decade. When it got this bad, I crawled under my bed and clung to the slats. My safe space. But my safe space was gone. I was nowhere near the apartments. The anxiety overflowed and didn't stop. Pins and needles shot up my back to my neck. My head hung on its own, and my upper body began to shake. Tears streamed freely from my eyes. I crooked my head and tried to look at him, then dropped it again. No. I clamped down on the stutter. Miles grabbed my shoulders. "Kid, are you okay?" Fuck. I started to hyperventilate, pressing one hand into my collarbone. Miles' eyes lit in recognition. Okay, I got you. You're having a panic attack." I groaned and looked around. People from my region were staring. As usual, Miles was fast on the uptake. I watched from the corner of my eye as he waved his guys away and carted me toward a nearby alley, sitting me down on a milk crate behind a dumpster, hidden from the street. A mix of conflicting emotions went through his face, probably wondering if he was being played. He was, but not in the way he was worried about. Miles crouched down a safe distance away from me. "What do you need? My 13-year-old gets these." He ran a hand through his hair. "Sometimes he wants to be wrapped up in something. Sometimes he just needs space." "Space," I said, gasping for air. Miles nodded, but he didn't wait for me to regain my breath, my bearings. What set you off there?" he chuckled. "Last conversation we had, you were stone cold." I shook my head, still recovering, then enunciated each word carefully. "I know that you're just doing your job. My I clamped down, waited. "My father was a cop. You have to investigate. Have to ask questions." "You can talk to me," Miles encouraged. "I'm on your side." His good cop was perfection. I pursed my lips tightly, then forced the words out. This is the longest my mother has been sober in 6 years. And there's all this pressure, and I'm doing everything I can, but things keep piling up one after another, and everything keeps going wrong, and she always relapses eventually." The words hung heavy between us. He would know that everything I was saying was true, if he'd done his homework. And of course he had, because it was Miles. Miles breathed a long sigh. "Grow through what you go through." I wiped my eyes. "You've been in the program?" He shook his head. "My third wife. Heard that on repeat for about a year. That and One Day at a Time. For what it's worth, I think your mom's on her way up. She had her chip out on the table at the cafe where I tracked her down." He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Drinking a Coke." "Did she freak out when she realized why you were asking questions?" I didn't have to fake concern. "Nah." Miles shook his head. "Honestly, I'm not even sure she knew it was anything more than a casual conversation. She was so proud of what you all built, even though she was trying to hide it. And she didn't tell me anything directly about the site. I just pieced it together from what she said." He bit his lip, a flash of guilt across his face. "Let's just call it a day for now. You can meet the guys later." I sent a mental message to my summon. "Azure, you said before you could copy me easily on the surface if needed, because of our bond." "Oh, yes," Azure answered. "How sure are you?" 100%. Azure chuckled nervously. "I may have tried it." "How long did it last?" 5 minutes, but I ended it early. From the mana drain, I'm guessing I could maintain the form for at least 3 times as long." "Good." Chapter 156. It didn't feel great doing this to Miles. Fed or not, I meant what I said. He was a good guy. But this was about survival now, and survival was where I lived. "No," I struggled to my feet. "I'm not sure if I understand," Miles said. "You're being very patient with me, but I want this over with." I started to walk toward the Adventurers Guild building. Miles caught my arm and redirected me down the sidewalk instead. "Come on, the 5 guys down that way just reopened." "Not exactly hungry, Miles." "Yes, you're very determined, I can see that." Miles ignored my complaints and continued to push me toward the restaurant. "But be practical. You look like life punched you in the balls and kept swinging after the count. At least go to the bathroom and wash your face." "It's fine." "It's not, Matt," Miles hissed. He checked around us before he spoke. "Look, it took a lot to get you in that room. These guys are pros. If they sense weakness, they're not going to give you the time of day." It was a good half measure, seeing that there wasn't an easy way for him to get out of this now. He was giving me time to collect myself and prepare for the bus that was about to hit me. While I was in the bathroom, he was going to message his colleagues, tell them to go easy. Some of them might. But he'd probably spent the last few days convincing them, going over the profile. Their first thought would be suspicion, that I'd gotten to him. "Sorry," I hiccuped. "No, kid, I'm sorry. I was so gung-ho to fix my fuck-up I nearly gave you a heart attack on the street." "Fuck-up?" I asked curiously. Miles almost said nothing, then bit it back. "Not your problem." He stayed by the door while I power-walked to the bathroom. I turned the water on and cleaned my face, but didn't bother with pressing a paper towel against my eyes to reduce the redness. I wanted Miles to remember, while his task force slammed the Iron Maiden home. "You're terrifying," Talia muttered. "Was that panic attack real?" Azure asked, clearly about to gush. I shot Kinsley a message. "Matt, get the fuck out. Sanctuary, now. Stay there until I contact you." System notification. The previous message could not be sent. Fuck. Squelch. Had to be. Miles was seriously doubting himself, but he was too clever to drop his guard completely. I held my hand out. The shaking had stopped. "We don't have much time, Talia. I need you on standby in case this goes sideways. Stay ready." "Done," Talia confirmed. "Azure?" I hesitated. "Are they friends?" Azure asked eagerly, and I understood why he was asking. "The gloves are off. Do as you please, so long as it doesn't tip our hand." "What's our desired result?" Azure was all business now. I thought about it carefully. "Radicalize the fringes. Find the ones who are convinced I'm the Ordinator. Make them overextend." There was a pause before Azure answered. "If they're too angry, things may turn nasty." "We want that. It'll keep Miles off balance and create tension with the skeptics. Deepen their doubt. Report any pertinent thoughts you pick up to me." "Split them down the middle," Azure mused. "I like it." "Stay sharp, both of you." I switched titles, selecting Cruel Lens from the drop-down. I'd have to work against it here. Force myself to eliminate any of the title's innate ego and smugness. Play against type. When I exited the bathroom, Miles was waiting with a white cup in his hands, decorated with red. He held it out to me apologetically. "Milkshake?" How nice. He'd even brought me a prop. By the time we'd entered the Adventurers Guild and climbed the stairs to the meeting area, Miles looked visibly irritated. To our right, there was a glass panel with an endless line of sparring mats. I caught a glimpse of Sarah in workout clothes, doing one-handed bicep curls, and waved. She smiled, set the barbell down, and waved back, then pulled the towel from around her neck and wiped her face. Hopefully she was still here when I left. I couldn't drag Miles directly, but I needed to start laying the groundwork to discredit him yesterday. Miles had selected a meeting room that was all glass, front and back. It lended further credence to my theory that he wanted Mirrodin to either see this directly or hear about it secondhand. There were 4 of them inside, 3 men and a woman. I noted in dark amusement that they looked nothing like I'd imagined. Instead of the standard Fed suit, they were each in some variety of casual wear. And from the look of it, they were already arguing. Perfect. Miles threw open the door. It banged loudly against the doorstop. "Glad you could join us," the woman said in a dry monotone. "Detractor." "We got held up." Miles gave her a subtle glare that lasted a fraction of a second, then smiled. "Thanks for warming up the projector. Since we're running late, best cut the intros short. From left to right, Foster, Cook, Waller, Hawkins." I sized them all up behind the guise of a friendly nod. Foster was a dark-skinned man in a black t-shirt and jeans, his head shaved completely bald. Skeptic. Cook never quite outgrew his frat phase and had the same kind of face that made him look like he was constantly chewing something. His Hawaiian print shirt was unbuttoned around 3 buttons lower than anyone would reasonably be comfortable with. Detractor. Waller immediately returned to his notes, peering through opaque framed Ray-Bans at a yellow legal pad. He wore a vest over his t-shirt that looked vaguely bohemian, all random chevrons and muted colors. Detractor. Hawkins wore a simple tank top and slack, her blonde hair framed in a short-cut bob. Undecided. "Everyone, this is Matt, our behind-the-scenes correspondent for the afternoon," Miles said. "Hi, Matt." Hawkins' smile reached gigawatt levels as she turned up the charm. She shook my hand in both of hers, and her touch lingered. "Thanks for taking the time." "Always heartwarming when the local celebrities pencil in the little people." Cook smirked, giving me a half-wave. It was the least I could do, considering the circumstances. I channeled Nick's casual friendliness. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Miles flag. That regret he had for railroading me made him my strongest ally in this room by far. "Waller," Miles snapped his fingers. "You're the expert here. Want to kick us off?" Waller peered over his glasses at Miles, then his eyes slid to me. "Given the choice, I'd prefer to start with our new addition." Miles stopped mid-step, genuine confusion in his face. "That's a little unexpected. Matt is a guest." "We can theorize all we want, but it's no substitute for someone who knew the man." Waller jotted something down. I focused a small burst of mana on his pen, and the tip snapped, spilling ink over the page. Shit. Waller tried to rip the page free before the ink bled through. Judging from the annoyed look on his face, he failed. Pursing his lips, he glanced up at me. "Is that amenable?" "Of course." I took 3 long steps toward the table before Waller held up his hands to stop me. "There, if you please." He pointed to a single, bottomed-out office chair at the window side of the room. The placement was extraordinarily well thought out. Anyone who happened to be looking could see me from the outside, oblivious to my state, while Miles and the rest of his people were perfectly shielded. I'd have to look back and between the projector screen and the panel while they could monitor both my reactions and the screen simultaneously. And, of course, I bet every bit of Selvig Kinsley had paid me on the office chair being broken, locked in a lower position. I watched for the telltale shimmer from my periphery as Azure slithered from my shadow into the shade beneath the table. Once he was in, I gave Waller a bemused smile and took a seat on the office chair, standing briefly to pull the lever and raise it. It worked, but only until I sat down. The chair lowered me slowly to its previous place with a muted hiss. Miles took his seat at the end of the table, looking mildly sick to his stomach. Now, how did I want to play this? Chapter 157. The outcome was already decided. That much was certain. Their side of the room had something of a frustrated air, as if they were all waiting for a foregone conclusion. Even if the detractors weren't entirely on board, they'd toe the blue line if the majority decided to pull the trigger. They were waiting for Miles, which meant my only outward advantage going into this, that Miles was doubting himself, unsure of the course he'd put into motion, was somewhat mitigated if they were less likely to listen to him. As expected, this was more trial than inquiry. Still, there was a sliver of hope. No conviction is a sure thing. The guiltiest person in the world can escape out from under a mountain of evidence if they create enough doubt in the trial. My father's words. And from cursory research in the matter and my personal delve into legal minutiae, he was correct. Juries blew bird-in-hand convictions all the time because prosecutors failed to use the bounty of evidence at their disposal to create a convincing narrative. My circumstances here were, in many ways, worse than a fair trial. My judge, jury, and prosecution comprised the same group of people, which meant, on top of the evidence, there was a mountain of bias that would be insurmountably difficult to overcome. Alternatively, the advantages were scant, but not insignificant. It's several magnitudes more difficult to get a conviction for a death penalty case than a multi-year imprisonment. The threshold of proof is higher, the jury acutely aware that any lingering doubt will sit far more heavily once the sentence is carried out. The same concept applied here to a much greater degree. If they got it wrong, the death of an innocent person would be on their heads. And sure, it was possible I was overestimating their humanity, that they'd done the ruthless arithmetic and reached the conclusion that the possibility of killing one innocent person was worth the high chance of taking out a monster capable of destroying an entire region and killing hundreds of thousands off the board. But I didn't think so. If that was the case, I'd either be hanging upside down in some basement while one of them worked me over with a car battery, or dead. Miles might have been the holdout, but they were all taking a serious risk, questioning me here, putting both themselves and the Adventurers Guild in peril. A risk that was borderline idiotic if they didn't have some form of countermeasures in place. A strong suppression ability, or something along those lines? No. Still too risky without knowing definitively it could be contained. Instance? It rankled that I still didn't entirely understand what instancing did. I knew it was an uncommon ability that some users possessed to isolate a selected area from civilians and spying eyes, that it was sometimes used to tidy up bodies or contain volatile powers, and that there was more than one type. The whole setup supported that theory. Dangling me here by the back window for Mirden to see didn't make sense if all instances created a visual interference or a pocket dimension. More than likely, this one contained abilities, and possibly people. If that was true, there was a simple enough way to test it. I drank my milkshake. When I reached the bottom and was noisily sucking air, I made a show of looking around for a trash can, and, finding none, stood and walked toward the door. "1 second, let me toss this." "Wait," Miles said. Before he could finish, I turned the knob. The door didn't budge. A surge of Ordinator's emulation indicated the remnants of an ability used on the door that spanned the room. I tried to follow the threads and search for the source. It wasn't tied to anyone in the room. They had someone outside set it up, meaning they're locked in with me, and they know it. Contingencies on contingencies. When I turned back, half of them had risen out of their seats. Hawkins seemed to have teleported across the room, now standing within arm's reach, her smile significantly more forced than before. Cook in particular looked ready to leap over the table. Hawkins touched her hair, prodding it to make sure it was still in place. It was. Was that a tell? "Sorry. Probably should have mentioned this earlier, but with all the potential for counterintelligence, we have a standard operating procedure." I glanced at Miles. Miles nodded. "No one leaves the blackout area until the meeting's over." "Blackout area?" I asked. "There's a power that restricts outside communication within a certain area," Hawkins explained. "We found it invaluable. Without it, people could just hop on a voice call and effectively broadcast audio to whomever they wanted." Yeah, that would be a problem." I frowned as if I was suddenly realizing how many conversations and meetings I'd had could have been transmitted that way. I was walking a thin line here. Furthermore, I needed to come off as inexperienced and somewhat naive, but if I came off as stupid, Miles would realize immediately it was nothing more than theater. Had to strike a balance somewhere in the middle. "There's a bin under the lectern." Waller studied me intensely. He was waiting for me to insist, push back, try to get out of the room. Instead, I nodded to him apologetically and tossed my cup in the trash bin and returned to my seat, doing nothing to give away the fact that this small interaction was enough to confirm my suspicions. Miles, his people, they were still clinging to decency, bureaucracy. None of them were ready to go full black site without checking their boxes first, which meant the sliver of hope was expanding. As soon as my ass hit the chair, Waller fired off a command. In contrast to Miles, his voice was stern and nasally, naturally grating in a way that demanded respect. "Take us through the timeline." "Which timeline?" I looked between Miles and Waller. "The formation of the Adventurers Guild, and your first encounters with the individual known as Mirden," Waller said flatly, staring me down. Hawkins smiled. "Be as thorough as you can. Even the smallest detail can make a huge difference. And the smallest fabricated detail you can disprove will give you enough rope to hang me with." Azure's voice cut through my mind. "Foster was weathering a midlife crisis before the dome. Male pattern hair loss was already doing a number on his self-esteem, and then his long-term partner left him shortly after. He was passed over for promotion a handful of times. There's some animosity between him and Waller, though he's not thinking about it enough for me to get anything more specific." Of course, the only skeptic on my side also happened to be a wet blanket. Get more specifics if you can. Next. Cook hates himself almost as much as he hates you, which is impressive considering how they suspect you of literal wholesale slaughter. Why? He's doing his best to suppress it, but I'm still getting flashes. They had him in a behavioral analysis unit, reviewing footage. Twisted subject matter, even by my standards. Let me guess. Cook found something he liked in the footage. A little too much. Can't nail down exactly what it is, but it totally unsettled him. Was on a leave of absence until Miles pulled him back in. I could work with that. Keep going. Hawkins and Waller? Hawkins is solid. DEA. She was working with Miles to take down Roderick on a RICO case. Stayed with him when the focus shifted to necromancers. Hawkins might be the only person in the room who doesn't believe you're manipulating Miles to get out of this. They all think highly of him, but she has Miles on one hell of a pedestal. So Miles is DEA then? I asked. The Roderick-Rico connection was concerning, especially considering their alliance with the Merchants Guild, but I'd need to pull on that thread later. Azure hesitated. No, I get the feeling he was assisting Hawkins in an unofficial capacity, and that isn't unique to her. From what I can tell, Miles has filled in as a pinch hitter for almost everyone in this room. Every one of them owes him, and they're incredibly loyal. Fucking fantastic. Feds had a well-recorded history of not playing well with other institutions, both at the local level and with other federal agencies. Normally, I could have leaned on that a little, but Miles being a divide-crossing messiah had just nixed that tool from my toolbox. Anything from Miles himself? No, still drawing a blank. But Matt, he's not the one you should be worried about. Waller's a rabid dog disguised as a bean counter. Yeah, I know the type. Azure sounded panicked. It's worse than that. That profile Miles blasted out at the emergency meeting, it came from Waller. This is his area of expertise, and he's convinced you're the one they're looking for. He knows. I cut Azure off quickly. Don't tell me the specifics. Whatever he throws at me, my reaction needs to be as authentic as possible. Just amp up his confidence in his findings. But he's going to crucify you. Let him. The stronger he clung to his profile, the more jarring it would be when I pulled the rug out from under him. I'd interrupted Azure before he could get into the details of the warning, but the context was clear. I couldn't bullshit my way out of this without falling into one of the many traps Waller had undoubtedly laid. The best way forward was playing this straight. I looked up at Waller. Is it okay if I start a little further back, for context? Waller inclined his head. Certainly. I took a deep breath, my brow furrowing in focus. I was walking home from school, the morning the meteor hit. Chapter 158. I went over all of it with the feds, watching from behind their panel, in painstaking detail. For the most part, I stuck to the truth. Everything from the park where I first met Kinsley to the open forum was mostly accurate, excepting any mention of becoming a user that early. Other elements were subtly tweaked. The encounter with the SWAT officer was abridged somewhat, making it sound less like a one-on-one encounter, more like a mass shooting I'd escaped after someone next door was shot. As far as I knew, the officer was still alive, and I didn't want to risk them tracking me down. To further muddle the scope, I covered my first encounter with the suits in graphic detail, transposing the bounty that had brought me there to a mysterious text from Nick that took me across town late in the evening. Claimed that I noticed an expensive-looking dagger on one of the bodies, grabbed it, and ran while the users present were too busy licking their wounds. Waller steepled his fingers. So, you saw individuals fighting with fantastical powers beyond your understanding, witnessed a murder, and your first impulse was to rip off the killers. I shrunk into myself slightly. I get how it sounds, but I just lost a job, and it looked valuable. When you don't know where your next meal is coming from and there are people at home you're responsible for, you get used to taking what you can when you can. Hawkins' expression softened in what could have been genuine empathy. Waller's eyebrows knitted together, and he was about to ask another question when Miles stepped in. Let's not get bogged down in that for now. How did this lead you to Kinsley? I hid a smile as Waller's second pen apparently ran out of ink, and he scowled at it in frustration. Then I told Miles, play by play, exactly how the second encounter with Kinsley had gone, how she bailed me out from the suits and asked for my help, how I'd originally shot her down until she offered a solution to the shortage situation, and how I'd gotten the idea for the merchant site early. "How did you meet Mirden?" Waller asked irritably, apparently tired of the context he asked for. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. Toward the end of the open forum, a man pulled me aside. I won't bother telling you what he looked like, because as we know, that doesn't matter. "What was he like?" Foster asked, speaking for the first time. Waller and the rest of the room twisted to look at him. They were too professional to show actual irritation, though their stares spoke volumes. Oddly calm. I focused on Foster as I thought back to gray hair, how he'd struck me. Authentically calm. That stood out more than everything else. Not sure if any of you were present, but the vibe there was rough, like a pressure cooker with a stuck valve. And in the middle of this barely suppressed panic was this person who looked like he was just set apart from the chaos, unfazed, like he'd seen it all before. "Why did he single you out?" Waller asked. I rubbed my forehead. The flyers advertising the site? We were being careful, but maybe not careful enough. Ellison, my brother, got them from me and passed them out. I'm not certain how Mirden knew, but he had one in his hand. He might have been the first outsider to access the site, now that I think about it. "And how did he approach you?" Waller prompted. "Casually." I frowned, with an air of superiority, like he'd already completely figured out what we were doing and was interested in getting in on the ground floor. He asked a few questions I either didn't want to answer or didn't have the answers to. How many people we had, how we intended to expand.
"What was your impression of him?"
Cook asked, with a knowing smirk. Suspicious. I cocked my head. Most people strike me that way, at first. Even knowing that, I couldn't shake it. Something about him put me off. He did me a favor right off the bat, though. Pointed out some shady guy walking into City Hall who turned out to be one of the shooters from the hospital, and when I left to follow him, told me he'd find me after. "Why do you think Mirden pointed out the shooter without intervening himself?" Waller asked. "Not sure. A test, maybe? Moreover, why did you intervene?" Waller pressed, leaning forward. "Because it felt like the right thing to do? I don't know." I bit my lip. I couldn't do anything at the hospital. People were dying all around me. The man next door was begging for help before they put a bullet in him. And I just ran. I thought about Region 6, focused on the harsh reality of it and the tiny skeletal hand grabbing my wrist. Of Iris dead in the Lithid's hallucination. My father's funeral. I felt almost nothing focusing on each individually, but rotating through them got a reaction, and my eyes began to water. I ran a sleeve across my face. Hawkins approached, gave me a sympathetic nod, and passed me a tissue box. "I'm sure you guys already know what happened with the shooter in the Adventurers Guild, so I'll spare you." I made a show of blowing my nose, then allowed my expression to harden. Because after that was when everything went to shit. I met with a friend at this Turkish coffee place. His name was Nick. "Was?" Waller prompted. I brooded. Hopefully, not past tense, but it's hard to say. It turned out Nick was a user, and he'd brought 2 others with him. They found a door to something called a trial, and he wanted my advice on strategy. "Why would he consult a civilian about that?" Waller said. He didn't roll his eyes, but I could hear the skepticism in his voice. "Because we were friends, and he often came to me for advice, and hardly any people were organized and connected to experienced users that early. Not really seeing the issue there." I dulled the retort slightly, but Waller still bristled. Good. He wasn't unflappable. Waller tapped his pen against his notepad. "What happened next?" I made a mistake. I stared down at the ground. Mirden approached me again after the meeting with Nick. He'd followed me from the open forum and pointed out the fact that Nick had a tail. It took me a minute to get a look at him, but it was one of the suits from the alley. Yes, your mysterious shadow organization." This time Waller did roll his eyes. "What was your mistake, Matt?" Hawkins asked, shooting Waller a subtle look of reproach. I swallowed. I was already in over my head with the market. The timer was counting down to the transposition event. I wanted to help Nick without putting myself in trouble I had no business in. Even though I still felt like something about him was off, Mirden kept pushing to join us, and he didn't have anything resembling muscle to back Nick up. Kinsley sent him to a dungeon on a trial run, and he passed with flying colors, brought back an ungodly number of valuables and gear, and looked relatively unscathed. So I asked Kinsley to send him to shore up Nick's party before the trial. I'm guessing it didn't work out so well, Waller prompted dryly. This is where we get into the weeds a bit. I pursed my lips, because I don't know what really happened. Only what Mirden told me. According to him, the trial itself went fine. It was only after that everything went to shit. They were ambushed by the suits. One of Nick's companions died. The other retreated into the trial itself before it collapsed. Mirden said, before they took him, that he heard one of them talking about adding Nick to something called the Court. The table stirred at that. Miles leaned over and whispered something into Hawkins' ear, and she nodded. Cook and Foster looked at each other uneasily. It's working. You've thrown in enough curveballs and referenced events and outside knowledge that their uncertainty is growing. They knew nothing about the suits, but it seems like they've known about the Court for some time. Hawkins, Cook, and Foster are all worried that Waller is about to burn you as a source. As if he sensed this, Waller looked around the room irritably, and the chatter died. His cold gaze returned to me. Mirden told you this. And then what? I blinked. Then the transposition happened. I wrote it out with the rest of my region. Kinsley and Mirden were messaging, but I wasn't privy to their conversation. You'd have to ask her. You know we can't. She's been stonewalling our inquiries, and I'm guessing that someone told her to do so. How were you able to secure Region 14? Waller dropped his pen. I shook my head. That was as much a surprise to me as it was to the rest of you. I have some theories, but they're not pertinent to this. Of course they're not. Waller studied his notes. I glanced at Miles, confused, then back to Waller. Have I offended you in some way? Waller folded his glasses and placed them in his chest pocket. Let me get this straight. Mirden never had any interaction with your family? He briefly interfaced with your friends, who are now conveniently either missing or dead, leaving the only people alive who had any meaningful long-term contact with him, you and the politically insulated merchant girl who is accumulating a sizable fortune and a small army. Is that right? There's nothing convenient about it. But yes, I said. There was no point in giving him anything more to latch onto. I let confusion filter into my expression as I looked at Miles for help. What is this? Miles glanced away. Don't look at him. We're having a conversation. Waller stood to his feet, leaning over the table. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a clicker. The project screen whirled to life. He motioned toward it. I looked over, sure I was prepared for everything. I wasn't. Chapter 159. A picture of Dr. Svelte stared back at me. My therapist for nearly half a decade, before money got too tight and we couldn't afford him anymore. If they had my session notes, this was about to get a lot uglier. What the fuck, Miles? I asked. I didn't have to manufacture the outrage. Waller started. I held up a hand and cut him off. No, I want an explanation. Miles shook his head, regret clear in his expression. You knew we had to look at you. The sooner you answer his questions, the sooner this is over. Sure. I held my hands wide, glaring at Waller. Go ahead. What questions do you have for me about my fucking childhood therapist? Several. But we'll start with the obvious. Are you aware of what happened to Dr. Svelte? My anger flared, replaced with concern. No. Waller crossed his arms. Dr. Theodore Svelte was subpoenaed after one of his clients beat a coworker to death on a golf course with a putter. He subsequently lost his license after a series of malpractice allegations arose, centered around a failure to report several clients who, according to his notes, posed an immediate danger to themselves and others. I don't understand what this has to do with anything. Then let me illuminate the situation. Waller moved the projector to the next slide. The profile Miles referenced at the emergency meeting was blown up on the screen as Waller pulled a damnably familiar-looking notebook from his bag, decorated with numerous yellow-page markers that emitted from the top. He licked his thumb and page to the first one. March 23rd. Matthias referenced homicidal ideation again today. directed toward a juvenile harassing his sister. The ideation is nothing new, with less specificity and focus than previous examples. He continues to grow more adept at warding them off, implementing the exercises and perspective work we've focused on. His innate rationality and knowledge of investigative process and forensics continues to act as a prohibitor despite the absence of empathy. He seems well-grounded, though I do wonder how much of his restraint comes from the understanding that he would be quickly identified as a suspect. As Waller read off several more entries, my expression grew darker. Eventually, he snapped the notes shut. There's a lot of psychobabble, but despite the bias felt clearly holds in your favor, there's a problematic through-thread, Matthias. Waller studied me. Your therapist seemed worried about what might happen if you were to find yourself in a situation where you knew, confidently, that you could get away with it. I spoke to Miles, who was still studying the floor in great detail. You said I'd get a chance to help, to prove myself. I let pain into my voice. And lo and behold, his fears came to pass, in the form of Brandon Givens. Waller tossed me a file. I opened it slowly, numbly leafing through a collection of crime scene pictures.
This wasn't what we talked about, Waller.
Foster stared holes in the back of his colleague's head. Both Hawkins and Miles seemed to agree, watching their colleague with distaste. 35 stab wounds, supposedly incurred after your mother entered the house and found Brandon attacking you. The lead detective called it self-defense and closed the investigation quickly. Par for the course when a cop killer meets a convenient end. Waller smiled. The coroner, however, didn't seem so sure. He noted that many of the initial stab wounds were administered at a strange angle, almost 90 degrees. Your mother would have had to be on her knees or just under 5 feet tall. That has nothing to do with Meerden, I said through gritted teeth. I think it does. Waller shook his head, because you never went back to Doctorsveld after that. I think this was your first. Maybe there were others. There were a few events in your history that are questionable, to say the least, or perhaps you were just biding your time, studying. He bent down to look at me. Plenty of medical and anatomical textbooks left behind in your old apartment. In our experience, the system has a tendency for revealing who we really are, and I think it handed you the anonymity you've been waiting for. He's swaying them. You need to do something. I pulled into myself. You know, there's a lot I could say, excuses I could make, about how those textbooks were for work, how I used them as reference for standardized tests. I'm sure you already know that. But you're right. I looked at Waller. It wasn't my mother. I killed him. The air of tension grew thicker. I studied the diagonal threading in my jeans. Dad was a cop, but he was a pretty understanding guy. He told me once that experimenting was part of growing up, that he'd prefer I didn't smoke weed or drink underage, but he understood that forbidding those things was mostly pointless. He just wanted me to be smart about it. There was really only one substance he came down on: heroin. He said the problem with it was it felt so good that everything else would feel dull in comparison, that trying it once had ruined countless lives, and the high wasn't worth what I'd pay for it. I stared at Waller defiantly. They say revenge isn't satisfying, that after it's done, no matter how warranted or justified, you just feel empty. That's not how it was for me. I felt elated, overjoyed, like I'd accomplished something I was meant to do. Only it didn't last. Waller tried to lead me. I shook my head. When it faded, I realized I'd lost something, too. Little things I enjoyed before seemed less significant, less meaningful. Even day-to-day colors seemed less vivid, less notable. Some of that was grief, some of it wasn't. And ever since, I've been trying to claw that humanity back. The high wasn't worth what I paid for it. Not even close.
So, you're a good killer,
Cook jeered. I snorted. No such thing. But I'm not the one you're looking for. Waller looked visibly unsettled, as if he'd expected me to crack, and I had, but not in the way he wanted. Miles sighed and stood.
I'm sorry this was so invasive, Matt.
I'm not done, Waller snarled.
No, I think you are.
Foster stood, staring down Waller. How is this not obvious? Waller stalked toward Foster. His voice was pitched low, barely audible. "He's the only viable suspect and literally confessed to a history of violence. You're genuinely buying that two people who fit the profile just so happen to be working together?" "Well, your profile's shit. Maybe you lost your touch," Foster whispered back, apparently finding his backbone. "You—" Hawkins stepped between them. "Regardless, we've reached an impasse." She glanced at me sympathetically. "I think we could all use a breather." They were in a difficult spot. Traditionally, Waller probably had enough for an arrest. This hadn't gone well for me. But Waller had screwed up, pushing this as far as he had, making it clear I was their prime suspect. As I'd guessed before, the threshold of proof was significantly higher considering what Miles intended. Now they were stuck. I'd created enough doubt that they couldn't reasonably disappear me. But as soon as they let me out of the warded room, there was a possibility I'd say fuck it and go nuclear. "Can I offer a solution?" I asked. The quiet discussion around me wound down. "We're listening," Miles said warily. "Waller." The man seemed surprised I'd called him. He replaced his glasses. "Yes?" "You're obviously gone full Will Graham on my ass, so let me ask you a question. Is there anything in your research that indicates I'd be a danger to my family?" I gave him a strained smile. Waller's lips turned downward. "They might be the only people I'm confident are safe from you." I nodded. "From what I've learned, the situation at Region 6 came on quickly, essentially right after the event started, exploded from a single point and spread to the region limits." "That's more or less true," Hawkins confirmed. "Is this leading somewhere?" Waller probed. "House arrest," I said, voicing the idea as if I were still mulling it over. If I was the Ordinator, I wouldn't be able to nuke the region surrounded by my friends and family, assuming the Ordinator's even able to do that when an event isn't active. Actually, that's probably the safest place to put me. "You think he can't manage what he pulled in Region 6 if an event isn't active?" Miles asked. I shrugged. If he's capable of doing that much damage on a consistent basis, why the hell are the rest of us still here? He would have used it to deal with Kinsley and I as soon as she kicked him out. Miles, too. Innocence in the crossfire be damned. Waller raised an eyebrow. "You will allow us to post people outside your door and throughout the building? Kinsley won't interfere?" "At the end of the day, it's more security. I don't see why not. It'll be hard to monitor my comings and goings otherwise. Then it'll just be a matter of waiting for a sighting." Everyone looked toward Miles. Even if they doubted his judgment, he was clearly still calling the shots. Miles' lips thinned to a white line. He looked vaguely nauseous, and I didn't need cruel lens to tell me why. He was already doubting himself. Moreover, he'd made an effort to parade me around publicly. If Mirden attacked, Miles would have directly put innocents at risk, including my family. "House arrest. For now," Miles said, voice laden with doubt. "I got plenty we can work with," Azure said gleefully. "Later," I told him. I was worried about explaining Say right up to the moment Cook and Foster cleared her room, finding no one. Cook bumped shoulders with me as he passed, sending a leer my way. "We'll be right outside if you need anything." "Thanks," I waved him off cordially. As the door swung shut, I heard Hawkins' voice. "Kinsley in there?" "Nothing on your end?" Cook asked. "No. Everyone else is accounted for, but as far as I can tell, the guild leaders—" The door clicked shut. I pulled up my UI and tried to send a message to Kinsley, returning the same error message, indicating Squelch was still in effect. A white doorway appeared in my kitchen, next to the refrigerator. I retreated to my closet and changed quickly, pausing to check my bare skin for any trackers or listening devices. Then I stepped through it without hesitation, my foot barely landing on the soft carpet of Kinsley's domain before dulcet tones reached my ears. "What the fuck is happening?" Kinsley squawked. "If the lady you sent my way hadn't accidentally tipped me off that you'd left with a tall and handsome stranger, I wouldn't have been able to figure out things were going bad and gotten Say out in time." Say approached, looking equally disgruntled. There I was, enjoying my mid-afternoon nap, when a screeching midget dragged me into a portal. "It's a doorway." "Whatever." Say quirked an eyebrow. But she has a point. You're not nearly enough of a celebrity to have your own armed escort. I glanced at Say. You're sleeping a lot. I'm depressed. Fair. I stared off toward Kinsley's oversized fish tank, the feeling of drowning washing over me once more. If this is a coup, we can take them. I have enough mercenaries, Kinsley said. Her hackles were understandably up. This was the closest thing to a home she'd had since this clusterfuck started. It's not a coup. And we fuck things up with the Adventurers Guild if this turns to open conflict. I studied Say. Despite her frank estimation of her state of mind, she looked far better than she had a matter of days ago. She was rebuilding herself. What? Say said. Can I trust you? I asked. For the first time, I let cruel lens evaluate her. I didn't like using it on my friends or allies, but that wasn't a line I could afford anymore. It seemed like a kinder alternative than letting Azure root around in her mind. Yes, for fuck's sake. Say glared at me in frustration. She's still unstable, but she'd also take a bullet for you. Probably more than one. You're the only anchor she has, and she's painfully aware of that. She is as loyal as she is angry, and she's incredibly angry. A dangerous combination. I bit the bullet. I'm the Ordinator. You, me, and Kinsley are the only ones who know definitively. Yes, I've been the Ordinator from the beginning. No, I didn't sandbag or avoid using my power during the trial. No, I didn't turn Region 6 into a gory wasteland. Yes, whatever's running the system tried to pin it on me. No, I don't know why. The plan was to use that infamy as an in with the suits, but now there are several users with law enforcement backgrounds who put the pieces together and just press-gang me into an interrogation, and I'm currently under house arrest. Yes, I have a plan. Yes, you play a vital role. And no, you're probably not going to like it. While they stared at me aghast, I checked my objectives, scanning through until I reached the personal objective. Remain unidentified by other users. There was no indication that I'd failed it, which meant it likely referred to my identity as a whole becoming public knowledge. You're just gonna tell her like that? After all the hoops you made me jump through? Kinsley's jaw worked furiously. Say blinked several times, eventually setting into a stoic expression. Not that I don't have a million questions, but I'm guessing from that info dump that we're at a crisis point. The thing with the suits is on a strict timetable, and if this investigation stays focused on me, I can't do shit. I contemplated for a moment, trying to decide if I could afford to prep an extra day. No, it needs to be tonight. But I get that I'm being a little unreasonable, so if you have anything you can't wait to have answered, shoot. Say held up one finger. First, you sure you're not panicking and jumping the gun here? Doesn't it look reactionary if something happens to clear you right after they pull you in? It usually would, I admit, but they dangled me out as bait for Mirden. It makes sense for him to move quickly on this before they have their defenses shored up. Mirden being you, yes. Got it. Say consider that, then held up a second finger. Why is the Ordinator so reviled, exactly? Kinsley and I shared a look. I tried to answer thoughtfully. From what little I know, the Ordinator represents a potential disruption to whatever process the Overseer and his people are attempting to instill. It gains exponential power as long as the Ordinator lives, so it's in their best interest to take them out early. Say gave me a bland look. You're disrupting the system. Yes. The asshole system that turned me into a bug monster. That system. Yes. Say held up a third finger, an annoyed expression on her face. Why the fuck wouldn't you tell me about this sooner? Even with cruel lens reassurance, I didn't like expanding the circle of trust. More links in the chain meant more potential points of weakness. The longer it got, the more likely it would snap. I rubbed my face and crossed the carpet to Kinsley's sitting room. To my surprise, there was already a whiteboard waiting, complete with a collection of multicolored markers. I picked one up. Azure, Audrey, and Talia all popped into existence and took various places around the sitting room. Wait, I don't know this one. Kinsley stopped in front of Azure and peered at him. This one would love to get to know you, Azure said, dripping fascination. Matt, your new summon is creepy. Divine guardian, my ass, Say exclaimed. That lie was his idea. Talia didn't hesitate to throw me under the bus. Matt's always been dodgy. You were supposed to be a spirit guide. And why the hell are you white now? I sighed and popped the cap. Let's get started. Chapter 160. I returned to my apartment. Ironic that I was beginning to finally think of it that way, as mine, now that I was on the verge of losing it, along with everything else. There was a throbbing hum as Say stepped through the portal behind me. It was harder to read her these days. Along with the physical changes and expressionless compound eyes, typically hidden behind sunglasses, she'd become far more reserved than before. Still, the way her shoulders drooped and the way she pulled herself inward was simple enough to read. It's not too late for you to bow out, I called over my shoulder as I pulled my social UI and tried to send Kinsley another message, mainly to confirm Squelch was still in effect. That's something you're going to learn about me, Helpline. I don't back down. Say stared at me coolly. Still, the bluster fell a bit flat. You get that what I'm asking you to do isn't just for me, right? I asked gently. It serves a dual purpose. Say waved me off. Yeah, I get it. If I kept hiding forever, my ability to find a solution to this shit, she gestured to herself, would be severely gimped. This theater gives me a chance to present myself in a positive light. Not to mention my usefulness would be limited. Say, fuck off with the mothering. It's just a lot, all right? Yeah. Say crossed through the living area and went to her knees, removing one of the lacquered white panels beneath the TV. An adjustment Kinsley had insisted on that seemed extraneous at the time, given our alternative methods of getting in and out unseen. Say peered in, only to turn and give me a thoughtful look. Sure you're going to be able to come off as an inexperienced mook? I shrugged. Not long ago I was an inexperienced mook. Say shook her head. When you're in the shit, you tend to push things too far. How so? The first time I got into combat, it was a nothing, a couple of low-level goblins, but I was shitting my pants. Ginny had slightly more experience than me, and she kept shrieking whenever her spells went off. Hell, Nick took to it better than any of us, and he was on the verge of losing his lunch constantly, especially when he cut something open. My brow furrowed. You're saying I seemed off. Way too comfortable. It didn't matter because Nick vouched for you, but that first ambush, the trial after, I must have wondered a half-dozen times what your background was, because you just slipped into this analytical combatant mentality, like you'd been wearing it your entire life. She studied the door. I guess in a way it makes me feel better that you were experienced before then. Otherwise, someone might get the impression you're some kind of psycho. My lips pressed together. As much as I understood that Say had a point, it was a precarious balance. If I presented myself as too meek and timid, it would seem incongruous in comparison to the type of person who would fight through a force field to attempt to save a region. Going too far the other way would arouse suspicion as well. I opened my mouth to speak, only to be cut off by a sudden explosion of noise. Bang, bang, bang! That was a cop knock if I'd ever heard one. I snapped my fingers once and pointed to the hole. Say slipped into the crawlspace, gripping the handles on the reverse side of the panel and pulling it on behind her. It didn't align perfectly. I helped secure it from the other side until it locked. Bang, 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 bang! More insistent this time. If I made them wait much longer, there wouldn't be a door left to bang on. I grabbed the remote from the coffee table and turned the TV and Blu-ray player on. Unfortunately, the last person to use it had apparently been Iris. A still image of a computer-generated princess belting out a song within the bounds of an ice castle manifested on the vibrant screen. I spent precious seconds scrubbing through the video, looking for anything that resembled a dialogue scene, and pressed play on the first one I found, slowly bumping the volume from mute. I dropped the controller and headed into the bathroom, kicking my shoes and socks off and mussing my hair, putting a few drops of Visine into my eyes. Bang, bang, bang! I threw the door open, revealing both Foster and Hawkins. Hawkins, with her fist, stopped an inch from the door. She studied my appearance. Where were you? Asleep? I said irritably. Foster shook his head. Told you. Hawkins shot him a look, then gave me a level stare. Took you a while to answer the door. No, waking up took a while. Answering the door went fairly quickly. I glared at her. I was being intentionally obstinate. Regardless of how in the right they were, they'd turned my life upside down over the course of the afternoon. Being too cooperative would be an obvious tell.
Should be the last check for the night, Matt, Foster said sympathetically. Probably being overly careful. But there's too many new and unknown powers in play to take half measures.
Glad you're expending so much manpower on watching me rather than looking for Mirden. Hawkins pushed past me and did a lap around the room, sticking her head into each door as Foster waited by the front with me.
You, talking to anyone in here?
I shook my head, sticking a thumb toward the TV.
Interesting choice, Foster said.
Background noise. Can't sleep without it.
Uh-huh.
He raised an eyebrow as the animated snowman on screen cracked wise. And maybe I like the soundtrack, okay? Christ, is she going to be done anytime soon? Hawkins strolled in, as if she'd just gone for a casual walk in the park. You said you live alone? I didn't miss the way she eyed the guest room. Yep.
Problem?
Foster asked. Just doesn't look that way. More than one toothbrush in the bathroom, couple of mugs in the sink, blanket in the guest room seems a little odd. Hawkins' eyes slid to me. Unless you just happen to be a fan of System knockoff Hello Kitty. Surprised you and Cook missed that, Foster. Along with breathing room to deal with the suits, this was precisely why I needed to redirect the focus of their investigation quickly. None of the feds were pencil pushers. They all had clear field experience and were extremely perceptive. It was only a matter of time before I made a mistake I couldn't explain away. Or, I rolled my eyes. They were paying attention when I went over how most of my family lived in this suite during my recovery. Given everything that's going on, moving has been something of a scattered process. Of course. Hawkins pulled a pot of coffee off the machine and sniffed it. Foster smiled apologetically.
Anyway, this isn't the Kremlin. Miles was clear. You're allowed to stretch your legs or work out some frustration at the rec center. We'll be rotating out, but I'll be around tonight and tomorrow morning, then back in the PM after I've caught up on sleep.
Smart on Miles' part. Political. He was keeping a sympathetic presence near me by keeping Foster nearby, and making up for any potential weakness that created by making sure there were two of them on my floor at any given time. Still, it wasn't like he strong-armed Foster into acting this way. Thanks, Foster, I said. You got it.
We heading out?
Foster looked at Hawkins, who'd helped herself to the stale coffee and still had that leveled stare focused in my direction. Hawkins inclined her head to the door. I'll be right behind you. Once the door was shut, I entered the open kitchen and leaned against the counter, facing Foster, making sure to keep my hands visible and my posture non-threatening. This is the part where you tell me why you've apparently decided to swap to bad cop over the interim of a handful of hours. Hawkins sipped her coffee, then set it aside. Know anything about work dogs, Matt? I blinked, thrown by the non-sequitur. Like, seeing eye dogs? No, drug dogs, corpse dogs, etc. Only a little, but it felt like more of a rhetorical question. I shook my head. A lot of controversy around them these days, but they have their uses. Hawkins looked up, as if she was recalling a memory. A long time ago, before I ended up where I am now, I was rank and file up in Aledo, assisting with an investigation. A little boy disappeared. He was small, no more than 50 pounds. We were about a week beyond the first 72 hours. Understand the implication there? It was safe enough to answer, seeing as how practically every police procedural had blasted this particular factoid out to the public at some point. With every day that passes after the first 72 hours of a missing persons case, the chances of success plummet. The kid was dead, I said flatly. Hawkins nodded. The detectives running the investigation came to the same conclusion. They had almost everything they needed for a conviction. A solid suspect, pieces of trace evidence in the suspect's possession, including the victim's backpack, a shirt, and an iPad. It was damning. All they were missing was a murder weapon and a body. Guessing you found the body. Not right away. The suspect owned 15 acres. Canvassing was hell. Foliage so thick you could have walked over 100 shallow graves without knowing it. Eventually the DIC stopped being a chintzy bastard and ponied up for cadaver dogs. They have the system, right? The handler and the dogs. They'll canvass an area, and every so often the dog will circle. Hawkins raised her arm and moved a pointed finger in a circle. False positives are common. so they usually wait for both dogs to signal repeatedly. Only we didn't have to wait long. Both dogs signaled almost immediately, 10 yards away from the house. Sure enough, there was upturned earth underneath a clump of leaves. We started digging and found... Hawkins made a sarcastic magician's flourish. A fucking buried possum. We dug under it, of course. The killers who think they're smart love to hide bodies under animal corpses. Was it there? No. Hawkins glanced at her coffee cup. Wordlessly, I held out a hand, and she passed it to me. My fingers brushed her skin lightly, and somehow I managed to avoid smiling at the minor victory. With my new vocation ability, I had the means to spy on both Miles and Hawkins now. 3 more made a set. I refilled the cup and handed it to her. But 20 yards to the south, the dog signaled again. And again. And again. He was killing animals and burying them. By the dozen. Hawkins looked disgusted. That went on for at least a week. A week of digging in the dirt and finding stinking, mutilated bodies in shallow graves, none of them human. Fatigue set in. I sighed. Fascinating as this is, I'm not really seeing the point. I'm getting to it. Hawkins cut me off. One of the last graves we uncovered was fresher than the rest. A horse. It wasn't even close to dried out, and its stomach had been slashed open, the remains thoroughly infested. I'll save you the gory details. Those weren't the gory details? Trust me. Hawkins shuddered. It was bad. No one wanted to go near it. Shortly after, some rookie found the murder weapon. A baseball bat tossed into his neighbor's field. DNA did the rest. Matched the traces of blood in the grain to the blood on the backpack. Word came down that the DA was willing to prosecute the case without a body, and we packed it in. My mouth twitched. No one bothered to dig under the horse. Hawkins chuckled. That's right. Miles said you had good instincts. It stuck in my craw. Even if every other star aligns, prosecuting a murder case without a body is risky at best. And this wasn't the kind of guy who would crack and just give it up, even if the verdict came down as guilty. There was a good chance the family would never be able to bury their son. It kept me up at night. So I committed the unforgivable sin of jumping the chain of command and brought it up to my lieutenant. Told him everything. What'd he do? He was pissed, and instead of laying into the detectives, he grabbed a crime scene tech, threw 3 shovels in the back of a squad car, drove us to the property, and marched across the field to the grave. And after a few hours of cutting through filth and rot and viscera, we found him. I dumped the rest of the coffee in the sink, watching it swirl down. Congratulations? Was this meant to be some thinly veiled parable about how you're not afraid to get your hands dirty? During the interview, interview, Hawkins emphasized, Waller uncovered something ugly. You didn't bother denying it. Instead, you came clean, warts and all. But it was a little too easy. I'm uncertain whether we've dug deeply enough. It's time for you to go, I said coldly. I needed these people out of my life as soon as possible. Sure. Hawkins placed her mug in the sink and approached the door. Unable to help myself, I called after her. That lieutenant, the one who believed you and put his career on the line? That was Miles, wasn't it? Hawkins paused, her hand on the door. When she turned back, her expression was unreadable. In the off chance we end up taking this another direction, whether it's 6 months or a year from now, no matter how suspicious or mundane the circumstances, if something happens to Miles, you'll find me back on your doorstep, and I won't be as nice the second time around. Got it. Have a nice night, Matthias. As soon as the door clicked shut, I sagged, hand pressed to my chest, heart beating rapidly beneath my palm. I previously thought I'd won Hawkins over, or at least earned her sympathy. As it turned out, I was utterly wrong. I turned the TV off, set my alarm for a half hour, and tried to catch some sleep on the couch. If everything worked out perfectly and they bought it, this could all be behind me. But sleep wouldn't come. The insides of my eyelids felt like oppressive curtains, robbing me of precious minutes. Eventually, I rolled off the couch and opened the door. Foster and Cook were standing outside.
"Looking a little rough there, champ,"
Cook sneered. He'd changed from his blue flower print Hawaiian shirt to a red flower print Hawaiian shirt. At least the man was consistent. I ignored him and glanced at Foster. "Mind if I take you up on that rec time?" Foster grinned.
"Sure thing."
A few minutes later, we strode down the hallway. They flanked me, professional. Cook behind me and to my left, Foster ahead and to my right. The formation was tight. If I had to do anything physical to alert Kinsley that the wheels were in motion, they would have clocked it immediately. But that wouldn't be necessary. The solution was the most recent entry in the quest screen. Optional quest pending. Quest. Totally real Merchant's Guild quest. Primary objective, find a dungeon and clear it. Secondary objective, avoid turning Kinsley's hair white before her 16th birthday, you bastard. Reward, 1 salve. Accept quest. Yes or no? I rejected the quest. With Squelch blocking direct communications, it was the best alternative we came up with for getting a signal through. Currently, Kinsley and a solid chunk of her mercenaries would be ironing out a highly visible trade deal with merchant holdouts on the far end of the city. This had been in the works for a while. She'd just have a slightly larger entourage than previously intended. Leaving me, the building, and the feds coincidentally vulnerable. It was all coming together. Chapter 161. We went down to the converted racquetball court area. Foster went in before me while Cook waited outside the door. I observed them carefully. Other than Miles, I had very little experience with how high-level field agents operated. Cook seemed rusty, reflecting what Azure had told me. He hadn't operated in this capacity in quite some time. Foster, on the other hand, cleared the court almost casually. He was thorough but calm, the only indicator of focus a slight tightness around the eyes. A total reversal of Cook's wound-tight-as-a-coil presentation. Foster placed his back against the far wall, watching from a distance as I slugged the training bag like my life depended on it, circumventing the mental prompts from unsparing Fang. I knew how to throw a punch. I'd been in a few minor scuffles throughout my childhood, but that was about it. My strategy pre-dome generally boiled down to aiming for something vital and running the fuck away as soon as there was an opening. Without relying on the Knoll's combat skill, I must have looked green as hell.
"Pivot your back foot and twist your torso,"
Foster called over. "What?" I pulled my shirt up and wiped my forehead. It came away damp, dark with sweat.
"You've got decent upper body strength, but you're trying to just punch with your arm."
Foster crossed the room and demonstrated in slow motion first, then more quickly, slamming the bag with a punch that reverberated like a gunshot against the soft material. I tried to copy the way he put his entire body into the strike. The first time I nearly fell over. It was significantly harder to do this without unsparing Fang, and I caught myself wishing for the simplicity of a knife. Still, Foster was patient and guided me with a handful of light touches, manipulating my form until I struck the bag hard, eyes widening at the sound it made. Foster nodded.
"Fast on the uptake. Good. I take it your page class didn't come with a combat skill."
"No such luck." He nodded.
"Plenty of classes didn't. There's no small number of people who died during the transposition because they just didn't know how to protect themselves. I've been hounding both Miles and Sarah. You know Sarah, right?"
When I confirmed that I did, Foster continued,
"To get some sort of formal self-defense curriculum going."
"Like a dojo?" I asked. It sounded ridiculous, but I didn't want to shit on his idea for no reason. Foster made a non-committal grunt.
"Nothing out there, just some classes with experienced instructors open to the public. Practical shit. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Krav Maga, maybe a little Silat for weapons training, and of course my personal favorite."
Foster launched into a brutal combo that involved a mix of elbows and knees, nearly knocking the bag from its base.
"Muay Thai."
He grinned. I was impressed, despite myself. Foster didn't come off with half the swagger of the few guys in high school I knew that brayed about having a black belt, but his skill was plain to see. Ordinator's emulation pinged, even though Foster was, assumedly, using a skill he'd honed the hard way, long before we had a system. "What about judo?" I asked. It was Unsparing Fang's closest real-life analog, and I was curious to hear what he thought of it. Foster nodded. It's a solid philosophy, if a bit limited in scope. Good for fighting outside your weight class. Problematic in the context of our situation, though. Redirecting aggression and momentum only works up to a certain point, and wearing down your opponent doesn't matter if your opponent has superhuman stamina. That was true enough. Unsparing Fang had helped me out of more than a few binds, but there were certain situations where it was of limited use. The offensive aspect was limited, intended to finish fights quickly, with brutal, capitalizing attacks that left me open if I didn't make enough of an impact to finish things then and there. If I needed to wear something down, I was almost always forced to fall back on my abilities and weapons. And it was almost inevitable that I'd eventually find myself in a situation where Unsparing Fang was useless, and I was unarmed and low on mana. Judo and Muay Thai complement each other rather well, come to think of it. Striking and grappling covered extensively between the two. Foster mused. For a moment I wondered if he was baiting me, but he was too caught up in his thoughts for that. Suddenly I had a tantalizing proposition for one of my 2 empty emulation slots. At this point I'd take anything, even if that means learning it the old-fashioned way, I admitted, smiling internally as I watched Foster's head perk up. That can be arranged. Obviously I can't teach you with things as they are now, but assuming you want anything to do with us after... Foster trailed off. He looked uncomfortable, as if he felt like broaching this was taking advantage of the circumstances, when in reality it was the other way around. I sighed. I'm not sure about the others, especially Waller, but I'd be open to staying in contact with you, especially if you're willing to teach me. Foster's eyes lit up. I'd like that. Furthermore, I can get you your self-defense program. A cushy spot in either the Adventurers Guild or Merchants Guild. I gave him a cold look. What I need is for you to make all of this go away. Foster's expression darkened. The sound profile of the training area shrunk to the sound of my heart beating in my ears. I snorted, then started to laugh. Foster stared, shocked for a second, then laughed with me. You son of a bitch. Yeah, okay. That was uncalled for. I wiped my eyes. Sarah's stonewalling you? Not stonewalling, exactly. After the shock, Foster had dropped his guard. He wasn't keeping the same distance from me as he was before. That was good. By the end of this, we'd be the best of friends. She says they don't have the resources. Given what I've seen, I'm inclined to believe her. It's a hair short of chaos all the way down. I landed a few more experimental punches on the dummy, emphasizing the technique Foster had shown me. You're not emphasizing the value. Foster adjusted my form absent-mindedly. The point is empowering the helpless. Charging a high price would defeat the point. The value I'm referring to has nothing to do with money. I gave him a pointed look. Think about it. Putting the civilians aside for a moment, who do you think the first people in line will be? I could practically see the light bulb turn on above Foster's head. Magic users. And crafters, and plenty of others with massive potential who just happen to be lacking in direct combat, all brought into the Adventurers Guild's magnanimous embrace. Foster grappled with the idea. Spin it as a recruiting tool. They took plenty of casualties during the transposition. There's no world where they don't jump at the opportunity. Foster's mouth turned downward. That just feels so... cynical? I raised an eyebrow. Even if it benefits the guild, it achieves your ends. Altruistic ends at that. Not seeing the downside. Before Foster could answer, there was a weighty thump against the wall that framed the entryway, punctuated by a strangled curse. We both froze, straining to listen. Cook? I mouthed at Foster. The agent pressed a finger to his lips and drew a black polymer 1911 from his shoulder holster. He crossed the room, his footsteps silent. Slowly, he pressed himself against the wall and cracked the door, then jumped back, throwing himself against the door as a series of vicious barks and snarls bounced off the walls in multiplying echoes. I saw a few inches of muzzle and yellow, sharpened teeth as something attempted to force its way in. Foster strained against the door. "Run!" he shouted. "Where?" I said, panicked. "There's no way out!" Foster turned, bracing his back against the wall, and pointed up toward the observation railing that lined the top of the court. If someone climbed the platforms and made their way into the octagon suspended in the center of the training room, it'd be possible to climb the fencing and slip through. Instead of running, I bolted forward and slammed my shoulder into the door next to Foster. There was an audible yelp, and the muzzle withdrew. "Are you fucking crazy? Go!" Foster stared at me as we both struggled to hold the door shut as something large and mean-sounding slammed against it, jarring us violently. Talia was really selling this. Now it was my turn to do the same. I drew on every bit of Nick's saccharine heroism I could muster and somehow managed to deliver the line with a straight face. "Screw that. I'm not leaving you." Chapter 162. I shook my head, hoping I was projecting the correct amount of terror. It looked like a monster. Foster's eyes darted back and forth. Finally, he seemed to decide.
"We're not here just to monitor you," Miles thought. He thought there was a chance someone might make an attempt on your life.
Someone?
Mirden.
What? Why now? There were plenty of chances before. Foster looked away. Holy shit! For talking to the task force. That motherfucker used me as bait? I said, outraged.
"Wasn't my idea. Didn't like it from the start," Foster said, looking guilty as hell.
I held my silence as the creature slammed against the door. It doesn't matter. Pointing fingers isn't going to help anyone. How? The door exploded inward nearly a third of the way, throwing me to the ground. I scrambled to my feet and rammed my shoulder against it, wincing. How do we get out of this? Foster's brow furrowed.
"Send for help, barricade the door, and try to get to the penthouse elevator?"
I pulled up the social UI and sent a message to the landlord, then to Kinsley. The second message didn't go through. I glared at Foster, furious. Why are you jamming me? Foster looked bewildered.
"I'm not. I'm just a civilian. Cook was the user, and the one using Squelch."
I swore. Cook's still alive. The lights cut out, replaced by an eerie red strobe. A voice spoke through a crackly intercom that echoed throughout the building. "We are under attack. The designated authorities have been contacted. All civilians are to lock themselves in their rooms until the danger has passed. Do not answer the door for anyone." Cook being alive changes things. I locked eyes with Foster. "You're sure I'm the target?"
Miles was.
I ran through the scenario in my mind. Okay, who's in the building right now?
Hawkins and Waller. Miles is running Overwatch on an adjacent building.
You have a way to contact them? I asked. Foster held up a walkie. I nodded. Tell them to meet us on the penthouse floor. It's defensible, and the elevator requires a swipe card. One entrance and one exit. Cook is still alive for the moment, but Mirden doesn't like loose ends. If we just Rabbit, he'll finish the job.
We don't have the firepower to fight Mirden on our own,
Foster shouted back. True, which is why we're not going to fight him. If this works, we get Cook out, but we need that monster out of the way. I'm guessing it's a summon or something along those lines. I glanced at the gun in his hands. How good of a shot are you?
Best you've ever seen.
Then I'm casting the line. I pulled my hoodie over my head and wrapped it around my arm. Foster's eyes widened in understanding. Then he smiled grimly.
If we survive this, I'm never letting Cook hear the end of it.
Thump, thump, thump. Timing it perfectly, Foster swung the door open, then slammed it shut again after a dark mutt, more hyena than dog, charged through, strands of drool hanging from its mouth. Talia skidded on the slick surface as she tried to course-correct, giving the vague impression of a cartoon character attempting to sprint on ice. She gained traction and charged me, barking and snapping. I held my wrapped arm out like a shield, and Talia sunk her teeth into the thick material, the rest of her ramming into me, knocking me to the ground. Are you sure? I asked. Do it, Talia confirmed. I strained against her, getting a hand around her throat, and, with all my strength, shoved her upward. A half-dozen gunshots rang out in groupings of two. Blood splattered my face as Talia slumped, and I struggled to shove her limp form off me. Foster had fallen into a crouch, still bracing against the door, the muzzle of his 1911 smoking. I stared at my fallen summon's body. All 6 shots had landed in a tight grouping at the base of Talia's skull. A voice spoke, muffled, from outside the door. First you and the Oshkosh kick me out of the Merchants Guild, then you narc on me to the task force, and now you've killed my dog. Never liked you much, Matt. but this is a cut above. Foster aimed carefully and positioning himself away from any potential ricochet, and fired his remaining rounds through the door. The high-caliber rounds punched through the door like it was tissue paper. Close, Azure chuckled. Then his voice took on a dark malevolence. Check on that boyfriend lately, Foster? Foster's professional stoicism was obliterated in a split second. What the hell? Foster mouthed, panic in his eyes. Kyle wanted to stay in, eat takeout, watch Fiddler on the Roof for the 50th time, but you went to play Super Cop and left him all alone. Bad move. Foster ejected the magazine and reloaded, his expression livid. I caught his gun arm before he could unload the entire magazine into the wall. Remember the profile. Merton's highly manipulative. He's done his homework, and now he's screwing with you, trying to knock you off balance, I mouthed, the words barely more than a whisper. What if he isn't? Foster whispered back, eyes darting back and forth. 90% sure it's bullshit. Either way, we won't know until we get Cook to drop Squelch. You can message Kyle then. Go. I'll meet you at the elevator. Are you sure? Foster looked uncertain. He'd been charged to protect me, and now I was advising him to put me in harm's way. He's probably a hell of a lot stronger than me, but I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Reaching in my inventory, I withdrew a cylinder filled with golden liquid from my inventory, showing it to him, then replacing it. I'll be fine. Just get Cook out of harm's way. We traded places. I braced my back against the door and drew Nikta's retort, watching as Foster bounded up the platforms and entered the suspended octagon, scaling the fence and clearing the railing in a feat of jaw-dropping athleticism. Getting bored, Matt, Azure crooned. You're cornered. Either one of you opens the door, or I slice open the Fed and kill you both. I retreated to the center of the room, knocking an arrow. A few moments later, the door swung open, and Azure stepped in and closed the door behind him. He was wearing the All-Father's mask, along with my Eldritch armor. I loosed an arrow, and it struck the wall next to him. Azure fired several bolts around the room, none of them coming anywhere close to me. Then threw out bags that emitted a foul-smelling smoke that filled the room. Then he knelt down next to the door. His hand dissipated into shadow. He's dragging Cook toward the elevator. We're clear. We moved quickly. As Azure laid out bolts on the floor, I re-summoned Talia, sweat trickling down my brow. Once Talia had re-emerged in her silver wolf form, I glanced at her apologetically. Are you all right? That was unpleasant, Talia growled. Yeah, you took one for the team. Considering what you are about to put yourself through, I cannot complain. Talia watched me with concern. I pointed to the door. Get moving. Make sure no one sees you until it's time. Be careful, Pup. Azure opened the door for her, and Talia slipped through. I knelt over the laid-out bolts, casting probability cascade on each of them. You had to bring the boyfriend up? I murmured, keeping my focus on bolts. A single mistake here could easily kill me. Like you said, Azure shrugged. Gloves off. Guess I did. I finished casting the spell on every bolt. There may be a problem, Azure said hesitantly. What? I whipped my head around to face him. He shifted his weight back and forth, projecting nervousness. Spit it out. We're already taking too long. You feel different to me than other users. I thought it was our bond. There's a certain resonance. Azure! I felt it again when I was phasing through the lobby. A presence similar to yours. My blood went cold as I slowly connected the dots. Another unique class? My suspicion as well. I couldn't locate them, though my senses are dulled in my ethereal form. It's possible a third party is taking advantage of this situation. Fuck! I kicked Foster's ejected magazine, sending it skittering across the floor. Then I looked at Azure. Don't break character unless I tell you. Azure bit his lip. This plan already puts you in danger. Adding an unknown variable, stay on target. I mean it. We either push through this, or we die. The violet message notification light pinged in my vision, flickering as scores of messages came in. We were out of squelch range, and almost everyone in my circle had reached out to me, though I was missing some context from previous messages that couldn't be delivered. Mom and Iris were hunkered down in their room. Even Estrada had messaged. The only person missing from the list was Allison. I shot him a message. Matt, where are you? Of course, he didn't answer. Chapter 163. I covered my eyes and threw the cylinder. Even behind my arm, the resulting explosion was painfully bright, leaving a corona of pulsing violet around my vision. I sprinted out of the converted training area, leaping over training equipment and catching a glimpse of myself in the wall mirror, looking mussed and harried. My side stung. Blood darkened my shirt, the self-inflicted wound bleeding far more heavily than expected. The lobby was abandoned, pulsing red cast by the eerie, rotating emergency lights. A few people called out to me as I ran. Foster was in plain sight, waiting by the elevator. Cook over his shoulders in a fireman's carry. The elevator doors opened. He's right behind me. White-hot pain radiated through me as a bolt pierced my back. I staggered and nearly fell, clinging clumsily to the concierge counter for support. I'd been careful to ensure the bolts didn't strike anywhere vital. The application of probability cascade was the only reason Azure was able to circumvent the summon rules and hit me at all, but it still hurt like hell. Foster dumped Cook into the open elevator and drew his service weapon. The muzzle flashed 3 times as he fired, and Azure darted to the side, kicking off a wall and sliding along the tile ground, firing another bolt that struck me in the shoulder. I swapped into scathing shell. The pain shrunk to an incessant buzz that put my teeth on edge, but it was far more manageable now. "Come on!" Foster yelled, his shout capitalized by another shot from the 1911. I staggered toward him. Perception flared. I reacted too late. 6 thin, surgical-looking knives, barely larger than needles, struck my chest in a semicircle. They didn't pierce deeply, barely more than half an inch, but I felt a strange buzzing that seemed to radiate between them. A familiar figure, short, in black and red armor, stepped out from the shadows beside the elevator, his face covered by a chrome mask. The same person from the cathedral. The person who was probably Ellison, unless my guess was wrong. Chrome Mask charged at me, crimson energy charged in his palm. An image flared of the dead user at the cathedral, with the gaping hole in his chest surrounded by 6 shallow knife wounds. Understanding dawned. If he hit me with that, I was done. Even as my body screamed, I let unsparing Fang guide me, caught Chrome Mask's arm and stepped in, using his momentum to throw him over the concierge desk. His back struck the counter, and he toppled over, the maneuver buying me precious seconds. A bolt struck me in the gut. The pain overwhelmed me, and I fell to my knees. Foster fired twice more, once at Azure, once at Chrome Mask, who ducked back down behind the desk. He pulled the trigger again, and the gun jammed. God damn it! He gave up on clearing the jam and pulled a black metal kukri out of Cook's inventory. But he was too late. Azure stood over me, casually loading a bolt and pressing the crossbow to my head. Last chance, Matt. I know either you or Kinsley have the legendary core. Tell me where it is, and I'll end her quickly. I leaned forward and spat. The wad of saliva dripped down Azure's thigh, and he stared at it in distaste. Fuck you. Have it your way. Azure's finger tightened on the trigger. I closed my eyes. There was an audible twang as the crossbow went off, the arrow ricocheting harmlessly off the marble. Talia tore the crossbow from Azure's grasp. Say ran alongside her, her chitin feet clicking against the hard surface. She leapt over me and slammed her fist into Chrome Mask's helmet, knocking him back against the desk. He pulled 2 bludgeons from his back and lashed out at Say, the weapons glowing with red energy. Out of nowhere, several civilians armed with baseball bats charged from their hiding places and attacked Mirden. Say grabbed me roughly under the arms and hauled me toward the elevator. How is it, she grunted in my ear, I always end up dragging you around? Say? I asked, surprise in my voice. Who the fuck is that? Foster shouted. Don't shoot! She's a friend, I called back. Say pulled me into the elevator, with Foster covering us, while Chrome Mask struggled against Talia, and Azure incapacitated one of the civilians with a mana garrote. I had to hand it to the civilians. Despite an absence of abilities and a lack of user status, they were giving Azure hell. Talia slipped in at the last moment before the doors slid shut and the elevator began to rise. I thought you were dead. Almost was. Would have been if that bastard had his way, Say grunted, leaning against the elevator wall and catching her breath. Mirden? I pulled the 6 small knives from my chest, wincing as they came free. Yeah. He set us up, Matt, Say seethed. She wasn't a natural actor, but what she lacked in nuance, she made up for in intensity. Been hunting him ever since I got out of the trial. Wasn't sure I could take him, so I've just been following him around. Followed him here and figured he was coming after you, and I couldn't wait anymore. I grunted in pain as Foster removed the 2 arrows from my shoulder and back. He looked preoccupied, but I could tell he was listening. Asshole spun some serious bullshit. Said you guys were ambushed when you came out of the trial. That some randoms killed Ginny, took Nick, and that you retreated into the trial before it collapsed. Oh, that all happened, Say scowled. But Mirden was with them. Tried to hand us off like a horse trader. If you were in the trial before it collapsed, that where you got the dog? And the, hideous makeover? Yep, system loves twisting the knife.
Not to interrupt this reunion, but... Foster looked between us. Anyone know who that second user was? Mirden ever mention a partner?
We both shook our heads. Say redid her ponytail and gave me a meaningful look. First I've seen of him, but I've been keeping my distance. Matt? He was always tight-lipped. Far as I knew, he was always flying solo. There was a groan as Cook sat up. An angry red line from the garrote ran the span of his neck. His eyes focused, and he looked between all of us, then finally to Foster.
What the fuck happened? Whose mud is that?
The hair on Talia's neck stood up. Foster spoke before I could.
Mirden got the drop on you. I was contemplating leaving your ass, but Matt created a diversion for me to pull you out. Then it all went to shit.
I kept my silence as Foster caught him up to speed, playing my injuries up more than I would have otherwise. Cook kept looking at me suspiciously, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Once Foster finished, Cook breathed out.
I'll be damned. Miles got it wrong. Or right, depending on how you want to look at it.
He glanced at Say.
Thanks for the assist, Bug Girl.
Say bristled. Who the fuck are these people, Matt? Before I could respond, the elevator doors opened. Waller and Hawkins were standing side by side, preparing to fire. Waller with a glowing orange spell locked and loaded, Hawkins with a sighted Glock.
Foster?
Waller asked, his tone laden with stress.
They're not a threat.
Waller let the spell go, staring at me as Say looped my arm around her shoulder and walked out. We need to get him help. Foster nodded grimly.
Gut shot won't kill him quickly, but the longer it goes untreated, the bigger the problem becomes.
Waller stalked toward Foster and took him aside. It was Mirden? You're completely positive?
Mirden, and one more, Foster confirmed. Ranged melee hybrid. Where's Miles?
Securing our exit, Hawkins said. She looked at me warily, but some of the sympathy she'd shown during the Inquisition had reappeared. In truth, I was barely paying attention to the proceedings. My mind was on Ellison. How had he known when to act? Kinsley and I had been exceedingly careful ever since the task force had formed. Our planning session had taken place entirely within her domain, which was airtight. No one could enter or leave unless she allowed it. Either we had a mole, or... But you don't think it's weird that the crying got worse the week before the meteor? If Ellison knew in advance about the dome, it was possible that wasn't the extent of his knowledge. If his class gave him some sort of future sight, it was a reasonable assumption that it reached farther than a week ahead. That would go a long way to explaining why he hadn't bothered to help fortify our region, if he already knew it would be fortified. It also explained why he'd distanced himself, just before I got the ability to spy on anyone I touched. There was a chance he knew everything. So why was he trying to kill me? The special class disappeared. Asher's panicked voice blazed through my mind. Where are you? On my way up the fire escape? He was right behind me. Then he just disappeared. Are you sure you don't want me to stop? I gritted my teeth, trying to make a decision. Keep going. Wait, I see him. He scaled the wall and just carved through one of the windows of the penthouse floor. Asher's warning came just in time. I slipped from beneath Say's arm. just before one of the vacant penthouse doors exploded in a mass of wooden shrapnel. Chapter 164. It's impossible to account for every variable. No matter how methodical your planning, well thought your reasoning, you'll always leave something out. The best plans always account for something to go wrong, expect proceedings to go off course, and leave ample windows to adjust on the fly. Or at least, that was what I thought. How the hell was I supposed to account for this? Chrome Mask was more force of nature than sole combatant. He flew through the wrecked door so quickly it looked as if he might smash into the adjacent wall, only to land on it, feet first. With a graceless swipe, he hurled 3 glinting flashes of metal directly toward my face. Waller stepped in front of me protectively. He raised a protective arm too late. A cry of pain followed. One small blade lodging in his arm, the other 2 landing in his cheek and just beneath his eye. They dug in less than a half-inch, but given the location, it must have hurt like hell. "Waller!" Hawkins cried out, bringing her service weapon up to her eye. Before she even lined up a shot, Chrome Mask was moving again. Time slowed down as Chrome Mask dove off the wall in a trajectory that was almost a straight line directly at us. Hawkins fired a shot that missed Chrome Mask and shattered the window at the end of the hallway, while Foster finally stirred from his momentary paralysis and swiped out with the butt of his pistol. Chrome Mask twisted in the air to avoid the blow, and something glinted in his hand. Immediately, I realized what he was trying to do. I wasn't certain how his power worked yet, exactly, but it seemed to take some setup. A certain number of those thin, needle-like blades in the target before he could use his crimson magic to obliterate the center point, as he had the users in the cathedral. With milliseconds to spare, I dead-legged Walker with a swift kick at the back of the knee, trying to stop Chrome Mask from completing the circuit. No longer blocked by Waller, Chrome Mask crashed into me with both feet. He was smaller than me, and weighed significantly less, but the drop kick still sent me skidding a small distance down the hallway. I watched helplessly as Chrome Mask scrambled toward the fallen agent, planting the final knife into Waller's forehead. Then, almost casually, punched through his face, bathing the surrounding hallway in red. "No!" Foster screamed. But Say was faster, maybe faster than all of us. She grabbed Chrome Mask's head in one clawed hand and picked him up, slamming him repeatedly into a metal doorframe. The top left section of his mask came off, revealing a section of brown hair and a vicious green eye. Ellison. My heart sank. On some level, I'd known since the transposition, but I'd hoped more than anything that I had missed something, that I'd been wrong. The brother I'd loved since the day he was born snarled in a voice I couldn't recognize as he grabbed Say's wrist with both hands. He peeled her chitin thumb back, slipping out of the vice grip and pretzeling one leg around her arm for leverage, kicking at her face with the other. There was a gunshot, and Ellison's head snapped back. He plummeted to the ground and landed motionless. Hawkins and Foster advanced on him. Talia stood over Ellison, growling. I moved quickly, straddling Ellison's torso and wrapping my hands around the lightweight material that covered his neck lightly. The bullet from Hawkins' handgun was flattened in the top portion of his mask. "What are you doing?" I whispered, furious. From the corner of my eye, I saw Azure climb through the shattered window at the end of the hall. "Ellison, listen to me. For once, actually listen. Everything hinges on Iris. Everything. And if your buddies take me captive or kill me, she's as good as dead." Matt. Bullshit. Ellison. Yeah, you always say that, just like Iris always dies in the second event.
"We got this, Matt,"
Foster said, and I felt an arm pulling me free as Hawkins flanked from the side. My expression hardened as I let him pull me off Ellison. "Matt, what do you mean, always? You tried to kill me in the lobby, Ellison. I can't just let that go." Not to mention that he'd killed Waller. This plan was contingent on the feds making it through, by the skin of their teeth, but alive. The death of my biggest detractor reflected badly on me, no matter how you looked at it. Ellison, see how well that justification holds up when the body count gets personal. In the past, Ellison always delivered bad news with a similar mix of callousness and apathy. There was a strong possibility he wasn't lying here. A coldness settled over me. "Matt, No. You're so far over the Rubicon, you probably can't even remember what it looked like when you crossed it. You don't get to dictate terms. Ellison grunted as Foster and Hawkins hauled him to his feet. His visible eye pierced me, a dark anger emitting from it. The feeling of wrongness grew thick. This wasn't just about letting him go. If he really wanted my help, all he had to do was threaten to reveal my identity to the public at large. Even if my public face brought me a certain degree of goodwill, someone would eventually make good on the threat. But if he went that route, the bridge between us would be burned to ash. I'd never trust him again. Instead, he'd brought Iris into it. Matt, if I get you out of this, the two of us are going to have a conversation in the near future. Non-negotiable. Ellison. Done. And before you ask, yes, I swear it. On Dad's memory. Promises were cheap, but Ellison revered our father in a way I'd never understood. It was perhaps the only thing he could have said to convince me he'd follow through. In the distance, the sound of a helicopter grew closer. I closed my eyes and signaled Azure. Hawkins and Foster stopped in their tracks as foul-smelling smoke poured through the hallway. Multiple fire alarms went off after another, each adding to the dissonant keen, wailing like a demented choir. Audrey's vine shot through the smoke and lashed Hawkins' wrist, knocking away the gun. Another grabbed Ellison by the ankle and yanked him from their grasp. Suddenly unburdened, Foster and Hawkins unloaded down the hallway, firing through the smoke. A bolt struck me in the ribcage, scraping against bone. Say pulled me out of the way as a hail of flashing knives cut through the air. Talia charged into the smoke, snarling and growling. Before I knew what was happening, Miles was standing above me, firing arrow after arrow into the smoke, his face twisted in a rictus of anger. He pointed to a nearby door. Inside! We retreated into the open suite. Foster dragged Cook inside, while Talia, freshly bloodied, slipped in just before the doors closed. A small family huddled together, staring with wide eyes as our bedraggled group staggered in, slamming the door shut behind us. The sound of whirling helicopter blades grew deafening, a rope ladder banging against the railing on the outside lounge. That must have been how Miles got in. A small assortment of police officers and SWAT unloaded from the helicopter and pushed forward, taking a position beside Miles. Waller? Miles kept his bow trained on the door and glanced at Hawkins. Hawkins shook her head. Miles' mouth turned downward. God fucking damn it. We're leaving. Now, get in the helicopter, all of you. Hawkins, Foster, and Say made their way out onto the balcony overhang. Say hoisted Cook up the ladder and then dropped back down. When she extended a hand to Hawkins, she ignored it and pulled herself up. She froze and pointed out toward the distance, her voice barely audible over the noise. Bogey, is that? Mirden's backup is running. Sure enough, I saw a paragliding silhouette approximately the size of my brother making solid time toward the moonlit horizon. My blood dripped freely, staining the plush carpet. I stared at the small family huddled in the corner. A resolute tranquility came over me. I can't go. Miles grabbed me roughly by my hoodie. The hell you can't. You're bleeding out. He slipped through all your security and literally attacked you where you live. Let the professionals look after your family. It's not safe here. I glared at Miles. And whose fault is that? Miles released me as if he'd stuck his hands into a fire. Nowhere is safe, I pushed. Everyone in this region is relying on me. If I leave, Mirden will find a way to make us pay for it. I paid in blood to save them. I can't abandon them now. I nearly cringed at how painfully valiant it sounded. If it were just us, I would have pushed back with my family's safety instead. But the civilians' presence gave me a unique opportunity to entrench myself in the region further, solidify what had happened at the end of the event wasn't a fluke. Miles studied me through cold blue eyes. Mirden fought half a guild and walked out unscathed, not to mention he has backup. Fighting him alone only ends one way. If he was at the top of his game, sure, but he's injured. Say took a place next to me, Talia at her side. And I want a piece of that fucker as much as Matt does. Who are you? Miles shook his head. Never mind. More importantly, how do you know that? Say glanced at Talia. Spirit Guardian told me. Irritation flooded Miles' expression. Of course.
There are spirit guardians now.
Foster crossed his arms.
She's solid, Miles, and Hawkins is out of the game, but I'm not. Way I see it, if we end this here, it saves a hell of a lot of trouble in the long run.
Miles didn't look convinced. I gave it one last try. I've been spamming messages to Kinsley trying to get through. Squelch dropped long enough for me to get a message off. Kinsley's people are on their way. Some patrolling mercs probably heard the gunfire and are already in the lobby floor. All we need to do is push them toward the lobby. With a sigh, Miles steadied himself. He pointed to the arrow emerging from my ribcage.
Foster?
Foster studied the arrow's placement, then drew a serrated blade, giving me a questioning look. When I nodded and gritted my teeth, he began to saw the shaft, muttering apologies as every vibration sent a new wave of pain from my body. Eventually, I was left with an inch of blood-stained bolt emerging from my hoodie.
Kid should be all right, assuming nothing tears that out. That's the most serious injury. An inch difference, and that could have been your heart. Everything else is non-vital. You got lucky.
Foster locked eyes with me and inclined his head in tacit approval. What's the plan, Matt? Say asked. I considered that for a moment, grunting at a wave of pain. My guess? Mirden is leaning on his notoriety from the broadcast. He came here expecting us to run. Engage cautiously if we engage at all, but no one's that agile without a drawback. He has to be a glass cannon. Miles breathed in sharply.
You want to blitz him?
My expression hardened. He's been pushing his agenda uncontested from the start. That stops here. Chapter 165. This was the home stretch. I'd expected to cover the retreat, and was fully prepared to take a few more parting blows from Azure to sell the theater. What I hadn't expected was the Regent's reaction. I'd assumed they would cower in their apartments, waiting for the incessantly repetitive emergency message to fade. I was wrong. It seemed that many had not taken the events of transposition lightly. Nearly dying due to their cowardice had not faded from their memories. Upon exiting the suite, we were greeted with the image of Azure in the midst of a throng of civilians, arms up defensively as they rained down blows on his head and body. Several mages stood on the outskirts with an assortment of glowing wands and staves, awkwardly holding their fire as the civilians shouted obscenities and beat the ever-living hell out of Azure with whatever blunt objects they could get their hands on. Few of them were users, and fewer still had any real combat experience, so they were doing minimal damage. Still, it had to be accumulating. Thought you were going to stand outside my family's door and look menacing. I tried. They came out of nowhere. Azure's mental voice sounded oddly affronted, as if he couldn't understand why an entire building had taken issue with him. Miles' collection of DCPD officers in tactical gear started shouting for people to get down on the ground. Only a few heeded the warning. Improvising, I reached out and stoked the anger of those still standing, subtly manipulating them into blocking any potential shots from the assault rifles. One of the cops up front grew antsy and broke what had to be at least a dozen department regulations, firing his automatic rifle into the ceiling, then screamed again for everyone to get down. This time everyone listened, laying down and revealing nothing. Everyone waited in tense silence, searching the cluster of civilians for Mirden's form. There was a distinct sound of a door latching shut, cut through the quiet. One of the Region mages, now prone, was pointing toward the stairway. "He's running!" Miles took off, sprinting toward the emergency stairs. I chased after Miles, outpacing the small stampede of officers easily, despite my injuries, throwing open the door to the emergency stairs and chasing after him as he glided down them. Either his agility was significantly higher than mine, or his pre-system training and conditioning pushed him further. A few steps behind us, Say vaulted over the railing, straight through the open space of the stairwell like a chitin rocket, plummeting all the way down until she hit the granite floor, stone fracturing beneath her like a spider web. "You sold us out, motherfucker!" The scream was filled with so much hatred that it sent a chill down my spine. She was clearly using this as an opportunity to work some shit out. Miles and I rounded the last flight of stairs, just in time to see Say hurl Azure through the open doorway. Azure bounced back quickly and fled into a mix of civilians, Adventurers Guild, and law enforcement. I amped up both the mages and officers' fear of firing in such a crowded area, but there was little I could do to quell the civilians' rage. Say stayed on Azure. I noticed she wasn't using her claws much, and the heavy strikes that could have floored me were absent. Azure managed to duck under a wild punch. He grabbed a middle-aged woman and held his crossbow to her head. Everyone stopped. Slowly, Azure backed toward the door. I noticed a police rifleman standing on the reception desk, looking far too comfortable with a weapon and situation to be an amateur. Keep your head down. Azure ducked his head behind the woman's shoulder. His eyes, gray now, though they'd been cycling through various colors, conveyed utter hate. Nice makeover. Should have killed you in the trial. Would have been a mercy, considering the end result. I winced, jockeying for position on the left. They'd rehearsed this, but Say still had to bear the emotional brunt of the words. Miles flanked across from me, staggering his movement so we didn't hit each other with any potential crossfire. Say stalked toward him, advancing at the same rate he retreated, her movements smooth, chitin feet clicking on marble. Let her go. I have minutes, maybe less, Azure warned. That would have to be enough. Across from me, Miles' face was a mask of focus, bowstring pulled to his chin, looking for a shot. Azure angled the woman toward him slightly. You deserve what's coming. You and the rest of these useless fucks. Azure sneered at me. I frowned. He was missing the mark somewhat, coming off as a little too villainous. Still, the crowd murmured angrily, pushing in tighter. He extended the crossbow out toward them. Stay back! Probability cascade washed over my bow. I breathed out and loosed. The arrow lodged itself in Azure's crossbow, knocking it to the floor. It clattered to the ground. Azure kicked the woman squarely in the back. Audrey's vines threw open the door behind him and yanked him through. There was a wave of thundering gunfire outside. Everyone inside hit the deck. I waited, my heart racing in my chest. In pursuit. Suspect is fleeing east across the rooftops. The message was blasted over several radios. A slow cheer went up among the civilians, growing to a thunder. I glanced over at them, surprised. I thought they'd be disappointed, maybe even angry. Slowly, the reality dawned. They didn't care about killing the Ordinator. These people had been through hell and come up wanting, and ever since they'd been seeking an opportunity to prove themselves. Together, they'd driven off a threat and protected me, just like I'd protected them. Thank you, I said, projecting the words so they carried. Another round of cheers went up. I wobbled on my feet and shook more hands than I could count, blindsided by this outcome. I'd expected this to lose me credibility, not earn it. This region is a means to an end. Look at them, the last gap of the wealthy elite. Before you saved their lives, none of these people would have so much as spit on you if you were on fire. They are tools, nothing more. Scathing shell hissed in my mind. I struggled against that sentiment. It aligned closely with similar thoughts that had crossed my mind. But that was before all this. Even if my title was right about who they were, they deserved some degree of loyalty for who they chose to be. Even if none of this was real. Say shifted in the center of the lobby awkwardly. There was an unnatural space around her, and while no one was openly staring, they were pointedly avoiding looking at her or growing too close. I hugged her, careful of the arrow in my ribcage. I'm glad you're alive. Getting a weird sense of déjà vu? Say snorted. After we parted, the spell of isolation was broken. People approached Say and thanked her for her help, asked her questions about Mirden, her history. I half-listened as she navigated the story we'd agreed on, my attention divided. Because across the foyer, half-shrouded in shadow, Miles watched. His gaze wasn't hostile exactly, more like he was looking at a puzzle with a missing piece, trying to figure how it all fit together. He gave me a half-hearted smile that didn't reach his eyes. All at once, the adrenaline faded, and the pain from my wounds grew overwhelming. Dr. Ansari arrived on site, and I stumbled over to one of the plush white cushion chairs and sat down as she pushed through the crowd and began to open her bag, lips pursed in irritation. I am sensing this is going to be a recurring theme, Mr. Matthias. You're probably right. The words from Ellison's message echoed in my mind. Everything hinges on Iris. Everything. Chapter 166. Thrum. Bright. Brighter than the birth of the universe. The crinkling fabric shredded through my ears like a sudden gale of wind. A metal saucer bearing, massive, far too large to be the utensil it resembled, forced its way in my mouth, cracking against my teeth. An overwhelming taste of vanilla radiated through my taste buds and sinuses, so strong and overwhelming I nearly vomited. The metal withdrew, banging against a molar hard enough that my root nerves screamed. I watched helplessly as a gigantic fist of flesh manipulated the metal, driving it down into an endless sea of white that split easily as the saucer scooped out its insides. I... The clock on the Trans Am's console read 5:00 a.m. Miles took another bite of ice cream. It tasted like ash in his mouth. He held the pint up and rotated it, gazing at the green and blue label. The brand name was Ben and Harry's, in the same cutesy, copyright-infringing font. To be fair, it wasn't the system knockoff's fault he couldn't taste it. It wasn't quite the same as the original. But from his previous visits to this particular 7-Eleven, it was a damn good imitation, right down to the vanilla extract and the shitty little black bits that were supposed to look like ground-up bean. As far as he was concerned, you had to take time to enjoy the simple things in life. The simple things kept you grounded. Reminded you that no matter how dark you delved, there was something waiting for you on the surface. Of course, that was easier if you could taste it. Miles scowled at the spoon and proceeded to eat it anyway. "You're going to get diabetes before you hit 40, Hawkins commented from the passenger seat. She had one knee against the console, an unopened pint of Rocky Road balanced on her knee. The green and red neon lights of the sign illuminated her haggard face, unkempt hair, and sizable dark bags under her eyes, foundation and other makeup banished with the cosmetic equivalent of a Brillo pad. He'd never voiced it, but Miles secretly preferred her this way. Not that the makeup was bad. Hawkins was an artist with it, and art should be appreciated. But he'd seen her like this enough to know that something about her sleepless, messy presentation appealed to him. "Assuming I live to 40. On that note, your hair's going to thin if you don't find a way to manage stress." Big talk for a man whose forehead seems to be growing by the year. Miles toyed with his side-swept hair, pushing it up and inspecting his hairline. "So we're dropping Matt as a suspect?" Hawkins asked. "We are looking in other directions," Miles confirmed. "Then you're cutting him loose from the task force?" Hawkins asked. "No." "So we're not dropping him as a suspect." The pint of ice cream nearly toppled, and Hawkins caught it with a fingertip before it could fall. Miles fought down an upsurge of annoyance. The problem with working with associates that knew you so well was precisely what it said on the tin. He wasn't sure what he thought, how he felt. About Mirden, about Matt, about the unknown third party. His thoughts went to Waller, and his chest hurt. Still, taking emotion out of it, the man's death stuck out like a sore thumb. The garrote Miles gave him was an excellent tool for covertly taking down a threat, but Mirden had every opportunity to kill Cook after he used it. Only he hadn't. Considering how quickly things had devolved into chaos, the fact that the body count only encompassed a single person was a miracle. And there was no such thing as miracles. There was little reason to kill Waller from a rational standpoint. If Mirden was his own person, unaffiliated from Matt, killing Waller first made a small amount of sense. He'd come up with a profile which was insulting to Mirden in too many ways to count. However, it required a degree of pettiness that Miles considered Mirden to be above. If this was some sort of shadow play to throw Miles off, killing Waller made no sense at all. If he was smart enough to pull that off, he was smart enough to know that killing the obvious antagonist in the room was stupid as hell. And Mirden hadn't even killed Waller. The third party had. Neither possibility fit. "This whole thing is a Gordian knot we don't have time for." Miles dug his spoon into the ice cream, and when it slid off the frozen substance, set it aside. "We have at least 3 operating necromancers that we know of, one of which is apparently well organized with a solid operation, if Matt was telling the truth. Hundreds of users migrating to Region 5 like it's some sort of mecca, more concerning that the region is actively encouraging it, and whatever the hell is happening in Region 13. Roderick still living large in Region 2, Hawkins added grimly, and the cops will never admit it, but they're still struggling to contain the gory, shambling mess that is. Miles stiffened. Sorry. Hawkins sat back in her seat, placing a hand on her forehead. It's been a long night.
Don't worry about it, Miles said quietly. Just don't say it.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. Hawkins slammed her hand down by the console. You know that Region 6 wasn't your fault, right? By all accounts, it happened before you even meet Mirden.
Yeah?
And Waller wasn't your fault either.
Maybe not directly, Miles said. His left knee began to bounce. But I was too slow tonight. It took longer than expected to pull everyone together. I should have just gone with what I had, but I was sure there was more time.
You think he knew it was a trap? Hawkins asked. Moved preemptively?
It's Mirden. Of course he did, Miles said grimly. And despite being fully aware of who I was dealing with, I underestimated him.
Miles rolled down the window and threw his half-eaten pint in the adjacent garbage can next to the gas station doorway, a solid 10 feet. Then he put the car in reverse and pulled out, turning on cruise control as soon as he hit the thoroughfare. Where are we going? Hawkins asked blandly, as if she didn't care to hear the answer.
Dropping you off. I think after all the sideways talk from the Merchants Initiative, you could use some rest. Thanks for taking the lead with them.
Not a problem. I mean, we confirmed Kinsley was there most of the night. That they'd scheduled the meeting days ago. That's not nothing.
It wasn't nothing. But it was close. Miles felt Hawkins' eyes on him.
You did the thing?
What thing? Miles watched the road, stepping on the brakes just as a group of users in robes with torches jaywalked across the highway, chanting something vaguely cultish sounding.
Where you railroad the conversation in another direction and don't answer my question? About leaving the kid in the task force?
He's well connected. And he's the Adventurers Guild's golden boy. He also has some sort of connection with Mirden that we don't fully understand.
Miles turned the wheel fully to the right, driving around the trailing crowd of torchbearers.
One of them flipped Miles off. Another grabbed his junk. We cut him out. It's possible he never talks to us again. And considering how thoroughly Waller scrambled his eggs, I'm not sure we could blame him.
The legendary user core, Hawkins mused.
Maybe a misdirect. Might not be. But Mirden doesn't run his mouth unnecessarily. Shot in the dark, but I'm starting to get the feeling that payback doesn't motivate him. Not the type. If they have something he wants, though, he's going to keep coming.
We sure the Adventurers Guild has the apartment locked down? Hawkins looked worried.
Yeah, Tyler was pissed. He's not taking any chances. And the little girl came storming in with more contractors than I saw over 3 years in Afghanistan.
Hawkins snorted. There were a lot.
He's safe. As far as the Ordinator is concerned, we stick to homicide rules.
A lot of interviews, a lot of sitting on our hands and waiting for Mirden to make a mistake? Hawkins filled in. Even if we're dropping him as a suspect,
which we are,
I get the feeling you aren't. Hawkins held her silence after that, letting the words sink in. 10 minutes later, Miles pulled into a small suburban house on the outskirts of the city. If you walked 50 feet further down this road, you could reach out and touch the dome. They'd done that together, at the beginning of all this. Hawkins got out, then bent down and knocked on the window. Miles rolled it down. She smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Want company? Miles grinned.
Pretty sure that 24-hour chapel in downtown is still open. Want to be my fourth wife?
Hawkins sighed. If you drive around brooding until the sun comes up, you'll hate yourself for it.
Okay, Mom.
I'm getting mixed signals. Do you want me to be your mom or your wife? Miles made a finger gun and pointed it at her. Yes. Gross. Hawkins rolled her eyes and turned, waving behind her. See you in the AM. Once Hawkins was safely inside, Miles pulled out. He drove almost automatically, until he reached the tall blue tarps that lined the outskirts of Region 6. Several people in white hazmat suits had removed their helmets and were smoking at a nearby picnic table. A man in a reflective vest next to a concrete barricade waved a flashlight, indicating for him to go around. He followed the direction, the numbness returning as he caught glimpses of the flesh-covered buildings behind the barricade. The core of anger he'd suppressed so well began to bubble in his gut. Waller's face flashed in his mind, followed by Mirrodin's shifting, ever-changing visage. For some reason, the scene of the interrogation, where Mirrodin had pretended to waterboard the goon in the necromancer's operation, flashed in his mind. It was so easy for things to turn nasty when the stakes were high. If Mirrodin had actually intended to waterboard the man with gasoline, Miles might have let him. Instead, he'd been impressed with the man's restraint. The reliance on trickery, rather than brute forcing a situation that could have turned ugly all too quickly. He'd been impressed with Mirrodin's restraint. Miles stepped on the gas, blowing through a stop sign. The white arches of the McDermott Bridge came into view, peeking over the near-abandoned highway. The engine roared as Miles barreled towards the bridge, barely stopping on the median that marked the dome's edge, where he stumbled out and onto the sidewalk, gripping the waist-high wall tightly, gazing down into the dark water below as a tingling anxiety ran rampant down his neck, his spine, pressure building until it felt as if his head might explode. He breathed in and out, waiting for the panic attack to pass. "Whoever you are," Miles whispered raggedly, searching for his elusive reflection in the water, seeing nothing but darkness. "I'll find you." Chapter 167. I soared through the sky. Even after 10 minutes, the feeling of weightlessness was jarring and alien. In normal circumstances, whatever passed for normal these days, I would have enjoyed this. I was gliding hundreds of feet in the air, getting the sort of million-dollar view only accessible from a helicopter. Problem was, I'd overtapped myself last night. Using my vocation's ability to spy on Miles was a risk, but the result had paid off in spades. The peace of mind that came with knowing my gambit had mostly succeeded was worth any short-term discomfort I could think of. If I just limited my night's activities to that, I'd probably be fine. But I'd overextended. Sent Azure out to shore up loose ends. The problem was Say. I'd made a mistake introducing her to my family early, put her emotional well-being ahead of the all-important rule of compartmentalization. I didn't like the idea of screwing with the minds of people close to me, but I wasn't willing to wager that Ellison was bullshitting me about Iris' life hanging in the balance. And if I was taking that on principle, the rules could go fuck themselves. I sent Azure out to modify memories, and ignored his warning that it'd be difficult. He'd need to make multiple trips and draw heavily from my mana to carry it out. If we didn't live in the same building, it wouldn't be possible. The rules for my summons were frustratingly inconsistent. Talia was self-sustaining and could troll the entire city without me. Azure needed me close by. It was the only point of weakness left, the last avenue Miles could use to get at me. If he confirmed that Say was in the building prior to last night, he'd have me. According to Azure, it was easy enough to edit both my mother's and Estrada's memories. They both had only met Say a handful of times. I had to thank my friends' shut-in tendencies for that. From their perspective, she simply hadn't been there, and any memory of conversation they had with her in it was edited out cleanly while leaving the core scene intact, not unlike editing a character out of a TV show. Steinbeck was significantly harder. Say had made more of an impact on him, as he'd met her in stressful circumstances and accompanied us as we smuggled her into the apartment through Kinsley's door. Azure spent most of the evening editing Say out of the broadcast memory and giving him a false memory of the previous evening. Iris, unfortunately, simply wasn't possible. On top of the work she'd put into the faux armor that made Say appear more human, she'd kept Say company far more often than I'd realized. Azure told me she cared for Say deeply, and excising something so meaningful out of my sister's memories could cause mental scarring at best, irreparable damage at worst. When Azure proceeded to use that explanation to tell me more about what the people in my life were thinking, I stopped him. What I'd done was already a gross invasion of privacy. There wasn't any need to delve deeper. My sister might be the one person I fully trusted to keep a secret, and given what had just happened, I didn't think Miles would seek her out anytime soon. All that to say, I was trying to enjoy the flying, be in the moment, but the biblical headache and the way the sun seemed to creep through my eyes and punch every neuron was seriously cutting into the enjoyment factor. Someone bumped me. I screamed, and any remaining effort to hold on to my lunch was violently ejected onto the ground below. Hope that doesn't hit someone. Daron was interesting for a region leader. The man was wearing a cheap purple vest pushed out so far out from his expansive stomach that in side profile it nearly formed a cockeyed J, a pair of white, clearly DIY angel wings ruffled on his back. He flew alongside me, smiling apologetically. "Are you enjoying your tour, Mr. Matthias?" His southern European accent was thick, and with the wind his words were barely audible. "Yes," I wiped my chin. "Yes," he says. Daron belly laughed and rotated onto his back, making a show of an unnecessarily flamboyant backstroke. "Yes. The air is so clean up here, so clean. How could one not enjoy these beautiful skies?" Salesman before? Or a magician? No, definitely a salesman. There were a few other people on the tour, all VIPs, but they were some distance behind us. Daron had latched on to me, for obvious reasons, and now my head was spinning, my only point of reference an overindulgent dollar store angel. The others caught up with us. I took some small comfort in the fact that they all looked similarly queasy. My stomach turned upside down as I was overcome with the juddering feeling of losing altitude. I looked at Daron in alarm, while one of the other two loudly lost their lunch. Daron's eyebrows shot up dramatically. "Come, my friends, our time is short." "Oh my God, we're falling!" The man clung to the woman, his face white and grim. The woman panicked and shoved him off. "We're not falling. We're making our glorious descent with valorous rapidity," Daron exclaimed. "That sounds like falling with too many adjectives," I said, having lost any semblance of filter the third time I'd vomited. Now that we were descending steadily, it felt less like we were plummeting, more like the world itself was rocketing toward us. The pointed tower of a skyscraper passed like a thrusting spear. Daron pulled the tail end of a rope with knotted increments from his inventory. "Take hold. I shall guide us to the celestial plane." Shall? I wish I'd knew Daron was off his gourd before I'd let him levitate me hundreds of feet in the air. Lacking any better option, I grabbed the knotted portion of the rope. The man and woman grasped the sections behind me. I closed my eyes, only peeking intermittently to confirm that we were indeed heading toward Region 7 and not some secondary location. The man behind me was still shrieking. The sounds he made elevated from terror into something that resembled disturbingly carnal bliss. When Daron announced we were making a final descent, I forced my eyes open, and immediately wished I hadn't. The rock-covered ground of a rooftop was rushing toward us at a velocity that couldn't have been anything other than terminal. For a moment, my thoughts, my fears, everything blinked out, just as it had the moment the meteor hit. Then Daron did something. He angled his body flat, and a pulse radiated from the charm around his neck. We crashed into a cushion of air. There had to be some magic fuckery involved, because no matter how soft the landing, that sudden suspension of movement should have been enough to shred our organs. The cushion remained until all three of us crawled off. Then the faint, translucent shimmer dissipated. I released the rope, my legs pure rubber as Daron led us toward the door. The others still clung to it tightly, and I couldn't blame them. Apparently accustomed to this, Daron smiled reassuringly. "Come, friends, come, come. Your place of respite is nigh." This was Region 7's claim to fame. The flight charm. It was more limited than I'd hoped, but it still had an insane number of applications and utility. I doubled over, heaving but coming up dry. Needed to catch my breath, recenter. Daron ushered the other two in. I didn't miss the way his hand lingered on the woman's waist, or the way he positioned himself so she had to brush against him as she passed. Two attendants inside the door, both wearing vests, both donning the terrible DIY angel wings, led them down one at a time. The actions matched his reputation. Now that I thought about it, his refusal to talk to Kinsley directly might be an act of providence. For him, anyway. "It takes some time for the charm to recharge," Daron said absent-mindedly. It almost didn't sound like a warning. Almost. "You didn't teach us how to land, either," I frowned. "It's insane that no one's died." "No one's died. No one's stolen a charm. That's winning, as far as I'm concerned." He gave me a wide smile that amped up my nausea. "Good for you." "What?" I forced myself to stand upright. "That's good to hear."
Indeed. I look forward to talking business.
Soon as my head stopped spinning,
This way, my friend, this way.
he ushered me in. There was no attendant for me, just Daron himself. We descended a flight of stairs and exited out into something that resembled a spa. Women in string bikinis with dead eyes were giving the previously screeching man a massage. Adonis-like men clad in white towels wrapped around their waists, towels far closer to hand than bath in terms of dimension, attended the woman. Both of my fellow tourists looked profoundly uncomfortable. What is this, exactly? I had to ask.
The celestial plane, of course, where all angels must rest before they take to the skies once more.
I paused. There's not actually a second round, is there?
It's a metaphor.
Right. The branding really needed some work.
Daron exploded in a belly laugh that startled everyone in the room, including the strippers, masseuses, whatever. He walked backward, extending his palms flat up to either side of the room. Now, my young friend, pick your paradise.
I shook my head. Thanks, but I'd rather get to the point. He stuck a finger at me.
All business. I like that. I respect that.
He held open the door for me, and I followed him down the stairway. There wasn't anything to mark the floors, but I'd been keeping count. 3 floors down, I staggered, placing my hand against the door. Stick your chin out more and drop your jaw, like you've got marbles in your mouth, but not too many, Azure said. Clear comms, and stop giving me notes, damn it, I growled back. Aloud, I called after Daron. Actually, I'm not feeling so well. Mind if I just sit on the stairs for a minute?
Of course, Daron smiled, but I'd never force such an esteemed guest to rest in such an environment. Through the door with you, young sir, through the door.
I followed his direction and entered a floor that looked very much like a corporate office had disemboweled a Precious Moments Etsy shop. Angel wings, angel memorabilia, and motherfucking porcelain angel figurines lined the walls and display shelves. Small cubicles took up the center floor, where people in business casual, mostly men, were seated at desks, talking directly into them. Despite the plethora of conversation, no one was actually talking to each other. I slowly realized they were all on voice calls. I see you resurrected the call center. Daron pointed me to a plush couch near the stairway door.
Why reinvent when you can reinvigorate?
I followed his instruction and sat down, still scanning the faces. Eventually, I found what I was looking for. I'd missed him because he was hunched over the sink, filling up a neoprene water bottle. Buzzcut turned away from me, his expression bored, neutral. Someone raised a fist toward him as he passed, and he bumped it, shooting the man a smile that looked anything but natural on his face. The flight charm was mostly cover. This was the real reason I'd come. Now the question was, what was Buzzcut doing here? Chapter 168. As if someone whispered in the back of his mind, Buzzcut suddenly whipped around. He scanned the room, pausing on me. I held my breath. Buzzcut's eyes finally slid off me. He pumped sanitizer into his palm from a bottle on his desk and proceeded to wash his hands intently, working the sanitizer in with practiced ease, paying extra attention to the back of his hands, going all the way up to his wrists and arms. I'd found a new functionality, experimenting with the All-Father's mask this morning. It wasn't an upgrade, exactly, and on the constellation of settings, it was nestled far on the left side. It strengthened the anonymity and memory effect for a single target. Everyone else, say, for this morning's experiment, would see me without the mask, while the target would see a person of little importance, who they'd immediately forget after the fact. Buzzcut was already dialing, or voice-calling, whatever. He looked bored, eyes continually tracking to the bottle on his desk, as he continued whatever rote conversation he was having. He stood and pumped an entire glob of sanitizer into his palm, going through the washing process once more. He forgot he washed them already. Weird fixation on hygiene. A few feet away, I saw a faint blue shimmer as Azure navigated the shadows, swimming in the dark places beneath desks and dark lines cast by the wide window divider at the far side of the room. While Azure did his thing, I made a show of looking nauseous and multitasked. Several quests came in shortly after the showdown at the apartment. Quest received. Quest name, Spotlight. Quest chain description, rescue your lost companion. Current primary objective, assassinate Cameron and gain entry into the enigmatic organization. Secondary objective, find an alternative method to gain entry. Threat level, L. Experience gain, L. Time limit, 1 week. Reward, ? Quest received. Quest name, Blue Skies. Primary objective, secure a flight charm through legitimate means. Secondary objective, open negotiations with Region 7 to obtain a large number of charms for your associated guilds. Personal objective, remain unidentified by other users. Threat level, S. Experience gain, S. Time limit, not applicable. Reward, a flight charm. Reward, ? Kinsley assigned the second quest when I told her I needed an excuse to come here for recon. Figured I might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The first quest was system assigned, and the timing I'd received it in was interesting. It came in this morning, long after the conversation with Grey Hair, while I was still rubbing sleep from my eyes and utterly at the mercy of the migraine. It was like the system didn't see the point of assigning me a long-term quest, despite the obvious hook, until I'd dealt with Miles. Further evidence that Miles was a threat I needed to take seriously, even if he was putting Mirrodin on the back burner for now. More interestingly, it pointed out a potential flaw. The system hadn't bothered to assign anyone a quest during the transposition event. For the most part, the quest system had entirely disappeared. I'd taken that as nothing more than part of the invisible, unknowable rule set navigating our own personal ship to hell. But given the timing of the situation with Miles and the late assignment, maybe it wasn't that simple. If it was a question of efficiency, if the system didn't bother assigning quests to someone who was likely to die in the short term to skimp on processing, or something along those lines, that was hugely exploitable as an early warning. Of course, there were holes, counter-arguments, the light in the darkness chief among them. My mind drifted to that afternoon in the tunnel, and my mouth turned downward. The system had doled out that quest to help Ginny moments before she died, and Buzzcut had been there, standing among them, as Ginny bled out into the gravel. Asher slipped back into my shadow. "I know where the suits are," he whispered excitedly. "Where?" I asked, genuinely surprised, and I hadn't expected to get much from him. We shared the same weakness. Given enough time, access, and information, Asher was a force to be reckoned with. Short-term improvisation was where he lacked. "Underground!" Asher exclaimed. I groaned inwardly. Asher hurriedly continued. "Before you totally disregard that, I saw glimpses of their complex. It's a big operation, big enough that it's not something they could have manifested themselves in months, let alone weeks." Huh. So it's a large underground space that existed before the system. Maybe we can narrow it down. Anything else? Cameron's anxious about going down there, partly because he's stressing over not getting enough sunlight, partly because he's losing faith in Aaron. Couldn't suss out why, but things are strained. My eyebrows shot up. That was as close as I'd come to definitive confirmation that Aaron was with the suits. "And I haven't even told you the best part. The reason Cameron's worried he backed the wrong horse? Aaron almost died in the transposition. That wasn't cover. That was real. He's a civilian. They had operatives en route to deliver the necessary Lux to Region 14 who suddenly went missing, along with the Lux. It was a coup attempt. Now Aaron's too exposed, and people are questioning his authority. It's only a matter of time before Sonny takes over." The way Asher emphasized Sonny could only mean one thing. Still, I was dumbfounded. Gray's real name is Sonny? "Sonny Grounds," Asher cackled in my mind. "Bullshit! I know, but it seems too obvious to be a pseudonym. He's got to be a meteorologist. With a name that unique, it wouldn't be difficult to track him down if he had any significant online presence at all. The library was working on getting an archived version of Wikipedia up on the public computers. Once it was up, I'd have a wealth of information about my would-be employer. I chanced sending Azure out one more time before I was forced to pack it in. He didn't get much more information from Buzzcut's mind about the suits, but he got plenty about Daron and the situation at Region 7. A little too much. Having gotten wind of our intentions from Kinsley, Tyler had asked me to handle this with care. The Adventurers Guild leader was as interested in getting our collective hands on the flight charm as anyone, but according to him, Daron spooked easily. This was the first time the man had been willing to sit down and talk to anyone from either guild. But after what Azure told me, the situation had changed. Daron's office was on the bottom floor. It was, perhaps, the one place in the building that wasn't decked out in angel theme. If anything, it looked like an artifact from the early 90s. A yellow pin-up poster of a woman clutching her throat, who was apparently very cold, overlooked an oversized mahogany desk. The desk was executive style and massive. I had no idea how they'd managed to get it through the door. Through the blinds, a long line of people waited in line outside the front door, while others filled out paperwork at the desks. Daron closed the door behind him. He absent-mindedly reached up and grabbed a string, sliding the blinds closed as he navigated to the other side of the desk and sat down, motioning for me to sit across from him. I eased into one of the chairs, my injuries from the previous night still giving me no small discomfort. Daron steepled his fingers and smirked at me. "I'm not giving you our charms." That was about what I'd expected, though I hadn't considered the possibility he'd just come out and say it. It begged an obvious question. "So, why the hell are you wasting my time?" I asked, dropping the faux friendliness from my voice. Daron smiled wider. "You misunderstand me. I have no interest in selling them on the open market. Their value is in their exclusivity. As a region, we don't have much to set us apart and draw in new residents. A few dungeons and a handful of mid-sized organizations, but nothing compared to the Adventurers or Merchants Guild. As a courtesy, however, one region leader to another, I might be willing to extend you the opportunity to buy one." It took an exorbitant amount of self-control not to facepalm. I hated people like this. People who'd skimmed through Art of the Deal, or Way of the Werewolf, or How to Win Friends and Influence People, and subsequently acted like they'd uncovered the keys to the universe. And where exactly is this sudden outpouring of generosity coming from? I asked dryly. Daron forced himself to hold eye contact, though from the blinking he was having trouble. "I'm always looking to make friends, specifically friends in high places." With a flourish, he withdrew a magical contract, placed it down on the desk, and slid it over, rotating the document so it faced me. I scanned it briefly, snorting when I came to the figure. 75,000 selvae. Quite the sticker shock for a mobility power with such limited utility, considering the short duration and cooldown. It could get you across the city in a fraction of the time, but you'd be walking back. Talia must have sensed my mood. "Control your temper. As much as I dislike this creature, Tyler wanted us to be diplomatic, and we'll have a charm for Kinsley to study. Just accept his offer and renegotiate in the future." Despite what Azure told me, I almost considered it. Playing nice for the moment and finding a solution for the Region 7 problem later. But with the way my responsibilities kept stacking up, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I didn't deal with this now, I'd never deal with it at all. It was Daron himself who gave me the final push. He leaned over the desk, conspiratorially. "Forgive the intrusion, but I consider myself an observant man." "I'm sure you do." "Sex sells. This is the way of things." He tapped a finger on the table, studying me. "Yet I couldn't help but notice how little interest you showed in the attendants upstairs. All those celestial bodies on display, and you gave them little more than a glance." I smiled thinly. Never had much interest in strip clubs, or strip clubs disguised as massage parlors for that matter. Daron waggled his eyebrows. "There are many benefits to being my friend, Matthias." "You're not really my type, Daron." I emphasized his name the same way he'd emphasized mine. His smile dampened. Still, he tried. "This is a new world. If you're looking for something more, the fantasy of flight is not the only fantasy I offer." "Matt," Talia warned. I buried myself with the contract, folding one corner perpendicular to the page, then another corner. Once I'd fully repurposed the contract as a paper plane, I gave it a gentle toss. Daron finally broke eye contact. smile dissolving into a scowl as he watched the plane strike the wall behind his calendar and spiral to the floor. I waited until I had his attention once more. Let's try again, and maybe, just maybe, we can find a way this doesn't end badly for you. Chapter 169. I didn't have the time or the patience to play this nice. In seconds, I was out of my chair and on his side of the room. He flinched, as if I was about to strike him. Instead, I pushed a number of papers and trinkets out of the way and took a seat on the desk, planting one foot on the seat of his chair. Needed to reset the stakes, make him think this wasn't really about the charms. You know, I spoke idly, I tend to come off as an asshole, or so I've been told. As such, I've been making a not insignificant effort to turn over a new leaf, sort of an evergreen New Year's resolution to be nicer, if that makes sense. Daron started. But I find myself constantly placed in situations where being nice just doesn't cut it. I ran a hand through my hair, which makes that commitment complicated in situations like this. I've been nothing but hospitable, Daron blustered. With that, I pointed to the contract-turned paper plane. That was an insult, at best. How? Because you've been selling flight charms outside your district to the highest bidder. I glared down at him furiously. That affects the market, Daron. Even if you refuse to take part in it. Hell, especially if you refuse to take part in it. A bead of perspiration dripped down Daron's forehead as he squinted, deep in thought. Your vehicle sales? Not just any vehicles, I glowered. The moneymakers. The not Audis, the not Lambos, the not motherfucking Ferraris. Nobody wants to impulse buy a luxury car when their bougie-ass friends are flying. Daron grew quiet, focused. His eyes flicked to the side, probably trying to pull his social UI and message for help. I snapped my fingers in front of his face. Hey, in case you didn't notice, I left a small army of mercenaries outside. Currently, this is a negotiation. You call your guys and this escalates, it stops being a negotiation, turns into something a lot less pleasant. That what you want? I could almost see him carefully closing the screen and turning back to me. Sorry, I apologize. We had no intention of stepping on the Merchant Guild's toes. Apologies are cheap. Reparations aren't. Daron's mouth firmed. Regardless of what you threaten me with, I cannot sell the flight charm on the open market. That is non-negotiable. He stared at me, unflinching, long enough for me to realize he was resolute, which was fine. Daron was right that the exclusivity of the charm was where it drew most of its value. If he let Kinsley sell it, everyone who could afford the charm would buy it, at first. Then the downsides and limitation would trickle into the market discourse, and it would slowly fall out of interest. I crossed my arms. Then we're at an impasse. Only the place you're in looks a lot more tenuous than where I'm standing. Daron chuckled nervously. We're both region leaders. In terms of power and authority, we are the same. It's like everyone's already forgotten the transposition, I said. 8 and 9 are average regions at best, not particularly wealthy. I'm guessing in your rush to lock down powerful friends, you haven't given them the time of day, despite the fact that they're your bordering neighbors. And of course there's Region 6, at your back. A convenient chasm for any large-scale attack to push you into. If the next event is even remotely similar, how do you think it's going to play out? Daron's mouth worked in a silent stammer before he finally found a voice. Perhaps there's an alternate course. I'm listening. As I said, it's not feasible for me to sell the charms on the market, but what if we were able to sell a predetermined number of flight charms to both your affiliated guilds in return for an assurance of support during the next event, provided, of course, at a significant discount? I shook my head and stuck my thumb up. Slightly. Daron frowned. A small discount. I repeated the motion. At a slight upcharge? Daron asked, cautiously hopeful. I nodded slowly. That would be a step in the right direction. As much as I didn't like Daron, screwing an entire region out of profit from their only export was unnecessary. Daron's wide smile started to resurface. I produced a second magical contract, tailored to the terms we discussed, then pushed it over to him. After scanning the terms and finding that everything was as we'd discussed, Daron signed it on behalf of Region 7. Once he'd signed, the rotund man was uncharacteristically quiet. "Something wrong?" I asked.
"You never wanted to sell the charms on the open market, did you?"
Daron asked, disquiet in his voice as the realization dawned on him. I scooped the contract out from in front of him, signing the corresponding field. "Does it matter? We're both getting plenty out of this deal as it is."
"I guess not."
Daron shrugged, shooting me one more suspicious glance before he finally relaxed in his chair. This was partially why I'd encouraged him to increase his bulk price. He wasn't the brightest bulb in the hardware store, but he wasn't stupid. Even if he realized I'd effectively forced the negotiation toward the outcome I'd intended from the beginning, he'd have the comfort of the money to fall back on. Now, about the clip-on angels upstairs. A long line of cars was deadlocked down the street. The waiting motorcade blocked a single lane of traffic, but it seemed as if rubbernecking was the one thing that hadn't changed much. Someone honked and waved at me. I awkwardly waved back, feeling oddly exposed at the attention. One of the waiting mercenaries popped the door open for me.
"Productive meeting, sir?"
Ayer asked. The several mercenaries Kinsley assigned me all went by call signs. He had a head and a half on me and was all muscle and tough, sun-baked skin. Overall, the man looked hard as nails, save for the pink chewing gum bubble he incessantly inflated. It never seemed to pop, the bubble, just slowly deflated and receded into his goateed mouth. "Just Matt, please."
"You got it, just Matt."
Ayer grinned. I settled in the back seat, feeling entirely out of my element as Ayer popped the door and leapt into the passenger side. Being chauffeured around felt strange and unnecessary, even if it was for my protection.
"Where to?"
my driver asked. He was a humorless-looking man who looked like he'd have difficulty eating, considering the mustache. With a minor adjustment, I looped my seatbelt over my shoulder and lay down. "Dunno. Need to report to the Adventurers Guild in the late afternoon. Other than that, we have time to kill. You guys gotta be hungry by now, right?" Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the men exchange a glance in the front seat.
"We've got calories to spare."
"Grit," the driver said. Ayer harumphed and gave him a long-suffering stare. Grit ignored him.
"Miss Kinsley was explicit that you were to get as much quality rest as possible."
"You call her Miss Kinsley?"
"Never to her face,"
Ayer snorted. The irreverence didn't fool me. Kinsley had to be paying a fuck-ton for this level of loyalty from guys this seasoned. "I'm resting. I'm comfortable." I plastered over my eyes, blocking out any extraneous light, and indicated toward myself with the other hand.
"Don't look very comfortable,"
Grit observed. I shifted in my seat, annoyed at the persistent twinging pain in my ribs. "I got shot last night. As far as comfort goes, this is as good as it gets. Seriously, I spent enough time in the apartment while I was wheelchair-bound. If you want to stop somewhere, just stop somewhere."
"Pete,"
Ayer said.
"No,"
Grit replied. "Dude, no. It's literally 10 minutes from here.
"In potential hostile territory."
"Someone want to fill me in?" I finally said, if only to stop the back and forth. They weren't doing a good job keeping their voices low. "Grit's a grumpy asshole," Ayer said.
"Cautious asshole. Asshole."
"I knew that already," I said. Grit took a corner at an angle that was probably sharper than necessary, and I grimaced as my head bumped into the side panel. And generally, I prefer caution to the alternative. "But what are we talking about?" Someone sighed, most likely Grit.
"Smoky John's. First barbecue place to reopen in downtown, with the most glistening, succulent, hard-on inducing ribs you ever did see. System meat's all the same, but the glaze and cooking process? That's where the magic happens,"
Ayer told me. Grit spoke up.
"What Ayer's leaving out is that it's in Region 5, filled to the brim with countless suspicious motherfuckers who won't stop talking about their fucking tower. Bad place to bring a VIP."
I considered it. "Ribs really that good?"
"On my life,"
Ayer promised. I weighed the potential risk. I don't think they'll try anything. They're going for a tourist vibe. As long as we stay clear of the dungeon, we should be safe. And I've wanted to get some reconnaissance in for a while anyway. get a feel for the place.
Nothing good, that's the feel. All kinds of wrong,
Grit insisted.
You heard the man,
Iyer grinned. Grit came to a stop and pulled a U-turn. Wake me when we get there. I pulled the neck of my hoodie over my face.
Roger.
I felt the tendrils of sleep slowly beginning to encroach. There was a chime in my ear. Tyler's name and image appeared on my interface, indicating a voice call. This is Matt, I said, not trying to hide the irritation in my voice. Someone chuckled up front.
Matt?
Tyler said flatly, in a voice that didn't sound pleased.
I understand you just met with Daron.
Yes, we've got the flight charms. It's all copacetic.
It was supposed to be initial talks. Kinsley said she was mostly sending you for recreation,
Tyler said. Again, I didn't understand why he sounded so irritated. There was an opportunity, and I took it. What's the problem?
I just got off a call with Daron. The man was weeping. He said you strong-armed him. If he reports this to the Region Council, there's going to be an issue.
There was a clear accusation in Tyler's voice. Couldn't afford to brush this off. Did he also tell you about the underage girls in swimsuits acting as post-flight massage attendants? I shot back. There was a long pause.
No, he did not.
For what it's worth, he claimed he didn't know, and promised to clean it up.
You believe him?
Tyler asked. I rolled my eyes and turned into the seat, shielding myself from the sun. Do I believe Daron didn't bother asking for ID, and he'll probably zip up his image after this? Sure. He doesn't strike me as an always-does-his-homework type of guy, but Tyler...
Where there's smoke, there's fire,
Tyler said. He still sounded angry, but not at me. I'm not the morality police, nor am I looking to fuck with anyone's hustle. Just like before the dome, probably more now, there's plenty of desperate, of-age people who need to make ends meet and are lacking resources. They need to do that by turning to alternative means. Not my business, or anyone else's.
They shouldn't have to, Tyler growled. We should all be helping each other.
Maybe. But when's that ever actually happened? Tyler hesitated.
I'm tempted to cancel the contract altogether, give him back his charms and wash our hands of it.
We hit a bump, and I grunted. Your call. Want my opinion? Shoot. My brow furrowed. The question is management. There's a world of difference between someone employing independent contractors and old-school pimping. If Daron's just enabling and taking a nominal fee, or hell, even a house cut, that's to be expected. But if it's more predatory, if he's actively backing at-risk people into a corner and turning them out, that's a whole other ballgame. A female voice on the other side said something indecipherable, and I waited as Tyler uttered a hushed reply. After a moment, he spoke.
We're going to have to look into this. No way around it, and it's unfortunate we're already beholden to them.
The seat my face was buried in smelled vaguely of smoke. We're covered. Daron was so rattled from the negotiation he barely read over the contract. I snuck in a morality clause.
Thought you weren't the morality police.
Only when it suits me. In short, we can sever our connection with Region 7 at any time for conduct unbecoming.
And keep the charms?
We paid for them. Of course, it'd be bad optics to renege on a technicality, unless there's a very public scandal, but that can always be arranged. Tyler sighed.
Sometimes, Matt, our strategy discussions make me feel like I'm talking to the devil.
Tell me how you really feel.
I was mainly calling to ask you to take it easy. It sounded like you were a little on edge, but given the context, I can't complain. Well done.
That's what you're paying me for. Tyler chuckled.
I don't pay you.
Damn.
Look, in my opinion, you should be in bed, recuperating. From what Miles said, even letting you outside is a risk right now. But since I know you won't listen, do you want in on this? You brought it to my attention. I can set up a quest, actually get you paid if you want to look into it yourself.
I thought about it. The image of the dead-eyed 16-year-old up in the post-flight lounge, the way she'd looked at me, the ever-burgeoning list of responsibilities and time constraints I already had. No, I finally said. Call an audible if you need me, but there's too much on my plate already.
Understood. I have a few people in mind, good at what they do.
I'll keep you in the loop. Thanks. There was a beep as Tyler ended the call. It felt as if I'd barely closed my eyes before the SUV came to a stop.
Welcome to Region 5.
Ira announced with glee. "Home of the best damn barbecue this side of the Yeehaw State." Chapter 170. I had to stop drawing attention to myself as Matt. People were already asking too many questions. Which was why, as I pushed myself out of the SUV and squinted through the tinted lenses of a pair of dusty Oakleys Ira offered me, I committed myself to doing nothing but enjoying a heaping serving of barbecue. With that in mind, I swapped from cruel lens to jaded eye. If time used factored into integration, I wanted to avoid integrating the personal quirks that came with cruel lens until it was absolutely necessary. I reminded myself that this wasn't my region, wasn't my problem. I was just here for the food. "God damn!" Ire slammed his door shut for emphasis. "That smells good." "Yes, this place serves manna rained down from heaven. We get it," Grit sighed. To Ire's credit, the sweet, slightly sour scent of barbecue was making my mouth water. I couldn't remember the last time I ate. If the milkshake from Miles counted, it was probably yesterday. Recalling how close everything that followed had been, my appetite wavered. Ire slapped me on the back. "You're not going to regret this, trust me." The G-36 rattled against his camo jacket as he walked toward a section of strip mall with red lettering overhead that read Smoky John's in a curvy font. "Is he always like this?" I asked Grit. "Until shit gets real," Grit affirmed, scanning the parking lot. "The shit gets real part's worth tolerating the rest. Mostly." "I'll take your word for it." 3 people in business casual were strolling down the sidewalk and stopped to wave, all smiles. The one in front appeared to consider approaching us, but glanced at Grit and thought better of it, continuing on his way. "Weird," Grit said, giving voice to my thoughts. "Very Truman Show. The whole region isn't like this, right?" "Just the ones we need to worry about," Grit said. Next to the barbecue place, there was a closed-down Domino's and a defunct donut shop. My mind wandered back to my time at Duncan's and my old boss. I wondered how he was doing. It had been weeks now since everything went to hell. Was he still alive? Ire reached the door first, then turned around to call something back. The childlike excitement in his face died. He swung his rifle out and whistled, pointing 2 gloved fingers to our right. Grit was moving to intercept before I even turned my head to look. He pushed a kid, a boy with brown hair, barely older than Ellison, up against a minivan that looked like it hadn't moved in months. "What the hell?" I called over. "Little bastard was beelining straight toward you," Grit responded, checking the kid's inventory as he struggled. "He's just a kid." I stopped myself. Ellison was just a kid. He was also dangerous as hell. Instead of immediately intervening, I took a moment to study the boy carefully. Jaded eye didn't flag him as a threat. "It's okay, seriously. Let him go." Grit released the boy. The boy scowled at the mercenary and approached me. His shirt was tattered, covered in dirt, and his jeans were lined with holes. Self-made holes. "Sir, I don't know what to do. My mom's sick, and we can't afford any medicine." "Uh-huh," I said. "My dad went into the Gilded Tower a few days ago," the boy continued. "There's supposed to be a lot of treasure in there." He turned to point to a giant structure in the background. It looked more like the remnants of a castle tower than a dungeon, though I knew from experience the inside probably looked nothing like the exterior. "But he hasn't come out since. I'm getting worried." Quest received. A forgotten child. The boy took one look at my growing smirk, then turned and walked away. "That's it? You're just giving up?" I called after him. He thrust a middle finger up in the air. "Come on, give me the pitch at least." "Fuck you," he called over his shoulder. The approach had been terrible, but that might have been due to the interference. He was fast on the uptake, realized the mark wasn't buying it, and bailed out early before he got in too deep. While his dirty appearance was mostly self-inflicted, the loose fit of the clothes and gauntness of his cheekbones weren't. "Are you hungry?" I called after him. He turned and gave me a wary look. "You a pedo?" "No." The kid pointed an accusatory finger at Grit. "Call of Duty cosplay over there was feeling me up. He a pedo?" I glanced at Grit, amused at the way my bodyguard's face was flushing red. "Can't say, just met him this morning." "No one's a fucking pedo." Grit glared at the kid. "Just doing his job, making sure you're not a threat." I stepped in front of Grit. The kid didn't look sure, and I couldn't blame him. He was still green. The worst he'd probably gotten was yelled at, maybe roughed up a little. Getting shoved up against a car and frisked had to be a reality check. "What do you want, exactly?" he called over, still a safe distance away. "Look, there's no such thing as a free lunch, but plenty are cheap. I just want to hear about the grift. It's a public restaurant. You eat, you talk, you leave. Simple as that." "Fine," the kid said, giving Grit a wary look. "But I don't want him sitting next to me." "Done." Iyer hadn't oversold the joint. My middling hunger had skyrocketed the moment a rack was placed in front of me. Even the potato salad was phenomenal, and as a rule, potato salad was almost always trash. After I cleared my plate, I let the kid continue to eat, teasing answers out of him piecemeal. From what I'd gathered, it was safe to say it wasn't a weird mind control thing, or even cultish. The people of Region 7 were being directly incentivized by the region leader to bring users to the dungeon, and they were compensated for every referral in Selve, scaling depending on the user's level and whether they came with a group. Civilians were able to give out quests centered around the dungeon, much as the kid had tried to do to me, and despite the obvious initial suspicion, he insisted there was a steady outflow of people. When I asked him how he'd picked me out as a user, he claimed everyone in Region 7 was capable of differentiating users from civilians within a certain range. Once we'd finished, the waitress brought the bill with a color-printed pamphlet displaying a picture of the tower, full of bold, italicized text. "Hone your adventuring prowess. Untold mystery and treasure within. Raise your level and acquire rare resources." It raised more red flags than a bullfighting arena. I noted that the tower looked smaller in the picture, and the kid confirmed it. Originally, it had been around the size of a 3-story building. Now it was, I don't know, triple, quadruple that size? Odd that no one noticed. Hell, I'd been flying above the city and I hadn't noticed. Iyer waited until we were in the car to speak.
"Well, we know they're not feeding people to it."
"Probably," Grit amended. "Grit's right. We don't really know that," I commented. Iyer twisted back in his seat to look at me. "How so?" "Assuming everything that kid said was true, the scaling rewards, they're incentivized to refer higher-level users." Iyer considered that.
"Rack up plenty of successful lower-level visits as cover to create a consistent track record. A few high-level deaths would seem like a drop in the bucket."
"This is all conjecture," I said, "but it's possible." I needed to decide how to proceed with Buzzcut soon, preferably tonight, but getting a handle on what was happening in the city was part of my duties as region leader, and it was only a matter of time before adventurers from Region 14 started heading to Region 7 for free dungeon access. Decision made, I spoke. "Mind if we swing by on the way back?"
"I'm game,"
Iyer said. Grit groaned.
"Kinsley is not going to be happy."
I snorted. "It's just a drive-by, and if she gives you too much shit, feel free to blame me."
"We do that anyway,"
Iyer said cheerfully. Chapter 171. Kinsley and I were going to need to have a conversation about making the orders she gave her men more flexible. Not far into Region 5, traffic backed up to an excessive degree, forcing us to go on foot. Emphasis on us. Ditching Grit and Iyer was impossible when they'd stubbornly refused to let me forge out on my own. I convinced them that escorting me around Region 5 in full paramilitary gear was asking for trouble, and they ditched the Kevlar and helmets, left their rifles in the car in lieu of the handguns they open-carried on their hips. They still wore gray and white camo pants, but those blended well enough with the general populace. Ever since the transposition, there were a lot of McMilitary wear going around, even if the typical woodland composite didn't do shit in an urban environment. I caught sight of them in a reflection of a rear view, doing a not particularly subtle job of tailing me through the packed area. If you've ever been to Dallas, you know the city's aesthetic is fairly drab, a menagerie of whites, grays, dark greens, and chrome. Downtown was always the exception, specifically around Deep Ellum at night, where the grays and greens give way to a far wider selection of colorful buildings embellished with neon lights. It's not Vegas, but at the same time, it's not Dallas either. But only at night. Region 5, which now fully encompassed that neighborhood, brought the colorful nature of the city into the light of day for the first time. There were banners and streamers everywhere, multicolored confetti scattered across the ground, gray multi-composite storefronts, spray-painted in a collage of primary colors that grew more vivid the closer you got to the tower. People, average people, celebrated around grills, air filled with the scent of spiced meat. A bare-chested man in a chrome mask and oddly floral skirt handed me a flyer that read, Destiny. The midsummer vibes were off the chart. If it wasn't for the combination of born nihilist and jaded eye, I might have fled. Nothing that looked this good ever was, and the celebratory feel in the face of the recent cataclysm set my teeth on edge. I climbed the stairs of an elevated walkway that crossed over the backed-up highway and paused at its center, studying the surroundings of the now-in-view tower for the first time. The massive construction was colossal, most of its surface covered in a shimmering layer of gold so reflective it was difficult to look at. But I didn't care how the tower looked. I needed to see how it functioned in the region's context. And what I saw raised more questions than answers. There was a long queue, hundreds of people long. Brass stanchions lined with velvet ropes were arranged in a square maze, trailing a meandering path toward the tower's golden gates. There was a squad of users at the tower's entrance in heavy gear, covered in a plethora of silver particles and blue, barely visible force field bubbles. By far the most heavily armed and well-equipped security I'd ever seen. Next to the main queue was a much smaller line. Unlike the bedraggled users moving at a snail's pace in the square maze, this line moved freely. Users dressed in vivid colors that I'd identified as a hallmark of Region 5 apparel were ushered quickly through the shortcut. I frowned. Nothing about it felt right, but I was starting to think this wasn't the simple, sinister honey trap I'd assumed it to be. Something sharp and metal pressed gently against my throat. My eyes widened at the feeling of the dagger. The attack itself wasn't particularly surprising, but the absolute lack of warning was. Grit and Ire had taken up positions on either end of the walkway and hadn't messaged. Even perception hadn't given me a heads up. I kept still but didn't bother raising my hands. "You got me," I said, monotone.
"Looks like the security team could use some work,"
Miles said. I turned to face him, letting the blade slide harmlessly across my neck. "There a point to this?" Miles bounced the tip of his dagger off my shoulder before he sheathed it in a smooth motion.
"If I get to you this easily, Mirrodin sure as hell can."
Judging from the circles under his eyes, Miles hadn't slept much either. I smiled thinly. Where's this sudden, uncharacteristic concern for my well-being coming from? Miles grimaced, as if someone had stuck a finger in a festering wound.
"You call me out here to gloat?"
I turned from him, leaning back over the walkway railing. Ellison haunted my thoughts, as he had since the clash at the penthouse, leading me to the same inevitable conclusions. If I held back from the conspiracy rabbit hole and took everything that happened at face value, accepting that Ellison had extensive knowledge of the future and believing, based on his comments on Iris, that he was acting in a benevolent capacity, the implications presented serious problems. First, he'd withheld everything from us, despite knowing what was coming. Shouting it to the rooftops would have been his first choice. Even if me and the rest of the family hadn't fully believed him, he could have convinced us to leave the outskirts of the city for a short time before the dome went up. Only he hadn't, which meant that leaving either delayed the inevitable or somehow put us in a distinctly worse situation. Given the meteors and multiple dome situation the Ordinator implied, that was believable enough. Ellison was smart. He learned from his mistakes, and he didn't break easily. There was no doubt in my mind that he was actively planning a solution, tweaking it with every iteration. If he was repeating this same situation over and over, it was almost a given. Which led to the problem. The rift he'd created between us. He'd gone everything short of nuclear to simultaneously hurt me and back me into a very specific corner, where I had little option other than to leave him alone. If he hadn't interfered at the penthouse, I'd likely still be camped in that corner, spread too thin to fully commit to watching a family member who'd made it irrevocably clear he wanted nothing to do with me. That meant, whatever his solution, he couldn't deal me in, because something undesirable happened if he did. Best case scenario, it changed the future in a way that undercut his ability to make predictions. Worst case, I ended up working in opposition to him, and created more problems than the help I could offer was worth. Maybe I couldn't stomach whatever it was he was planning. Maybe it was worse than that. Either way, it was hard to imagine and difficult to dwell on. And if the initial premise was true, that Ellison needed me to remain outside the loop, this repeat was more or less botched. His actions at the penthouse threw that out the window. It didn't matter how many times he'd done this. The way his identity was revealed, a near headshot that shattered an eye in his mask, was too risky to be repeatable. Even with probability cascade, a power designed to make the unlikely and borderline impossible possible, I'm not sure I would have risked it. So where did we go from here? Do you believe in fate? I asked Miles. Miles snorted. That's what you called me here out of the blue to talk about? Fate? Just answer the question. There were near silent footsteps as Miles took a place next to me. He'd sheathed the short blade, but kept a hand on it. If predestination exists, I'd have a lot of questions about the way things are. Way they were, even. Long before the dome. Exactly what sort of ends justifies the means? So, no then. He shook his head. Nah. I think I'm more comfortable believing we're all just grains of sand in the face of the universe. The alternative is too cruel to fathom. That was my thought as well. Before last night. Was? Miles asked. I crooked my head sideways to look at him. Miles glanced away. Good. He was still feeling guilty. I might not believe in fate, but I believe in patterns. What sort of patterns? That in times of great strife there are two groups of people, bystanders and movers and shakers. Putting yourself in that group, I'm betting, Miles said. He didn't roll his eyes, but I could hear it in his voice. He probably thought I was about to tell him off for putting my family in danger, maybe even threaten him. Not just me. We're both entrenched in this. Even if I brought everything to Tyler and did everything in my power to ruin you, I doubt it would take. Your people are too useful and well-connected to waste, despite the misfire. And as the man who saved an entire region and is the only living person we know of who fought Mirrodin and won, you're mostly untouchable, Miles mused. That being said, I have a proposal, with fine print. This felt like cheating. I already knew Miles had no short-term plans to pursue me. He'd said as much to Hawkins in the small snippet of his life I'd spied on. But there was a serious advantage in being the first to offer an olive branch. I'm listening, Miles prompted. Don't get me wrong, I'm fucking angry. You and your people dredged up shit that's haunted me for years. Put my family in danger. Showed up late enough to the party that it almost killed me. I let the words hang. Miles shoved his hands in his pockets. I waited until it looked like he was ready to walk away. But we live in uncertain times. So why don't we skip over the part where I'm angry with you? Where I freeze you out for weeks over the stunt you pulled and create obstructions between you and the adventurers and merchants guilds. And deny our market access? Miles poked. Good. He'd already noticed that Kinsley had locked him and the rest of the feds out of the market since last night. I ignored the jab and forged on. We also skipped the part where we posture and snipe at each other, feeling out weaknesses before the dawn of a larger threat inevitably forces us to work together. Just skip straight to cooperation, Miles said flatly, as if he couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. Yep. Miles looked down, then suddenly barked a laugh. You're unpredictable, I'll give you that. Though given the context, suspending market access feels suspiciously like posturing. That was last night. What changed? Miles asked. He gave me that piercing stare again, the one that felt like it could see straight through me. I ate breakfast. Miles snorted. Okay, fine. I assume you didn't choose this location for the ambience? I studied the queue in front of the Region 5 tower. There was a churro vendor walking the perimeter of the line, exchanging the sugared pastries for Selve. Spent much time here? None, Miles admitted, though I've heard things through the grapevine. Then we're on the same page. I came here expecting a simple honeypot. Region 5 draws in outsiders to die in their dungeon, gain power or experience, or items in exchange. Our first thought as well. It could still be that. Miles looked out over the crowded plaza, his mouth tightening. But from everything I've heard, that doesn't track. There are level recommendations for floors, multiple safeguards in place to keep people from wandering into areas they're not ready for. The few casualties were cases of bullheaded users blatantly ignoring those warnings and getting themselves killed. From the report, you're far more likely to die wandering into a random dungeon than you are entering the tower. My eyes wandered to the sign above the entry to the main queue. 25 salve entry fee, no exceptions, non-refundable. Which begs the question, why are they charging so little? A safe-ish place to level and gear up? That fee is a pittance, Miles noted. They want users, as many as they can get, but they also want them alive. We're missing something. I noted a couple entering the priority queue, a man in civilian clothes with a woman in a sundress in tow, holding a basket between them. Miles followed my gaze. Safe enough for a recreational jaunt? The lower floors, at least. There was a sudden commotion at the exit. The group of battle-ready users moved swiftly, rotating from the entrance toward the source of the noise. A man in gaudy-looking plate that looked straight out of a high fantasy novel. He'd bowled over an attendant at the exit line and was now frozen in place, his armor outlined in white. What the hell? Miles muttered. The armored guard from the front placed a sword against his neck, while a mage readied a massive-looking spell behind him. Though otherwise frozen, the frozen user was loud enough that I could make out snippets of his ranting. Fucking crooks! Everything I found! Paid! Fee! From the way his shoulders were moving, the wizard was responding, albeit in a much more controlled voice. Behind them, a tent-like tarp covered the exit line. A woman exited and withdrew items out of the man's inventory, placing them into a black and gold box that held far more than it appeared capable of. She pulled a sword from his inventory, along with a series of glowing rocks and a handful of gems, then ran a wand across the man's body. She reached in the pocket of his belt and withdrew an amulet that housed a massive diamond, placing it in the box, then brought the box back into the tented queue. The man blustered for a while, yelling obscenities, until the woman returned, dumping the box onto the concrete in clear view of the main line. The man gathered his findings, eyebrows furrowed, clearly looking to see if anything was missing, and finding with some puzzlement that it was all accounted for, including the expensive-looking amulet. He gave the mage and armored guard the finger as he walked away. "Remind you of anything?" Miles asked quietly. "TSA," I said immediately. The route motions, the way they'd scanned him with the wand, resembled security at the airport. Miles put his back to the retaining wall. What if we've got it backward? The last piece clicked into place. They're cataloging everything that comes out, but not taking anything. The point isn't luring users into the dungeon, I realized. The users are a means to an end. From the look of it, the tower is huge. Too big for one region to do all the groundwork, Miles agreed, and unless that amulet was very convincing costume jewelry, they're not skimming just anything off the top. No, I shook my head. People hate being ripped off more than almost anything else. Word would spread quickly. Miles' expression lit up, which means they're looking for something specific, something they haven't found yet. I finished. Something potentially powerful enough to justify charging next to nothing for entry in order to crowdfund the search. Another wave of people pushed through the exit flap, revealing a row of identical black and gold boxes on metal tables before the canvas material covered the exit once more. Should we get a closer look? Miles asked. Going into the dungeon was a logical next step, but there was something off about the question. It felt loaded somehow. Miles was testing me. Go together to a second location in neutral territory, away from prying eyes, just you and me? I crossed my arms and stared at him. With a long sigh, Miles shook his head. Even if we're skipping the stupid part, it's going to take a while to build trust. An idea struck me. I'd intended to spend my evening this way regardless. One last moment of levity before everything with the suits kicked into full gear. Adding Miles into the mix didn't really cost me anything. Putting the tower aside for the moment, why don't we start with a team-building exercise? Miles laughed, cutting the mirth off early when he realized I wasn't joking. Like, a trust fall? I reached in my inventory and withdrew a flight charm, dangling the thin chain with a cherub wing in front of him. Of a sort. Chapter 172. There's something to be said for Southern hospitality. I'd never seen the point of it before, but Inviting neighbors, friends, and enemies to mingle in a closed setting was a hell of a way to create a sense of unity where none existed before, even if that sense of unity was counterfeit. The location was the old golf course, around 20 minutes east of the city center. With Kinsley's help and a courtesy call to the Region 18 leader, it was easy enough to secure the area as a small venue, with speakers, tables, and chairs quickly unloaded by Kinsley's ever-expanding roster of mercenaries and employees. Grit and Eyre arrived shortly after with the catering. Eyre was right. Smoky John's was too good not to share. Say and Sarah chatted over styrofoam plates nearby. Say seemed to pick up on Sarah's visible discomfort with her appearance and, instead of avoiding her, appeared to be doubling down and chatting Sarah's ear off. A line of SUVs drove onto the green and came to a stop. Shortly after, the rear SUV's passenger door popped open and Iris jumped out. She spotted me and sprinted over, nearly slipping on the grass as she made her final approach, hitting my chair full force and rattling me. "Are we really going to fly?" Iris asked, her eyes wide. "After everyone eats and has some time to digest," I answered. Iris looked around, inspecting the various plates present. "We can't just go now?" "Patience, kiddo." I ruffled her hair, then jerked my thumb to Miles, sitting uncomfortably in the lawn chair next to me. "You know who this is?" "No." Iris cocked her head. "He helped save our asses yesterday." My sister reacted immediately and tackled Miles in a hug. Miles patted her awkwardly, shooting me a dubious look. "Just doing my job." I gestured toward my ear, then my sister. Miles nodded in "oh right" acknowledgement and waited to repeat himself until he could see her. Before he could, Iris quickly pulled away. "Have you eaten yet?" she asked in excitement. No," Miles said. I watched in amusement as Iris took Miles' hand and dragged him away. "Come on, the sooner we eat, the sooner we can fly." Miles looked back helplessly at me, then followed along as my sister led him to the small line of mercenaries queued up next to the silver serving trays. He'd shown up shortly after Tyler, and never seemed to drop his guard until now. "Matt, remember, you only met Say yesterday." "Iris, I know. Chat less, fly more." Before I could respond, I felt a presence beside me. Mom was there, one hand on my lawn chair, staring after Iris and Miles. "That man. I've met him before." "Have you?" I asked, clamping down on the immediate burst of irritation. "He's the one you mentioned, isn't he? Miles? Part of the task force?" Mom asked, visibly working through confusion. "That's him." What a coincidence. We ran into each other at a restaurant, chatted for a while. Mom covered a laugh with her hand as she watched Iris railroad Miles through the serving line. Her wrinkles looked more pronounced than they had weeks ago. As annoyed as I was that she'd unknowingly leaked vital information, it was easy to forget that she'd been working tirelessly in the background this entire time. "That is a coincidence. Was he nice?" I asked carefully. Mom sighed. "A perfect gentleman. And look how good he is with your sister." "Hardly. Iris could charm an inanimate object." There was no mistaking the sigh in my mother's voice. My immediate reaction was to stomp the brakes. Even if Miles wasn't a borderline enemy on the front line of several dangerous situations liable to get him killed, further entanglement with him was dangerous. Then again, I created the situation for exactly that purpose. My mother getting involved with Miles was unlikely to end in anything other than tragedy. "He's been married before," I hedged. "So have I." Mom shot me an eyebrow. "And he has kids. Explains why he's so good with them." I palmed my forehead. "Isn't he a little young for you?" "Matthias," Mom snapped. An uncomfortable silence passed between us. "You're right." Mom gazed down at the green, crestfallen. "Ellison ran away. He didn't run away. He just needs some time," I interrupted, reiterating what I'd already told her. "I shouldn't be pining like some naive, starstruck child. Your brother should be my focus right now," Mom finished. There was enough self-loathing in the statement that I hesitated. For the first time, in what felt like years, I felt genuine guilt toward her. No matter how spotty our upbringing was, what was happening with Ellison now wasn't my mother's fault. "How's the system forum coming along?" I asked, attempting to redirect the conversation somewhere more positive. The pain in her expression lightened somewhat. "Almost have all the kinks ironed out. Should be ready to go live in a few days." I hesitated. We lost a lot of people in the transposition. Makes it hard to keep track of who's alive and who isn't. Miles suggested creating a forum subcategory to gather that information. My mother's eyes tracked toward the serving line. "That's a wonderful idea." "Why don't you go talk to him about it?" Saying the words was like chewing glass. Mom smiled, for the first time in a long time, and waggled an eyebrow. "Is that your way of giving me your blessing?" "He is a cop." I couldn't stop myself from adding it as one final, pointless protest. "I'll be careful." Mom nodded, over-serious, giving me a small wave as she walked lightly toward the serving line, a skip in her step. I scowled as she left, more than a little unhappy with the unexpected turn. A short figure walked across the green. Kinsley sat on the far end of the row of chairs, as far away from me and everyone else, while a small cluster of mercenaries milled around her. "Matt, got a second?" "Kinsley, no. I threw this together last minute while you waited until the last possible second to add the totally minor footnote that you happened to invite the Fed we hustled last night, and most importantly, look at my goddamn plate, Matt." Her styrofoam plate was piled high with a large enough serving of premium 5-cheese macaroni from Smokies to feed a small family. Kinsley continued the dead-eyed stare and slowly raised a fist, middle finger extended. Fair enough. Iris shrieked as she flew through the air. I caught her beneath her arms and sent her flying back toward Mom as we floated together. Mom caught her, laughing as the momentum pushed them both back, spinning Iris around in a gravity-defying dance. On the return trip, Iris flew directly at me, shifting direction right at the last moment, curving around me and flying out the opposite way like a slingshot. "Be careful," I called after her. Something clipped my feet, nearly sending me spinning before I corrected my trajectory. I glared at Miles. "Really?" "Fancy a dogfight?" Miles came to a stop with a graceful barrel roll. "No," I said, moments before I lashed out with a leg and caught his ankle. Miles spiraled, the green of the golf course hundreds of feet below us. "Bastard!" he called back. "Don't pretend like you weren't asking for it." When he regained control, he gave me a serious look. "Thanks. It was already happening," I shrugged. Adding a +1 was simple enough. "Not just that." Miles surveyed the flyers. As a whole, the group was dealing with nausea far better than I had. Tyler was the only one to lose his dinner. Kinsley was struggling not to follow in his footsteps. She floated motionless in the air, supine. "It's fine, no big deal, just like floating in a pool. I'm a cloud, and clouds don't—" She suddenly writhed in the air and turned to the side with an audible "hark," making the near-fatal mistake of glancing down, slapping both hands over her mouth and closing her eyes tightly. "Sure you don't want to turn on your stomach?" I asked. Kinsley opened one eye and glared at me. "Go away. Let me be a cloud." I scanned the sky for Miles. He joined my mother and Tyler and was laughing loudly at something Sarah had said. Iris swooped around them, and Miles snatched her out of the air, launching her higher. Iris whooped, giggling with a freedom and lightness I hadn't heard in years. It was so easy to forget how young she really was. "You okay?" Kinsley asked, one eye open again. "It's just... I don't know. I can't remember the last time I saw Iris this happy." The words came tumbling out. Mom, too. "All I want is this. But the good days are harder and harder to come by." "It's okay to enjoy them. You get that, right?" I swallowed. It's not that simple. I'm underwater. Small chance in hell it's getting any easier. Luck's the only reason I'm still alive. I can reduce risk, take strides to mitigate probability, but in the end, it's down to luck. And eventually luck runs out. I have to make sure they're safe when it does. Jesus, family outings always make you this bleak? Did you find our makeshift prison? I asked. I hadn't decided on how to deal with Buzzcut yet, but I needed somewhere to take him if it ended up being less final. Yeah, abandoned building north end of the region. Basement is solid and securable. Had a few mages reinforce the door and whip up a fancy lock. Added the modifications you asked for. Everything else should be fine as is, unless you can tunnel through concrete. Kinsley avoided eye contact throughout the report. Okay, great. Gonna tell me why cranky's been your default state lately? Kinsley looked down at where Mom and Iris had gathered. My sister's braids flew back and up at an unnatural angle, and Mom cradled her, slowing her downward momentum. It's not rational, Kinsley said. Doesn't have to be. I shrugged. It's not fair to you. Things rarely are. I miss my dad, Kinsley exploded, and I know it's unreasonable, and maybe makes me a total bitch, but every time I see you with your family, which is often us being neighbors, I can't help but think about how my dad is stuck in hell, made to do God knows what, and contrast that to what you have. She tugged at the back of her head, and yes, I know exactly how shitty that makes me sound. Kinsley, you know we'd get Vernon out if we could. In the middle of biting her nails, Kinsley said something indecipherable. What? I asked, reaching out toward her back. Leave it. Kinsley spat the words, and I pulled my hand away. Her lip firmed. Let's just get through the next few weeks. I'll do everything I can to cover on my end, but my dad needs to get out, Matt, as soon as there's an opportunity. I frowned. That was always the plan. Right. Her confirmation came with a side-eye, so long as it stays that way. There was a flash of motion as a pair of dark, chitin feet slammed into Kinsley's backside and shoved, sending her spinning, swearing incessantly toward the opposite end of the golf course. That seemed like way too serious a conversation for a party. Say rotated to face me, smoothly shifting herself in a diagonal roll. Is everybody better at flying than me? No idea. When are we moving on Cameron? I rubbed the bridge of my nose. That's a lighter topic. Don't get lost in the weeds. Say prodded me in the ribs. You said you only have a couple days left. We recon this evening. Act tomorrow. Really want to push this to the last minute? Say's mouth turned downward. From the dossier and character sheet, we don't want to go into this half-cocked, especially if there's an advantage to be had. I smiled widely. Say looked slightly perturbed. Oh? All we have to do is get within range. Azure will do the rest. Chapter 173. Rain poured, flooding the sidewalk and forming small rivers that followed runoffs to the storm drain. There'd been no warning of the incoming storm, save a few dark clouds on the horizon that overtook the sky in little more than an hour. Weather is volatile in Texas. Anyone who's lived here for longer than a week can tell you that. But it was different now. There were no more emergency push notifications, no more rain in X minutes, heads up from satellites we no longer had access to. Lightning spiderwebbed the sky, striking somewhere on the far end of the city. In the fading luminescence, I caught my reflection from a puddle as I stepped over, jagged lines of the All-Father's mask leaving my hooded visage a sinister air. Up ahead, a large-framed man stared anxiously up at the sky from beneath the coverage of an oversized navy-blue golf umbrella. He held the umbrella in one gloved hand and a calico-colored cat in the other. I barely picked out his words through the storm. "This enough air for you, Shiva?" The cat wiggled free of his grip. Just a hair too slow. Buzzcut fumbled the catch. The cat plunged straight down and landed with a slosh in a soaked section of grass that lined the sidewalk. It stared up at its master in abject betrayal. "Oh no, the consequences of your own actions," Buzzcut muttered and moved to cover the cat with his umbrella. Meow. "Going to be reasonable if we go inside now? Stop bouncing off the fucking walls?" Meow. Buzzcut crouched, likely intending to scoop up the cat. I reached out with suggestion, directing the cat's attention to the hooded stranger walking in their direction. To its simple mind, I suddenly smelled like tuna and catnip and looked incredibly friendly. It broke from Buzzcut and bounded toward me. "Damn it! Grab that little shit!" Buzzcut called. I crouched down, and the soaked cat all but leaped into my arms. Buzzcut jogged over to me, half grunting thanks. Never calms down unless he gets time outside. My dog's the same way. Talia growled in the recesses of my mind. Count yourself lucky you're a dog guy. System litter's all clay-based. Buzzcut held his hands out. I awkwardly held the cat out toward him. When he took it, I accidentally reached past his glove and contacted bare skin. Clay litter is bad? I asked. It felt strange holding a conversation with a man who had hounded me pretty much since the beginning, but saying nothing would be more suspicious. Oh yeah, on account of the silica. Numbnuts here breathes in too much silica dust. It's a one-way trip to Cancer Town. Buzzcut scowled at the cat, which swatted at his nose playfully. Taking a dip in dirty rainwater after a drought can't be much better. Have a good night. I walked away. Hey! Buzzcut called after me. I stopped, keeping my expression strictly calm as I turned back, even as my heart raced in my neck. Even though I'd kept the mask's single-target setting, I didn't know when the diminishing returns would kick in, or how quickly. What? Buzzcut pressed a button on the umbrella's grip, and it snapped shut. Rain pelted his thinly shorn head. No telling where he'd have run off to if you didn't grab him. Take it. I nearly blew him off before I noted the serious expression. This was important to him somehow. Tentatively, I reached out for the umbrella. Really? Yeah. Buzzcut smiled. Hoodie ain't doing shit for this weather, and I got others. Thanks. Stay safe. You too. I watched from beneath the coverage of the umbrella as Buzzcut carried his cat inside. If that was the only exchange we'd ever had, I might have liked the man, but it was hardly our first exchange. Buzzcut was a ranking member of the Suits. He'd had every intention of killing me in that alley the night of the bounty. While Ginny died, he stood by, watching, just like the rest of them. And he'd taken Nick. Whatever I did to him was justified. Once I was certain Buzzcut wasn't watching, I doubled back, darting into the neighboring house with a for sale sign in the front yard. I. Cameron toweled Shiva off within the confines of the tub. The part of his mind that never shut up reminded him that this was her third bath this week. She hated it, and if he wasn't careful, even the premium oatmeal pet shampoo he'd stocked up on would eventually dry out her skin. But with everything being so goddamn dirty, there wasn't really an alternative. He'd need to be more careful with her. As soon as Cameron loosened his grip on the towel, Shiva leapt over the ceramic wall of the tub and paused in the doorway to yowl at him. Cameron rolled his eyes. Right, you've got it so hard. You get to fuck off and gnaw on a sofa leg while I'm stuck cleaning up your mess. Meow. Shiva flicked her tail and stalked away. Whatever. With a sigh, Cameron set to work. First, he removed the mesh covering that prevented fur from clogging the drain, dumping the contents into a waiting plastic bag and tying it off, tossing it into the bathroom trash can. He pulled on latex gloves and scrubbed the still wet surface with a mix of Clorox, water, and vinegar he'd found to be most effective, making even counterclockwise circles around the right side of the center, where he'd stop, lifting the rag to the opposite edge, and clean the left in the same manner, drawing all the filth and grime toward the center. Once it was all drawn together, Cameron wet a new rag and pulled it down the center, feeling accomplishment as the particulates of dirt and dust accumulated at the reflective metal ring before plummeting down the drain. He repeated the process twice more before he finally felt satisfied. Standing, he wiped a sheen of sweat off his forehead and washed his hands. When he looked up at the mirror, he froze. The letters I-K-N stood out in the fogged section of the mirror. What the fuck? Cameron closed the door, then turned the sink's faucet all the way to the left, increasing the temperature of the water. He did the same with the bathtub and walk-in shower, creating more steam. Only after the mirror fully fogged did the message reveal itself. I know who you are. An icy chill traveled the full length of Cameron's spine. What the fuck was this horror movie bullshit? It wasn't anyone from the Guild. If someone from the Guild was coming for him, it would be direct, extreme, decisive. And they sure as hell wouldn't warn him they were coming. What would it even mean, anyway? They already knew who he was. Unless... Cameron shut his eyes. Panicking wouldn't help. Aaron had come straight to him once the dome settled. Used Cameron's influence to help organize the jailbreak. If the guild knew who he really was, he'd be dead already. The most plausible explanation was sleepwalking. He did weird shit in his sleep. It was part of the reason he refused to stay on site. The quarters segment of the underground compound wasn't much different from Gen Pop, with the exception of better toilets. Full to the brim with hungry motherfuckers who would pounce at the slightest sign of weakness, all capable of curb-stomping their own mothers if it meant getting a leg up. But his subconscious mind was crafty. Before he'd switched medications, he'd often woken up and found himself in places he shouldn't be, in the middle of making food. He'd even found sticky notes scrawled in his handwriting, left in the damnedest places. Looking for evidence that supported his theory, Cameron opened the small metal trash can at the base of the toilet. Beneath the bag, he found a discarded bottle of rubbing alcohol, still half full, and a handful of cotton balls at the bottom. Somehow, discovering the means he'd left the message with gave him some small comfort. Small being the key word. There was a dirty smear on the bathtub. Cameron cleaned it one more time. When he exited the bathroom, he pulled the door shut behind him, absent-mindedly turning the knob 3 times. Click. The latch stuck on the 3rd twist. "God damn it!" he roared, opening the door and slamming it shut. The latch clicked. Compulsively, he turned the knob thrice more. Once again, it stuck on the 3rd turn. Cameron stomped down the hallway, throwing open the door that led into the garage, and flicked on the light. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the light flickered on. He stared at the bulb. Is it just going out? Or is it faulty wiring? One thing at a time. It was already after midnight, but it wouldn't take long to swap the bulb after he'd finished with the bathroom door. Of course, if the wiring was shot, that was going to take a lot longer to fix, but it was better to cross that bridge when he came to it. Cameron grabbed the gray toolbox from its place, careful not to upend the meticulously organized contents within, and pulled the door shut behind him. As always, he turned the handle 3 times, ensuring it latched. The latch caught on the 3rd pull. Chapter 174. God, that sucks. Streaking violet and blue swimmers covered my left eye. I sat up slowly and leaned forward, cradling my head. The nylon sleeping bag's crinkling was absurdly loud. It took a moment to make out Say in the darkness. Say nestled in the nook beside the window, where she pointed toward the house across from us. No matter how bad you're feeling, I guarantee our friend over there is doing worse. I stumbled to my feet and leaned against the opposite side of the window, in time to see Buzzcut hauling an entire door into his over-furnished living room. The living room itself was a wreck. Covered in manila batting Shiva had emancipated from several now desiccated couch cushions. Jesus fucking Christ! The words were muffled but clearly audible from a house over. Not gonna lie, when you floated this idea, it felt like Lifetime special. Say chuckled, watching Buzzcut struggle with what minor crisis to prioritize. Her face grew somber. But he's seriously tilted. I closed my eyes, trying to gain my bearings. Everyone loves to self-diagnose as OCD these days. Doesn't change the fact that the real thing's no joke. Especially if your next-door neighbors are literally gaslighting you. How'd you know about the OCD? Say asked. It wasn't in the file. Negative space. Pretend I can't follow your pseudo-intellectual non-sequiturs? I sighed. His psych workup. He reads like real type A, extroverted, observant, thoughtful, and judging, not the kind to get depressed for extended periods. But the meds told a different story. He's been on Zoloft for the last 3 years, Paxil and other SSRIs the previous 2. Not in I swallowed a bottle of aspirin and got admitted to the hospital for attention quantities either. Elephant doses. So? Say shrugged. Maybe he was ashamed of it or something. It's 2024. Everyone's depressed. Regardless, like you said, I got a sense from the paperwork that he was hiding something. And if he was hiding from the suits, it had to be a weakness or disqualifier. Few distinct possibilities, no way of narrowing them down from a distance. So, I dropped by Region 7 and watched him for a while. Say whistled low. When in the morning and he's bathing those hinges in WD-40. Yeah. Azure made them squeak, no idea how. Buzzcut put the plastic down first? I asked. Yep. How much you want to bet when he's done he goes straight for the air freshener? Say rolled her eyes. That's a sucker's bet. First stop's gonna be a bottle of Febreze. We watched in silent interest as Buzzcut stomped across the living room to the kitchen, pulling a spray bottle from the overhead cabinet. He shook it up thoroughly and squeezed the trigger. A barely perceptible stream of aerosol emitted from the nozzle, then sputtered and died. Buzzcut shook the bottle and pulled again, drawing nothing. I felt a sense of stoic satisfaction. Say's head slowly turned toward me. You emptied the man's air freshener? I didn't. Asher again? Yep. You're an actual monster. It's a balance. I crossed my arms. Right now he's just having a terrible night. Obsessive-compulsives are accustomed to this sort of spiraling. They can handle one thing going wrong, maybe even two, but they're fully aware that it gets harder and harder to return to a neutral place the farther down the spiral. As long as we're subtle, he'll stay focused on putting out the fires rather than wondering why they're happening. Still, Say trailed off, watching Buzzcut move his cat from the couch to the bedroom, surprisingly gentle, considering the turmoil the animal had put him through. I feel kind of bad. I frowned. You realize this isn't going to get any easier, right? These aren't faceless monsters we're hunting. They're not always going to look like bad guys. They're just people. People who have it coming, Say said angrily, more to herself than to me. After a moment of silence, she spoke, her eyes still glued to Buzzcut. Well, we killing him? Talia? I asked, letting Broken Legacy fall to the ground. A cloud of dust emerged and faded as my summon took physical form. From the glimpse we shared into his mind, it's clear he's hiding something from his betters, Talia said thoughtfully. I'm just not sure if that's enough to matter. Anything useful gleaned from questioning him could just as likely be gathered once we gain admittance. Capturing our prey puts us at further risk. If it were discovered, or if he escaped, it would compromise you on multiple levels, and as fond as you are of such difficult undertakings, Talia eyed me. I cannot help but wonder if in this case the simplest solution is best. Maybe. Talia had made several good points. Sonny didn't strike me as the type to fuck around. If he got the slightest inkling I'd betrayed him, it'd be catastrophic. But I wasn't sure she was right, downplaying Buzzcut's usefulness. He'd been with them since the beginning. He'd have insight into how they worked, how they thought. I still hadn't decided if the stunt I'd pulled to clear my name had been an overextension. It was necessary in the moment, but the repercussions had yet to be seen. Plenty of people had been there, overheard the conflict between Mirden and Say. After some time, Say whispered, He's giving up. Sure enough, Buzzcut was stomping up the living room stairs to the loft, headed toward his bedroom. Azure? I reached out to my summon. This is too much fun, Azure giggled. Any issues? No, still blissfully unaware, and so thoroughly, delightfully angry. Good, I need to sleep. You'll keep him conscious? Not exactly. Azure's giggles grew into a guffaw that sounded decidedly evil. Azure? What? He sounded affronted, like he expected me to curtail whatever he was planning. I'm not just gonna fuck off and sleep after you get all maniacal like that. Spill. Boo. And here I was, trying to surprise you. Here's the play-by-play. I'm going to let him sleep, shallowly. Every time he approaches a REM cycle, I'll shove the psychic equivalent of a sliver into his mind. Make sure he stays semi-conscious. And in the meantime, I'll pump him full of anxiety and slowly introduce mental images of minor incidents around the house that didn't actually happen. The stove he left on. The fridge he cracked. I blinked. My intention was as simple as keeping Buzzcut sleep-deprived and unsettled, giving us an edge in the impending confrontation. But if Azure wanted to go the extra mile? Just don't tip our hand, I relented. Roger, what? Azure spoke carefully. Just, hypothetically, it wouldn't be difficult for me to do something with the cat. Jesus, no, leave the fucking cat alone. Fine. Our part here was more or less done, though I needed to stay within a certain distance to ensure Azure could siphon mana from me and keep Buzzcut on pins and needles. Come on, let's call it, I gestured to Say. Big day tomorrow. Say looked out the window one final time, then unrolled her blue sleeping bag, placing it a few feet away, parallel to mine. She opened the zipper and settled in. "This is heavy." "We can trade bags," I joked. "You know what I mean." I did. It's not too late to back out. "Fucking... The next time you say that to me, Helpline, I'm gonna punch you in the face." "Got it," I said. "Good," Say snapped. After a few moments, she spoke in a much quieter tone. "I understood what I was getting into. In theory." "What do you mean?" "I'm not stupid. I knew we were going to get blood on our hands. But it just sucks. When we first got here, you almost had to tie me down. But after watching him from a distance, seeing him at home, acting normal, it feels heavier, somehow." I said nothing. Nothing's changed. Ginny and Nick, everything that happened to me, it was all their fault. Their fucking fault. And I want them to pay for it, Say said, the pain in her voice raw. Again, a response didn't come. It felt like she was struggling against herself, and I was nothing more than a spectator. Instead of saying something, I reached out from the sleeping bag and took her hand. Say jumped, then with a hesitance I could almost feel, tightened her hand around mine. Her chitin fingers were icy to the touch. The tendrils of sleep pulled at me. "You never said." Say's voice floated through the haze. "Our aim. Catch or kill?" "Haven't decided yet," I murmured. "There's someone I need to talk to first." I'd been circling this for some time, searching for an avenue that would allow me to avoid it. Confronting the man who'd opened his home to me. The father of my once best friend. A constant in my life until he threw my mother overboard to drown. And as far as I knew, the tenuous leader of the Suits. Aaron. Chapter 175. I stared up at the metal beams stretching the length of Aaron's house, supporting the wide-open balcony on the second floor. An adage swirled up in my mind. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. As sayings go, it's horseshit. And that's not even getting into the terminal velocity pedantry. The saying should be, the higher you climb, the grander the parachute. Aaron was proof of that. If he was a normal person, the racketeering trial would have easily ruined him with legal fees alone, not to mention the damage to reputation, loss of his vocation, and inherent trauma such a drawn-out battle comes with. It'd take Mom years to recover from the strain of the trial. She'd only just recently pulled herself out of the bottle, and even now, it was impossible to know whether it was going to stick. Still, if the dome hadn't come down, she'd have no real prospects, even if it's relatively small. Even if you can explain it as a reasonable mistake, a felony is a felony. A steel anvil tethered to any resume, sending it plunging straight into the trash. If her recovery had legs, she would have spent the rest of her life working for minimum or borderline minimum wage. If Mom got lucky, she'd only have to do so until one of us could support her. And if she didn't get lucky, a much more likely scenario, she'd work until the day she couldn't anymore. Or got sick. With nothing but a guest room as her retirement home. In terms of contrast, Aaron was doing just fine. He probably made a little less as a lawyer than he had as a hedge fund manager. The house was smaller, not the massive estate on a 100-acre plot it once was, but not the smallest residence in the gated community either. When the architect asked him what he wanted, I'm guessing he said something like, chic, minimalist, boxy, and postmodern, with a fuck-ton of glass. More curiously, he appeared to have almost no security. Slipping past the rent-a-cops at the checkpoint was child's play. Once I was in, Asher confirmed that only one of them was a user, and not a particularly good one at that. There were a few security cameras hidden in various bushes and utility poles, but that was it. So what was it? Was he so confident in whatever he and the rest of the Suits were running that he considered himself too big to fail? Or was there some other security angle I wasn't seeing? Like the camouflaged users at the park. It was Aaron, safest to assume both. Take nothing for granted. I saw him through a corner window. Aaron's sleeves were rolled up to his forearm, and he held a napkin loosely in his grip. It was one of the few times I'd seen him without a tie. He was leaning halfway over, eyebrow raised as if he'd just told a real gutbuster. His audience of one, a woman who must have had an absolute prodigy for a plastic surgeon, guffawed, her joyful laughter creating a strangely macabre image without the accompanying sound. She bounced a baby that couldn't be a day over 6 months on her knee. Not impressed, or not listening, Daphne stared down at her food and poked at it with a fork, tentatively. Aaron slapped her on the shoulder and leaned in conspiratorially. Even as she fought it, Daphne cracked a small smile. Even with the world on its head, some things had barely changed at all. They looked happy, whole. The family looked almost picturesque, untouched by the dome and everything that came before it. And they'd always looked that way. It was probably what attracted me to them. I bore down on the swelling heat in my gut. A cool head was the only way through this. "Azure, can you get anything from Aaron?" I asked, not getting my hopes up. "No." Azure sounded puzzled, "but it's different somehow. With Sunny and Miles, it was a perceptible blur, like something was working to shield them, spending significant energy to muddy their thoughts. Meaning, in theory, I could have broken through eventually. That's not the case here? It's like there's nothing there. Nothing. No wall to break down, nothing for me to tap into behind it. I'd almost assume he was an empty vessel puppeted by some outside entity, but there's no trace of the astronomical mana required to pull that off." I shrugged. He's the leader of a powerful organization. Not surprising that he's taken steps to shield himself. "This is different," Asher sulked. "You sure the shield isn't coming from him?" I had to be sure. From everything I can tell, he's just a civilian. Judging from how unconcerned she is, he's keeping his wife out of the loop. But Daphne knows. And she's worried. Wasn't even trying to read her mind. She pretty much screamed it. She should. I bit the rest off. Aaron locked eyes with me through the glass from his seat at the table. Shit. For a split second, his face was blank, smooth, processing. Then he smiled widely and gestured toward the front of the house. I awkwardly stepped through the perfectly manicured lawn, circling around to the front to meet him. "Matthias," Aaron said, warm voice loud enough to announce my presence to the entire house. "So glad you took me up on the offer." Daphne leaned back to look out into the atrium. "Matt?" I gave her a small wave, and she waved back, grinning. Then the grin died. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking about, because I was thinking about the same thing. The last time we'd seen each other. The tunnel. "I have to say, your timing's impeccable." Aaron gestured for me to follow him, and I did, my footsteps echoing across the tile. "Council takes up most of my time lately. Too much, which is why I told them to shove it and took a mental health day. Extra spaghetti on the counter, so help yourself." I felt physical revulsion at the idea of eating anything that Aaron had cooked. My eyes were drawn to a massive crystal chandelier on the ceiling. "Looks like you all landed okay, after everything." "We did." Aaron shot me a pained smile. "It was an adjustment, but we pulled through." "Glad to hear it," I said, not bothering to hide the sarcasm. Standing next to the fridge, Aaron's wife had shifted the baby to her hip and waited expectantly. "Who's this?" "Joyce, this is Matt. Matt, my lovely Joyce. And this adorable bundle of joy," Aaron kissed his wife's cheek and took the baby from her gently, "is Olivia." "Nice to meet you," I said. "There's Parmesan cheese on the counter. Freshly grated, your favorite," Daphne pointed out, her demeanor still muted. My hand clenched into a fist. Aaron was playing the perfect doting father, but as he held the baby out toward me, all I could see was him using another innocent as a shield. "We have business." "Not at the table, you don't," Joyce said, mockingly stern. She gave her husband a knowing look. "No negotiations." "At the family table," Aaron finished. "I remember. So why don't we all—" The feeling snuck up on me. This tangible, undeniable drive to escape. Even the idea of staying here a minute longer than I had to was impossible to stomach, let alone the time it would take to eat a bowl of Aaron's signature spaghetti. I would not sit here and play house with the motherfucker who burned mine to the ground. No. What? Aaron cocked his head. And with a total of 1, I'll do you exactly 1 more favor than you've ever done me. If you're planning on staying in today, don't. Go out in public, somewhere you'll be noticed, with as many witnesses as possible. I watched in some petty semblance of satisfaction as Joyce slowly crooked her neck toward Aaron. Babe, what's he talking about? Aaron chuckled. It's an inside joke. Was she going to buy that? Oh, well, if you're going out to the deck to talk business, eat something. You're too skinny. Joyce dumped a heaping serving of pasta onto an ornate plate and handed it to me. Apparently, she was, or she'd elevated the practice of looking the other way into an art form. Thanks. I smiled tightly. The steam from the fragrant sauce scalded my nostrils. Aaron waited for me at the back door, and I followed him outside. Unsurprisingly, the back had more in common with a botanical garden than a typical yard, with an artificial stream that cut down the center framed by exotic-looking trees. When are you going to ditch that chip on your shoulder? Aaron said. Now that we were out of earshot from his wife, he dropped the overly cheerful disposition. More than anything, he looked disappointed. It shouldn't have mattered to me, Aaron's approval. But somehow it did. Which chip? The Marx-addled rage that flares up any time you're reminded that there's people out there who are more fortunate than others? He eyed me. I bared my teeth. You're right. I should be more sympathetic. Downgrading from 3 stories to 2 must be difficult, not to mention the reduction in square footage. You're pretty much living on the street. How can you not see the hypocrisy? Aaron countered. The matter-of-fact nature of his voice, when he was gearing up for an argument, was all it took to hit me with a wave of nostalgia. You are the 1%. Bona fide nouveau riche. You maneuvered yourself perfectly, yet you're still stuck in this poor man's mindset centered around the idea that everyone with more is an enemy. Save the political shit for someone who cares. I rolled my eyes. Aaron knew that wealth didn't even make the top 10 list of issues I had with him, but he was pushing this conversation in that direction in order to win, like this was a moderated debate with stakes rather than a conversation. Listen, Aaron, I wasn't bullshitting earlier. You need to be seen today. Aaron's expression stilled. Feel free to expand on that. Say what you mean. Not yet. I settled down in a bench chair and felt the wound on my back scream in irritation. No one can hear what I'm about to tell you. Your people or mine. I guessed, knowing how private he was, that Aaron's house was shielded somehow. Nevertheless, I pulled up my passive skill menu and activated Squelch. You realize, if you try to kill me here, whether or not you succeed, there will be repercussions. For just a second, the mask dropped, and what I saw in his eyes felt strangely familiar. It's not your time. I shook my head. As much as I'd love to rub your nose in it, the old ship between us is buried. Really? Just like that? Aaron's expression turned calculated. Because it doesn't feel buried. There's so many lies in circulation, Matthias. Hell, even the dreaded Ordinator can't seem to keep his story straight. Rumor has it he claimed to be there that fateful night your friend died. More interesting than that, your friend apparently confirmed it. What was her name? Say? Chapter 176. My hand twitched. It'd be so easy to end Aaron here. My strength wasn't particularly high, but it was still a significant upgrade from a normal person. It'd take seconds to dig my fingers into his throat and squeeze. I'd love to get in touch with her, have a little chat about what she remembers. Jaded eye crossed the threshold of stress. I stepped back from myself mentally, looked back toward the house. Daphne had moved from the kitchen table to the sitting room. She was lounging on a chaise, pretending not to be looking our way. Joyce was tidying up dishes. Moving on Aaron here, even if my chances of success were good, was worse than idiotic. It was impulsive. And no matter how good it would feel in the moment, it wasn't worth the fallout. Aaron sighed. "All right, we'll do it your way." He angled away from me and unfastened the clasp of his Rolex, pressing his thumb against a black button hidden within the clasp. My ears popped from a sudden shift in pressure. A thin, membrane-like bubble shimmered around us. "We're shielded," Aaron explained. "Where the hell do you keep getting items that look futuristic?" I had to ask. Aaron gave me a smug grin. "Haven't met a techromancer yet, I take it?" "No, they're infuriating, but incredibly useful. Not even the gods themselves could hear us, if they were so inclined." "Say what you need to say." I looked Aaron dead in the face. "Cameron Reed." Aaron blinked, just a fraction too late. "Who?" I let out a slow hiss. "Damn. And from what I hear, he thinks so highly of you. Anyway, his number is up. If you've come here to threaten the life of someone who may or may not work for me, I think the result may not be to your liking." Aaron didn't bother hiding the threat in his voice. "On the contrary, I'm here to ask you how you'd like us to proceed." "Us?" Aaron asked. Like clockwork, Azure hopped the fence. He was wearing my damaged eldritch armor and carried the stench of death with him. "Can't say I knew what to expect, but this is something else," Aaron murmured. His body language was still strong, confident. No amount of posturing could hide the sudden paleness in his face. "Got a vermin infestation on your hands," Azure said. I didn't like what he was doing to my voice. It sounded too gravelly, too pointlessly obfuscated. "What kind of vermin?" Aaron asked. "Homegrown. Gray hair, big smile. Feels like he'd kill you with the slightest provocation. Unnaturally attached to his car." "Sonny," Aaron said. He sounded less angry, more disappointed. "That's the one," I confirmed. "He said they looked everywhere and couldn't find you." Aaron interrogated Azure directly. "Technically true. I found him." Azure reached in his inventory and pulled out the dossier, handing it to Aaron, which was when he gave me a target. Aaron leafed through the file and put a hand to his mouth. Then slowly his face hardened. "Christ. It's hard to believe he'd act so directly." "Well," I shrugged. "No point in denying it. If it wasn't Mirden, he'd have pawned this off to someone else. The question is, where do we take it from here?" Aaron opened his mouth, then closed it. He pointed a finger at me. "Don't do that shit to me. I taught you that." "What shit? The act like you're already a part of a team you want to join shit?" Aaron frowned. "Which implies something I hadn't fully considered." "Do you want my help or not?" "Why would you even?" Aaron stopped himself. His expression grew firm. "No, not until I understand this." He drew an invisible line with his fingertip from Azure to me and stuck the finger in my chest. "And this." The Merchants Guild found some of Mirden's actions during the transposition unpalatable. "Didn't even bother to hear me out," Azure groused. I shrugged. Personally, I don't really care. It takes a lot more for me to throw away someone so useful. Aaron's brows knit together. "So the chaos the other night..." "Feds have been up my ass." I rolled my eyes. "They thought we were the same person. Nearly crucified Matt for it." Azure chuckled. I shot him a look. That was sharing far more information than necessary. "We got a little creative," I finished. "Then the rumor of Mirden being there was what, a dog whistle?" I smiled. As much as I hated him, it was always nice how quick Aaron was on the uptake. "Something like that. Figured you'd be one of the few to realize things weren't adding up, making the transition to this moment as smooth as possible." "None of this explains why you'd be remotely interested in helping me," Aaron said. I made a vague circle with my hand. "The three of us have something in common. There's only one thing we really care about." "Power," Azure said. "And with said power, winning this stupid game," I said. "As much as I hate you, Aaron, you're the one person I'd wager most likely to make it out of this unscathed. And whatever plan you have to do that, I want in. Aaron crossed his arms and appraised me.
You're different. Not as angry as you used to be.
Just better at hiding it.
So what?
Aaron turned and faced Azure.
You'd enter my organization as his agent?
I'm no one's lackey, Azure bristled. Mirden owes me a few favors, but he's his own person, I confirmed. He needs a guild, and he's obviously capable. You need to clean house and have a necromancer whose research will benefit significantly from the cores he provides. What's the downside?
And in the process, you will have done me a favor, handed me a special class, and ingratiated yourself as an ally.
Aaron nodded slowly.
Not bad. And I'm not saying anything you don't already know, but the fact that the necromancer in question is Kinsley's father isn't a problem?
I snorted. Please. I'm sure you've recognized the similarities between the site and a certain project you worked on a long time ago.
It looked like her handiwork, but it was impossible to be certain.
Aaron hedged. I raised an eyebrow. Well, she didn't want to do it. Not until I twisted her arm. Latent trauma and blah, blah, blah. If I'm willing to do that to my own mother, you really think I give a shit about some kid I met less than a month ago? Aaron glanced over to Azure. Azure shrugged. Kinsley cut me loose on a hair trigger. Fuck her and her people.
And the losses you suffered?
Aaron asked, scrutinizing me closely. I kept my voice casual. The words tasted like bile. Like I told Sunny. Ginny didn't matter. I barely knew her for 2 days, and what happened was mostly her fault. Say's alive, and Nick, as long as he's alive and not being tortured—
He's not, Aaron confirmed quietly. All things considered, he's being treated very well.
Then he's finally out of my hair, I finished. And yes, the timing sucked, and I really could have used this help during the transposition, but I survived.
Okay, Aaron said.
He smiled.
Let's do business.
On one condition. I leveled a stare at him, and for the first time let my anger shine through. No matter how this ends, Sunny goes down. End of story.
We're on the same wavelength, Aaron waved dismissively, though I'm curious why you are.
You don't get to make the kind of threats he made and walk away. I remembered in a wave of anger how he'd recited my personal information back to me, then talked in detail about what he'd do if I didn't keep my mouth shut. He said he'd make my mother bite the curb. Aaron closed his eyes. And that he'd stomp her skull in while my sister watched.
Jesus,
Aaron hissed. Guessing he left that out of the report.
Good fucking guess.
Aaron looked genuinely uncomfortable. I had no idea if Sunny's threats had actually disturbed him or if he was playing the reaction up for the sake of building rapport. He was just that good.
Don't get me wrong, if you need someone to send a message, Sunny's your guy. I knew that. But there has to be lines. Obviously, it's fine with me.
What do you want us to do with Cameron? Azure asked. It might be possible to stage something. Whisk him away to a safe house, if you've got something along those lines, I suggested.
No, Aaron squinted. Sunny already knows there's something Mirden might pull because of the necromancer. He'll be more alert to the possibility.
He grimaced at Azure.
And he'll probably expect you to bring a trophy.
He never mentioned it, I interjected, not really wanting things to head in that direction.
Sunny doesn't always say exactly what he wants. It's been a reoccurring problem.
Aaron pulled both hands down his face, giving us a detailed view of the redness beneath the whites of his eyes. I have something of a sense for people, and Cameron seems loyal to a fault, Azure said. It took me a moment to realize why. Azure had enough insight into my mind that he probably knew that killing someone, even if it was someone with the enemy, at the behest of a deranged asshole didn't sit well with me. That, or he was talking to the tape. Aaron leaned back against the tall fence, letting his head bang against it lightly.
Mr. Reed is a good man, professional despite his neuroticism. He's been an associate of mine long before the Dome.
But, I prompted. Aaron looked at the ground sadly.
He's not steadfast in what we're trying to do. He's with us because he owes me and trusts me, but he's not committed to the cause. It's only a matter of time before he breaks.
You realize we aren't true believers either, partially on the basis of having no idea what you're actually doing, I pointed out.
In truth, I'm not worried about you, son, Aaron said. Once you see what I'm building, the end game, you'll pick the right side. It's undeniable.
It was alarming. Aaron knew the score, knew what we were, what I was. At most, we were friends of convenience, poised to eat each other at any given moment. If I were him, I would have kept me away from whatever secret I was guarding for as long as humanly possible. The fact that he was still so confident in my long-term support made me uneasy. Aaron was a monster, but he was a patient one. What if he actually had something worthwhile?
You're advising me to kill him,
Azure asked flatly.
Your own man.
Aaron mulled over the words carefully.
What I'm advising is for you to follow the directive you were given. There's no telling where Sonny is, and whether he or one of his many followers is watching Mr. Reed's domicile from a distance. It's the safest course.
The fact that Aaron's group was dealing with internal strife in the grand scheme of things wasn't particularly surprising. He talked a good game, had a natural talent for making you think he was above it all, a man set apart, elevated. But once the polish faded and he was in the shit, it was nothing more than another rat among thousands. Azure stepped into Aaron's space. I almost directed him to back off, but decided at the last minute to let my summon handle it. Other than a few missteps, Azure had handled this more or less perfectly.
I know what I'm about to say is pointless. That no matter what I say here, people like you don't really get it in their head until their wings are clipped. But sometimes I can't help myself.
I watched as Aaron tensed, ready to send a mental message at a moment's notice. With a cold smile, Azure leaned in.
I don't share Matt's qualms about pulling innocents into the crossfire. It's the natural order of things. If you ever get it in your head to slip a similarly shaped knife between my ribs, it won't go so smoothly. For you, or the people you care about.
So I've gathered. Aaron gave Azure a nod of acknowledgement and peered at me. Not the sort of person I'd expect you to throw in with. You always seem too inflexible for that, too fixated on some cosmic notion of fairness.
I grew up.
Maybe, Aaron said nonchalantly. Then he spoke directly to Azure. Perhaps a show of goodwill is in order. I jumped in, keeping him off balance. Start with getting your foot off my people's neck. This only works if I have plausible deniability. All it takes is one weak link in your surveillance network, and it all comes tumbling down.
Fair enough.
Sonny was wrong threatening you the way he did, Aaron mused.
Done. Though we'll eventually need to figure out where you fit in the organization. That's a long-term issue. I'll find an excuse to lift surveillance in your region.
I had to actively fight myself not to ask the questions that haunted me. What Aaron intended, how he'd managed to achieve this position of power as a civilian in such a short span of time. But the longer I spoke to Aaron, the more likely it was that I'd give him an angle. Right now, he was on the back foot, and he needed to stay that way. Those answers would reveal themselves eventually.
Dad, everything okay?
All three heads whipped around to where Daphne was leaning outside the back door. Her face was a mask of worry and concern. Aaron gave her a strained smile and a polite wave. All good, sweetie. There was a gentle whoosh as the door clicked shut behind Daphne, and she disappeared within the depths of the house.
So Cameron dies, I confirmed.
Mr. Reed was special. In a perfect world, I owed him a great deal. That doesn't change the reality that there was no place for him in the grand scheme of things, Aaron said. To his small credit, he actually seemed to struggle with the decision. And his death will serve a greater purpose.
Sure he'll appreciate that.
I stuffed my hands in my pockets and began to walk away. Mirden fell in line behind me. Judge me all you want, Aaron called after me. But we live in a world of problems, Matthias. I'm the only one offering a solution. And I'm just following orders, I called back over my shoulder. Chapter 177. Buzzcut entered his home with all the grimness and gravitas of a man marching to his own execution. He struggled with a bag of cleaning supplies under one arm and closed the door behind him. With an audible sigh, he hung his keys on the steel hook beside the door, then stopped. For a moment he didn't move, stayed rooted to the spot behind the plasterboard, and cocked his head as if he was listening for something. I told Azure to pay special attention to the entryway, make sure we unsettled nothing, avoided setting off any unknown triggers, and my summon had followed through. Absolutely everything was exactly the way Buzzcut had left it, down to every speck of dust, the angle of the doorknob, and the small pile of dust behind the door. Yet somehow he knew. Buzzcut reached out slowly for the light switch. As soon as he flicked it, probability cascade activated as the leg of one of the hall shelves gave out, spilling out dozens of books as it fell sideways. Buzzcut dropped the cleaning supplies in his arms and jumped backward with a startled shout. I waited until the complex black and silver sights of Nicta's lament perfectly aligned with my target. In the darkened house, the proceeding arrowhead glowed a dull green from Say's enchantment. It was subtle, only a faint shimmer in the shadow. At this range, it didn't matter that my skill with a bow was lacking in comparison. I needed the stopping power, and as long as the target was standing still and I'd successfully baited out perception, I had him. I loosed the arrow. Buzzcut's head snapped to the side, and he stumbled back against the door, back slamming into it as he reached up in shock toward where the arrow had pierced his neck. He wasn't bleeding much. A shot through the throat was debilitating enough to make this a hell of a lot easier than it would have been otherwise. There were precious seconds before his abilities kicked in, maybe less. I dropped the larger, unwieldy bow and activated Page's quick draw. The crossbow was in my hand in seconds, and I pulled the trigger, aiming for center mass. Buzzcut threw himself to the side, falling over. The bolt narrowly missed, lodging itself in the wall. I scowled. Perception was such a double-edged ability. Fantastic if you were the only one who had it, infuriating when everyone else did. Audrey dropped from her hiding place on the roof and tangled herself around Buzzcut's upper body, using all her attack and mobility vines to lash his massive arms to his sides. Instead of reloading and risking another miss, I changed tack again, dashing the short distance from the far end of the room and slamming my knee into Buzzcut's face. His nose flattened like it was made of construction paper, head bouncing back against the wall. When I tried to repeat the motion, Buzzcut lashed out and kicked my foot out from underneath me. My entire leg felt like someone had hit it with a sledgehammer, and I was suddenly airborne, rotating at a speed more than fast enough to break my neck if I landed wrong. Instinctively, I twisted midair to alter my trajectory and landed jarringly on one knee. Buzzcut roared. Audrey bit him, sinking her many teeth into the nerve cluster on his shoulder. Instead of running or focusing on the plant, tearing his flesh away, Buzzcut forced his way to his feet, bent at the waist, and charged, bowling me over. All the air went out of my lungs as he landed on me, a few of Audrey's thorns catching my armor and digging into flesh where the armor was torn. Buzzcut roared again, spittle flying into my face. This time his voice was more raw, guttural. His shirt strained as his muscles swelled, the fabric growing tauter until it split across the seams, buttons popping free. I drove the meat of my palm into Buzzcut's ruined nose. He reeled back, sunglasses flying off his head. His considerable weight shifted off me, and I snatched Blade of Woe from my inventory, stabbing it straight toward his chest. Instead of sinking in, there was an audible scrape, and I nearly lost my grip on the blade as it recoiled across his body. Shit. Too late. I got a leg free and planted a foot against his chest, using all the strength I could muster to dislodge myself. Tile squeaked beneath me as I slid backward. Using a mix of my abilities, I landed 2 more of Say's poison bolts in Buzzcut's legs. Whatever protection ability he was using, I'd hoped it followed a logical order. Started around his chest and vitals, but initially left his extremities and lower body unprotected until it fully kicked in. One bolt bounced off his shin, leaving a deep gash. The other sunk directly into his knee. Bingo. Buzzcut howled. His anger was tinged with pain and fear, but he wasn't folding. He bent forward, and there was an audible creak from the vines. A series of explosive pops filled the air as Audrey's vines frayed and snapped, Buzzcut's mass growing more pronounced. Now! A lithe form flew through the darkness. In her altered, feral form, Talia gripped Buzzcut's leg in her jaws, growling loudly. In the short time it took her to join the fray, the magical protection had spread down Buzzcut's body, and Talia's teeth barely sunk in. Finally freed from Audrey's vines, Buzzcut grabbed Talia by the scruff of her neck and threw her across the room.
"You have no idea," Buzzcut wheezed, his voice deep and altered. Banter was for children. I had no intention of letting him finish. I raised 2 fingers, and Say dropped on Buzzcut from the balcony. The same move she'd pulled on me.
In some ways, it felt nostalgic, only this time Say was playing for keeps. Say slammed Buzzcut face down into the ground, hard enough to send a series of spider-webbing cracks across the tile. He pushed himself onto his hands and knees. I leapt over the counter, landing hard on his wounded leg, feeling the arrow snap from the pressure. When the blades on her arms failed to do damage, Say snarled, pinned his head to the ground for leverage, and drove a fist into Buzzcut's ribs repeatedly. There was an odd, echoing feedback that sounded vaguely like a rock bouncing across ice in the middle of winter, until the ice broke with an audible crunch. Sensing that the ability was shielded, Buzzcut had weakened. Say's forearm blade extended outward, and she cocked her arm, prepared to thrust the blade between Buzzcut's ribs. In a sudden burst of motion, Buzzcut twisted beneath Say, driving an elbow into her jaw. The strike caught her by surprise, and she hit the ground hard. Even so, honeycombing frost spread down Buzzcut's waist as he struggled to his feet. At some point, he got his weapons out of his inventory. With his stance, I almost mistook them for boxing gloves. In a way, they were, only meaner. The leather gloves were covered with studded metal, while a row of nasty-looking spikes lined the knuckles. Though the spikes themselves were immaculately clean, the leather beneath them was deeply stained. He'd used the hell out of them, and seeing how he was still alive, they'd served him well. "Don't get hit." Say was back on her feet, but only partially recovered. Her warning sounded obvious until I saw the black, jagged protrusion that stuck out from her jaw where a mandible once sat. Little green sparks kindled on the edges, slowly rebuilding the broken appendage. Carefully, I took stock. Talia slumped over in the corner on her side, a smudged red imprint on the wall behind her. Audrey dragged herself away from the fight slowly, her mobility vines a fraction of their original size. Yeah, "don't get hit" deserved some emphasis. Buzzcut was still expanding. The panic in his eyes had faded, but the fury remained. "Move!" We split, darting in opposite directions. If we fought defensively, aggressive flanking was the only way to handle this. Only Buzzcut wasn't interested in fighting defensively. If he'd waited to go on the offensive, given us time to tire ourselves out, I'm not sure there'd be anything we could do. With my attack summons handled, all he had left to contend with was 2 users. We were both strong in our own way, but I'd spent most of my mana setting the stage, and the hits Say took had visibly rattled her. In the end, Azure made all the difference. He made sure Buzzcut connected the dots between this ambush and the hellish night that preceded it. And Cameron was pissed. He didn't even look at Say as we split, tracking me as I ran in the opposite direction of Say into the kitchen, trying to put a counter between us to give myself time to reload. Buzzcut dropped into a crouch and hurled himself at me. The kitchen wasn't massive, and Buzzcut was so big now he had a good chance of tagging me, even if I timed the dodge perfectly. So instead of trying to evade him, I stopped still, mentally toggled the operator's belt, and jumped straight up. My feet barely settled on the top of the massive fridge before he slammed into it full force, the entire stainless steel surface buckling inward, the glass within shattering. Probability cascade activated, and my arms pinwheeled as the fridge toppled. Cameron caught it before it could crush him, glaring daggers upward before he ripped the fridge out from under me. I was already moving, lightly dashing across the countertops as Cameron raged, pots and pans flying everywhere. Tired of my bullshit, he grabbed the counter itself and ripped it from its wooden base with an ear-splitting crack. Say walloped him from behind, striking the same spot she'd weakened earlier. Buzzcut turned and chased her, tripping from the unwieldiness of his body and scrambling until he made it back onto his feet. Like they'd rehearsed it, Say danced. She threaded the needle throughout the minefield that was now Buzzcut's living room floor, evading him until he reached one of the preset traps, raining down blows on him every time he took a misstep and broke through the floorboards. I watched him try to split the difference, being wary of his footing and his opponent. But Say was too fast for that, pushing him every time he hesitated or looked away. Either from the exertion or the poison, Buzzcut was slowing down. I readied my bow and waited for an opening. With an angry roar, Buzzcut picked up his ruined couch and hurled it at Say. Say slid beneath it, driving a fist into Buzzcut's ruined knee. It cracked, and he fell. I fired. The arrow sunk into the weak spot on Buzzcut's back. As if she'd planned it, Say leapt onto Buzzcut's back as he toppled and threaded an arm around his neck, catching him in a blood choke. But Buzzcut wasn't an amateur. He moved quickly, quick enough that I had a feeling his abilities didn't offer any protection from that sort of attack, and reached up to grab at Say's hair. He ripped a handful out at the root, and Say screamed. Instead of knocking her loose, she redoubled her efforts, muscles rippling, her face a sneer. I reloaded my crossbow and moved closer. "Feel that?" The way your mind's blanking out and your body won't quite respond to anything you ask it to do? That's how it felt in the tunnel, you piece of shit, Say snarled into Buzzcut's ear. He reached up again, trying for another clump of hair, reaching nothing. And you keep hoping for someone, anyone, to come along and help you, because it can't end this way. Say chuckled. But you're alone, Cameron. It will end this way. And no one is coming to save you. The last vestiges of lucidity left Buzzcut's expression. His arms, once struggling to either push Say off of him or push himself off the floor, went limp. Slowly his eyes closed. Still straddling Cameron, Say released her hold and leaned back, gasping for air. Holy shit! Good job. It sounded awkward, but I wasn't sure what else to say. Seeing Buzzcut defeated after all the build-up felt strange, somehow. For a second, Say heaved between words, I thought we were going to need the tank. Buzzcut's eye shot open. It was glowing red. The whole eye, no visible sclera to be seen. And he screamed. Say tried to grab him, but he threw her off easily, standing to his full height. Between the eye and the dark veins that lined his face, he looked more demon than human now. Fuck! Say was further into the living room, laying smack in the center of the outline where the couch once sat. She was forcing her way to her feet, but her movements were stilted. Either she was stunned, or she'd injured something. Regardless, she'd be slower than before. I needed to end this quickly. With a precious few seconds, I studied the kitchen furtively, looking for anything I could use. It was more or less a wreck. The fridge was overturned, and just beyond the fridge, the torn-up marble countertop leaned against a pantry next to the stove like a stone tent. The pieces were all there, but I needed to put them together. Buzzcut took a menacing step towards Say. Lacking a better alternative, I pulled an umbrella out of my inventory and tossed it on the floor in front of him. Thanks for this, by the way. Slowly, Buzzcut's head tilted down, not comprehending. Then his mouth widened in a rictus of anger, and he lost all interest in Say. I didn't bother looking back. Instead, I sprinted into the kitchen and reached toward the back of the stovetop in the guise of pushing against the wall for momentum. I turned the stove on and redirected myself in the same motion, hoping the ploy wasn't too obvious. I dove into the open space between the counter and the wall. Buzzcut's footsteps thundered behind me, picking up pace. From his perspective, he'd cornered me. I covered my ears and shielded my head with my arms. Probability cascade activated for the last time. The resulting explosion was deafening. I heard something that sounded more like it came from a bear than a human. Bits of marble and pulverized stone rained down on me as the sheet of counter fell to pieces. I emerged from my improvised shelter to find Buzzcut's once tidy house a derelict mess. The cupboards and counters were awash in a circle of flame that radiated outward from the stove, where the jagged and blackened remnants of a propane tank sat in the stove's base. Say staggered toward me. You didn't die. It was a minor miracle I hadn't. Even with the considerable work I'd put in reinforcing the stove's metal interior with probability cascade, redirecting the blast forward, most of what I'd done was theoretical, something we could fall back on if everything went sideways. Still, I'd had no intention of being this close to it when it went off. I reached up toward a wetness on my cheeks, and my hand came away red. My ears were bleeding. Buzzcut was slumped over in a pile of rubble. He'd flown clear across the full span of his open-plan home and was half buried in a now crumbling wall. His face was a mask of blood, his body slowly returning to its original size. Once I was positive I could walk without falling over, I crossed over toward him, turning back to speak to Say. We need to go. That wasn't exactly subtle. Buzzcut's chest was rising and falling. His breathing was shallow, but he was still alive. I stood over our target and pointed my crossbow at his head. It would be easy to pull the trigger. Slowly, I lowered the crossbow and sighed. Big picture? Big picture, Say confirmed. She didn't look any happier about it than I was, but there was something else in her expression. Relief, maybe. Get the curtains. I pulled up my social UI and sent a message. Matt. Door. Plan A. Kinsley's door appeared where the refrigerator used to be. You sure about this? Say asked. She grabbed Cameron's leg and unceremoniously dragged him toward the exit. I reached out toward my fallen summons, returning both Talia and Audrey to the void, and went to help her. More or less. Great. Exactly what I wanted to hear right now. Say glared at me. Whether or not he talks, Azure will pull something useful out of him. Eventually. It feels like an unnecessary risk, Say grunted. Sonny put a price on his head. Aaron sold him out, I mused. He doesn't know it yet, but I might be the last friend he has in the world. Chapter 178. This looks more like a bachelor's pad than a prison, Kinsley complained. She lugged a bag of freeze-dried food behind her, readjusting her grip. And seriously? You're letting him keep his pet? I took it from her and placed it next to the litter box and the small basket of cat toys, ignoring Shiva as she clawed at the bag, then surveyed the room. There were a handful of chairs, along with a console connected to a small, widescreen TV, and a long twin bed in the corner. It plays better this way. Because he still has something to lose? Say lugged Cameron in like a sack of vegetables, tossing his unconscious body onto the bed. He was blindfolded, and a pair of noise-canceling earmuffs blocked out all sound. Unceremoniously, Say shrugged him off her shoulder. Not exactly. Even though she hadn't explicitly stated it, I knew Say was unhappy with my decision to let Cameron live. I wasn't happy with it either. Sparing him felt like unearned clemency. Still, I was about to enter a Trojan horse scenario where I couldn't trust anyone around me, and I'd inevitably run into unknown variables. Having access to someone with intimate knowledge of the organization would be incredibly valuable. Cameron probably wouldn't cooperate. The beauty of it was, he didn't have to. There was no need to resort to brute torture or intimidation tactics. I could just ask him questions and let Azure sieve out the answers from the surface of his mind. Hey, Kinsley backed away in alarm. He's stirring. Sure enough, Cameron let out an audible groan. He reached his bandaged hand up toward the blindfold on his eyes, but the morphine went out before he reached it, and his arm dropped. Say turned to me, her mouth turned downward. If he wakes up and sees me, solid chance he goes for round 2. Wouldn't want to undo the mercenary healer's hard work. I fished the tape recorder out of my inventory, pausing briefly. With all the magic and technomancer stuff going around, Aaron hadn't even bothered to consider the far more grounded possibility I'd wear an old-school wire. Less wire than lapel mic taped to the collar of my hoodie. It had taken a half hour to copy the original message to another device and scrub the original of anything I didn't want Cameron to know. The process was old school, recording over the parts I needed to abridge with dead air. While the result wasn't exactly clean, and a mildly attentive listener would realize there were redactions, what I left painted an obvious truth in broad strokes. That Aaron had sold Cameron down the river without a second thought. I made sure the tape was rewound and left the device on the table in the center of the room. Kinsley doored me back to the old safe house. I scrolled past several quest-complete notifications and a few messages before finding what I was looking for. Meet with Sonny for debrief and entry into... ? Time limit, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 21 seconds. Location, 3271 Talmont Avenue. It was a mixed bag. Though I wasn't certain, the continuation of the quest chain likely meant my calling an audible and taking Cameron prisoner hadn't broken the quest chain, or was, at the very least, an acceptable result. The address and the imminent time limit to progress the quest were more difficult to parse in terms of positive and negative. On one hand, it saved me the inconvenience of tracking Sonny down, or worse, waiting for him to drop in on me. On the other, that the time and place of the meeting was delivered via the quest in a decidedly non-negotiable way was concerning. Still, I couldn't back out now. I was committed. Now it was a matter of making sure I was fully prepared. Matt, Level 14, Ordinator. Identity, Mirden, Level 14, ? Strength, 6. Toughness, 8. Agility, 20+. Intelligence, 17+. Perception, 8. Will, 21. Companionship, 3. Active title, Born Nihilist. Feats, Double-blind. Ordinator's Guile, 1. Ordinator's Emulation. Stealth, 1. Awareness, 1. Harrowing Anticipation. Page's Quick Draw. Vindictive. Squelch. Acclamation. Skills, Probability Cascade, Level 5. Suggestion, Level 21. One-handed, level 19. Negotiation, level 16. Unsparing Fang, emulated, level 13. Bow Adept, level 5. Boons: Nycta's Veil, Eldritch Favor, Ordinator's Implements. Summons: Audrey, Flowerfang Hybrid, Bond level 5. Talia, Eidolon Wolf, Bond level 9. Azure, Abrogated Lithid, Bond level 20. Skill points available, 0. Feat points available, 2. The point in agility was obvious. Putting 2 points into toughness, though? Well, it felt like the end of an era. I had taken too many dings, had too many close calls over the last month to justify the semi-purist approach I'd taken before. I was going to get hit. It was an unfortunate byproduct of my tendency to be in the thick of harrowing situations, complicated enough that I couldn't control every variable with my abilities. There was no point in denying it, clinging to the theoretical idea where I never took damage. I moved on from the stat allocations to the feats, narrowing my options down to 2. Hinder. Actively weakens the target and reduces the efficacy of passive abilities. Affected targets will be considerably more susceptible to stealth and surprise attacks, and more vulnerable to psychological toll of inflicted wounds. The latter effect, as well as the chance of detection, increases with each consecutive reapplication of this ability until the ability expires. Escalating Fire. A King's Ranger is the pinnacle of precision. Every bolt, arrow, or stone that lands on the same target does exponentially more damage than the last. As their potency grows, these empowered projectiles require more focus and concentration to aim. The accumulated bonus is lost with the first projectile that misses the intended target, or in the event of the target's expiration. Any ranged attack may be imbued with this ability. After brief consideration, I took Hinder. So yes, if you wanted to be technical about it, it was yet another debuff skill, but it was still closer to a direct damage buff than almost anything else I had. Automatic shoo-in. But not a goddamn thing in the world could stop me from taking Escalating Fire next level. Enough was enough. It was time to put some actual cannon into the glass cannon. The ability had the potential to combine with Page's Quick Draw in a way I couldn't ignore. This was the advantage of forcing a multi-class, especially when the game system wasn't designed for it. It was possible to string together unintended abilities the creators didn't account for, some of which could be powerful, borderline broken combinations together if you were willing to get creative. I locked in the changes and braced myself. It still hurt, but the pain faded much faster than before. An hour before the meeting time, I left the safe house and headed toward the address. Driving through the city on the cusp of evening felt strange. Given how I caught myself looking toward my UI for a timer that was no longer there, it wasn't hard to pinpoint why. I'd barely touched my motorcycle since the transposition. My injury and sudden shift in position meant I was rarely driving myself. Fear gripped me tightly as I came to a stop down the street from the address. It was an old office park, illuminated by dozens of over-bright security lamps, although it was completely empty. I scanned the surroundings. There was no hint of Sonny or his pampered car. Also, I was all but certain the underground facility Azure hinted at couldn't be here. I turned the corner and pulled the motorcycle into my inventory, then turned my mask to full power. With that done, I walked down the sidewalk across the street, watching for any discernible movement, taking great care to check the shrubs and greenery for the camouflaged users from before, finding none. From what I could tell, there was nothing out of the ordinary. If anyone was watching me, there was a chance the effectiveness of the Allfather's mask had already worn off on them. Higher if it was Sonny. I sat at the bus stop on the corner and planned my next move. "Where are you going?" A monotone voice pierced the silence. I jumped, turning toward the edge of the bench. A small woman in a robe and hood, her dark hair done up in pigtails, was staring at me. At first, I thought she was a child, and I was entirely sure she hadn't been there when I sat down. "I'm not sure." "You don't know?" the girl asked, saying the words slowly. "I'm looking for my friend. What's his name?" "No idea." "You don't know your friend's name?" She tilted her head, revealing the left side of her face. It was deeply scarred with crisscrossing red marks, and the milky eye was clearly sightless. I ignored the question, focusing on the woman. "He asked me to meet him." "So you know where you're going," the woman concluded with a dreamy smile. Her straightforwardness took me by surprise. I nodded. Maybe. I just have no idea how to get there. Curious. You do not look at us as the others look at us, the woman observed, then added, Do you know the words? No. Slowly she reached out and pressed a hand to my chest. The mark is undeniable. Her blessing is upon you. I bore with it, uncomfortable with the contact. As out of it as she appeared, the timing of our meeting was too suspect. Any chance you can point me in the right direction? I asked. I will take you to what you truly seek, the woman said. Her sightless eyes glinted in the dark. I had no idea what the difference was, but didn't see any reason not to play along. That would be ideal, though I'm curious why you're willing to do so. I sense neither avoidance nor repulse in your gaze. You simply see us as we are. The woman held out a gloved hand. Her palm split as she pressed it toward me. An oval pupil, cerulean eye, blinked twice, and when it focused on me, the pupil narrowed. Grasp the aether. The hand reached up toward my forehead, taking up my entire view. The cerulean eye darted back and forth, as if it was desperately searching for an escape. Tears leaked from its edges, soaked up by the cloth on the woman's gloves. Wait! Before I could stop her, the woman pressed her palm against my forehead with an audible squelch. I barely had enough time to register that the All-Father's mask had voluntarily allowed her hand to pass through before my body twisted and shrunk, my organs pressed together tightly until it was like I could feel them all individually, each about to burst. My perspective narrowed as my twisted body hurtled through a black space at a speed I couldn't begin to quantify. Every so often a glint of light would reflect off rounded walls, so darkly red they were almost brown, that led to openings that created what seemed like an infinite number of branching paths and highways. It looked more organic than constructed, and the way some paths were jagged and never asymmetrical felt reminiscent of a circulatory system on a larger scale. The darkness gave way to blinding light as I was more sprayed out than shot out. I felt parts of myself that had no business being as far away as they were struggle to return to the whole. When I finally hit solid ground, I swooned on my feet, struggling to stay upright. My limbs and body appeared to be intact. Now, keep your guard up, a familiar voice called. Yes, ceaseless night, someone panted. We've been over this, Enid. Drop the title. It's Nick. Chapter 179. I couldn't fully comprehend what was happening. I'd fixated so purely on this moment, on every possible painstaking step I might have to take to get to this point, that having it happen so quickly and easily felt strange. And even though I thought I'd considered every possibility, this wasn't one of them. I was standing in the center of what was once a large gymnasium, the kind you see in wealthy private schools or anywhere with a serious athletic team. It was kitted out to the nines, complete with climbing walls and folded-up basketball hoops on either side. The center comprised a series of massive mats. Two groups of users clad in full gear were recovering from some sort of strenuous exercise, possibly a mock battle. Nick was walking through them, inspecting each person. His classic good looks hadn't suffered in his captivity. Neither had his physique. If anything, Nick appeared even more muscular than before. He's been leveling. I didn't like that realization, or the many questions it incurred. Mind control? Somewhere in the distance there was the echo of something massive and mechanical clicking into place. The lights took on a red tinge, and Nick swiped at the air. His brow furrowed. We have a situation. Everyone, form up on me. Not only is he out and about unguarded, but he also holds some portion of authority. One of the two groups of users in black athletic gear snapped to attention immediately, lining up behind Nick. A blond man, judging from body language the leader of the other group, called over to Nick. What's with the alert? Intruder in the silo, Nick said. Somewhere in this wing. We need to gear up and get moving. Fuck. The woman at the bus stop had screwed me. It wasn't supposed to happen this way. In her own words, she'd teleported me directly to what I sought. Nick. And she'd put me in an incredibly compromising position. I'd bypassed whatever screening process Sonny intended and entered their facility directly. Even worse, I was out in the open with nowhere to hide. The only reason no one had seen me yet was a combination of my mask, stealth beat, and that I hadn't moved. If I tried to take cover behind something, they'd spot me immediately. "There!" a voice said, called from behind me. I knew, instinctively, it was directed at me. Too late. Perception screamed. I stepped to the side blindly, heeding the warning. A blade whistled through the air, carving the space I'd previously occupied in half. It was impossibly long, with a slight curve. The woman wielding it cackled, spinning in place, lashing out artlessly. But the power behind her blows was nothing to sneeze at. The attacker rotated her blade 90 degrees and swung it in a savage arc toward my neck. I let myself fall backward, barely dodging it, all the while racking my brain on how to handle this. Killing anyone now was a bad look, even if it was in self-defense at no fault of my own. If I surrendered, there was a non-zero chance they'd take me captive, but entirely possible that my mask would come off in the process before Aaron or Sonny interceded. Then there was the problem of Nick. Unlike everyone else present, Nick knew exactly how I fought, what weapons I used. It was an oversight I hadn't considered because I didn't think I had to. I'd assumed that if Nick figured it out, he'd stay silent, but as much as I wanted to have faith in Nick, faith had never served me well. I had to operate like he was with them until I received definitive confirmation otherwise. What would Mirden do? What image did I want to present to the suits? Compassion and empathy? Hell, even humanity wouldn't help me here. These people were hyenas. Any hint of softness would sharpen the knife at my back. Mirden was cold. He enjoyed hurting people, but was rational enough to understand that impulse could work against him. At this point in his life, he would have worked out exactly how far he could push the limit. What was acceptable and what wasn't. He was everything I tried not to be. A living being seeks above all else to discharge its strength. Life itself is willed to power, Asher quoted. Unsurprisingly, my summon was fond of Nietzsche, alongside every other creative on the planet. But Asher had a point. Mirden had done nothing wrong here, and they'd attacked without warning. He wouldn't hold back, wouldn't flinch at his enemy's pain, and if he was in a position where killing was off the table, he'd make damn well sure that the lesson was etched in flesh. There could be no understanding for mistakes, no tolerance for weakness. The woman struck again, aiming for Mirden's head. A living being seeks above all else to discharge its strength. I cast Probability Cascade on my glove and caught the blade between my fingers. The woman's mouth dropped open in an expression of pure surprise. I pivoted quickly and grabbed her jaw, dragging her down to the ground even as I felt the pressure of her teeth on my armored gauntlet. I pinned her head beneath my knee, cocked a fist, and struck downward. It was like punching concrete. There was a faint shimmer around her face from where the blow landed, and from the muffled swearing and struggling, she didn't appear stunned. Ordinator's emulation granted me vague insight into the ability. It was a shield, but not a strong one. 3 more quick strikes and the shield shattered. The woman's jaw snapped like a twig. "Stay back!" I heard Nick yell out. To no avail. 2 more charged me in quick succession. Others followed but kept their distance. A bruiser with a strong, ridiculously proportioned upper body that made his head look tiny, and a mage. They were a step up from the last encounter. Coordinated. The mage kept his distance, methodically tracking the bruiser's movements so he didn't catch the larger man in his crossfire. Attacking with thin beams of light from a wand. The magic covered little area, but it felt powerful, like the thin focus point had magnified the potential somehow. The 2 users staggered their attacks expertly, to the point I didn't have time to do anything more than dodge. I smiled behind the mask. Early on, this would have been more than enough to take me out of the game permanently, but things had changed. "He's going to hit you any second now. He's going to hit you. He's going to hit you." I barraged the bruiser with suggestion, waiting for an opening. The mental bombardment took a toll, because suddenly the bruiser was shooting nervous glances toward the mage. I faked a stumble. The bruiser raced forward out of turn, axe overhead, just as the mage was carefully aiming a shot. The thin ray of light just missed the bruiser's head, singeing his eyebrow. The bruiser glared daggers at the mage. "Hey, watch where you're—" I drove my thumb into his eye. In ordinary circumstances, you wouldn't catch me within 10 feet of an opponent like this if I could help it. But as I'd done nothing but avoid their attacks since they'd engaged with me, the bruiser's guard was down. He dropped his heavy axe with a scream, stumbled backward, blood leaking from the hand that cupped his face. "Motherfuck!" I sprinted past, the bruiser already forgotten. Mages were the real threat. The only reason this one hadn't already flattened me was that he was a team player, unwilling to hit his ally with friendly fire. I needed to end this before he changed tact. The mage backpedaled. Several users behind him brought weapons to bear, but they were too slow to interfere before I reached the mage. Unfortunately, the mage reached the same conclusion. Instead of attacking, he drew the wand in a tight circle around himself. I knew what he was doing before emulation told me. Creating a barrier. That wasn't good. If he managed it before I got to him, that would be enough to hold me off until the others stepped in. I could draw a weapon and potentially break through the barrier, but giving away more of my repertoire might tip off Nick. Damn it. No, I could still do this. Judging from the faint outline, the mage's shield was forming a bubble. That was smart, as it meant I couldn't simply attack him from the sides. But I knew from my experiences during the transposition that magical shielding took a small amount of time to kick in. Pitch-black particles danced across my glove as I fired off Hinder. Despite its description specifically detailing multiple applications, one use of the ability was incredibly draining. It slowed the shield's formation, but it was almost too late. There was still a hole near the top that would close in seconds. I toggled the operator's belt and leapt. My enhanced agility guided me, as it had against Cameron, and I narrowly threaded the needle through the opening. I landed squarely within the mage's bubble and knocked the wand from his hand, then grabbed him by the throat. The flesh around his neck turned white from the pressure as I squeezed, looking around cautiously at the still-maintained bubble. A dark chuckle escaped my lips. Can't dispel it without your wand, can you? His eyes grew wide, panicked, as he strained in vain to reach the wand at his feet. When that failed, he struck the arm that held him with wild slaps and punches that carried little force. If I were to guess, he'd probably not bothered putting any stats into strength. As a fellow glass cannon, I felt for him, though only a little. Unfortunately for the captive mage, Mirrodin would see this as a prime opportunity to show he was not to be fucked with. But how? Despite their advanced capabilities, I wasn't sure even the suits could fix a serious neck injury. Hence, wheelchairing this guy was probably a bad idea. Flesh wounds were recoverable, unless you accumulated a lot of them, like I had during the transposition. "Please," the mage begged. My eyes landed on his rapidly bobbing Adam's apple. I wrapped both my hands around his neck, positioned my thumb against it, and prepared to push. "Wait," Nick said. He'd moved up next to the bubble, a sweat of perspiration dripping down his forehead. He held both hands palm out, though the non-threatening gesture didn't extend to the rest of his body language. "Now you want to talk?" I snarled. Nick nodded. "You're right." He turned to the others. "He's right. Why I keep telling you grumpy fuckers to use your goddamn words before you throw yourself headfirst into something half-cocked." He rounded on the mage. "And why the hell did the both of you decide to engage a potential threat with nothing but your wand and a tracksuit?" "Herk," the mage said. "Do you mind?" Nick asked me. I loosened my grip slightly. The mage lapsed into a coughing fit and struggled to speak. "I wanted to distinguish myself." "So you rushed, and now you're about to distinguish yourself all over that bubble." Nick gave the mage a hard look. The mage wilted. Nick strained to smile. "I appreciate your help, teaching these guys a lesson. A lot of them have some kind of experience, but they don't take the powers and abilities as seriously as they should. Sometimes it takes a self-serving of humble pie to shake old habits loose." I inclined my head slowly. Nick rubbed his neck awkwardly. "Thing is, the idiot in a tracksuit you're about to strangle was placed under my charge, and I take that seriously. His name is Keith, and he might be inexperienced and an idiot, but I'm responsible for him. The others will live, but if you strangle the life out of him, I'm not sure I can let that go." Keith suddenly tried to break my grip, and I responded by winding back an arm and slapping him across the face hard enough that my hand hurt. When Nick tensed, I shrugged. He was asking for it. "This is your chance to reset. If you keep pushing, it won't go well for you," Nick warned. "How deep are you in?" "What? You're going to stop me?" I challenged, trying to engage his mental state. So far he looked and sounded like the Nick I knew. Exactly like the Nick I knew. Nick blinked. "I mean, I'll try. Can't say how much good it'll do. You put a respectable scrapper out of commission, then manhandled my best tank and mage, all without a weapon? You obviously know what you're doing."
The problem comes when you get out of the gym. Oh? Oh, indeed, Buttercup. Because all of us, Nick pointed to the surrounding group, we're the Z team around these parts. Assuming you clear the room, which is a big assumption because these guys have put in a lot of work and I'm proud of them. Out there, he indicated the door on the far side of the gym, you won't make it 20 feet. A dark-skinned girl with gauges in her ears stepped forward beside Nick. Late teens, maybe older. She spoke with a thick Middle Eastern accent. There is a woman who can freeze you to stone with nothing more than a glance. A little girl capable of turning your insides to jelly. A man who can pulverize bone with a gentle touch. And a unicorn to round out the lot, I sneered. The woman frowned sternly. And as irritatingly modest as my friend here might be, he'll offer far more resistance than you might expect. He is one of our best. Nick shouldered past her. He was still maintaining the sheepish effect, but there was real irritation in his eyes. Thank you, Halima. One of these days we're going to have a little talk about the importance of under-promising and over-delivering. Halima didn't look like she got it, but she stepped back just the same. They respect you, I realized, saying it aloud before I could stop myself. And now that the pre-starting gun-shitters are out, they'll stand down if I ask them to. Let's just start over from the beginning. Nick pointed a finger gun at me and grinned. So, tell me what you want, and we'll see if I can help you out. So upfront and honest. Nick wasn't being controlled. If I wasn't already sure, Azure confirmed it. He was under the gauge and nothing else. Also, there was no tell, no obvious giveaway that he was doing any of this under duress. If it was simple blackmail, leveraging a random user core and claiming it was Ginny's, I doubted he'd be able to maintain this facade under stress. If it was anyone else, I'd have believed they'd succumb to whatever temptation Aaron offered. But Nick wasn't anyone else. I'd watched him go through physical therapy so rigorous and draining it was essentially torture in the guise of recovery. I'd watched him struggle as he readjusted to school life, saw him lose a promising sports career and countless so-called friends. You can't trust someone you've only seen at their best. Only after you've seen them endure hardships can you glean an inkling of who they really are. I was there the night Nick hit rock bottom, saw the truth for myself. It was why I hated him, why I cherished him, because no matter how many times he got knocked down, how many hardships he endured, Nick served as an eternal rebuttal to my core belief, that people were only as upright as their circumstances allowed. Nick was earnest, and genuine, and good. There had to be an angle he was working. It was just a question of finding it. What the hell are you up to? Chapter 180. In yet another quirk of inconsistency, the Allfather's mask stayed stubbornly impermeable to the blindfold tied around the back of my head. This resulted in a thin strap of cloth fastened around the mask itself, hiding whatever was directly in front of me and little else. The view both above and below the blindfold was expansive. Seeing how Nick had applied the blindfold himself and his squad didn't seem to notice, I had to assume the mask was projecting a suitably convincing image. Nick led me through a series of winding concrete corridors. There were several connecting doors that looked as if they could have once been offices. At the mouth of the hallway, Nick suddenly halted. Playing the part, I ran directly into him, letting out an annoyed grunt. "Stop," Nick whispered. Then he turned back to face me, his back to the larger room, blocking me from view as two civilians with rifles passed by, escorting a tall man idly twirling a double-bladed staff who looked vaguely European. His beak-like nose was pronounced, and the way it framed his narrow eyes gave him a decidedly predatory look. Laugh like I just said something funny. I forced a laugh. Nick's mouth quirked as he gave me a gentle push. As soon as the three were out of earshot, he whispered, "I was thinking more of a light guffaw rather than a maniacal cackle, but sure, that works." "Not getting why you're helping me," I pointed out. His brow furrowed. "I'm not. And don't tell anyone I did." I held my silence, searching for any clue that might illuminate our location. What I saw was almost enough to trip me up entirely. The compound was a series of vertical cylinders, each miles across, with a hole in the center.
It was reminiscent of pictures I'd seen of a missile silo, and the more I considered that, the more likely it actually was one. Only instead of austere government furniture, the common areas looked like someone had given an interior designer with a low-key leather fetish an unlimited budget and instructions to go wild. Another group approached, and Nick pushed me into a doorway, waiting until the group passed to take my arm again. "That's it. Tell me what's happening or I take the blindfold off." I reached for the cloth. Nick batted my hand away, then looked furtively back and forth to make sure no one noticed. Fine. Just leave it on," Nick said quietly, maneuvering me through an abandoned section of the compound. "There's a lot of tension around here. Not everyone agrees on how to move forward, and some people are angry. Some of those people would be happy to take their aggression out on a newcomer who breached our security, regardless of why. If that happened, some other people would be very upset." "You're trying to keep the peace," I said, trying to wrap my mind around why Nick would give two shits if this place devolved into chaos. "Something like that." "Are you with... what did you say his name was? Sonny?" Nick snorted. "No. You may or may not know this, seeing as how you weren't on a first-name basis, but he's kind of an asshole." His eyes widened. "Not that I'm an insurrectionist or plotting anything, of course." "Of course," I smiled. Nick was talking to the gauche. My friend was still in there. He'd just gotten craftier, better at playing the cards he was dealt. Or at least, that was what I thought. Before Nick dropped a bomb I was entirely unprepared for. "Honestly, I'm with the other guy." "Aaron?" I nearly stumbled mid-step. "But you're helping me." Nick checked around the corner, reached back to stop me. He opened his mouth to speak, hesitated. "Look, I saw you fight." My pulse raced. Was I already compromised? "And?" "You're good. Technique is a little..." He made a side-to-side gesture with his hand. "But you're either seasoned and experienced with the system, or a complete natural. You could have shredded Zero Team if you wanted to, but you didn't." "Would have been a dumb fucking move," I said bluntly, and I wasn't throwing softballs. Nick shrugged dismissively. "Broken jaw, bruised vocal cords, gouged eye. Nothing our healers couldn't fix in short order." He gave me a knowing look. "Could have been a hell of a lot worse if you got vindictive and pulled a weapon, or used magic that would have escalated things." "Didn't get the chance." "Bullshit. As soon as Katrina got her ass handed to her, you had an opening as large as the Grand Canyon." "Regardless, I appreciate it. We're not supposed to get attached to the people in our strike teams, but that's just not in my DNA. A team's a team, you know?" "What's Zero Team? And for that matter, who is we?" I asked. "You said we're not supposed to get attached. What differentiates you from them?" Nick raised an eyebrow. "Sonny hasn't filled you in on that yet, huh? Guess that's a line even he won't cross. Short version, Zero Team is something I volunteered for. As for the rest, we'll talk after you're sworn in." We approached an elevator next to an industrial-looking keypad. Two guards armed with semi-automatic shotguns stared us down as Nick entered the code. 19426. "What's with a blindfold?" The guard sounded like he'd started smoking a carton a day in kindergarten. "Sonny's waiting on someone, right?" Nick said, not giving the guard his full attention. The guard said nothing. Nick finished entering the code, and the number pad emitted a low-pitched beep, rejecting the combination. "What the fuck?" "Never gets old," one of the guards snickered. Nick crossed his arms and stepped directly in front of the guard, who laughed. "Gonna explain yourself, or do I have to take this up the chain?" "Sonny's unavailable," the guard said, mimicking Nick's standoffish posture. "There was an incident. He'll be locked down until further notice." "What's your name?" Nick asked me, never averting his eyes from the guard. "Mirden," I said. Both guards visibly reacted, displaying varying degrees of surprise for a split second before they returned to their earlier stoicism. Nick casually extended a hand toward me. "Mirden here needs to report to Sonny. I'm not sure what Sonny's doing with an outsider, not my business, but as far as I can tell, he's not sworn in, and instead of being routed to the Civ, he somehow got redirected to the facility proper." Both guards exchanged a meaningful look. One shrugged his shotgun onto his shoulder and punched a quick combination into the keypad. I caught the first few digits before he hunched over the pad, covering it. Starts with 19. 5 numbers in total. Could be random if he's smart, but the last combination also started with 19. 19426. 1942, June. Battle of Midway. Didn't take him for a history buff, but it could track if he's fond of melodrama. Assuming I'm not tinfoil-hatting myself, the new combination could be another year-month combination, with the last number indicating the month. Jaded Eye was sounding more and more like the type of conspiracy theorist I'd walk across the street to avoid. But at least it was a place to start. The elevator opened, bright overhead light reflecting on the tile. Nick guided me inside, then stepped in after me. A guard caught the elevator before it closed.
"You brought him here, now piss off."
Nick shook his head.
"And catch a stray for leaving an outsider to his own devices? Not on your life. I'll mind my business after I hand him off to Sonny."
The guard looked ready to argue, but must have seen something in Nick's expression that made him think better of it. The doors slid shut. There was no telling when I'd see Nick again. My title detected no cameras or listening devices in the elevator, and as far as I could tell, there was no magic or enchantments active in the elevator. No one to overhear us. I needed to understand what Nick was doing, but even if I was reasonably confident we weren't being watched, I couldn't speak freely. No mistakes, no moments of weakness. I needed to be perfect. "How the fuck is someone like you even here?" I asked.
"What do you mean?"
Nick said.
"Whatever this place is, I know from experience they don't exactly play nice,"
I said, adopting the effect of someone who was weary but curious. "That's fine with me. In fact, I prefer it. But then you come in and you've locked down some authority. But you clearly don't belong here." Anyone else would have taken it personally, but Nick embraced dissent wholeheartedly.
"Because I'm helping a stranger?"
Nick raised an eyebrow. "Or because I didn't splatter you all over the training facility as payback?" "Both? Either?" Nick nodded. The forward momentum that carried him to the elevator seemed to drain out of him, and he relaxed.
"You're right, that I'm not their usual type.
Not that it's a high bar to aspire to exactly. Most of those bastards would rather kill you than look at you. Sonny's no exception, so be careful. They brought me here through a series of events that wasn't exactly voluntary." "You're a prisoner."
"I didn't say that."
Nick gave me a meaningful look that I took to mean he couldn't say that.
"The first few days were rough. They had me isolated. For good reason. I was angry."
"Angry enough to do something about it?" I baited. Nick sighed.
"Oh yeah. If I'd gotten the opportunity, I would have. But they were too buttoned up. My meals were delivered through a slot. Every day someone came to talk to me. He was just a normal guy. No cackling or mustache twirling. The first day he apologized for the ordeal that brought me here. Said he made no promises, but was working on a fix to at least right some of the wrongs."
Aaron and the necromancer grift. That still didn't explain why Nick was walking around free. "That's it?" Nick chuckled. "Hardly. The guy was shockingly upfront with me. Told me exactly what they were looking to achieve and how I could help. Even gave me the chance to decline if I agreed to have my memory wiped. Other than my own, it was the first time I'd heard of a power capable of altering memory to that degree. Must have been one hell of an offer, if you were willing to bury the bad blood." Nick's expression grew thoughtful, probably piecing together how to say whatever he wanted to express without breaking the gaish.
"Think about the direction this is going.
There are dozens of domes now, maybe even hundreds. Imagine if, hypothetically, I told you there was a way to end this whole dog and pony show early, peacefully. Maybe even before the second event." I scoffed. "I tell you to shove the snake oil up your ass." Nick laughed loud enough that I couldn't help but jump.
"Sorry. God, you remind me of someone. Anyway, you're right. That's pretty much what I said. I told him I hated him, and that even if the snake oil was real, there was no way in hell I was helping his people get a hold of it."
"What changed?"
"I, talked to the snake oil."
Geez, this metaphor really isn't holding up. Hold on, tell me what you mean.
"Sonny and the other guy?
It might seem like they're in charge here, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. Someone else is pulling the strings. Nick's smile faded, and they assured me that once everything was in its proper place, there would be reparations. Deity. Has to be. No way Aaron got this much of a head start otherwise. And you just believed them? There was no way he was falling for such a simple ruse. They were very convincing, Nick said, his expression esoteric. So I had a choice. Go along with it and grease the wheels, use my position to guide things in a less volatile direction until the third party comes into power, or sit there isolated and alone, feeling sorry for myself. It took a monumental amount of self-control not to out myself right there. I wanted to scream at him for being so gullible, falling for whatever Wizard of Oz horse shit these assholes were pulling. Sounds like you have it all figured out, I said, not bothering to keep the coldness out of my voice. It's not just for me. Nick's voice was so quiet I could barely hear it. I rolled my eyes. Nick smiled a sad smile. When I first got here, after I was, not taken prisoner, I filled in, tired of the vagueness of the conversation. He inclined his head. All there was to do was wait and sleep. I paced at first, wore a hole in the linoleum, but when I finally ran out of steam and sat down, I realized how tired I was. It wasn't the physical exertion, that I'm pretty used to, but surviving, fighting for your life. It takes a toll. The quiet moments are the hardest. The words escaped me before I could stop them. I have this friend. Might be the last friend I have in the world now. He kind of has a monopoly on bad luck. Dad passed away, mom with substance abuse issues who can't hold down a job, 2 siblings he basically raised himself. Sounds like a real sad sack. Nick's eyes flickered back and forth. He isn't. I mean, sure, he's surly and has zero tolerance for bullshit, never really stops moving, which always drove me nuts. But when the dome came down, it was like he wasn't even fazed, like it was just another crisis he had to adjust to. And I realized that was exactly what it was to him. As tired as I was from surviving for days, he's carried that weight his whole life. My throat felt scratchy. I needed to say something, anything, before Nick noticed the lapse. Where is he now? Mad as hell, looking for me? How do you— I know, Nick said, sounding infinitely more confident than I felt. That fucker's too stubborn to give up. Always has been. Putting that much faith in any one person usually ends in disappointment. I couldn't help but try to temper his expectations. Maybe I'm just a better judge of character than you are, Nick shot back. Maybe. Nick smiled thoughtfully. It's stupid. But imagining him out there, looking for me, that's exactly why I couldn't just crawl into a hole and wallow in my misery. I want to change the world into a place where no one has to suffer, where life is more than worrying about making ends meet, fighting like hell just to maintain the status quo. And the next time I see my friend, I want to be able to tell him it's over, we won, he can finally rest. The proclamation echoed in the small bounds of the elevator, so earnest it was almost embarrassing. Nick's cheeks flushed as he likely realized he'd gushed to an unaffiliated stranger. I found myself grateful for the mask's anonymity yet again. I rarely cared what people thought of me, but somehow Nick was the exception. Whatever path this took me down, whatever measures I took to extract Nick and derail the suits, I didn't want the ugliness of my actions to tarnish his image of me, even if I didn't deserve it. I blew air between my lips. Christ, this elevator's taking forever. They're made for efficiency, not speed, Nick said. Clearly. Sorry for talking your ear off. It was a good distraction from this snail of a fucking elevator. And to be fair, it wasn't entirely his fault. We'd fallen back into a familiar cadence of argument and discussion that was uniquely ours. Nick had picked up on it subconsciously, though he hadn't connected the dots. It was a reminder that I needed to be careful. Sonny had no idea we were affiliated, but Aaron did. And the lie I'd fed him, that I was glad to be rid of Nick, Wouldn't hold up a day if Nick suddenly got friendly with Mirrodin. It was safer for both of us if I distanced myself from Nick as much as possible. The elevator dinged. "Hold on. Always wanted to say this." Nick cleared his throat. "I can only show you the door. You're the one who has to walk through it." I made a disgusted noise, but I'd missed him, down to his stupid barrage of dated pop culture references. Nick didn't let Ginny's death break him, as I'd feared. He was misguided, gullible, but still standing. I could work with that. The elevator doors opened to reveal a study. Sonny was standing in the center of the room. He held a bloody paring knife in one hand, muttering something unintelligible. His rolled-up sleeves were soaked in crimson. Behind him were several users sitting on a couch next to a bookshelf in varying states of exhaustion. "Boss," one of them said, eyeing the elevator. Sonny stared into the painted sunset that hung above his desk, twirling the knife idly in his hand. "Prepare for the delve. Come back with nothing to show for your efforts, and there will be consequences. Now, get out." The users jumped to attention immediately, filing past us into the elevator. There was something in Sonny's posture that conveyed danger in a way I hadn't felt before. He'd come unraveled since our last meeting. Without looking, he pointed the paring knife at me. "Stay. We have business to discuss." Reluctantly, I stepped out of the elevator. The doors slammed shut behind me. Chapter 181. Several strategies came to mind, each quickly abandoned. I'd never dealt with someone as explosively unstable as Sonny before. Judging from the unkempt hair, the blood-soaked state of his shirt, and the way he was looking at me, I was seriously reconsidering if ingratiating myself to Sonny was even worth it. And I couldn't lean on Azure here. From the hints my summon dropped, he needed as much mana as possible for the Geisha. "You've looked better," I said. "Okay." Sonny sniffed, hiked up his pants, and approached me casually. But something was off. Something in his expression. I reached for my inventory a split second before he hauled me off the ground. My entire world exploded in pain as he slammed me headfirst into the desk. "What fucking game are you playing?" He yanked the back of my head up, his face inches from mine. The hell? The pain and shock radiated through me. My mind raced, trying to parse what he could possibly know that had pissed him off this much. Of course, my first thought was that he somehow knew everything, and I just walked myself in here like a lamb to the slaughter. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Fuck! Sonny pushed my arm behind my back painfully, pinning me to the desk as he went through my inventory. He pulled out my weapons, a manila envelope, along with a bag of user cores I brought, per our agreement. "You just show up in the primary facility as a flex, trying to make me look bad? Incompetent?" Fuck this. I spun, dislocating the shoulder he still held and driving my elbow into his face. Sonny's head whipped back, and he smiled through bloody teeth. "Go fuck yourself." I cradled my arm, tense. There wasn't a directory. I followed the instructions you gave me to the goddamn letter, which led me nowhere until some lady at a bus stop spouted cryptic nonsense and teleported me into the facility proper. Calm the fuck down. Sonny pointed the knife at me and took a step forward. "You expect me to believe it's all a fucking coincidence?" He rotated the tip of the knife in a circle. "I give you a little errand to do, then over the 3 days that follow, a fucking car bomb nearly wipes me off the face of the planet, and Aaron's suddenly gung-ho about moving up the timeline? But it's all a coincidence, right?" Aaron wasn't being subtle, and of course, Sonny would blame the newcomer. I needed to be careful how I handled this, or I'd end up crushed in the middle. I snapped back at him. "Blame it on the guy who's been here less than an hour, that you can't keep your fucking house in order. Solid leadership there." My heart hammered as Sonny opened up the envelope and withdrew Cameron's finger, an inscribed picture of a Chinese dragon on the ring. I didn't want to escalate this, but there wasn't a person in the world who would put up with this treatment when I'd effectively done the man a favor for nothing. "You know what? Fuck this. I don't need this shit. Send me back to the bus stops. I'll take my chances on my own." "Or what?" Sonny's voice grew dangerous, as if he was daring me to threaten him. "Or nothing. I did the job and reported back to you, and yeah, I was hoping this place would be a good fit, but you've clearly got too much on your hands. and I don't feel like sticking around long enough to bite a bullet I've got nothing to do with." Sonny placed a damp hand on my throat, but didn't squeeze. Instead, he let it slide off my neck, bloodying my armor.
"Nothing to do with it. We're past that. You killed Cameron. Do you have any idea what Aaron would do to you if he found out?"
"You gonna tell him?" I scoffed.
"We're in this together now."
Sonny drew a rag from his pocket and wiped the streak of blood from my armor. A muffled moan sounded from the room attached to his study. We both glanced over, then looked at each other. "Unfinished business?" I asked.
"Hold on. Just fucking stay there."
Sonny stalked to the door and opened it part way, slipping inside. There was a terrified scream, then silence. Sonny absent-mindedly emerged, fresh blood splatter on his face. I glimpsed plastic spread across the floor and a vacant chair in the center of the room before he closed the door again.
"Now it's finished."
"Great."
"You really want to leave?"
Sonny asked me, cleaning fresh blood off his knife with a rag.
"Not in a body bag."
"No. But I'll tell you right now I'm not sticking around if you keep waving that thing in my face," I breathed. "Now, I'm missing a lot of context, but it's obvious there's some internal beef and you're floundering. This guy you're up against? He's smart?"
"Thinks he's Einstein. He's not," Sonny evaded. "But yeah."
"And did you say or do anything that could have tipped him off?" I asked. It was a blind stab in the dark, but if Sonny was as paranoid as I thought, he'd come up with something.
"I'm too careful for that. It's not as if—"
Like clockwork, realization clouded his expression.
Shit.
As tempted as I was to ask what exactly Sonny had realized, I wanted him to move on from it as quickly as possible before he poked holes. "Is it recoverable?" In an angry motion, Sonny threw the knife. It wasn't directed at me, but I was still startled by the sudden movement. The knife stuck in the wall beside the door and quivered.
"I'm so tired of this fucker being one step ahead."
"Then improvise. Come up with something he couldn't have possibly accounted for," I urged him. If Sonny folded and ran, my primary avenue of sowing chaos within the group went with him. I needed him here, weakening things from the inside. Sonny focused, eyes shifting back and forth wildly.
"The kid who brought you up here.
He say anything to you?" "He was helpful," I shrugged. "Seemed to like me, for whatever reason." Sonny's attention snapped to me. "Wait, really?"
"Could you work him, if you needed to?"
I was missing too much information to piece together where he was going. Part of me wanted Nick as far away from him as possible, but that would only make it more difficult to protect him. Given the opportunity, it wouldn't be hard.
Okay. I can work with that."
Sonny straightened my armor. Suddenly buddy-buddy in a way he hadn't been since he gave me the assignment.
"We don't have a lot of time. Let's get your introduction over and done with."
Sonny was much better at blocking the elevator password than the henchman before, but I could still get a general idea of the number of inputs. It was between 10 and 12. Different password than before. It could have been my imagination, but the elevator seemed to move much more quickly than last time. The door slid open, revealing an underground area that looked to have been abandoned in the middle of excavation. Sonny put a hand on my back and shoved me forward, out of the elevator.
"Hit the intercom when you're done, and don't dawdle."
Before I could ask a question, something like, "What the hell am I supposed to do here?" the elevator slid shut. The underground space was half cave, half smoothed stone, with stalagmites pushing up from the unprocessed areas. Several large, yellow construction vehicles were strewn about the area, covered in a layer of dust and dirt. More striking was the light blue glow that illuminated the cavern. Light came from iridescent moss that covered the ceiling. As far as I could tell, it was the only lighting the cavern had. I'd thought, after Region 6, that nothing could faze me. But the otherworldly light got under my skin in a way few things could. Somehow sensing it was the correct direction to go, I followed the lichen on the ceiling, the unsettling feeling growing stronger the deeper I journeyed into the cave. Another source of light caught my eye. A woman in robes, one who looked remarkably similar to the woman at the bus stop, beckoned me forward. She stood in the center of a mass of lichen that covered the area. The scarring on her face I'd mistaken as the result of burns was luminescent, glowing the same light blue. "And so, the time has come," she said. She sounded sad somehow, as if my arrival was both a tragedy and a foregone conclusion. "You brought me here," I pointed out. "That is not entirely true. I can take no more responsibility for your presence than a grain of sand may claim the coastline it resides upon." "But it was your responsibility." The woman smiled, and for just a moment I spotted a dull glow of blue in the back of her throat. "You've always been here, just as I've always waited. The result differs, but this meeting has happened more times than either of us can count." The lichen had piled on top of itself unevenly, creating a static ocean of green and blue. As I drew closer, the outline of a large stone embedded in the back wall grew more pronounced. It was too covered in fungus to make out anything more than an outline. Before her were 2 kneeling pillows and a single teacup. "Can we get this over with?" I asked. I'd be lying if I claimed our surroundings, and the woman herself hadn't unsettled me. "Are you prepared for the oath?" "Yes." The woman knelt and indicated the pillow across from her. "Let us begin." Chapter 182. 1. Keep the affairs of the Order of Parsi shielded and secret from outsiders. 2. Answer official queries from Order authority figures truthfully and completely. 3. Limit equipment purchases to the Order's vendors and tradesmen. 4. Report all active system-assigned quests to members of the court or equivalent authority within 12 hours. 5. Disclose any outside extracurricular activities involving one or more members of the Order for pre-approval. 6. Place the Advent and associated quests above all. 7. Do not sabotage or bring harm to your guildmates, directly or indirectly, unless doing so directly conflicts with the previous tenets. Each rule emblazoned itself in the stone between us as the woman recited them. She had an odd, ethereal way of speaking, giving me time to reach one notable conclusion. Either Sunny and Aaron found a way to circumvent the Geisha, or they were both abusing the hell out of the last 2 rules. Sunny ordered a hit on Cameron, and Aaron let it happen, despite ample warning beforehand. It was possible that their positions granted them a little leeway, but considering how Cameron had effectively nothing to incur it, I couldn't imagine it gave them that much. No wonder Nick was so damn vague. The rules were thorough, granting very little wiggle room to play with. All that was missing was some Orwellian edict to report suspicions or witnessed malfeasance from other guildmates, and with the way they set it up, that was almost entirely unnecessary. "Are you prepared to proceed with the oath?" The woman, seer, as I'd begun to think of her, asked. On her face, the luminescent blue scarring seemed to pulse in rhythm with my racing heart. "Not quite. So far you've only told me what you require. What's in it for me?" Seer studied me. Just like before, at the bus stop, it was like she was seeing through me entirely, evaluating my every action, past, future, and present. "A chance to start over." Isn't that what this is already? The world is unrecognizable compared to what it was only a few months ago. The internet and all the information on it is gone, probably for good, unless some unkempt mongrel in a basement somewhere backed it all up offline. No more background checks, no more credit karma. It's all gone. She smiled, amused. "And that's what you found? Just like that? The sins of yesterday have vanished, never to haunt us again?" Miles and the tribunal came to mind, and I looked away. Seer continued. "Forgive me for making light. Perhaps I spoke in error. A new start calls to mind the image of a man at the exit gates of a prison yard, or a transient who arrives in an unfamiliar city. Their environment, their future prospects and possibilities forever altered, but the person themselves, their actions, their tainted history, their very soul, remain static. You're offering to alter my soul? She shook her head. No, rather, to elevate it, and make you the person you were always meant to be. I wasn't buying it, but I could see how someone like Nick, or one of the suits, many of whom seemed too adept at organized crime to not have some sort of background in it, would fixate on the opportunity. Nick had taken to self-improvement during his recovery, immersing himself in pontificating audiobooks and seminars on YouTube, and I tried to tell him that listening to some faux-enlightened, over-educated guru completely out of touch with the modern world wax poetic on the similarities between humans and crustaceans and how the importance of a clean room was a waste of time, at which point he politely told me to get back to my practice LSAT and fuck off. Seer made an odd noise in the back of her throat. That sounded like the cross between an observational tick or the beginning of a laugh. Then she just waited. I knew this tactic well, maintaining an awkward silence, forcing the other party to show their hand. And being on the other side of it, for once, was irritating. So what happens now? Say a few words, swear my allegiance, and you magically fix all my problems? I asked. Seer tilted her head quizzically. People take flight through the sky overhead, illuminate dark streets with magical lights that draw from no earthly source, and our understanding of magic is nascent. Is that so hard to believe? I have a lot of problems. Her sudden laugh startled me. It was a light sound, as if the idea of earthly difficulty was foreign to her. It might surprise you. Compared to many who take shelter here, your troubles, your desires are diminutive. But of course it is not so simple. We must sow before we reap. You've certainly sowed. In stating the court as a power center, I said, presenting the guess as a foregone conclusion. Again she made that odd sound in her throat. You see authority as your enemy, be it a governing body of mortals or the gods themselves. And why shouldn't you? Over and over they've promised change for the better, justice, peace, false promises that die stillborn once they've achieved their personal goals. But not you. You're different. I am but a vessel. For who? The retainer inviolate. Hoster. There was a sudden stirring as she spoke the name, like a breeze rippling through the lichen that surrounded us, though the air itself was dead. The subtle glow pervading the room grew darker, more oppressive. I licked my lips, suddenly nervous. I guessed that the suits had a patron, a deity. It was the only conceivable way of explaining exactly how they'd gotten this far ahead. The combination of Nycta's veil along with Double-Blind and the All-Father's mask supposedly granted me some protection from deities. But as I'd seen, that insulation was hardly perfect, and I hadn't expected to come this close to the source so quickly. The court will pass no laws, convene no judgments. They exist purely to guide the whole as they each follow their own path and illuminate the way before them. And if necessary, protect them from those with malice in their hearts. And the bubblegum and rainbows kept coming. But my feelings on the topic didn't matter. I wasn't here in good faith. If she told me their patron wanted to turn everyone into tiny elves who sat in trees and marketed cookies, I would have accepted that. Because my gut was rarely wrong, and my gut told me that Aaron's plan and the rosy picture this woman was painting were mutually exclusive. No matter how lofty the organization's vision appeared to be, the only person Aaron cared about was himself. It wasn't a question of whether he had an angle. It was only a matter of finding it. Are you ready to continue? Seer asked. I stalled half-acidly, asking for a moment to review the rules. When she nodded, I made a show of tracing the text on the ground with my fingertip, silently reciting it to myself. Azure, I prompted my summon. He'd been uncharacteristically silent ever since the bus stop. You're going to hate me, Azure whispered. What? Why? For the same reason you don't like alcohol and have smoked nothing more potent than a cigarette? I knew you wouldn't agree unless you were up against a wall, but I also knew how important this was, and how deeply you'd regret it if you let the opportunity pass. As underhanded as it seems, I did it this way for you. I really did. Azure's distress rang clear. If you wanted to talk about it, we should have done that earlier. We're out of time. Now, what do you have? Do you trust me? Did I trust Azure? It was impossible to banish the events of the adaptive dungeon from my mind. Azure had opened old wounds and flayed me to my core, exploiting every potential weakness in a manner that was as effective as it was cruel. I understood he didn't see it that way, that his inhuman mind viewed his actions as an artist's depiction of truth, and that there was some element of growth through suffering in his work. He wanted to watch me overcome the obstacles he created, and when I did, he'd clung to me out of a mix of madness and codependence at having that desire finally realized, because I'd created him. Knowing how dangerous Azure could be, I kept him at arm's length until Miles forced my hand, but after the threat had receded, I never really reinstated the distance. He'd handled the trial run masterfully and respected the boundaries I'd placed, even if he poked at them from time to time, and he was too useful to keep in reserve. On some level, I'd been prepared for this. Azure was borderline gleeful whenever he had an idea, no matter how sinister. He didn't have a moral compass, or if he did, it was entirely alien, and considering the lofty pedestal he placed me on, his reticence was derived entirely from my approval, or lack of. All things considered, I trusted Azure as much as I trusted anyone. Any means necessary. Do whatever you have to do, I commanded. As I continued to trace the text, my finger twitched. It felt too strong to be a muscle spasm. You're fighting me, Azure said. My finger twitched again. If I am, it's subconscious. Just relax your mind. I did my best to follow his instructions, focusing on my breathing, doing my best to place myself in a meditative state, despite the circumstances. I'm ready, I said. Only I didn't say it. The words, and the way my hand folded over my lap, were all involuntary. I tried to make a fist, and it was like the signal died in my mind before it made its way to my body. Azure had taken over. However necessary it was, losing control made me profoundly uncomfortable. The only thing keeping me from outright panic was knowing it was Azure in the driver's seat. The woman dipped her fingers into the small bowl at her side and drew an unfamiliar symbol on my forehead. Do you accept these mandates as ironclad and agree to be bound by them? I do. Azure spoke through me. A strange buzzing reached my ears. Will you submit yourself to the authority of the order and the gauge that safeguards it? I will, Azure said. The buzzing grew louder. Repeat after me. Azure repeated the words back carefully. I, Mirden, pledge my fealty to the Order of Parsi, to uphold their ideals and protect the weak, to accept the guidance of those above me and foster those beneath me, to follow the guidance of Hastur and reform the city and eventually the world itself as a perfect, balanced utopia. All around us, lichen rippled violently. The blue luminescence grew vibrant, losing color, blue fading to an all-encompassing brightness that burned like white phosphorus. A vaguely humanoid figure covered in coarse lichen struggled to rise. Every inch of his skin was covered in organic green and glowing blue. Gaping holes in the place of his eyes and mouth radiated white. Suddenly I was fully in control of my body, scrambling backward. I mentally reached out to Azure and received no answer. The woman suddenly straightened, still kneeling, her body ramrod straight as she stared at me with astonishment. The Blessed Retainer graces you. Not again. Chapter 183. The roar of traffic beneath the overpass overtook everything else. I blinked several times. The ferocity of the summer sun oddly intense. Beside me, the superheated asphalt of the recently repaved road let off the slightly sour stench of tar. The straps of my always too heavy backpack dug into my shoulders. What was I doing? Right. I was walking home from the school library. I'd stayed behind for a few hours to get some studying in after class and given up after I'd read the same paragraph 5 times until I finally realized my retention was failing and I needed a break. Up ahead, A boy with a scruffy blonde mop of hair wearing headphones was sitting on the overpass, flicking pebbles at the cars passing below, smirking at the audible impacts. I didn't know his name, but I recognized him. For a while, I'd suspected my brother was being bullied. Ellison refused to talk about it. Told me he was fine, that he'd handle it. But I saw the way his grades were slipping. The occasional F did not complete on assignments I knew he'd finished. And when I showed up early, rather than the usual pickup time, I'd watched from a distance as the boy on the overpass tripped Allison, pushed his face in the dirt, and snapped back to selfie with my brother as an unwilling participant before he cackled and moved on. I knew that interceding then and there would do more harm than good, but it hurt to watch. I drew closer, some part of me waiting for the boy to notice me. He didn't. Beside the line of pebbles at his side, I noticed the rectangular surface of a phone. The chrome around its rounded edges reflected brightly in the sun, the Pro version of whatever Apple put out this year. Maybe I couldn't directly intercede when Ellison was at school, but that didn't mean I couldn't do anything. The boy was so fixated on tossing the pebbles, and with the headphones on he was oblivious to the world around him. If someone were to take the phone and toss it onto the road behind him, he probably wouldn't notice until the audio cut out, and by then, a dozen tires would have pulverized it. Was it petty and childish? Absolutely. Was I seriously considering it? Without a doubt. I drew near him, the fantasy becoming closer to reality with every step. Seconds away from carrying out the half-assed plan, I hesitated as the boy suddenly grimaced. He reached up to rub his shoulder and pulled up his shirt sleeve, revealing the dark red line of a recently scabbed-over cut. Both above and below it were distended white lines of flesh of similar length, other cuts that had scarred over. My half-baked intentions faded from my mind as I passed him, mired in a mix of sadness and concern. Self-harm was common in kids. Sometimes it was just an outlet, an unhealthy way to vent when a person had no one to talk to. But it was also often indicative of deeper troubles and traumas. I rarely involved myself in other people's business, but this sort of thing could escalate quickly. It would probably be best to get the kid's name from Ellison and report it to the school counselor. A feeling of déjà vu washed over me so strongly I stopped in my tracks, followed by a wave of wrongness that started in my chest and spread throughout my body.
What? Betty Potter, blah, 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 blah.
I glanced up from my emails on the chunky laptop screen to where Iris sat cross-legged next to the oscillating fan. She pursed her mouth in mild disgust, as if she just swallowed a bug, and her forehead glistened as she glared down at the printout. The sweating was probably more because of the typical July heat wave than effort alone, but she'd been at it for hours. Probably too long. Idly, I returned to my emails and waved widely to get Iris's attention.
"This one keeps tripping me up," she complained aloud.
"Well, yeah, the B's have always been a pain point. Take a break." I drew out the consonants automatically for her benefit.
"I can keep going."
That was true. She had the tenacity and perseverance uncommon in a person twice her age. But there was a difference between productive and unproductive work, and after hours of running into a metaphorical wall, she was sliding toward the latter. I raised an eyebrow, and she raised one right back, though her lips turned up and betrayed the stoic expression. The fan rotated toward her, blowing her hair back for a moment. I squinted and pointed to the corner of the room. "Try saying it into the fan."
"What?"
Iris stared at me blankly. "Speak into the fan like it's a microphone." My sister peered at me suspiciously, and I sighed. "It's a trick that helped me control my stutter. You'll be too distracted by the interference to overthink. Plus, fighting the air makes your mouth and jaw rely on muscle memory." Iris approached the fan, still shooting uncertain glances my way. It wasn't adjustable, and the fixed height was too tall for her to speak into directly, so she grabbed it by the bar and leaned it back, like the world's most unenthusiastic rock star.
"Betty Potter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter. But a bit of better butter will make my batter better."
I closed the laptop screen slowly. Even though the sound was distorted through the fan, it was clear as day. Her eyes were wide.
"Did I?"
You did it! I punched the air. My sister did a celebratory dance and capped it off by tackling me with a hug, nearly crushing the laptop. That tip was magic. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I flicked her nose. Because it was bull. Iris pulled away. Huh? The fan thing isn't a thing. Or at least, not one I knew about. You were in a rut, getting frustrated. All I did was distract you from it. The rest was all you, kiddo. That was mean. Makes sense. I'm a mean person. Iris leaned her head against my chest. The worst. In what felt like seconds, she was asleep. I brushed a bang out of her face. She'd worked so hard for this. I told her countless times that her speaking voice was fine, but it didn't matter. Once my sister put her mind to something, she always followed through. A sense of pride welled up in my chest, followed by happiness. No. It was more than happiness. Unlike the first memory, this was more or less exactly how it happened. And when Iris achieved her victory, I'd been happy for her. But this was different. It was like a feeling of warmth and excitement and elevation so strong and raw and real, it felt as if I might burst. It was jarring, because I was certain I'd never felt it before. Stained glass, black and white attire, a cheap suit that fit me like a burlap sack, more cops in attendance than a fire sale at Cabela's. My father's funeral. Mom wept unconsolably at the far end of a pew a few rows back, which meant it was my job to stand next to the casket, shell-shocked, listening to the never-ending platitudes of person after person after person as I shook each hand. A woman older than God, whose name I didn't know or care to learn, towered over me, her stretch-marked bosom on display to a degree that felt mildly inappropriate. Her wide-brimmed black hat threatened to poke me in the forehead. It's okay to cry, dear. He was your father. Leave the boy alone, Beth. Her husband, a man with a bad comb-over, rolled his eyes and stepped away. It was a strain to smile, as if I'd forgotten how. All cried out, I guess. Beth pressed her lips together, pity radiating off her like an aura. She reached out toward me, hand stalling when I instinctively moved away. I know you must feel all this pressure to be strong. You're the man of the house now. But you can be strong tomorrow. No one here will judge you if you cry. I formed a fist slowly. Beth was rude, but they were all thinking it. Watching my stoic expression, whispering, judging. It took every ounce of self-control I had not to scream, to not tell this woman she had no idea what the fuck she was talking about, that I'd spent most of the funeral trying to cry, hating myself because all I could feel was anger, angry at my father for taking the call, angry at the asshole who killed him, angry at myself for being broken. Can you move on, please? You're holding up the line. The words died in my throat as hot tears streaked down my face. I would never see him again. We'd never talk long into the evening about his day. He wouldn't be at my high school graduation or give me long-winded career advice. That world was gone. My chest clenched as unadulterated sorrow uprooted me to my very core. It felt like being plunged into a pit, a place so dark and cold and painful it was hard to focus on anything other than the ache. I bowed my head. Finally, Beth seemed satisfied and moved on, a final, sorry for your loss, her parting shot. A pair of brown loafers stepped into sight, obscuring my view of the carpet. I slowly looked up. The newcomer wore black pinstripe pants and a dark purple vest. His hands rested casually in his pockets. His hair was white, and his long, well-kempt beard and short-cut hair, combined with the rest of the ensemble, called to mind a post-hippie aesthetic. When he spoke, his voice was low, charming. Quite the turnout. Your father was clearly loved. Was there a reason we had to start with this mindfuck? Those words were all I could manage, because the pain had given way to anger once more. Haster grinned. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, Ordinator. I was fucked. Chapter 184. Around us the funeral ground to a halt. My mother's cries stopped. The line of never-ending people froze in place, along with everyone else. Haster repositioned himself, taking a place beside me.
I've been doing some research recently. You can learn a lot about a culture from their fables, and knowing the full picture is kind of my thing.
Uh-huh. I reached out for Azure, Talia. When that failed, Audrey. None of them responded. I was on my own. Haster made a vague circling motion around his head.
One of them stuck. A carpenter.
Jesus. I rolled my eyes.
Wrong carpenter.
Haster's colorless eyes twinkled.
Anyway, our childless friend builds a puppet to fill the void he feels in his life. Prays to a fairy. Fairy takes pity on him and grants the puppet the most precious gift of all.
Haster made sarcastic spirit fingers.
Life.
Next day, the puppet wakes up, suddenly aware and sapient. In a perfect world, that should have been the end. The lonely man has a son, and the self-aware puppet has a father. He's got no strings to hold him down, to make him fret, or make him frown. If he wanted me dead, I'd be dead. Need to draw this out, keep him talking. Everyone has a weakness, just need to find his. It wouldn't be a story without conflict, I pointed out.
True, though I dislike conflict for the sake of conflict.
Haster stared through me, then continued his recitation.
The puppet lacks a conscience, but he's not evil, not at all. His desires are simple. He wants to be human.
There really are better ways to make an introduction. Haster looked oddly apologetic.
I'm sorry for putting you through this. As much as you hate those words, they need to be said. I couldn't think of a better way to show you.
Show me what?
That what you want, what you really want, hidden beneath a mountain of denial, is attainable.
It hit me like a truck. Why Haster put me through this? I'd felt real empathy for the boy on the overpass, joy at my sister's triumph, despair and grief at my father's funeral. He was showing what my life would have been like if I was normal. What is normal? You're wrong. I shook my head. I'm better this way. If I wasn't like this, I would have cracked a long time ago.
Then let me pose a question.
Haster smiled.
In a perfect world, one where you were free to pursue your interests, unencumbered by debt or danger or existential threats, would you still want to be what you are?
I don't live in a perfect world.
But you could.
Haster rested his hands on my shoulders.
In a perfect world, you say fuck MIT, you go to Rice, you major in philosophy and minor in psychology, because that's where your passion lies, the human condition. What makes us think, feel, breathe, what drives us, the meaning of life. A high calling.
No money in it, I stammered, only realizing after the fact how quickly Haster had gotten under my skin. Rice and MIT were gone. If they still existed in any capacity, probably within their own dome, they were forever altered. Haster shook me lightly.
Fuck the money. It's a perfect world. You don't need money anymore. Everything is affordable. Inflation, corruption, and poverty are gone, artifacts of an ancient past. You teach during your postgraduate and discover, despite being utterly convinced that you'll hate it, that it's a natural fit, on account of your controversial, albeit brilliant dissertation on Kant.
Kant? I balked.
I know, kind of mainstream. If it makes you feel better, you spend most of it ripping him a new asshole.
Somehow it did.
It's quite the smackdown.
Haster chuckled nostalgically, as if this wasn't fantasy, as if the dissertation not only existed, but he'd actually read it. Then he grew quieter, more serious.
Rice hires you before you even walk. They send you all over the world. You read things only a handful of people have ever read. You never stop learning and using that knowledge. You write more papers that are received well. You find you love the travel, something you've never realized because you've always lived in the same place. And in Italy, you meet the woman of your dreams."
I exhaled. I'd been holding my breath without realizing it. He'd been doing so well, only to flub it in the last half.
"She's 5 years older than you, accomplished, smart, smarter than you. She has no interest in a physical relationship, which works out for reasons I'm guessing you understand perfectly. You enjoy all the trappings of a romantic relationship, the comfort and closeness of sharing life with a like-minded person, with none of the expectations. You're happily satisfied and fulfilled. Until the day you die."
"When?" I asked. If nothing else, I was curious what he'd come up with.
"At the ripe old age of 226. Medicine and life expectancy gets a lot better on account of the magic."
Haster's hands dropped off my shoulders, his face suddenly haggard and worn. The funeral attendees, still frozen in place, blinked out one at a time, until only the two of us remained. Haster sat down on the front row pew, his eyelids drooping. A wave of calm washed over me, the effect of whatever he'd done to my mind slowly fading. "We lost hundreds of thousands in the first event. You expect me to believe any of this is even possible?"
"If the advent happens before the second event?"
"Yes. And you said medicine improved because of magic, which implies that, in this perfect future, the system still exists." Haster waved the point away.
"The system is only malevolent because the deities behind it have grown twisted and cruel. They subsist on the spectacle, completely ignoring the purpose of the original design. In my hands, it wouldn't be used to drive conflict."
"So that's the plan. Kill the Pantheon," I said.
"You say it like it's absurd, but once I regain my power, every potential future exists at my fingertips. I might be the only one capable of winning that fight, now that your patron is on his way out. It's why they keep me weak. They can't kill me without cause, but they can sure as hell stack the deck in their favor."
The last comment resonated. It occurred to me that the sudden wave of tiredness wasn't an act. It made little sense otherwise. This would be the perfect time for him to project strength, bolster his image. Instead, he looked exhausted. There was no point beating around the bush. "You know why I'm here?"
"I do."
Haster's lips split in a pained smile.
"We've danced this dance countless times before, your predecessors and I."
"Then why am I still breathing?" Haster looked me up and down.
"For one, that veil of yours is no joke. I couldn't kill you here even if I wanted to, not without breaking enough rules to finally give them an excuse to pull the plug on me. I could message the order to do it in time, but truthfully, I don't want to."
Still waiting on the why. He pinched the bridge of his nose.
"Because you're right to be angry. Because I can't fully control the order in my current state, and they seem more than comfortable using any means to justify the end."
As reasonable and genuine as he sounded, it didn't change what happened. I saw Ginny struggling to breathe, blood leaking from beneath her hands. My friend died because they didn't give a shit about collateral, bled out in seconds.
"I know."
Haster looked nauseous. Because of their actions, another friend was changed in the cruelest way possible.
"That's an exaggeration, but I'm aware."
I nearly punched him. They were luring users into a region and killing them for cores. Haster's mouth tightened.
"Aaron is ambitious. Overly so."
I clenched my fists at my sides. That doesn't even begin to cover it. The pew squeaked as Haster leaned forward.
"The necromancer's research will bear fruit, though you'll need to be patient and finesse him."
So, I didn't dare to hope.
"There will be a chance to bring Ginny back. What happened to say? That can be undone far more easily, though it will take some doing. The rest, I'll find a way to make it right."
I couldn't trust him. I had no reason to, but hearing him say it, it rocked me. He rubbed his forehead and suddenly interjected,
Want to guess how many times we've worked together?
The previous ordinators?
Yes.
Few?
A grand total of 0.
Hastur corrected, closing his eyes. The pause was long enough that I almost thought he'd fallen asleep.
Not that there were many of them I would have cooperated with to begin with. They tend to be completely off the deep end. You're not even close to that far gone, not yet. Of the less difficult candidates, most of them died early.
And the ones who survived?
Let's just say the Pantheon has a talent for turning them against me.
Hastur opened one eye and looked me over.
Returning to your list of sins. You're correct. There's no excuse. No apology I can offer to make things right. That being said, some concessions are in order regardless.
He opened his hand, and a clear, crystal bottle appeared. The liquid visible through the ornate transparent patterns that decorated the outside was completely colorless. I reached for it. It fit snugly in my palm, no larger than a health potion. When Hastur pulled his hand away, someone had dropped a 50-pound weight in my hand. I fell to one knee, nearly dropping to the ground. Christ! Item: Asura's Tears. Description: a collection of tears painstakingly collected from an Asura over thousands of years. These powerful beings slayed many gods over eons of terror before they were finally brought to heel. Few have seen such a marvel. Even fewer still know the extent of the mysteries within. Highly potent, may cause a major cataclysm if dropped. Item class: Artifact. After I skimmed the description, I slowly turned to Hastur and glared.
Probably should have mentioned it was heavy,
Hastur said. You think?
Definitely should have mentioned it was heavy.
Carefully, I moved the potion toward my hip with both hands. It slipped into my inventory easily. The description was useless. What does it do?
You're going to want 2. I'll give you the second after the advent.
Hastur shook his head.
As for what it does, it's best to let you discover that for yourself. You'll want to have a decent alchemist look over it.
He hesitated, then added,
Preferably one sworn to silence, under guard, completely isolated from the outside world. Did I mention under guard?
You did. The skin beneath Hastur's fingernails was slowly turning black, spreading into his nail bed and up his knuckles. He watched the spread with grim interest.
Drew too deeply for the prediction.
Our time was growing short. I couldn't help but draw the parallel between this and my first encounter with the Allfather, a conversation that left me with far more questions than answers. If it was anything like that encounter, this might be the last chance I had to talk to him. A dozen questions rotated through my mind before I finally settled on one. Why me? I'm not a god, and sure, the Ordinator's power grows exponentially, but that's still relative. I'm just a user with a special class. Why are you willing to put so much on the line for a gamble? The darkness spread down Hastur's forearm, the blackened skin turning to dust, the top section of his arm disappearing before my eyes. From the way he grimaced, he wasn't impervious to the pain.
I hate to gamble, but you're already aware of the turmoil growing within the Order. Aaron made a mistake bringing Sonny into the fold. One of many. Now he's paying for it. For as long as they stay entrenched, sniping at each other, the division will spread. Only a fool fights a 2-front war. One of them has to go. It doesn't matter who, but for the future I've forecasted to come to pass, the infighting needs to stop. Quickly.
Another hand, looking to use me as a knife in the dark. My mind was clouded, filled to the brim with thoughts and theories I couldn't even begin to unpack. I understand. It felt undignified to stay and watch, so I turned and headed toward the church entrance, an unperceivable weight settling on my shoulders.
And Matthias?
Hastur called after me. I turned. The darkness accelerated and spread quickly, eroding his mouth and jaw. He smiled like the Cheshire Cat, even as his face crumbled.
You were right. You're not a god. Not yet.
Chapter 185. I woke up on the floor. Something soft cushioned my head. Before I collected myself, a scathing pain shot down my forearm. I pulled back the gauntlet far enough to see the source. A forking cascade of Lichtenberg figures on the underside of my wrist to my palm, contoured by light, distended flesh, red around the edges. Great. Fucker had marked me. A gloved hand reached out, tracing the pattern. Seer cleared her throat, and when it didn't seem to work, cleared it again. You spoke to him. Haster hadn't transported me anywhere. Our meeting took place entirely in my head, and judging from the lack of soreness and bruises, Seer must have caught me when I lost consciousness. I scrambled to my feet and took a half step back, reaching a hand toward my face. The mask was still equipped. That didn't necessarily mean anything. She could have easily looked and replaced it during the lapse. What the fuck is this? I asked, pointing to the mark. Proof of your allegiance. Evidence of your potential. Skip the fucking riddles, I said. With the way my summons all chimed in at once, urging calm, I must have shouted. Seer leaned back, more surprised than fearful at the sudden outburst. If it is the mark itself that bothers you, it is invisible to those outside the order. It speaks to a significance beyond the rank and file. Few are graced by Haster directly. Those who are receive a mark. The length of the mark and number of branches directly correlate with the supplicant's potential impact. If that's enough, you don't want to know. We're done here. I cut in. Seer bowed her head. Your reaction is unfortunate, but not at all uncommon. Coming face to face with a deity can be an alarming and humbling experience. Seek me out when the turmoil has faded. Return the way you came. The elevator will be open to you. Turmoil was a good word for it. I was spiraling. A profound feeling of uprootedness permeated deep in my mind, threatening to propagate and spread. I needed to reset, recenter, before I did or said something I couldn't explain. I walked away, fists clenching and unclenching almost entirely on their own. System text scrolled in front of my face as I hurried to the elevator. Pivotal quest received. Quest. Fractured fate. Quest description. The retainer in violet has chosen you as an agent to use the transposition toward the creation of a utopia. This quest has no visible objectives. Your actions from this point onward will be evaluated on a sliding scale. As you actively contribute to or undermine the retainer's intent, your standing will adjust appropriately. System warning. Pivotal quests can be hugely rewarding, but are often catalysts for drastic change. Their volatile nature and tendency to affect the world around them can cause other, more mundane quests to become incomplete or lost. The completion of a pivotal quest frequently results in serious consequences for the individual as well, such as gaining or transference of patronage and access to exclusive gear, spells, and knowledge. Quest difficulty? Question mark. Time limit? Question mark. Quest reward. That which you desire most. I swiped it away. This time the elevator doors slid open on their own and allowed me entry. Once they closed, I retreated within my mind, trying to manage the panic. Haster was full of shit. Anyone with power who promised to make things better on the scale he was talking about almost always was. Selflessness, more often than not, is little more than pageantry. Altruism is rarely more than a bedazzled method of stroking your own ego. Haster didn't give two fucks about anyone. His endgame, like so many others, was about control. But if, and only if, he was capable of even a fraction of what he claimed, his interpretation of control was tantalizing. Before the dome, the average person was lucky to make it through life with no major disasters. The lucky ones found a job they didn't hate, a house they could afford, a family that loved them. Even if you were one of those lucky few, you were still only one bad day away from disaster. Sometimes you didn't even have to make a choice. Sickness, abandonment, and financial ruin were always waiting on the horizon, the three horsemen of the postmodern apocalypse. And if you had any self-awareness, that inevitable realization weighed heavily. But what if it didn't have to be that way? What if chaos, random chance, and all the other bullshit beyond our control no longer factored? What if someone could just tell you what you needed to do to succeed and be happy? They can't. It would be easier to work through this if I was looking at it rationally, but Hastur had nailed me to the fucking wall. When he described my perfect future, I'd felt an honest-to-God stir, a tug of desire I couldn't rationally explain. His predictions had been so ordinary. The system still existed in the future he'd outlined for me, yet he hadn't even mentioned it. In Hastur's perfect future, I'd effectively retired from user life, and it was obvious why. I held my gauntlets palm up and stared at them. They were battle-scarred and torn. Beneath the gauntlets, my arms held scars of their own, connected to a patchwork of close calls inscribed across the rest of my body that grew more numerous almost by the day. There was a twinge in my ribs that ached from sudden changes in temperature, and almost every time I sat down it was harder to get up again. I couldn't do this forever. Too many times already I'd survived by the skin of my teeth, often on a technicality I hadn't even been aware of. As rational as I tried to be, there was just too much I didn't know. Countless potential threats I couldn't realistically prepare for. I'd thrown myself into it regardless, fought like hell, because the struggle was all I knew, and I thought I'd accepted how it all inevitably ended. That I could be at peace with dying, so long as my family was taken care of. Hastur had committed the greatest cruelty of all. He'd given me the possibility of hope, like a bright halo of sun filtering through a curtain. Almost as bad, he'd given me a taste of what I'd been missing my entire life. How it felt like to be normal. The memories he'd picked all had a powerful emotion attached to them. Empathy, joy, grief. That they weren't all positive and elating only lent more credence to the demonstration. He'd let me sample it all. Even now, the agitation and confusion of emotion felt as if it was being filtered through a pinhole. I had nothing to compare it to before, and now I knew in painstaking detail exactly what I was missing. Throughout my life, I viewed my coldness and lack of empathy as a shield. It protected me from the worst of the storms, the fallout. I'd known on some level that it wasn't free, that the steel blinders that protected me from the lows also robbed me of the highs. But I never felt the starkness of the difference until now. If Hastur had offered to fix me and remove the blinders permanently on the spot, I would have passed. As he himself had said, I wasn't sure I'd be capable of doing what I needed to do as a normal person. The fear alone would pose a nigh insurmountable wall, and there was too high a likelihood of freezing in a key moment. But after? If the world he'd described was at all possible? Could I really put the knife down? Live a normal existence free of the shadows that plagued me, unburdened by constant conflict? Too good to be true. I latched onto the thought like an anchor. Slowly, the false hope drowned beneath a wave of distrust. The gods had given me little reason to trust them farther than I could throw them. Hastur was no exception. His people had been out of pocket from the beginning, and so far as I knew, he'd done little to correct their supposed missteps beyond wagging his finger from a distance and giving me an artifact-level potion like it was a Hallmark bereavement card. He didn't care what they'd done, as long as they were effective. The only reason he was taking action now was to unify the Order, which implied a darker agenda, one that required the sort of people he'd recruited to carry it out. People like Aaron. It was impossible to strangle the hope completely. Hastur was too compelling for that. I settled for suppressing it, forcing it down into something more manageable. Maybe Hastur could do everything he promised, and more. That didn't matter. Distant theoreticals were irrelevant. Power always came at a price. What mattered was discovering what the Order was willing to pay, and how much exactly it would cost the rest of us. Azure. The Lithid manifested in my mind's eye. His head hung. Is it time? It took me a moment to realize what he meant, what he must have been waiting for ever since he underwent the Geish. You think I'm going to release you? Azure rubbed his arms. It's the correct decision. My usefulness is limited. I'm bound by the Geish now. He'd answered the lingering question I'd summoned him for, though not with the answer I'd wanted. Once I realized what was happening, I'd hoped the Geish wouldn't affect him at all because of his nature. That wasn't the case. And this was going to be a lot harder with Azure's hands tied behind his back, but I'd never even considered dismissing him. probably because he'd just taken the magical equivalent of a bullet for me. "You're not going anywhere," I said firmly. Asher looked up at me in surprise. "But just take a back seat for a while. Need to be careful until we know how strict the limitations are." My thoughts went to Nick. He'd given me quite a bit of information, enough that it surprised me he'd gotten away with it without breaching the geish. The more I thought about it, the more certain I was that he probably had. But as far as I knew, it hadn't triggered. It was possible it had something to do with intent. Nick probably hadn't realized how much he was giving away, which, in theory, was why the geish hadn't flagged him. If there was a weakness there, I needed to exploit it. It was just a matter of figuring out how. Asher looked like he was fighting the urge to hug me. "Really thought I was a goner." "Not getting out of your contract that easily." "Thank you, Matt. Truly." As the elevator doors parted, the sound of raised voices came flooding in. Sonny and Aaron in the middle of what looked like an intense discussion. Sonny towered over Aaron, while the slimmer man stood his ground, unimpressed by the other's intensity. I fell back into Mirden. If I said I wasn't shaken by what Haster offered, I'd be lying, and if the evidence that supported his claims grew too significant to ignore, I would at least try to keep an open mind. But that was the best I could do, because I didn't come here to save the world. I came here to save my friend, and burn this place to the ground. Chapter 186. Sonny loomed over Aaron by at least half a foot, doing the most accurate demonstration of foaming at the mouth I'd ever seen. Despite the intensity, Aaron seemed unaffected, almost bland, hands shoved in his pockets even as Sonny bore down on him.
"It's too fucking soon to move on the tower," Sonny said. "I'm aware of your opinion on the matter, and if we're bitching about expediency, care to explain the user you just railroaded through the process? The same user who apparently just broke protocol and appeared in the central compound?"
Sonny stuck his finger in Aaron's face. A long trail of Lichtenberg figures spanned from his third finger to his forearm. They hadn't been there earlier. Apparently, Seer was telling the truth. Anyone outside the Order couldn't see the mark.
"I recruit whoever the fuck I want."
Aaron glanced at me, though Sonny hadn't realized I'd returned yet. "An allowance the retainer granted both of us. But I think it's a little odd that the user you bring in last minute assaults and seriously injures members of the team taking part in an operation you vocally opposed." Sonny grinned so widely it looked as if his face might split.
"They attacked him first. And if I wanted to put some of your people out of commission, Aaron, I wouldn't send a recruit. And he sure as hell wouldn't be unarmed."
Aaron's brow furrowed as he pivoted toward me, directly acknowledging my presence for the first time.
"You did all that without a weapon?"
I shrugged. They were inexperienced. It didn't seem necessary.
"Right."
Like I hadn't even spoken, Aaron focused back in on Sonny. "You see how this looks? And with the timing, there's no way I can know how much you coached him."
"Stop talking out of the side of your fucking mouth. If you want to accuse me of something, say it. We can have it all out in front of the court and Sybil and be done with it."
Again, Sonny stuck his finger in Aaron's face, a hair's breadth from touching his forehead. There was enough tension in the room that it felt like either of them could snap at any moment. I was half tempted to just leave. If I had the elevator code, I might have. Wash my hands of it, take the non-zero chance they might kill each other, and save me the trouble. Instead, I unbuckled my gauntlet. When Asher played Mirden in Aaron's backyard, he'd done so with some cheek. I saw no reason to discontinue the trend. I held my bare forearm up to the light. "They're a traitor with ointment? Shit itches like a motherfucker." Aaron's eyebrows shot up in surprise, while Sonny appeared completely unsettled. From their reactions, I filled in the blanks. Neither expected Haster to actually talk to me.
"I stand corrected," Aaron murmured.
"Right. Sonny attempted to regain his balance, though his eyes kept flickering to the mark.
"See? Clearly legitimate."
"He who I think he is?" Aaron asked.
"Uh-huh,"
Sonny confirmed.
"Solid get, though it's unfortunate you were the one to bring him in."
"You..." Sonny bristled and took a step toward Aaron, the tension in the room rising.
Aaron held up a hand and placed it on his chest. I understand why you skipped the background. That tracks. But you're not skipping containment and analysis. He's not going anywhere for at least 2 weeks, and once he does, he needs to be observed. Sonny's eyes narrowed, and he shifted his body slightly. He slowly reached toward his inventory and his out-of-sight arm. Aaron caught the movement and openly smiled, all but daring Sonny to make a move. There was a part of me that wanted to let him. Watching Aaron be reduced to a bloody smear on the ground was a personal fantasy of mine, but something about the scene was wrong. Aaron was here, unescorted, yet seemed entirely too confident. He had something up his sleeve. Either way, what Aaron was proposing couldn't happen. I cleared my throat. Personally, I don't give a fuck, but I'm surprised you're willing to put the research off indefinitely. The tension flagged as they both stared at me. What research? Sonny growled. I'd like to know as well. Aaron took several long strides toward me, putting himself in my space. I certainly hope you don't intend to violate your geisha so soon after invoking the oath. The results of that would be categorically unpleasant. I cocked my head. That was a subtle warning for my benefit, disguised as a threat. So Aaron wasn't sandbagging, trying to keep me tied to the compound. Is power leveling the necromancer tied to the Advent? Not directly. Aaron shrugged. Then I'm not violating Jack, I said. With all the posturing going on in this room, it was hard to keep my body language neutral, not favoring either of them. Wasn't exactly keen on joining the Illuminati without a few cards up my sleeve. I only have a handful of user cores on me. Your necromancer will run through them in less than a week. I stashed the rest somewhere safe. If you want more, well, I'm not really down for 24/7 cult life. Haster seems chill, but I've got my own shit to handle. Chill. Aaron twisted back to look at Sonny. Are we the Illuminati? Sonny grunted noncommittally. Secret society bound by oaths and magic, nascent god, fingers in almost everything. Guess we are, Aaron said. Severely lacking in the triangle department, I pointed out. Whatever caused the rift, the rapport between them was still there. I needed to make sure they didn't resolve their differences. Aaron's smile faded. As much as I applaud your cleverness, we're still at an impasse. I can't, in good conscience, let a railroaded recruit roam freely, even if Haster himself gave his approval. I breathed out slowly. As I'd always suspected, Aaron was a fantastic liar. There was no trace of deception in his body language or voice. Problem was, he was effectively hemming me in. Either he was doing it on purpose, or he couldn't find a way to let this go in a realistic manner that Sonny would safely buy. An idea formed. I'm not sure what he's already told you about me, so I'll just say this. There's only one thing I care about. Winning this fucking game and getting the hell out of Dallas. Short of that, acquiring as much power as possible to make the overarching goal easier. Do you have an alternate endgame in mind? Aaron's voice changed when he asked, more authoritative and demanding. I was already answering before I received the prompt from Azure. Is that an official query? Yes, Aaron said. Then no. My patron isn't exactly a bullet point planner. I originally intended to win the events, carry a single region to the end, getting to know their strengths and weaknesses intimately in case the final stages get unpleasant. If Haster can follow through on his claim, end this before the second event, that won't be necessary. Your patron being the All-Father of Entropy? Aaron asked. Yes, I admitted. There was no point in denying it, especially when the lie could be so easily conflicted with all the chatty gods going around. Did you get the feeling it's going that way without Haster's interference? Last man standing? Aaron asked. I felt genuine interest in the question. Realistically, he'd only spoken to Haster, who probably revealed little beyond hints and riddles. Count yourself lucky, I groused. The All-Father is infinitely more cryptic than the Retainer. He mentioned nothing to that effect. I didn't ask what the All-Father said, I asked what you felt, Aaron corrected. I considered it. If this was really about reformation, as the Overseer implied, I couldn't see it. The system, and for that matter the last event, prioritized strength overall.
They're burning through casualties at an unsustainable rate. At the very least, it's flamethrower eugenics. Within our dome, I could see a few hundred people left at most. The real question is whether this is the semifinals. And the survivors get pitted against each other after the dome comes down, Aaron said thoughtfully. I've considered that possibility myself. I silently noted that he hadn't asked me if I was working with Sonny. Either using his authority to inquire directly about a member of the Order with similar authority to his own was off limits, or he knew it was pointless, meaning confirmation that Sonny had found a way to circumvent the gauge. Putting the theoretical aside for the moment, I fucked up one of your teams right before an op. That wasn't my intention, and if you want to shift the teams around and find a spot for me, I can more than make up for the 3 I dropped. Of course, on the condition you drop the isolation requirement. What? Sonny's face turned red. I think that's an excellent idea, Aaron said smoothly, all but leering at the taller man. Anything for the Advent, isn't that right, Sonny? Sonny paused. He seemed to realize why I was going this route, but he didn't look happy about it. What Aaron said next surprised the hell out of me. Our high-level teams are well-balanced in both powers and personalities. There might be a space for you on one of them in the future, but I don't want to fuck with their composition right before an op. Meaning, I trailed off, bracing for it. I'm putting you with 0 team. Make preparations, swing by a vendor if you need to, then report to the ceaseless night. You roll out at sunset. Chapter 187. Aaron showed me around and told me a little about the history. Apparently, the entire compound was a retired missile silo. After it was decommissioned, it was privately sold and was in the middle of being converted into some tech bros apocalypse hideaway when the dome permanently halted construction. That was annoying. The government didn't make a habit of announcing the locations of missile silos, even decommissioned ones. Outside research wouldn't help me. I needed to locate it another way. There was a simple vendor square in the center of the compound. Judging from the open plan and alcoves with counters, it had once been a cafeteria. I removed my gauntlet before I perused their wares, and as I hoped, their enthusiasm to help me increased by magnitudes. Kicking it off with consumables, I cleaned out a thrilled mage of his status effect palliatives. I already had 2 of each offered on Kinsley's store, but figured having 3 wouldn't hurt, and there were a few cures for ailments I had yet to see. I paused in the weapons section, swiping through a tablet that all the vendors used. Unsurprisingly, they had an excellent selection, which presented something of an opportunity. I'd been biding my time waiting for an upgrade, intending to fully refresh my collection. I had a slight advantage in that everyone and their grandmothers seemed to migrate toward hand crossbows, in a demographic where much of the population fetishized firearms and venues that offered concealed carry courses were more numerous than coffee shops. It was the obvious fallback for a handgun. The downside, of course, was that everyone was buying them. I'd been hunting for a while, but the good ones sold out on Kinsley's store in seconds, and one of my primary weapons, quick crossbow of the Frost Leech, was incredibly recognizable both in appearance and effect. I'd primarily used it as Mirden, making it a non-issue if Aaron had stuck me with anyone other than Nick, but now that he had, I was in the unfortunate position of having to improvise. "What are you buying?" I glanced up from the tablet screen, unsure if the out-of-place reference was accidental, or if the man across from me was invoking it intentionally. There was an apron tied around his waist, and beneath them, knee-high muck boots. He was dour and brooding, and sounded like he'd spent his last break setting a carton of cigarettes on fire and breathing in the smoke. There was a silver tag pinned to one arm of the apron that read, Eric. "Small blade and a hand crossbow," I said, then amended. "A few hand crossbows, actually." "How many?" the man rumbled. 8? Actually 9. He looked at me like I was the scum of the earth. "You a reseller?" "No, I stopped mid-sentence to reconsider. I hadn't really been able to talk to anyone about this outside of Kinsley, who didn't have the technical know-how to advise me. Barring some huge, unforeseen outcome, I'd be with the Order at least until things came to a head. And while I'd do everything I could to shroud and mislead them on what the Ordinator's core abilities were, they'd eventually learn the brick and mortar of how I fought. And if this was their weapons vendor, a man embedded with killers who knew their craft, he might have a solution for me. Briefly, without going into too much detail, I outlined my use case. By the end, the vendor was stroking his beard thoughtfully.
Got half a mind to tear you a new one for treating any of my creations as disposable, but I can grasp why you're going that route.
Huh. In my mind, vendors got most of their wares from the system. It made sense that some crafters sold their own work, though from the look of the catalog, Eric never stopped working. He gave me another suspicious look.
Before my wheels spin too quickly to stop, I should probably ask, what's your budget? You blow it all at bargain bin potions over there?
No, I mean, I'm not looking at buying any artifacts, but it's significant. Even now, it felt strange to say that out loud, like I was lying, even though it was true.
Kai!
Eric barked suddenly, his voice carrying across the open space of the cafeteria. The floor next to Eric turned into a circle of magma, and a figure ascended from it, dressed in violet mage's robes. Their face and features were effeminate, and there was a sheen of lip gloss that reflected the overhead light. Yes, Eric. They pitched their voice higher than average, but read as male. They sounded annoyed. Eric slapped the mage's ass with a meaty thwap, startling us both. He continued, seemingly oblivious to the mage's growing ire.
Skip the theatrics. I found the market for that enchantment of yours.
Which enchantment? Kai asked irritably.
Eric made a vague gesture. Soul glue one.
Kai threw back their head and laughed harshly, then abruptly cut off. The binding?
That one.
Kai crossed their arms. The one you waited until after I was reduced to a puddle of post-coital bliss to tell me was asinine and unnecessary? That I was spending hours of painstaking effort on something no one sane would waste enchantment space on, and that I should... Kai cast an indignant glance at me, and I quote, grow up.
That one,
Eric said again, considerably less confident. I can come back later, I said. Eric apologized profusely. The big man was clearly embarrassed at having his drama dragged out in the open. We talked it over, and he convinced me to wait on the draw-and-drop idea, suggesting a larger commission that would play to my strengths, claimed he had a prototype in mind that would work perfectly for my unique situation. He didn't charge me up front, said he was confident I'd like the end product, and if I didn't, he was equally confident he could sell it to someone with a similar ability. Either because of his embarrassment or appreciation that I'd weathered the Kai storm with him, the items he pointed me to in the interim were quality. He placed one on the table.
For the fights you end quickly.
Item: crossbow of the wretch. Description: black as the heart of the one who wields it. Because of a confluence of enchantments, critical strikes with this weapon are often fatal, so long as the target loses half their health pool in the initial strike. Item class: rare. Item value: 42,000 salve. My eyes all but bugged out of my head as I lifted it up and tested the feel. It was full size, but so light it almost felt hollow. Eric reached behind the counter again and placed a smaller crossbow on the counter. They clearly made it to look intimidating, with jagged white trappings and an off-white body that closely resembled bone.
For the white-knuckle fights. Figure, when you're in close doing the gunslinger thing, this could be your opener.
Item: hand crossbow of pathos. Description: despite its class, this weapon does little enhanced damage beyond the bolt it carries. Its true value lies in the enchantments. So long as the bolt remains embedded in the target, they will find themselves overcome with an agony so complete and exquisite it has the potential to drive the target to madness, should the bolt remain in place for too long. Item class: rare. Item value: 68,000 salve. Jesus Christ. They did the enchantments on it? I stuck my thumb at the corner where Kai busied himself with an assortment of shining gems at the desk in the corner. Kai twisted in their seat and snapped, "I'm a boy!" Sorry. Eric caught my eye and gave a stoic nod, confirming that Kai was not a person I wanted to fuck with in any capacity.
It's a little twisted, but it makes for a hell of a distraction. And as far as the other one goes, I know you said hand crossbow, but figured you'd reconsider once you held it. Can't help you with the daggers, unfortunately, unless you'd settle for a small sword.
Kai let out an exasperated sigh and stalked toward the counter. He pulled his outer robe aside and drew one of several daggers on his hip. This one was black with a single line of inlaid ivory, spanning the wide hilt to the narrow tip. Because you have that mark, and you're commissioning something big, I'll give you a loaner. What is it? I asked. It's a knife. I felt the vein pop out on my forehead. What does it do? Read the system text. I ain't your daddy. Kai walked back to his place before I could make the mistake of biting back. When I read the description, though, my irritation faded. Item: Vorpal Gnasher. Description: This tooth-like blade can easily carve through common, natural, and metallic armor types, though it loses sharpness quickly. Once dull, its original sharpness can be regained through both traditional and magical sharpening techniques, only a handful of times before it requires re-enchantment from the original source. Item class: Epic. Item value? ? Hold on, how much is this worth? I asked. Dunno, it's a spare, never had it appraised. Don't lose it, Kai called over. It was a clever item to lend. While strong, and I suspected massively valuable, it required maintenance from the original enchanter, meaning no one could run off with it without eventually ending up with a paperweight. But that old, familiar feeling of uneasiness washed over me, the same feeling that haunted me every time a person did me an unrequited favor. I dealt and traded favors daily, and knew, on an intimate level, that there was always an associated cost. Perhaps sensing my hesitation, Eric leaned in and lowered his voice so only I could hear.
There's a lot of swinging dicks around here. Some are just pricks, others like to throw their weight around. Most of them have that tattoo on their wrist. It's not that bad, really. Worked in worse places. But I guess you could say we're looking to expand our network. Ah, there it was. Show your worth to the up-and-comer, help him out early before he hits his stride, and bank on the hope he remembers you when you need it. A simple play, but innocent enough. I think I understand. I reached out for Eric's hand. He shook it heartily with enough force that it rattled my teeth. Then I forked over the selve, trying not to pay attention to the deep dent in my balance. It had been too long since I'd delved a dungeon. Bothering Kinsley for a softball quest was always an option if the coffers got low, but considering how much expanding she was doing, I wanted to avoid that for as long as possible. With any luck, this outing with Nick and the Order would be both lucrative and illuminating. Thank you, Eric said. He had to be doing it on purpose. Chapter 188. In an odd reverse of roles, Nick whiteboarded the op while I mostly sat and listened. Not that the plan was perfect exactly, but we had a familiar cadence when we brainstormed to solve a problem. So, barring any massive oversights, I held my silence while the others threw bristling glares full of barely disguised hostility. I wasn't particularly worried. Zero Team lived up to their name. Other than Nick, most of them were a few levels shy of level 10, and nothing about their mix of inexperience and conflicting sense of entitlement impressed me. Keith, the mage, who'd nearly had his Adam apple relocated, could barely look at me. He'd fold like an 8 high when the chips were down, if he even made it that far. It was difficult to understand why the Order bothered with users of this caliber. They obviously cared about strength and power more than anything else, yet they assigned a member of the court to daycare duty. Power structures were always uneven, the exact reason hierarchies exist. No matter how good you are at something, someone is always better, but the dichotomy between these users and Cameron, who they'd willingly thrown away, was significant. The plan itself was quiet, discreet. Several teams were deploying at the tower in Region 5. The other, more experienced teams would start higher up. We'd be working our way up the lower levels, clearing the main path, but the real meat and potatoes were the ripples. Nick described them as tiny fractures within the dungeon, small, undeveloped sections heavy with magic. They were hidden, but easy enough to identify if you knew how to look. And while they loosely followed the same basic logic as the tower itself, increasing in difficulty the higher we climbed, the chances of an aberration, loot, and monsters inappropriate to the levels increased. Our target within the ripples were planners, tiny, near-transparent entities that shifted form, only identifiable by a pale white glow, apparently tasked with construction and maintenance on the chambers within the tower. Nick had a dimensional satchel that could store, in his words, a fuck ton of them.
Considering that they repaired damage to the chambers and regenerating monsters, I had a strong suspicion about what Haster wanted them for. For an Order of Parsi operation, it was oddly tame. They didn't schedule us to kill users or rip off someone's inventory. There wasn't even a kidnapping to speak of. Perhaps because it was also Zero Team's first official mission. "Hold up." Nick stared toward the doorway, then back to the small group, lounging on a series of stools and leather fold-out chairs. "Give me a second. Review your notes, especially if you're on the four-man. If you're not, don't distract the people who are. The game starts here, people." He pointed to his head and walked toward the door. A small burble of hushed conversation began as Nick walked away, reminding me of countless classrooms when the teacher was absent. I ignored them. There was a man of average height waiting by the door for Nick, but in Nick's presence he looked completely diminutive. It wasn't just the contrast. He was almost cowering. His long auburn hair was glued to his face like he'd just gotten out of the shower, and he made futile-looking gestures. When he looked back toward me, his expression seemed to crack, desperation growing by the second. Holy shit. It was the guy with the crossbow in the tunnel. The guy who killed Ginny. And Nick was just there, talking to him. There was nothing in his body language that reflected he knew who the fuck this guy was. Crossbow guy said something heated. Nick offered a lazy stretch. It was like they were having two different conversations. Only when he stretched behind his back, his hand clamped down on his arm hard enough to imprint the flesh. Someone tapped me. Keith had apparently taken the intermission as an opportunity to move closer. I dismissed him as a threat almost immediately. There were entire beads of sweat dripping down his forearm in a stream. "Hey, man," he said. "Hey, man? Can I help you?" "Look, I'm bad with conflict. Terrible, actually, so this is really hard for me." Keith trailed off. I smiled at him. "I can bring my dog out, if you need an emotional support animal." No, not trying to be rude. Would love to meet your dog sometime." Keith laughed and rubbed his neck. "But, more of a cat person myself." Pity. I was tempted to take it further, but Keith already looked ready to jump out of his skin. Any more, and he was likely to go screaming and running out the door. I let my attention lapse and returned to the diagram on the whiteboard. "What do you want?" "I don't want anything, necessarily." Keith pushed his glasses up his nose. "But since we're going to be on a team together and all, I just want to check. I do anything to offend you?" I cocked my head. "Other than attacking me on sight?" "Yeah, awkward. Sorry about that." Keith struggled to continue, like he was wringing the words from stone. "But, I wasn't the only one." "That's true." "And, they got off kind of easy, where I got the sense that we were a few complex analog inputs away from a Mortal Kombat finisher." His hand went subconsciously to his throat. "Yeah," Keith said, in a voice that almost sounded disappointed with himself. I want to know, are we cool? I didn't do something to you or piss you off somehow more than the others during the fight, because if I did, You always talk this much? I asked. "He does," Halima said. She stared straight ahead at the corner of the room. Only her head was visible. The rest of her was submerged in a tub of ice on the floor, wedged between two stools. I'd heard of athletes doing something similar. One hell of a pre-game ritual. In the short time we'd spoke, I'd already gleaned everything from Keith I needed. First, he was a punching bag. Had been for a long time, probably before the dome. He was scared of the team, scared of the man at the door, and, unsurprisingly, scared of me. Nick might be the only person in the base he wasn't scared of. And, like any well-worn punching bag, he already knew this sort of approach wouldn't work. Anyone dead set on fucking your shit up is unlikely to change their mind if you ask them nicely. But diffusing the tension between us wasn't the point. He was testing the waters, checking to see if I was holding a grudge and if he'd needed to watch out for me in the mission. I sighed. Offering Keith a little reassurance wouldn't hurt if it meant he stayed focused on the mission. They were about to rush me. If our noble's ceaseless night hadn't interfered, they would have. I just needed to give them a reason to think twice. Keith's mouth quirked. "So, it wasn't personal?" "Yep." "Thanks, man." he said, oddly elated, then bumped my arm with his fist.
Oh, God, why did I do that?
Get your head in the game, I snapped. We're deploying soon.
Right.
Keith focused on the whiteboard so intently it looked as if his eyes might pop out.
Mirden has the right idea,
Nick returned, pointing at me with the dry erase marker. What was that about? I asked, tilting my head toward the door. The bowman was gone. Nick waved me off.
A family thing. Don't worry about it.
Now that the rest of you have had time to ruminate, he uncapped the marker.
Let's go over this one more time.
Chapter 189. Sybil, the woman I previously referred to as Seer, saw us off. The exits were toward the top of the silo in a large cubic room that was littered with narrow stairways that led to various ovals lining the walls, framed by stone. The oval openings contained what looked like a whirlpool of glowing liquid, all draining toward the center from the edges. There were hundreds of them, maybe 1,000. I hung back and studied the scene. Most of the oval portals were slate blue, but several, in rows high above the floor with no access point from the stairs, shone in green, orange, and a single red portal positioned at the top in the center. I asked the obvious question. What are they? Nick looked ready to answer, but Sybil beat him to it. Only her mouth moved, the rest of her body frozen in an almost statuesque poise. The indigo thresholds lead to various locations within the human domain. Only a portion are secured, though their number grows by the day. That explained a hell of a lot. It explained how the Order remained so elusive. Kinsley's door spell on a grand scale. Even the color reminded me of Kinsley's door, which led to my next question. Did they stay active during the transposition? I asked. Nick tensed. Both Halima and Keith cast concerned glances my way. I couldn't tell if they were uncomfortable with the line of questioning, or that I was interrogating Sybil. Sybil herself seemed unbothered. Most of them, yes. Another unfair advantage. And most. What portals were restricted? I cleared my throat. The rest of them, the ones that aren't blue, I'm guessing they lead to Florus realms? Nick subtly drove an elbow into my side. Shut up, he whispered. So it wasn't what, I asked, that was making my companions uncomfortable. It was the fact that I was questioning Sybil at all, which was odd. She didn't seem all that intimidating from my initial impression, and so far she'd done little other than speak in riddles and act as Haster's mouthpiece. Sybil's dreamy expression remained fixed in place. I cannot answer that question at this time. If you wish to know more, Ordinator, come find me on your own. Fucking Sybil. This marked the second time she'd screwed me. Keith and Halima both stepped away from me. Keith looked visibly horrified, while Halima maintained a stoic expression, hand reaching toward her rayon-wrapped hilt. Nick snapped his finger twice, rounding on Keith and Halima. Hey, guys, Mirden took the oath, which means...
He's with us,
Keith said.
That's right, Nick said. What he did, whoever he was before, none of that matters. The big guy swore him in. If there was a problem, he never would have made it this far.
Got it, Keith said unhappily. Halima didn't answer, but her hand dropped away from her hilt. I considered Nick. Once again his charisma shined through, but he was too quick on the draw with the intercession, like it was rehearsed. Someone had already briefed him on who I was, probably Aaron after our initial encounter, and he'd prepared accordingly. I was starting to understand why everyone was so terrified of Sybil. The woman knew things, secrets, and she didn't hesitate to air them out, regardless of who was listening. It didn't feel malicious, exactly. More like she didn't see the value of keeping anything on the down low. No wonder they were cautious around her. Is that all, Ordinator? Sybil asked. The light trace of sarcasm in her voice was probably my imagination. I'll find you later, I said. Yes, you will. Nick laughed nervously.
All righty. Don't want to take up too much of your time, ma'am. Let's get the show on the road.
Sybil held her arms out to either side. An indigo portal from one of the center bands levitated downward, settling on the ground with a low thrum that vibrated the stone beneath us. A series of atonal chimes followed, and a small portion of the flowing blue liquid within the portal leaked into a rut that encircled the entrance. "The way is unsealed. You may proceed." Nick nodded. "Halima, Keith, go ahead and secure the perimeter." Visibly relieved at the prompt, they both hurried ahead. There was a popping noise as they entered the portal, air rushing in to fill the space they vacated as they snapped out of existence. I waited for Nick to ask what he wanted to ask. He wasn't a lead-from-the-rear sort of guy. If he sent the others ahead, it was for a reason. Something weighed down on me, like an invisible hand trying to press me into the ground. I grunted and went down to one knee, heart rate spiking, fumbling under the pressure to draw my knife from my inventory. My fingers locked around the handle, and I drew it out, keeping the blade hidden behind my back. Nick stared down at me. A red light shone behind his eyes, his all-shucks persona entirely gone. He looked cold and numb and angry. "This is an official query, under the authority of the court." "You're an official prick." "Glad you've held on to a sense of humor." Nick loomed over me. "Region 6. "That's not a question." I glanced over at Sybil, checking if she intended to interfere. From the amused look on her face, she looked more likely to grab a bucket of popcorn and settle in for the show. "Not funny, asshole," Nick seethed. "Thousands of people died. All I want to know is if you pulled the plug yourself." I considered lying. But what was the point? Sybil probably already knew the answer, and if any fragment of Nick's traditionally staunch sense of right and wrong was intact, no matter how twisted, I was pretty certain how he'd come down on wholesale slaughter. Maybe. The word popped out of my mouth before I could stop it. "The fuck does that mean?" Nick growled. "It means I don't fucking know," I shouted, then regained control of myself. Something already altered them before I got there. Blood, guts, organs spread out everywhere like some sick painting. There were clothes and cores littering the street. They should have all been dead, but they weren't. They were still moving, still alive, reanimated, maybe in some fucked-up captivity, and they were trying to move lucks and cores into their receptacle. "Why?" Nick asked, mystified. "That's the great part," I said bitterly. "I stopped them and still don't know. No clue what would have happened if they filled the receptacle. Maybe they would have been fine once it was full, gathered around a bonfire and sang Kumbaya, or maybe what happened to them would have spread like a fucking wildfire." Sybil chuckled. It was quiet, almost imperceptible, but I hated her for it. Something in Nick's posture changed. The sickly red fire behind his eyes burned out. For a moment he looked like nothing more than the lost kid I ran into in the rehab center. Scared and confused and tired. "Not sure I could have made that call." "Yeah, well, now you know." I stood to my feet. You're not what I thought." I strode toward the portal. The sooner we got into the tower, the better. I needed to punch something. "Just do me a favor and keep the truth to yourself." Nick stirred from his reverie. "What? Why?" "Getting blamed for it regardless. Might as well bank the infamy." "You want people to think you're a cold-blooded murderer?" he asked. Frustrated, I made a spastic gesture, indicating the grim portal room and the silo beyond. "What the fuck do you think we are?" Nick absorbed this and followed me toward the portal, deep in thought. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sybil gently catch his shoulder and lean in to whisper. Turns out she did know how to be discreet. I lost most of what she said in the portal's hum. It was a struggle to pick out the last few words. "Cast off the chains that bind you." Chapter 190. Kid Rock's muffled, highly processed voice screamed pseudo-rap into my ear, which led me to the next inevitable question. What fucking year was it? With Kinsley's door, there was a sense of movement, moving from one room to the next. It didn't matter that the rooms were far apart because you still felt that transition, that forward momentum carrying you from point A to point B. Traveling through the portal, on the other hand, was disorienting, verging on disturbing. There was no sense of passage. One moment you were walking into the portal, The next, you were standing still, staring into the yellow-stained porcelain abyss of a broken commode. It felt like blacking out, losing time. My thoughts were jumbled, disorderly. I had a hard time remembering what I was doing and why I was here. I couldn't stop thinking about what would have happened if there was someone in the bathroom occupying the same space I just appeared in. Maybe that's why they sent you to the broken stall, genius. Oh, good. Jaded Eye was talking to me again. At least Nick didn't. I scrambled out of the stall, nearly tripping over my own feet until the open arm of a yellowing, cracked baby changer saved me. I needed to get out of the way before Nick appeared in the same place. Jesus, I really needed to ask someone if telefragging was a thing. Carefully, trying to mentally and physically reset, I threw the door open and walked out. The muffled bass grew sharper, but only just, and the scent of mildew, vomit, and liquor washed over me. There was a small bar housing only a dozen stools, with several booths along the left-hand side. At least 5 heavy-set men in a varying selection of baseball and cowboy hats turned my way. A 6th sat next to the jukebox, fiddling with a handful of quarters. Their suspicious gazes lingered on me for a moment too long, then turned away, settling on where Keith and Halima sat at the bar. They looked old enough to join the army, but a bit too young to drink. Keith was clutching his wand beneath the bar, his knee bouncing up and down. Halima looked etched from stone. Nick exited a moment later, nodded toward the door. Keith jumped off the stool immediately and followed him, Halima falling in behind them while I took up the rear. A notification prompt popped open. Guild quest received. Quest, Ancient Blueprint. Initial objective, gain entrance to the Gilded Tower. Primary objective, acquire at least 20 planners from ripples on the lower tower floors. Secondary objective, acquire as many planners as possible. Tertiary objective, avoid direct conflict in the tower and keep a low profile. Threat level? Question mark. Experience gain. M. Time limit, 1 day. Reward. Salve. Haster's favor. Market credit. Variable. Fuck. What to do? We couldn't fail this mission. Without knowing exactly what Haster wanted the planners for, it would look bad and draw attention I didn't want. At the very least, we needed the minimal amount, but I didn't like the way the secondary objective was worded. More problematic, there were other teams from the Order in play. I didn't know if they were looking for the same thing or something more critical. I needed to create problems for the Order on a large scale that didn't immediately point to me, while succeeding in my mission without succeeding too much. Sometimes I missed the Scantron days. We pushed open the doors out into the street. Miraculously, it was even louder outside the bar. I'd thought, given the theme park aesthetic, that the party-land bustle of Region 5 would die down some after dark. Not so much. They just doubled down on the torches. It had a sweatier, hammering feeling beneath the moon, more like a nightclub than a theme park. Masses of bodies dancing to a drum-heavy beat, a woman in glowing neon body paint and peacock regalia, an outfit that narrowly dodged blatant cultural appropriation only by appropriating literally everything into an unrecognizable amalgam, paused as she passed by us, offering a tray furnished with colorful asymmetrical bottles complete with curly straws. Spiked with 151. Casino tactics. Avoid. I smacked Keith's hand away and smiled at the woman. We're fine. You're in El Dorado, darlings. Live a little. She pulled an 8-ball from her corset and wiggled it in front of my face. The substance within was powdery and clay red. I waited for Jaded Eye's commentary. Not a damn clue. I took the bag from her, partially because I was curious, partially because I wanted her to leave without drawing more attention to us. I must have looked confused because, as a helping hint, she tapped her nostril and winked before she sashayed away. We took our place in the long queue to the front of the tower. It seemed even taller now than it had the evening I'd scouted the region with Miles, at least as tall as the Bank of America Plaza had been before the meteor reduced it to a smoking ruin. The question was whether it was an optical illusion or if the tower was actually growing. I tapped my toe inside my boot, searching for an angle, coming up dry. Nick elbowed me. So, you in the habit of taking illicit substances from strangers? Relax, Boy Scout. I scoffed and tossed him the 8-ball. He caught it easily, squinting at the bag. You ever see anything this color? Saw some designer shit once that was bright green, but nothing quite like this, Nick said. It looks like strawberry pixie stick, Halima commented, completely seriously. She was standing on her tiptoes, trying to get a better look at the bag.
"You don't snort those," Keith said.
He was still pouting, probably because I'd stopped him from taking the drink.
"Were you homeschooled?"
Halima asked Keith.
"Seems kind of small time to me. Some girl slipped you a dime bag at a rager? Big whoop," Nick said.
"She's not some girl. She's staff, and I've seen them pass out at least 30 of those bags since. Considering how they're spiking their drinks with rum running around 75% ABV, I'm curious what exactly they're pairing it with," I said. Probably an upper. Any depressant in combination with the rum was likely to zonk out a person with average tolerance, but considering how jaded I didn't trigger, I was guessing it was system-related. Nick raised an eyebrow.
"You got a pedigree to go with that bloodhound nose?"
"I'm a fucking sommelier. What's it matter?" Keith cleared his throat.
"I thought sommeliers were wine experts."
I rolled my eyes. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's cocaine stepped on with cayenne. Either way, I want to know where they're getting this shit, and how they can afford to give so much of it away. Nick finally shrugged.
"Fair enough. Not sure I see the value, but I'm kind of slow. It's important we stay ahead of the game. More than a few people back at HQ you could pass that off to. Some of them might even give you a straight answer. A few might even give it back."
Nick passed the baggie back to me, and I stuck it in my inventory. Keith looked puzzled.
"Is there a liquor version of a sommelier?" "Why do you always look at me when you have a vocabulary question?" Halima sighed.
I was about to say something pithy about a bartender when a familiar face caught my eye. A man in a Hawaiian shirt was leaning on a pillar next to an old-school vendor's cart, biting into a churro. Immediately I turned my back to him, my heart pounding. Cook. Shit. I snuck another glance over my shoulder. The Fed looked more or less recovered from our altercation, almost bored as he stared out into the crowd, nibbling on the churro with the slow, constant pace of a marathon runner. Of course, Miles had stationed a lookout here. We scouted out the tower recently, and I ran my fucking mouth about how they were looking for something. I told myself it was fine, that Cook was focused on the exit. I'd need to be careful when we made our way out, but he hadn't been exposed to the mask for an extended period. As long as I was cautious and there wasn't a shift change, I'd be fine. But what if I wasn't? It all hit me at once. 1,000 half-finished thoughts and ideas slid into place. A plan to stick the Feds so far up the Order's ass they wouldn't know what hit them. Simultaneously, a way to create a future exit plan for Nick. I had a narrow window, but it was there. Couldn't risk it in a public space with so many people to notice. Matt. Kinsley. Are you busy? Several dozen messages arrived, one after another, each berating me for not reaching out sooner or bringing me up to speed. Apparently, Cameron was awake and pissed. He tried to muscle his way out and had to be gassed. Kinsley wasn't taking any chances with the containment. Not long after, Miles came looking for me, and she'd fed him a line. According to her, he probably bought it. Probably. The latter brought up a pain point I still didn't know how to deal with yet. While the three-way altercation between the Ordinator, his unidentified companion, and the Feds had bought me time, Miles was going to get suspicious eventually. If I could use Azure from a distance, find some sort of mana battery that would let him keep his form for an extended period separate from me, that would more or less solve the problem. But I'd relay that later. I had something more incendiary in mind. Matt, I'm selling you a few things in the store. One's low priority, some chemical compound they're giving out as a party favor in Region 5. The other is a potion. I need an alchemist to evaluate both. Do we have a good alchemist yet? Kinsley. Why, yes, chronically missing region leader and guild member. We do, in fact, have a master alchemist, locked down at significant cost by yours truly, in your absence, while you've been gone, away, leaving a small child to do your heavy lifting. I made a mental note to get that story from her later. I couldn't imagine someone getting that far into a vocation so early in the game, unless they had some sort of specialized background that translated. Matt, good. This is the critical part. From my understanding, the potion is priceless, to the extent that any rational person would consider running off and selling it. Kinsley. Ooh. What does it do? Matt. Why do you think I need an alchemist to evaluate it? Kinsley. Angry, frowny face. Matt. Just assume it's a nuke. Or the Philosopher's Stone. Kinsley. Okay then. I'm just gonna set up a nice, very well-guarded lab in another region. Matt, probably a good idea. One last thing. I needed to forward a message to Miles. Kinsley. Sure. Matt. From Mirden. Kinsley. What? I was banking a lot on faith. That Haster would wait, hoping I would come around despite the disruption. He seemed desperate, and it took far longer than usual for desperate people to cut and run. I could only hope it was the same for gods. In the meantime, I played the role the Overseer created for me. I crafted the message as quickly as I could, checked it 3 times, then sent it off. It was like writing an essay. An utterly psychopathic, problematic essay. But when you broke them down to their parts, all essays are the same. Without missing a beat, I turned to Nick. Not trying to step on your toes here, but wouldn't it be better if we split up a bit? Nick's eyebrows narrowed. Never split the party. I'm just talking initially. We enter separately, meet back up in whatever this gilded erection has for a lobby, split back up on the exit. Nick considered that, then nodded. Smart, better for optics. Never know who could be watching. Gotta go up front, keep the kids in the middle. You get to take up the rear? Done. I slid back through the line, ending up behind a couple of tough guys who sneered at me when I flagged down a shirtless man in a kilt for one of the festive-looking drinks on his tray. It gave me an excuse to move backward in the line, and to be honest, I kind of enjoyed the potential visual it created. Then I waited. If Miles was as smart as I thought, he'd figure it out with time to spare. 20 minutes later, just as I reached the front of the line, Cook's head snapped up. He dropped the stub of his churro and took several steps forward, brow furrowed as he searched the sea of faces with more intensity than before. Eventually, his gaze landed on me. I took a tiny suck from the looping straw and flipped him the bird. Chapter 191. Dearest Kinsley, I go on to prepare a place for you. Even now I ascend to find that which you deserve. Along my ascent I found others like me, of which there are many. We are of one mind and soul. We toil and squall and fuck in the fetid mud, while the elites and gods cavort in the skies above, gorging on the fruits of our labors. Have you enjoyed the clouds, Kinsley? I certainly hope you have, before your wings are clipped. Now that my anger has passed, I don't blame you for what you did. It was always this way. Society wants to believe it can identify evil people, or bad or harmful people, but it's not practical. But I cannot look past your hubris, for I am a man of passion. At the orphanage, they put me in just before Bush Sr.'s first term. There were some older boys who caught a horse in a barren field, trapped against the cliff face of a steep mountain. They put kerosene on his tail and lit it and cut the rope. Away went the horse, bombing up the unscalable mountain, stumbling, climbing even higher to get away from the flame, but the flame went with him. That horse, that's me, the man of passion. And you set the fire. I'll continue to climb, kindling this eternal flame you set, for I have found God, and God has found me. I'll search the mountain for the cracks between places, mine the hidden veins of precious metals that exist within the annals of Etemananki, and I will forge those metals into a sacrificial knife. I'll prepare an altar for you in the shape of an enneagram, with an empty shell arranged at each point. After all, a clown can get away with simple murder. I have something more sophisticated in mind. With love, Mirden. It was the best I could do on short notice. There were a few misdirects that led nowhere. I picked an enneagram both because it was less cliché than a pentagram, and if Miles bit and swallowed, it would lead him to the enneagram personality types, and an assumption that each point of the enneagram represented the sort of person I intended to kill. The achiever, the challenger, and the investigator would stand out like a sore thumb. I avoided using my own written voice as much as possible, just because Miles was exactly the sort of motherfucker willing to hunt down old essays and homework once he had a writing sample, so I was cribbing from a combination of Dahmer, Gacy, Bundy, and Fish, paraphrasing at points, referencing indirectly at others, with some conflicting socialist and fascist undertones thrown in to further muddle the message. Along with making the message sound suitably menacing, the references would serve as a dog whistle for Miles. He'd realize I was taunting him, and with any luck, assume I'd accidentally tipped my hand with all the references to verticality. It worked. Cook was shoving his way through the crowd, trying to get to me. He circumvented the line, and several region-affiliated users stopped him. He pointed at me, then pulled out his badge and tried to shove past. There was still a mark on his throat from the garrote. A few of the region users looked in my direction, but none of them saw me. I smiled widely, all teeth, and drew my thumb across my neck. Shortly after, someone escorted me through the massive gates. The scent caught me first. Funnel cake, fatty meat, and popcorn hung in the air like olfactory ghosts of a dying past. I went past the small assortment of vendors that could have been at home in any festival. At the front there was a counter that looked a bit like a carnival ticket booth, only instead of small trinkets and plastic prizes no one remembered more than a day, there was a series of swords, axes, and wands. They weren't in the best shape. The top-shelf merchandise was top-shelf only in the sense that they were mostly free of nicks and dents. Otherwise, they were basic in their designs, and absent the sheen and clarity of good metal. It was difficult to breathe. Visitors overran the tower, capacity nearly bursting. I spotted Nick. He was standing next to a facsimile of a small medieval village, complete with astroturf, speaking to a diminutive-looking man, nodding enthusiastically, as the man spoke with his hands to entirely new levels, while Keith and Halima stood off to the side, looking terribly bored. The peasant reached out to me with an overwrought gesture. "Good sir, are you the last hero?" Whoever he was, he caught me completely flat-footed. What? "He's with us," Nick said. The peasant raised his hands upward, in one of the most hackneyed portrayals of supplication I'd ever seen. "Praise be to Elphion! The quartet of heroes has formed in the meteor's passing, and the ancient prophecy is fulfilled." Keith cringed, probably too polite to groan out loud. Nick seemed happy to let the whole thing play out. The massive turkey leg he nibbled on hemorrhaged grease from its inadequately swaddled back end, directly onto the astroturf. Maybe if none of us said anything, the peasant would cut to the chase. "Do you have a quest?" Nick started. "A prophecy foretold our arrival?" Halima asked. I was briefly tempted to throttle her. "Oh, yes!" The peasant nodded vigorously, clearly excited at the opportunity to delve into the lore and extend his performance. "Many moons ago, a traveling tinker passed through. He foretold the rise of the tower and the many treasures laid within. He also divined the rise of the 4 heroes who would climb the tower and unearth the mystery within." 3 heroes would climb the tower and unearth the mystery within, someone echoed. Another peasant a few huts down, repeating the same lines to what looked to be a user couple that had brought along a third wheel. Which meant our current peasant wasn't improvising. Someone wrote this god-awful script. The man's arm looped around the woman's. I recognized him as one of the pug-faced goons from Sonny's office, but what really caught me off guard was the woman herself. I knew her immediately. Her face permanently etched in my memory since the tunnel. She was the tale I'd missed. The woman who unloaded the Escalade with a child in tow and showed up after the trial. Behind them, another, taller man stood. He was wearing a high ponytail wrapped in leather, his face a mask of snark. Gotta be one of the high-level teams. I was still in the back of the group. The peasant was so focused on Halima, I could probably move freely. I took a step backward, letting the bustling crowd sweep me toward the second group. I focused hard, awareness filtering the external chatter to a minimum, trying to zone into the conversation. The woman fiddled with her wallet, retrieving a small golden card with a dark vortex on the front. Her dark blue acrylic nails glittered in